Chapter 1. Some things are unforeseeable. The greatest sorrow in life is not the death of a person or the unspent wealth left behind, but rather the heart-wrenching revelation that the children one has nurtured for years are not one's own. Wang Yu clutched two freshly minted paternity test results, both glaringly inscribed with the words, "No biological relationship. Please disregard the time required for such tests. In their format, I have never seen one, but the meaning is clear." This revelation struck him with the force of an icy torrent, shattering the illusion of fatherhood he had cherished for so long. The shocking discovery rendered him cold even amidst the sweltering heat of July. Alas, among the myriad of worldly sufferings, none cuts as deeply as the betrayal of a spouse. The treachery of his wife left him breathless, engulfed in a suffocating haze. Indeed, as relationships stretch over time, the allure of novelty often tempts one to seek thrill amidst the tranquility of daily life. Wang Yu, feeling an icy chill enveloping him, sank trembling into a chair in the hospital, his heart heavy with grief. Reflecting on the vows of eternal devotion he had once made, he realized that those dreams had been mere illusions. His wife, Chun Yuding, had been celebrated as the campus belle during her university days. Even after bearing two children, she maintained a figure that was not only enviable, but also more mature and voluptuous. Her skin was fair and delicate, her hair a lustrous black, defying the realities of her 30s. Coming from a wealthy family, she was the sole daughter of a prosperous household, a true embodiment of beauty and affluence. Wang Yu, a commoner upon graduating from college, had always taken pride in marrying such a perfect woman. The arrival of their children only solidified his belief that he was the happiest man alive. Yet now, the flimsy sheets of paper in his hand felt like a massive axe, cleaving apart the family he once deemed blissful. The thought of his wife's deceit, after years of devotion where he had treated her like a precious gem, left him feeling like a fool. The fire of rage within him had no outlet, and the future ahead appeared bleak. However, he felt powerless even if he returned to expose the truth. What difference would it make? Once adorned with such a betrayal, no one ever seemed to remove that stigma. His wife's family held considerable influence, and his father-in-law had always disapproved of him, recently insisting that their second daughter take her mother's surname. If he were to cause a scene, it would likely hasten the divorce his wife secretly desired. What would be left for him then? Contemplating this, Wang Yu's expression turned grim. The vengeance of betrayal was an unquenchable fire. A man wronged could only seek retribution. In a daze, he exited the hospital and stumbled upon a bar, stepping inside without hesitation. Today, he would indulge from henceforth. He would live for himself. Wang Yu, standing tall and handsome, exuded an air of elegance that had attracted many admirers during his school days, yet his marriage had rendered those affections silent. Now, as he downed one drink after another, the despair laced with his dejection stirred a deep instinct to protect in the women who observed him. "Sir, drinking alone? Would you care for some company?" A woman, accustomed to the bar scene, approached him with a flirtatious smile, and Wang Yu welcomed her without reservation. In this moment, he cared not for her identity, nor did he wish to know with whom he was sharing his drink. He simply desired a complete and liberating intoxication, forgetting his own love, forgetting his wife. Wang Yu succumbed to sorrow and intoxication, soon collapsing in a booth at the bar, where the women surrounding him could not resist taking advantage of the situation. "Release him, this man is mine for today." The declaration detonated like a bomb in the previously raucous environment. As the ravenous women grew increasingly brazen, a voice, cold and commanding, sliced through the air like a sword, halting their advances. "Who do you think you are?" One woman snapped back, her face contorted with rage as she glared at the speaker. "What makes you so special?" Another retorted defiantly, her eyes glinting with disdain. "Step aside and queue up." A third woman barked, clearly incensed, as if she had suffered a grievous affront. In an instant, a cacophony of rebuttals erupted, plunging the scene into chaos. The interrupted vixens began squabbling amongst themselves, some even attempting to shove one another, each eager to assert her claim as the most deserving of the man's affection. "Hey, race 100,000, whoever snatches it first can have him." With that, a flimsy check fluttered to the ground, igniting a frenzy among the women as they vied for dominance. In his dazed state, Wang Yu felt himself being lifted, the soft touch indicating a woman's presence. However, his unsteady stance and blurred vision rendered him incapable of discerning her identity. After leaving the bar, he found himself in a car, where he vaguely recognized the driver as a girl with flowing black hair. This reminded him of his wife when they first met, prompting an outburst. "Shen Yuding, you deceitful wretch. You have the audacity to let me raise another child while you stand before me." The woman, however, paid him no mind, continuing to drive as if his words fell on deaf ears. Yet, intoxicated and embittered, Wang Yu continued to voice his anguish and resentment. "I had a paternity test done today. Neither child is mine. Why have you treated me this way?" Tears streamed down his face as he began to sob uncontrollably. The tears of a man carry a weight far greater than mere bloodshed. After years of devotion, to face such betrayal left Wang Yu unable to restrain his emotions. After a time, he began to vent his frustrations anew. "I will not let this slide. I will expose your actions and ruin the Chun family's reputation. I will kill that adulterer." The woman remained silent, her lack of response further igniting Wang Yu's fury. "Why are you silent? Are you feeling guilty? After all these years of love, you treat me like this. Why? Tell me why you've done this to me." Amidst his tirade, the alcohol finally took its toll, and he drifted into a hazy sleep, mumbling incoherently. After an indeterminate period, the car came to a halt in an underground parking garage, and once again, the woman helped him out of the vehicle. He was led into a house. In that moment, Wang Yu felt like a mere puppet, manipulated at will by the woman. He sensed someone removing his garments, followed by a peculiar sensation of being bathed. In his befuddled state, he could not discern his whereabouts or the nature of his actions. Life felt like a dream, fragrant with the scent of roses. Upon awakening the next morning, his mouth parched and dry, he contemplated asking his wife for a cup of warm water. Just as he was about to speak, the events of the previous day flooded back to him, that he chuckled at his own self-pity, feeling it was unworthy of tears. Having resolved to take responsibility solely for himself, it was time to swiftly sever ties. A woman who betrayed him was not worth salvaging. Regardless of her wealth or beauty, she was akin to a repugnant mass. Once re-energized, he noticed a dull ache in his left arm and something amiss with the sensations in his hand. Memories of his drunken escapade the night before stirred within him, and he recalled being led away by a woman. Shocked, he raised his head slightly and beheld her beside him still peacefully asleep, her eyes closed and complexion rosy. Her silky black hair flowed over his arm as she breathed evenly and gently, her lips slightly parted as if lost in a beautiful dream. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her porcelain-like skin, rendering the scene a perfect tableau, and Wang Yu possessed an eye for beauty. Chapter 2. Be decisive in times of trouble. After a moment of admiration, the woman awoke. "Though I cannot fathom how this situation arose, feel free to express any desires you may have," she said. As the effects of alcohol waned, Wang Yu felt a twinge of nervousness. Wen Xin gazed at the man before her, a smile almost escaping her lips. The one she adored had deceived her for 20 years without ever offering a promise. Yet, in her moment of despair, a single indulgence had yielded a commitment. How tragic, how lamentable, how pitiable, and yet, how infuriating. What was the point of this realization? Was it foolish to berate herself? At her age, what more was there to let go? The man before her was someone she had observed for quite some time at the bar, seemingly also wounded by love. Though she contemplated burying her own affection completely, when Sheen was reluctant to settle for just anyone. She desired at least someone who was pleasant to the eye and not entirely disagreeable. Some women indeed possess an odd tendency to inflict harm upon themselves to achieve certain ends, while simultaneously seeking perfection in the act. On her way back, she learned the man's name and heard his anguished cries. His plight was indeed more tragic than her own 7 years of marriage. Deeply in love, yet his wife bore 2 children, neither of whom were his. As a woman, Wen Xin condemned the shamelessness of the other woman while empathizing with Wang Yu's unfortunate circumstances. She reasoned that she merely sought someone appealing, and Wang Yu's appearance was quite agreeable. He seemed to possess decent character, and his story was one that could bring tears to the eyes of the listener. After a tiring day of selection, she decided on him. At the very least, she could provide him with a semblance of solace. showing him that his life encompassed more than deceit and betrayal, but also a touch of fortune and warmth. If you wish for me to take responsibility, I believe we could attempt to connect for a while, she proposed. This woman appeared devoid of any worldly air, prompting Wang Yu to consider getting to know her better. Though his wife had betrayed him, he harbored no thoughts of a solitary existence. Wang Yu felt a twinge of regret. Awakening to find himself unwittingly entangled in infidelity was a bitter pill for someone who prided himself on his moral integrity. "It's fine, you may leave. I have no desire to engage with you," he declared. "What do you mean? You should resolve your own matters first. The 2 children are not yours. You ought to hasten to divorce your wife." "How do you know? You shouted about it in the car last night. It was impossible not to hear." "Wait for me. I will first return to divorce my wife and then seek you out." Wang Yu surmised that his marital status had led to her misunderstanding. "Do you not comprehend human speech? If you wish to connect with me, it must be mutual. Now leave." I. Wang Yu's face flushed crimson, speechless, realizing that this was merely a fleeting encounter. Unlike women, he could not remain so nonchalant. His traditional nature compelled him to leave his contact information. When Xing waved him off without uttering a word, although she felt sympathy for Wang Yu's plight, she had bestowed upon him her most cherished gift. However, she was reluctant to engage emotionally with a man who had been deceived by women for so long. Despite his appealing exterior, it ultimately fell short, especially since she lacked the inclination for such entanglements. Wang Yu placed the note on the bedside table and began to dress for departure. As he lifted the covers, he discovered a small red flower on the bed. This. It was no wonder Wang Yu was so agitated. He had never seen such a flower, even during his wedding. His wife had explained that she had injured herself while studying dance. Although he had harbored doubts at the time, subsequent research online confirmed the possibility of such an occurrence. Coupled with her deliberate attempts to appease him and her astonishing physical flexibility, he found himself convinced. "What are you staring at? Hurry and leave." When Xing's face flushed as she urged him away. "Wait for me." Dressed, Wang Yu gazed earnestly at Wen Xing for 10 seconds, imprinting her image in his memory before he departed. Seated on the bed, Wen Xing began to regret her decision not for having indulged herself, but for having chosen a man like Wang Yu. His possessiveness was overwhelming, and she feared future complications. Nevertheless, it mattered little. She would soon resolve her affairs in Sioux City and depart, likely never to cross paths again. After leaving, Wang Yu headed to his wife's workplace, intent on confronting her directly. The intense urge for revenge could wait. The priority was to expedite the divorce. Upon discovering the truth, he needed to cut his losses promptly. The proverbial green hat had already been donned, and love had fled. Chen Yuding, with her youthful allure and commendable family background, attracted many who coveted both wealth and beauty. Despite knowing she was married with 2 children, there were still those eager to pursue her relentlessly. Yet, Wang Yu had previously been indifferent to such pursuits, for their relationship had always been harmonious, and their children had been well-behaved. His eldest daughter was 3, while the youngest had yet to turn 1. He had cherished this little cotton-padded jacket for so long, only to discover she was not his biological child. Reflecting upon it now, it is truly ironic that I have worn the proverbial green hat for no less than 4 years. Wang Yu silently traversed the corridors of his wife's company. He disregarded the greetings from those he encountered, lost in his own thoughts. Upon entering the office, he found his wife, Chen Yuding, deeply engrossed in her work at her desk. Gazing at her exquisite and competent demeanor, Wang Yu felt no stirrings of affection. Instead, he was overwhelmed by disdain and revulsion. "Darling, what brings you here? Where were you last night?" "I tried calling, but your phone was off," Chen Yuding said, lifting her gaze to acknowledge Wang Yu's presence. The ease with which she carried herself only deepened Wang Yu's irritation, for he realized he had been deceived by her alluring exterior. Years of infidelity and betrayal loomed over him. Had he not sought a paternity test, he might have continued to toil in silence, subservient to her whims for the rest of his life. Wang Yu closed the office door and locked it, drawing the curtains as well. Though he had contemplated revenge for quite some time, he recognized that the moment was not yet ripe, for he still held onto a semblance of dignity. "Chen Yuding, tell me honestly, have you ever betrayed me?" he inquired, his expression darkening as he sought to discern his wife's response. "What's wrong, darling? You seem off today. Why are you asking me this first thing in the morning? Have you heard something?" Chen Yuding having been a boss for several years, had mastered the art of emotional control. Wang Yu's somber demeanor, coupled with his absence the previous night, prompted her to suspect that something was amiss. Before jumping to conclusions, she resolved to ascertain the situation before determining her stance. Her composure did not surprise Wang Yu after years of managing her own business. She had proven herself quite capable. However, he had no intention of engaging her in a drawn-out dispute. Armed with evidence, he felt no need for idle banter. When the time comes to sever ties, one must act decisively. "Take a look at this," he said, presenting 2 paternity test results to her. Upon receiving the documents, Chen Yuding's countenance shifted dramatically as the reality of her long-concealed secret came to light. She had never anticipated that her husband would uncover the truth. It was evident that today would not end well should a confrontation erupt. It would cast a long shadow over her company and family. "Whose are these? You're not trying to intimidate me, are you?" She stammered. "You need not deny it any longer. These tests were conducted by a reputable institution and hold legal validity. The samples from both children were collected by me personally. I am not here to seek an explanation from you." Chapter 3. Do not treat me as a fool. Wang Yu's words left Chen Yuding in a prolonged silence. Yet he remained unfazed, for some evidence remains irretrievable. Chen Yuding calmly regarded Wang Yu, discarding the identification report directly into the shredder. "You have not conducted the assessment, nor have I seen the report. My dear, isn't our family life quite blissful? What kind of absurd reasoning is this? Was she Zhao Gao in past life?" Upon hearing his wife's statement, Wang Yu nearly gasped in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that she would so nonchalantly distort the truth. What was her intention? To force him to wear a falsehood like a crown, to compel him to continue raising another man's children? While her words were not overtly hurtful, they bore a deep insult. "Chen Yuding, do you truly believe that? Do not compel me to locate that man and hasten our divorce. Divorce is out of the question. Our 2 daughters cannot be without a father, and I cannot be without a husband." Her tone was dispassionate, as if recounting an ordinary matter. Yet, Wang Yu found it ludicrous. She had already placed the blame squarely upon him, yet spoke to him with such nonchalance. "I shall not raise children that are not mine, and I refuse to continue living with you. If you disagree, I will pursue a divorce in court, and you shall bear the consequences." Wang Yu's emotions surged, feeling as though he scarcely recognized his wife. He had envisioned numerous scenarios upon his arrival: tears, mockery, pleas for mercy, even outright denial. Yet his wife, with a calm demeanor, attempted to erase this incident, wishing to remain in denial. Is that even conceivable? A mere fantasy. Although his wife was affluent, Wang Yu was not the type to sacrifice his dignity for wealth. If it weren't for the events of the previous night, if it weren't for the obligations of being a son, at this moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to confront his wife directly. Upon hearing that Wang Yu intended to escalate the matter to court, Chen Yuding's brows furrowed. Typically composed, she now struggled to suppress her anger. However, observing Wang Yu on the brink of madness, she hesitated to provoke him further. Should the situation spiral out of control, the aftermath would be exceedingly difficult to navigate. "How could you have pursued a paternity test? Has someone whispered in your ear?" Chen Yuding understood Wang Yu well. Their family had always thrived, and there were matters he had never questioned. It was highly probable that someone had intentionally informed him. "Indeed, I received a text message yesterday morning. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere nuisance, but the message explicitly detailed the time and place of your infidelity, making it impossible for me not to doubt you. I once held faith in you, believing someone was targeting you, and contemplated calling to discuss it. However, after attempting to reach you over a dozen times without success, even your office went unanswered. You had assured me that you were going to work, yet less than an hour later, I could not reach you, compelling me to question your fidelity. To my astonishment, the results confirmed my worst fears. Where did you go yesterday morning? I didn't see you return my call in the afternoon. Did you not notice, or were you preoccupied with some man?" Chen Yuding found herself at a loss for words. She could not disclose her whereabouts to her husband. She could not help but resent the individual she had met. For if he hadn't turned off her phone, she would not be in this predicament now. Unbeknownst to her, the phone had been deliberately switched off, and the messages her husband received were meticulously orchestrated. Had Wang Yu not opted for a paternity test, there would have been other tactics employed, all aimed at eliminating him from the picture. Over the years, Chun Yuding had been cherished by two men, believing she could deftly manage both. Little did she realize that no man would be so foolish. As soon as her husband uncovered the truth, his tenderness vanished, and he was eager to pursue a divorce. Meanwhile, the outside lover harbored her own ulterior motives, desiring to possess Chun Yuding entirely. Why the silence? Am I hitting too close to home? I was out negotiating a contract yesterday. My phone died, and I was preoccupied until evening. When I attempted to call you, no one answered. Wang Yu pondered that when his wife called, he had not been drinking but likely engaged in something else, making it improbable for him to answer. Enough of this. Let us keep it succinct. I want a divorce. The children are yours, and we will divide the assets equally. This matter is finished. We will each lead our own lives and never cross paths again. Wang Yu is now disinclined to engage in further discussions with his wife. The thought of divorce is out of the question. You will return home, or I shall not hesitate to be harsh. At this juncture, what more do you wish to achieve? Do you think I can continue living with you? Even if you do not wish to divorce, I will not return. I will give you 3 days to contemplate. If you have not made a decision by then, we shall meet in court. With that, Wang Yu turned and left without a backward glance. Chun Yuding, incensed, smashed everything within reach on her desk. When she had calmed down, she retrieved her phone and dialed a number. After 2 rings, the call was answered. What's wrong, senior? Missing your junior? My husband has discovered everything, including that the child is not his. Can you truly marry me? He found out. You've been managing to keep it under wraps quite well. What purpose does that serve now? In 3 days, if I do not agree to the divorce, he will file in court. If this information leaks, my life will be ruined, and the Chun family will suffer greatly. And what about our 2 daughters? They are so young and will bear the brunt of the rumors. As she spoke, Chun Yuding broke down in tears. She still harbored feelings for Wang Yu. After years of companionship, despite the mundane nature of their lives, he had taken excellent care of her and their children. If a divorce could be avoided, she would prefer to continue her life with Wang Yu. Reflecting on her situation, she recognized her own greed. She craved the excitement and joy from outside, while simultaneously relishing the warmth and happiness of her family. Over the years, she has become accustomed to this way of life, but now that equilibrium has been abruptly shattered, leaving her at a loss for what to do. The news of her infidelity leading to divorce has spread. Will her daughter face discrimination at school? Will she be subjected to ridicule? The thought of such distressing descriptors being directed at her daughter sends a chill through Chun Yuding. Yuding, do not weep. There are still 3 days left. Rest assured, I will certainly help you resolve this matter. How will you resolve it? Will you marry me? If a peaceful divorce could be arranged, Wang Yu would not cause a scene. We could simply have him sign a non-disclosure agreement. But what about after the divorce? If you do not marry me, what will happen to our daughter? Growing up without a father, how will I explain that to her? At present, it is impossible. My mother has come to Shudu City, and if she learns of our situation, I will lose my inheritance. Is that status truly so paramount? We are not lacking in financial resources, and my company has already begun to turn a profit. Our family of 4 can live well. It is not as simple as you think. If I lose my inheritance, that pair of siblings will not spare me. And then there is your company. Should I lose this status, your business would be halved. The OneShare Group is crucial to us. Then what shall we do? My mind is in turmoil. Do not concern yourself. I will find someone to handle that young man. If he refuses to heed your words, let him understand what it means to be truly cornered. Chun Yuding felt a chill run down her spine upon hearing the cold tone from the other end of the phone, realizing that this junior was not as she had known him in school, particularly since this predicament was a shared fault. How could he contemplate seizing everything from Wang Yu? Chun Yuding was not so heartless. Despite her betrayal, she never wished for him to suffer. No, you cannot harm Wang Yu. I have already wronged him enough. And for all these years, he has taken excellent care of us. I cannot be so ungrateful. Yuding, I will not harm him. Sometimes, to make someone comply, force is not necessary. Do not worry. Once my mother departs, I will be there for you. Chapter 4: The Old Man's Wickedness After Leaving His Wife's Workplace. Wang Yu returned home to find his in-laws caring for their 2 granddaughters. The elder daughter was named Wang Kiki, while the younger one remained unnamed, affectionately referred to as Little Bao. Upon his arrival, Wang Yu was greeted warmly by his mother-in-law, Li Yuzhen, who was holding little Bao and moving about the living room. His father-in-law, Chen Chusheng, was seated on the sofa, sharing a story with the elder daughter. Witnessing this blissful and heartwarming scene, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions, contemplating his wife's fate. What a joyous family it was, and how endearing were the two daughters he adored. Even though he was aware that they were not his biological children, he felt no anger in their presence. "Daddy, daddy, hug!" Kiki exclaimed as she spotted her father, leaping off the sofa and running towards him with open arms. Overwhelmed by the sight of his daughter seeking his embrace, Wang Yu's tears began to flow uncontrollably. He quickly turned aside to shield his emotions from his in-laws. Bending down, he picked up Kiki and held her tightly, savoring her small, soft form. In that fleeting moment, Wang Yu wished he could remain oblivious to the truth and continue living in the beautiful dreams spun by his wife. However, the thin sheets of paper served as a stark reminder that even dreams can be tinged with reality. Secretly wiping away his tears, he set Kiki down and felt it was best to discuss the matter with his father-in-law first. After all, he had returned to pack his belongings, and failing to communicate would undoubtedly cause discomfort for the elderly couple. "Kiki, go find your grandmother for a moment. I need to talk to Grandpa about something," he said, gently releasing her. "Just so happens, I have something to discuss with you as well, Xiao Yu." "Let us go to the study," Chen Chusheng replied. Upon entering the study, Wang Yu prepared a pot of tea for his father-in-law and closed the door behind them. Chen Chusheng had gradually come to accept this son-in-law, despite his modest background. His character was commendable. Wang Yu treated his daughter well and showed kindness to the elderly couple. "Xiao Yu, there's a matter I wish to discuss with you," Chen Chusheng began. "Yes, Dad, please go ahead," Wang Yu replied, taking a seat and pouring tea for Chen Chusheng, placing the cup before him. "As for little Bao, I would like her to bear the Chen family surname. What do you think?" Wang Yu was taken aback by his father-in-law's words, realizing that he had married Chen Yuding, not as a son-in-law, to adopt the family name. The expression on his face shifted as he processed this unexpected request. Noticing Wang Yu's stunned reaction, Chen Chusheng's demeanor darkened. Feeling discomfort at the thought that his heir, to whom he had entrusted his wealth, would not share his surname. When Wang Yu sought to marry Chen Yuro, Chen Chusheng had vehemently opposed the union, hoping for him to join the Chen family. Yet, traditional values held Wang Yu steadfast in his refusal, and his daughter had adamantly disagreed as well, leaving Chen Chusheng with no choice but to relent. Over time, he observed that Wang Yu genuinely cared for his daughter and refrained from exploiting the Chen family's resources for personal gain. Instead, he ventured out to find employment, earning a living through his own efforts, and, after several years of hard work, he had achieved a position of leadership within his company, earning an annual income of 500,000. Yet, to Chen Chusheng, these accomplishments paled in comparison, as he still regarded Wang Yu as an ordinary man without a prominent background. "Why do you disagree?" "No, you can simply ask Yuding about this matter. I have no objections, and Kiki may choose not to bear my surname." Wang Yu's response took Chen Chusheng by surprise. When Kiki was born, she adamantly insisted on carrying the Chen name, and the memory of that boy's flushed face remains vivid in his mind. What has changed today? Initially, he intended for Xiaobao to inherit the Chen surname, planning to communicate this amicably with Wang Yu. He had even set aside a considerable sum of money, ready to offer him 20 million as a token of gratitude, should Wang Yu consent. To his astonishment, the situation unfolded with unexpected ease, and this boy was even willing to allow Kiki to adopt the Chen surname as well. "Xiao Yu, this is no jest. It's sufficient for Xiaobao to bear the Chen name, but Kiki should retain yours." "Father, I am not unreasonable. It is simply that the Chen lineage must continue, which is why I press you on this matter." Chen Chusheng believed it prudent to first clarify Xiaobao's situation. As for Kiki changing her surname to Chen, he naturally agreed, as both granddaughters share the bloodline of the Chen family. However, the matter of Kiki could be deferred. One cannot consume an entire feast in a single bite, and he cannot press this boy too hard. "Father, whether the children take the Chen surname is not for me to decide." Wang Yu prepared to lay his cards on the table. "Take a look at this." He handed over 2 paternity test reports, anticipating that his wife would tear the documents. Wang Yu had made numerous copies, and he still held many in his possession. As Chen Chusheng examined the reports, his expression darkened with every glance. This is genuine. Indeed, it is. Therefore, the surname of the children is no longer my concern. Whether they carry the Chen name or another, that is a question for your daughter, as I still do not know who the biological father of the children is. You had best not deceive me. If you do, I shall not spare you. Father, I intend to divorce Chen Yuding, and I will not publicize this matter. I only hope you will not disturb my life moving forward. As for the truth of this situation, you may inquire with your daughter. If it were so easily exposed, do you think I would lie to you? With that, Wang Yu departed, eager to leave the household. Chen Chusheng remained in his study, struggling to regain his composure. The situation was far beyond his expectations. Though he was reluctant to accept it, he was aware of Wang Yu's character, and such a significant matter could not be a jest. Could his daughter truly be involved with such a person? No, he must clarify this. Father, is there something wrong? Chen Yuding felt a sudden heaviness in her heart upon receiving her father's call. Were Kiki and Xiaobao truly not Wang Yu's children? Chen Chusheng, uninterested in small talk, directly queried, how do you know this? Did Wang Yu inform you? I have a paternity test in my possession. Clarify this for me. Is it true or not? No. Kiki and Xiaobao are indeed Wang Yu's and mine. He has made a mistake. Wait at home. I shall return immediately. With that, Chen Yuding hung up the phone. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Chen Chusheng felt that he had been deceived by Wang Yu and stormed out of the study, intent on confronting him. Upon entering the bedroom, I found Wang Yu busily packing his belongings, and an intense anger surged within me. I had previously regarded this young man as honest, yet I was taken aback by his audacity to deceive me. Without hesitation, I delivered a sharp blow to Wang Yu. You dare to mislead me? I just spoke with Yu Ting, and she revealed that Cuckoo and Xiaobao are indeed your children. What do you have to say for yourself now? Wang Yu, bewildered by the sudden assault, felt his anger ignite further as he listened to Chen Chusheng's accusations. Ah, Chen Yu Ting, you clearly don't appreciate the courtesy extended to you. Now, you resort to fabrications. This old fool is utterly foolish, dismissing irrefutable evidence while taking his daughter's word as gospel. Very well. I had initially hoped for an amicable resolution, but since you refuse to acknowledge the truth, I shall unearth that man. Let us see if the Chan family retains any semblance of dignity thereafter. Chapter 5. Only 3 days granted as he gazed at Wang Yu, whose face flushed with rage. Chen Chusheng increasingly perceived that this young man had been deceiving him. Reflecting on the years that Wang Yu had pretended to be the Good Samaritan, winning over the hearts of Chen Chusheng and his wife, who had gradually softened their stance towards him, he now finally revealed his true colors. Young man, if you wish to divorce Yuding, you may do so, but you must leave with nothing. Not a single penny can you take with you. You are mistaken. I have contributed to this family, whether it was purchasing a home, renovating it, or managing the expenses of our lives. I was the one who footed the bill every time. The Chen family has truly miscalculated, expecting me to serve you all these years without any compensation. And now you want to even allow me to take my own belongings. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions. You two have been married for 7 years. How much have you earned? At most, it's just over 3 million. Yet, Yuding's company is now valued at over 100 million, and you still wish to claim half of the assets? You are indeed cunning. No wonder you have played the fool for so long. Say what you will. We shall meet in court in 3 days. If you do not trust the report I have prepared, feel free to conduct your own investigation. Just do not blame me when the truth slaps you in the face. With that, Wang Yu yanked a few strands of hair and slammed them onto the table. Observing Wang Yu's defiance, Chen Chusheng found it hard to believe he was lying, and the prospect of a court battle made him question his daughter's words. What are you still doing here? Are you afraid? Afraid that your daughter is truly a promiscuous woman? Wang Yu, now furious, no longer held his tongue. You're courting death. Chen Chusheng raised his hand, prepared to strike Wang Yu again, but Wang Yu effortlessly blocked the blow. Am I wrong? You can investigate for yourself. Do not blame me for being unkind if you choose to act first. Wang Yu had harbored resentment towards his father-in-law ever since his marriage to Chen Yuding. Chen Chusheng had been the loudest voice of dissent, looking down upon him and forcing him to be a stay-at-home son-in-law. Had it not been for Chen Yuding's desperate pleas, Wang Yu would not have bent his pride and made various promises to marry her. But who could have anticipated that this old man would orchestrate a lavish wedding to uphold the Chun family's reputation, only to later cut off Chun Yuting's credit cards, insisting that if he had such integrity, he should not spend the Chun family's money. Wang Yu was indeed proud. He had never spent a single cent from the Chun family. The home he resided in was purchased through his own hard work. Initially, he had secured $1.5 million, hoping to take out a loan for another $1 million. However, upon hearing this, Chen Chusheng deemed it disgraceful for his daughter to require a loan for a modest 200 square meter duplex. Consequently, he refused to allow Wang Yu to borrow money. With limited funds, Wang Yu had a compromise, settling for a smaller 100 square meter apartment, which also faced Chen Chusheng's opposition. Infuriated, Wang Yu contemplated ending the old man's life, but eventually, his wife argued that purchasing a home was a mutual responsibility, and he had an obligation to contribute. Thus, he borrowed $1 million from his mother, enabling him to buy the apartment. Reluctantly, Wang Yu accepted this situation and worked diligently to repay the $1 million he owed to the Chen family. Those years were the most arduous for Wang Yu. Each day, he toiled at multiple jobs while enduring the disdainful glances of Chen Chusheng and his wife. Although his wife was employed, Chen Chusheng only bestowed upon her the position of assistant. With a meager monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, insufficient even for her to purchase a set of cosmetics. The burden of familial responsibilities weighed heavily upon him. Yet Wang Yu persevered, driven by love for his wife and a desire to maintain his dignity. His sacrifices were immense. Fortunately, his relentless efforts bore fruit. He gradually established himself within the company, and his work became increasingly smooth. 2 years ago, he was promoted to department manager. Life improved as well. His wife blessed him with 2 lovely daughters, marking a dual triumph in both family and career. Had it not been for the revelation that the children were not his own, Wang Yu would have considered himself the happiest man alive. The thought that his hard work and dedication had culminated in betrayal left him seething with anger. Yet he restrained himself from physically confronting Chen Chusheng out of respect for his elders. I shall uncover the truth of this matter. Should I discover your deceitful actions, I will ensure your suffering is profound. Just do not let your daughter's south actions drive you to despair. Oh, but you will not perish like father. Like daughter, what manner of daughter one has is a reflection of the father. You are cut from the same cloth. How could you allow yourself to be so enraged? In terms of sharp tongue, Wang Yu was unrivaled, delivering a verbal tirade that nearly sent Chen Chusheng into a fit. Wang Yu circumvented Chen Chusheng and resumed packing his belongings while his mother-in-law remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Assuming the 2 men were merely quarreling over the surname of the child, she found nothing unusual in the commotion, as she was well acquainted with Wang Yu's character, traditional, stubborn, and unwavering in his beliefs. Hoping that her husband could persuade him this time. Mom, where are Dad and Wang Yu? Upon returning home from the office, Chun Yuting found her mother with her 2 daughters, the household appearing entirely normal, devoid of any signs of discord. They are upstairs. Your father confronted Wang Yu about the surname of the child, and it seems they had a disagreement. You should go and mediate, her mother advised, still unaware of the gravity of the situation. Chen Yuting set down her bag, kissed Kiki and Xiaobao, and hurried upstairs. Upon entering the bedroom, she saw Wang Yu packing, while her father loomed at the door, glaring at him with malevolence. The situation had unfolded in a manner unforeseen by Chen Yuting, as she did not anticipate her parents becoming embroiled in the conflict. Observing the tension between them, she realized that preserving her marriage would now be an even greater challenge. Darling, what is happening? Ignoring her father, Chen Yuting rushed to grasp Wang Yu's hand. However, Wang Yu looked at her delicate, flawless wrist and felt no longer enamored. Instead, a wave of revulsion washed over him. The thought that this hand had caressed another man caused him to wrench free. You returned just in time. Some matters require your explanation to your father. I do not wish to see either of you right now. I will call you in 3 days. At that point, I expect you to initiate the divorce. With that, he pushed past his wife, dragging his suitcase as he prepared to leave. Chen Yuting immediately wrapped her arms around Wang Yu's waist, speechless, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. Initially, I believed that I harbored no feelings for my husband. However, when the prospect of his departure loomed, an overwhelming sense of reluctance surged within me. Chen Yuding found herself perplexed, as a profound unease settled in her heart, as if an inner voice incessantly urged her to prevent his departure. Let him go, she thought. I refuse to believe that he can find solace outside the Chen family. He will surely return, begging for forgiveness. Chen Chusheng, witnessing his daughter's distress, felt a pang of sympathy, which only intensified his disdain for Wang Yu. So what if his daughter had strayed? After all, Kiki and Xiaobao remained his beloved grandchildren. A man who cannot safeguard his own wife deserves the humiliation he endures. The more Chen Chusheng observed Wang Yu, the less he admired him. With a forceful grip, Wang Yu pried open Chen Yuding's hands and cast a cold glance at Chen Chusheng, dismissing any words they might have exchanged, and departed without looking back. In the living room, the mother-in-law watched Wang Yu storm away with his suitcase, her heart heavy with discomfort. It was merely a matter of letting Xiaobao bear the family name. Why was he showing such disdain? Turning away, she could hardly bear to look at Wang Yu's scowling face. "Daddy, where are you going?" Kiki, oblivious to the tension, inquired with wide eyes as she observed Wang Yu's departure. Fueled by anger, Wang Yu struggled not to unleash his frustration on Kiki, for she was innocent and had no say in her circumstances. For 3 years, he had cherished her as his most prized possession. How could he bear to hurt her? "I'm going on a business trip," he replied gently. "You be good at home, and when I return, I shall take you to the amusement park, all right?" "The amusement park?" Yes, yes," Kiki exclaimed eagerly. "I'll be good at home. Daddy, hurry back." As he looked at Kiki, calling out for him, Wang Yu's resentment towards his wife deepened. It was her actions that had inflicted suffering upon this innocent child. Battling the impulse to embrace Kiki, he forced a smile, gently ruffling her hair, and left, laden with anger and bitterness. Chapter 6. Wealth and the desire to withdraw upon leaving his home. Wang Yu drove aimlessly through the bustling streets, gazing at the vibrant cityscape, uncertain of his destination. As he passed by a residential complex, he realized it was the very place he had departed from that morning. Although he felt hesitant to confront the woman, he deemed it prudent to rent an apartment nearby, establishing a closer proximity to her. He promptly parked the car by the roadside and entered a real estate agency situated outside the complex, intending to inquire about available properties with the hope of relocating that very day. The agent who attended to Wang Yu was a middle-aged woman exuding a sense of competence. After understanding his requirements, she presented him with 3 housing options. The first was a modest one-bedroom unit spanning 60 square meters, with a monthly rental of 500 yuan. The second was a 3-bedroom apartment of 122 square meters, currently occupied by a tenant seeking roommates. Wang Yu promptly dismissed this option. The third was a lavishly decorated, spacious flat exceeding 200 square meters, complete with furniture and appliances, and notably, the owner had never resided there, though the agent could not elucidate the reasons behind this. Wang Yu was particularly drawn to this exquisite apartment, as it was directly above the woman's residence. The monthly rent of 10,000 yuan was manageable for him, given his annual salary exceeding 500,000 yuan. Without hesitation, he signed a lease agreement and paid 6 months' rent, thus acquiring the keys. Taking the elevator to his new floor, Wang Yu opened the door to find the interior nearly indistinguishable from the images he had seen. He was quite pleased with the results. After arranging his belongings, he collapsed onto the bed, exhausted and skipping dinner, succumbing to a deep slumber. The events of the past few days had drained him emotionally, and now alone, he felt a semblance of relief, awaiting his impending divorce in 3 days. Regarding his wife's company, Wang Yu harbored no intentions. His dignity forbade him from taking advantage of the Chen family. He merely sought to reclaim what rightfully belonged to him. He had invested 5 million yuan in the property they purchased together, while his wife borrowed 1 million from her mother, a sum that Wang Yu repaid. Thus, that apartment rightfully belonged to him, although it was considered marital property. He had no intention of sharing it with his wife. With property values soaring, the apartment originally valued at 5 million yuan could now fetch approximately 4 million. Wang Yu did not desire much. he sought only 4 million, provided it facilitated a smooth divorce. He yearned to distance himself from his wife and her family as much as possible. Awakening around 3 in the afternoon, Wang Yu's phone rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from his company, indicating a matter requiring his presence at the office. Having taken a week of annual leave due to his marital issues, the call now suggested the urgency of an important matter. Despite the disintegration of his family, Wang Yu still valued his career, as he needed to sustain himself and care for his aging parents back home. Upon arriving at the office, Wang Yu proceeded directly to the general manager's office. "Mr. Zhang, is there something you wish to discuss?" he inquired. Wang Yu, please take a seat. "There are indeed some matters I would like to address with you," replied Manager Zhang. Wang Yu settled onto the office sofa, contemplating what matters required a discussion with the general manager. "Manager Zhang, you summoned me today for 2 reasons, one professional and the other somewhat personal." "Go on, I am listening," replied Zhang. "You have been with the company for nearly 7 years, consistently demonstrating commendable performance. Since your promotion to manager, your contributions to the company's development have been significant and duly recognized. An opportunity has arisen. Old Ju is set to retire next month, and I am considering you for his position. What are your thoughts?" Old Ju, one of the 4 vice presidents, oversees the major departments of research and engineering, wielding considerable power. Recently, there have been rumors of Old Ju being rehired post-retirement, but judging by Manager Zhang's tone today, it seemed Old Ju might truly be stepping back, finding solace in personal matters while achieving success in his career. "Manager Zhang, I genuinely appreciate the company's recognition and promotion. I am confident in my ability to succeed Old Ju and fulfill the responsibilities entrusted to me, regardless of his current emotional state." Wang Yu understood the necessity of accepting the promotion first, and he would navigate the ensuing challenges later. After years of navigating the corporate landscape, he was not one to shy away from opportunities. Indeed, the company requires young leaders like you. However, there is one condition you must agree to, or this position may elude you. "What condition?" Wang Yu inquired, puzzled, wondering if Manager Zhang intended to exploit him for personal gain. "Do not be alarmed. Technically, this is a personal matter, and I should not interfere. However, as you are about to ascend to a senior position, I must show concern. The condition is simple. You cannot divorce within 5 years." "What?" I was unaware of such a stipulation. Wang Yu was taken aback. He was on the verge of divorce, and this condition seemed exceedingly pointed. "Calm down, Wang. I have stated the condition. Ponder it carefully. I hope to have your response before the end of the day." "To be candid, Manager Zhang, I am set to divorce my wife in 3 days. During this time, I will not hold the vice presidency. That position will only be mine next month, after which I will indeed be divorced. Should that not satisfy your condition?" "Young man, the situation is not as you perceive. If you wish to be promoted to vice president, you must not divorce in 3 days, nor within the subsequent 5 years. That is the stipulation. Consider it wisely. Moreover, the annual salary for the vice presidency is 5 million, along with equity dividends. Last year, Old Ju received over 30 million in dividends, and this year's performance is expected to exceed that. Be sure to deliberate carefully." With that, Manager Zhang waved his hand, signaling Wang Yu to leave. Confused, Wang Yu exited the company, struggling to comprehend how the obstacles to his divorce could stem from the very institution he served. According to Mr. Zhang, "If I do not divorce, I could earn at least 40 million by the end of the year, a sum I could never amass in my lifetime. However, if I choose to remain in this marriage, akin to a turtle, it would be preferable to end it altogether." At that time, he was unwilling to even become a son-in-law, let alone endure the betrayal of his wife and raise another child for 5 more years. "Damn it, I wouldn't agree to it for 40 million, nor even for 400 billion. The marriage must end." A turtle with money is no longer a green-haired turtle. After Wang Yu departed, Mr. Zhang dialed a phone number in his office. "Mr. Wen, I have completed the task you entrusted to me. Now it depends on Wang Yu's decision. If he consents, I will manipulate the contract accordingly. Whatever he takes after 5 years will have to be returned in full. If he disagrees, we will simply terminate him and ensure he is blacklisted across the industry, leaving him unable to earn a single penny outside." "Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Please come by tomorrow. There's a project I wish to discuss with you." Chapter 7. Return home, as Wang Yu stepped out of the company, his mood was tumultuous. He crossed the street to purchase a pack of cigarettes. Taking a deep drag, he was momentarily choked by the acrid smoke, but after a brief respite, he inhaled again, filling his chest with the murky fumes. Freed from the constraints of family, he began to reveal the personality that had been suppressed for years. Before he met his wife, he was a cheerful and extroverted young man. Until his senior year, he was much like any ordinary college student, relishing moments spent with his roommates, playing video games, and engaging in basketball. It was during this time that he acquired habits such as smoking and drinking. However, upon entering his final year and beginning a relationship with his wife, he unknowingly started to alter himself. He quit smoking, found himself too busy for gaming, and gradually abandoned his passion for basketball. The outings to barbecue stalls with his friends, which had once been a monthly ritual, became a distant memory. It was as if he had transformed entirely, aligning his preferences and lifestyle with those of his wife. As he smoked, Wang Yu reflected on the days following his meeting with his wife. He had always silently accommodated her, altering his habits and distancing himself from friends. He spent years molding himself into the person she desired, but what had he truly gained? "I am such a fool," he thought, slapping himself hard across the face. While others reaped rewards for their sacrifices, he felt he had only donned the guise of betrayal in return. This wretched life. Divorce. Whoever wants the money can have it. After 2 consecutive cigarettes, a haze enveloped his mind, and he lost the desire to return to the office. He promptly dialed General Manager Zhang. "Xiao Wang, have you come to a decision?" "Manager Zhang, I've thought it over. My wife and I cannot continue. We will definitely be getting a divorce. The specific reasons are not convenient to disclose. This is a rare opportunity, Xiao Wang, an annual income in the tens of millions. You must choose wisely. Don't be so impulsive." "Young man, I made up my mind, Manager Zhang. If the vice president is capable, let him do it. If not, it matters little to me. I simply wish to live more freely." "Very well, as long as you are certain." After hanging up, Zhang's expression soured. His original plan had been to promote Wang Yu to vice president, manipulating the contract to bind him for 5 years before ultimately expelling him without a cent of compensation. Now, it seemed he would have to let Wang Yu go, and according to his contract, dismissing him would entail a penalty of several $100,000 in damages. This transaction was proving to be quite unprofitable. After the call, Wang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had rejected the allure of tens of millions from the company, sensing that he was gradually reclaiming his true self, the spirited youth he once was. Driving toward his hometown, he realized that he did not wish to conceal the impending divorce from his parents. He had silently endured so much suffering and hardship alone. Throughout the years of his marriage, he had dedicated most of his time to work and family, neglecting the affection of his parents. Reflecting on this made him feel like a failure. "From now on, I will only owe my existence to those who brought me into this world and to those I've brought into it," Wang Yu murmured to himself. However, reflecting on the fact that I have yet to have a child of my own fills me with a sense of revulsion. The city is approximately 200 kilometers from my hometown, and Wang Yu can reach home in 3 hours by car. As he steps through the door, the familiar aroma of home-cooked meals wafts through the air. His mother as hand-pulled noodles, a dish he has not savored in many years, come to mind. With a sense of resolve, Wang Yu pushes open the door and steps into the small courtyard, where the familiar sights greet his eyes, enveloping him in the essence of home. "Mother, I'm back." A phrase he used to call out frequently reverberates in the small courtyard after several years of absence. "Xiao Yu, you're back. Where is Yu Ting? Didn't she come with you?" Wang Yu gazes at his mother, noting the additional lines etched into her face since their last meeting. Her once lustrous dark hair is gradually being replaced by strands of silver. When did his mother begin to age? In his hazy recollections, he can only recall fleeting moments with her. All these years, why had he not thought of his parents more often? Why hadn't he spent more time with them? "Mother, I came back by myself. I am hungry." His voice catches in his throat as he speaks the last words, his heart heavy with an inexplicable sorrow, a mixture of guilt towards his parents and reproach for himself. "My dear, come inside. The meal is ready," his mother replies with a gentle smile. Once seated, she presents him with a generous bowl of noodles, topped with meat and a hearty spoonful of red chili. His mother never forgets his preferences, and the meat on the noodles symbolizes her profound love for him. As he consumes the noodles, despite the bittersweet taste in his heart, he feels a sense of tranquility wash over him. Mother, where is father? After noticing only his mother's presence at the table, Wang Yu curiously inquires. The temple in the village is being demolished. They're going to build a small square. Your father has gone to oversee the dismantling. The one to the west, the temple where I used to play as a child? Yes, that very one. Oh, creating a square sounds nice. We can dance there in the evenings. After finishing his meal, his mother hands him half a bowl of noodle soup, which he quickly downs. It feels refreshing, as if he has been rejuvenated. All shadows and discontent dissipate, leaving him with an indescribable lightness of heart. Mother, I am planning to divorce Chen. Wang Yu is not one to conceal matters. With his straightforward nature, he has no secrets to hide, and though he feels a sense of shame regarding his wife's betrayal, he sees no reason to keep it from his mother. Divorce? Why? You seem to be doing well together. Mother, due to certain circumstances, we can no longer continue together. I return today to discuss this with you and father. Xiaoyu, divorce is not something to be taken lightly. Cuckoo and Xiaobao are still so young. What will happen to the children if you both separate? Though the elderly lady does not often see her two granddaughters, her love for them remains unwavering. Mother, Cuckoo and Xiaobao are not mine. It's embarrassing to have a son. As he speaks, Wang Yu embraces his mother, wanting to cry out in anguish. However, feeling her body tremble slightly, he immediately stops. Mother, what is wrong? Are you all right? Wang Yu hastily assisted his mother into a comfortable position on the sofa, gently caressing her back to help her regain her composure. Mother, please do not be upset. I am still young, just in my early 30s. I promise to give you 2 healthy grandsons in the future. With a deep exhalation, Wang's mother appeared as though her vitality had been drained, her previously smiling visage now bearing a pallid hue. My dear son, I have long advised you that our families are incompatible and life would be challenging. Yet you chose to ignore my counsel. You have always been stubborn since childhood. However, I never anticipated that you would endure such suffering and humiliation. Do not worry, mother. Once the divorce is finalized, I will swiftly remarry and have children, and then they will bring joy to you every day. Contemplating his 2 daughters, who were unjustly monopolized by his in-laws, Wang Yu felt a surge of frustration as his own parents were subtly rebuffed by the Chun family when they wished to care for their grandchildren. He berated himself for being foolish. You have grown, and mother can only assist to a limited extent. You must make your own decisions. I trust that you will not engage in any wrongdoing. Just focus on living well. Marriage is not paramount. Your well-being is what truly matters. Rest assured, mother, I am not foolish. Having learned from this experience, I will surely remember. Please sit for a moment while I fetch father. Observing his mother gradually calm down, Wang Yu hurried to summon his father. As he walked along the familiar path, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the earth, he felt that the essence of his hometown was unmatched by any other place. After a few minutes, he spotted a crowd gathered around the small temple in the distance. Chapter 8. Wang Yu dazed by the mountain god dad. What is going on? Wang Yu inquired as he approached, noticing his father busily organizing something, with several village officials gathered around. After greeting his uncles and neighbors, Wang Yu stood beside his father. I'm back, Wang Yu announced. His father, who had been watching him intently, finally patted his shoulder after finishing his conversation with the villagers. The sight of his son brought immense joy to Wang Yu's father. Observing the crowd, Wang Yu hesitated to disclose his embarrassing predicament, particularly given his father's current demeanor. Dad, what is happening in the village? Do you need my assistance? We were just selecting individuals. Their ages and zodiac signs must correspond, and we are still short one person. Son, you arrived at just the right moment. Your age and zodiac sign are perfect. Come, now we can begin. With that, Wang Yu's father summoned everyone over. Confused, Wang Yu followed along, uncertain of what his father required with such a large gathering. Moments later, a total of 16 strong men, including Wang Yu, entered the temple. Today, we are inviting the mountain god to relocate. We must not let the statue touch the ground during the process. His father's voice rang out, clarifying their purpose. This temple, a shrine to the mountain god, had stood in Wangjia village for countless years, and Wang Yu had played here with friends since childhood. The statue of the mountain god was massive, weighing about 500 kilograms. With a group of robust young men, lifting the statue posed no significant challenge. "Stand ready," came the command, and Wang Yu, along with the other strong men, positioned themselves in order beside the mountain god-s statue. The statue had been securely fastened, bound with numerous ropes and reinforced with sturdy wooden poles. Wang Yu took a moment to survey his surroundings, realizing he stood beneath one of the deity's hands. If memory served correctly, beneath that hand was a statue of a golden boy, originally depicted as the mountain god gently patting the boy's head. Now, Wang Yu found himself in the place of the golden figure, perhaps because it had been removed in preparation for transport. "Lift!" his father shouted, striking the gong with force. Up came another resounding call. Together with the other men, Wang Yu exerted his strength, and the statue was steadily hoisted. At the temple entrance, offerings and rituals were prepared to beseech the mountain god for favorable weather for the villagers. With a loud clang of the gong, the call to action was made, and the sound of firecrackers erupted outside the temple. Wang Yu's father, wielding the large gong, marched forward, directing the procession, bolstering morale, and monitoring the movements. Wang Yu and the other strong men began to follow his father's lead. Observing the procession, Wang Yu's father noted the group veering left and struck the gong emphatically, calling out, "Left ropes to the right." The response was a synchronized cheer, and they adjusted accordingly. If the direction strayed to the right, he would proclaim, "Right ropes to the left," and the same coordinated response would follow, steering them back on course. Flanking the mountain god-s statue were 4 young maidens, each holding lanterns and fans. Behind the statue, one individual raised a ceremonial canopy as the entire procession advanced with rhythmic drums and music, creating a truly magnificent spectacle. After traversing a stretch of level path, one arrives at the foot of the unnamed mountain behind the village, which the villagers simply refer to as the back mountain. Though the elevation is modest, its rugged terrain presents considerable challenges, with many sections winding steeply and perilously. Upon reaching a particularly smooth and steep rocky slope, one encounters the most arduous part of the ascent. "Come on, little ones, put in the effort," exclaimed Wang Yu, who, after a few minutes of labor, felt discomfort in his shoulders, yet found his spirits invigorated amidst the atmosphere. The rhythmic clanging of his father's gong resonated as everyone exerted their utmost strength, gradually lifting the statue in unison, with a dozen sturdy men focusing intently on maintaining their footing. With a united effort, amidst the continuous sound of gongs and shouts, the statue ascended slowly, and Wang Yu, drenched in sweat, dared not lose concentration, finally reaching the top to a chorus of cheers. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Please take your place, mountain god." At the mountainside, a flat area featured a 1-meter-high stone platform, designated by the villagers for the reconstruction of the temple. Wang Yu exhaled, following the procession onto the platform. As the crowd settled, the statue had yet to be lowered, and Wang Yu began to feel the strain. In front of the mountain god, his father laid out offerings, lit incense, and checked his watch. The auspicious moment had arrived. The incense was lit, and firecrackers were set off. 3 incense sticks, each over a meter long, were inserted into the incense burner, and a lengthy string of firecrackers was ignited, heightening the atmosphere to a crescendo. As the sound of the gong rang out from Wang's father, the villagers quieted down. With the command delivered, Wang Yu felt a sense of relief. It was finally nearing an end. "Xiao Yu, be careful." Careful of what? Wang Yu barely registered the warning before sudden, excruciating pain struck his head, and darkness enveloped him as he lost consciousness. Wang's father watched as the mountain god's right hand, severed at the wrist, fell directly onto Wang Yu's head, weighing over 30 kilograms. The warning had barely escaped his lips when his son was struck unconscious. "Quick, help him!" Amidst the chaos, Wang Yu experienced the same reverence as the statue, being carried down the mountain by several strong men, while his father stayed behind with a few village elders to continue the ceremony, hastily accompanying Wang Yu to the hospital. What a golden boy statue! After Wang's departure, several village elders searched in vain for the familiar golden boy statue, yet it remained elusive. "Oh dear," Do you think the statue has been lost? Perhaps the mountain god mistook Wang Yu for the golden boy, intending to take him away with a single slap. The villagers could not help but speculate. The most talked about theory was that Wang Yu had been mistaken for the golden boy by the mountain god. However, unlike the golden boy, Wang Yu's head was not impervious, and thus he succumbed to the blow. In that moment, Wang Yu found himself enveloped in darkness, yet his mental state remained remarkably clear. Golden boy, I have attained my rightful place and shall return to the celestial realm. This position of mountain god shall be bestowed upon you. Wang Yu, bewildered, pondered whether he was dreaming. What golden boy? What mountain god? As the ancient voice faded, he beheld a red talisman floating before him, inscribed with the words, "Heavenly Officer bestows blessings." Upon reaching out to touch it, the talisman vanished from sight. Wang Yu was suddenly beset by an intense, throbbing pain in his head, and soon thereafter, his consciousness slipped into darkness. However, a gentle crimson glow enveloped his exterior, gradually mending the wounds upon his head. "How's my son?" In the hospital, Wang's father anxiously queried the doctor who had just conducted the examination. "Rest assured, there is no cause for alarm. It is merely a superficial injury. The young man is robust and will recover in a few days," the doctor reassured him. "Then why hasn't he awakened yet?" Wang's father inquired, his concern palpable. As his only son, Wang Yu had always been the source of his deep affection, and every scrape and bruise had tugged at his heart. "Had I known, I would never have allowed him to lift the idol. Alas, it's a temporary state of unconsciousness. Do not worry. He should awaken by tomorrow morning at the latest." The doctor's words brought a measure of comfort to Wang's father. "Wang Bo, perhaps you should return home. Your wife will be worried. Tonight, Chun Mei and I will remain here," said one of the two girls holding lanterns beside the idol. The girl speaking was Song Yan, while Chun Mei was Wang's niece. "Very well. Call if anything arises," Wang's father replied, observing his son's rosy complexion that resembled that of a peaceful slumber, and he felt reassured. The presence of Chun Mei and Song Yan was certainly preferable to that of himself and the other rough men. Thus, Wang's father left behind 2,000 yuan and departed with the group of sturdy helpers. Upon returning home, he was met by his wife, who rushed out upon hearing the news. "How is our son?" she asked, her voice laced with urgency and her expression fraught with anxiety. Chapter 9, A Heart Concerned for a Decade. Slow down. Do not be agitated. Our son is fine. Yan and Chun Mei are taking care of him. You can go over first thing in the morning, Wang father reassured his wife. "Why do you leave those two girls there?" Wang mother began to complain. "Chun Mei is our son's sister, and Yan is grown up under our watch. There's no need for formality. They're family. Should we leave a few rough men to care for the patient? Or should I, an old man, take on that duty?" All right, you have your point." Upon hearing that their son was okay and that trustworthy individuals were attending to him, Wang mother felt a sense of relief. Upon entering the room, Wang father noticed the bowl of noodles on the table and immediately devoured them, realizing he was quite hungry after the day's exertions. "Father, there is something I need to tell you. Originally, it was supposed to be our son who conveyed this to you, but given his current situation, I will take it upon myself." "What is it?" Wang father set down his bowl and lit a cigarette, savoring its comfort. "Our son plans to divorce his wife." As Wang mother spoke, tears began to flow from her eyes. Her heart ached for her son, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice on his behalf. Divorce? That boy was insistent on marrying that girl, and now, just a few years later, he wants to stir up a divorce? This is utter nonsense. What about the two granddaughters? Wang father's anger flared, thankful that Wang Yu was absent. Otherwise, he would have been met with a beating. "I, too, support our son's decision to divorce." Wang mother's tone was resolute, causing Wang father to be taken aback. "Wife, how can you be so foolish? Divorce is a significant matter. Do not indulge him further." I said not to be angry. If you were in the know, you would undoubtedly agree that our son should divorce." Wang mother sat across from her husband, pouring him a bowl of water. "Is there anything else you haven't told me?" Wang father inquired as he accepted the bowl. "Kiki and Xiaobao are not our son's daughters. Look, here is the paternity test report he handed to me when he left." Wang mother said as she retrieved the report her son had given her. Wang father took the report. Although he could not comprehend the data, he recognized the phrase, "no blood relation." He noticed another document, which bore the same words. How dare the Chun family go this far? Wang father was first struck with disbelief, then fell into silence, before suddenly slamming his hand on the table, his fury rising like a tempest. Having encountered Chen Chushing a few times, Wang father had always harbored a disdain for this in-law. If not for the sake of his son and daughter-in-law, his temper would have compelled him to confront him long ago. Now, witnessing their son being bullied, Wang father was not contemplating divorce. Rather, he was inclined to mobilize and confront the Chun family with force. Enough. You still think it's your youth. Where you could resolve matters with your fists, Wang mother shot her husband a resigned glance. This matter cannot simply be dismissed. Wang father still sought an explanation. Let them divorce first, and then we shall see what our son has to say. After all, he is 30 now. It's not our place to make decisions for him. Indeed, if that boy acts cowardly, I shall no longer acknowledge him as my son. Wang father huffed, leaving those words hanging as he turned to walk back to the village. After all, 2 young ladies were still at the hospital attending to their son, and he needed to express his gratitude to them. In the hospital, Chunmei grasped Yan's hand, and the 2 girls were whispering about something. Yan's cheeks flushed red, while Chunmei wore a mischievous smile. Xiaoya, do you still have feelings for my brother? Yes. Yan turned her head, unable to meet Chunmei's gaze. Oh dear, you're already 25 this year, and my brother has been married for many years now, with 2 children. You can't keep dragging this on indefinitely. Chunmei had long been aware of her dear friend's enduring affection for her cousin. However, given the current situation, she felt compelled to intervene. She couldn't bear to see her best friend remain single forever. Was she to assist her in becoming a mistress, entangled in a complex relationship with her own brother? Chunmei, my life was saved by Yugo. I will never marry anyone but him. When Yan was 16 and Wang Yu was 21, he was home during summer vacation. Chunmei, his younger sister, had begged him to take her to the back mountain, and Yan looked on eagerly, unable to resist the pleading eyes of the 2 girls. Wang Yu took them to the river to catch fish. The events that followed were not particularly convoluted. Yan, engrossed in her fun, accidentally fell into the water. At that time, Chunmei was only 16 and incapable of rescuing her. She could only wish to join her in the water for a fleeting moment. Wang Yu, without hesitation, jumped into the river and successfully brought Yan back to the shore. However, given the circumstances of the rescue, Wang Yu had not thought much of it. In the water, he had touched the girl in ways that were perhaps inappropriate. Upon reaching the shore, his simple mind did not perceive anything amiss, but from that moment on, Yan's heart became irrevocably attached to him. Over the years, whenever she reminisced about being rescued by Wang Yu, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Each time Wang Yu returned home for vacation, Yan would implore Chunmei to take her to find him, dreaming of confessing her feelings when she was older. Waiting from the age of 16 to 18, Yan blossomed into a young woman, her youthful emotions now impossible to suppress. She eagerly awaited Wang Yu's return to the village, counting the days with bated breath. Yet that year, Wang Yu brought back a girl from the city, their sweet affection shattering Yan's heart into pieces. Later, she heard news of Wang Yu's marriage, his acquisition of a home in the city, and the arrival of 2 daughters. From that moment, Yan fell into a deep melancholy, and no amount of Chunmei's encouragement could alleviate her sorrow. She refused any introductions her family suggested, allowing the years to drag on in desolation. Today, upon seeing Wang Yu, Yan restrained herself, maintaining a distance and refraining from approaching him. However, when Wang Yu collapsed, blood streaming from his head, her moral scruples dissipated. Had it not been for Chunmei's quick reflexes, Yan might have rushed to embrace Wang Yu. Unbeknownst to the unconscious Wang Yu, the little girl he had saved years ago still harbored secret desires for him. Yan, please don't do this. It pains me to see you like this. Chunmei, please don't persuade me. I truly adore you, Go. Genuinely so. I have resolved never to marry in this lifetime. Yan's demeanor was calm, yet the melancholy in her eyes weighed heavily on Chunmei's heart. As she gently wiped the blood from Wang Yu's forehead with a towel, Yan felt an immense sense of fulfillment. This was the closest she had been to Wang Yu in many years, and she cherished this night, treasuring every fleeting second. Having experienced such a moment in her life was enough for her, gazing at Wang Yu's still handsome visage. The memory of that sunny boy from years past resurfaced in her heart. Chunmei, observing her dear friend, felt at a loss and sighed, sensing that fate had cruelly ensnared her beloved companion in this predicament. Around 10 o'clock that evening, Wang Yu awakened groggily, his eyes meeting a pair filled with affection. Before he could examine them further, their owner turned away. Not wanting to reveal her emotions, Yan nudged the drowsy Chunmei, saying, "Chunmei, Yuga is awake. I will go fetch something to eat. Please look after him for a moment." With that, she hurriedly exited the room, leaning against the hospital wall as a flurry of thoughts filled her mind. Did Yuga notice me gazing at him? Does he think I am not a good woman? Might he despise me? Will he ignore me? As these thoughts swirled, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Are you all right?" inquired a passing nurse, noticing Yan's tears. I'm fine. Yan quickly wiped her eyes upon being seen, crying, and hastened to leave. The nurse, assuming she was a family member concerned about a patient's condition, did not press further. "Brother, how are you? Is your head still hurting?" Chunmei gently helped Wang Yu sit up, tenderly touching his forehead as she inquired softly. Chapter 10. Heavenly Blessings. It's nothing. It doesn't hurt anymore. Observing his cousin, Wang Yu felt a surge of happiness within. He realized he still had numerous relatives, and his traitorous wife seemed less significant in his heart. Who just ran out? It was Yan. Uncle asked us to take care of you here. Yan, you say? Wang Yu recalled the gentle girl who always quietly followed him in the past. She went out to buy some late-night snacks. Brother, your head is truly hard. Such a massive rock fell on it and only broke the skin. Are you wishing for your brother to be turned into a fool? No. I just feel your head is tough. Chunmei stuck out her tongue, a bit embarrassed. At that moment, a nurse entered the room. Upon noticing Wang Yu had awakened, she promptly summoned the on-duty doctor. The doctor arrived and, after a thorough examination, expressed astonishment at Wang Yu's remarkable recovery. When he arrived, there had been so much blood on his head that he had anticipated at least a concussion. After the examination, he discovered it was merely a superficial injury and thought that with such a heavy stone striking his head, it would take until the next day for him to regain consciousness. Yet, here he was, awake after just a few hours. After the examination revealed that aside from those few wounds on his head, Wang Yu was entirely normal without any lingering effects from the impact. The doctor marveled at the resilience of youth. After giving a few words of advice and prescribing 2 bottles of anti-inflammatory medication, he took his leave. The nurse went out to fetch the medication and soon returned to administer and forward to Wang Yu. You're fine now. Just a while ago, your wife was crying outside. When she comes back, talk to her so she doesn't worry. After the injection, the nurse's inexplicable comment left both Wang Yu and Chunmei at a loss for words. Yan had been the one to step out, and she was crying at the door. Was she frightened by his injury? Brother, should we call sister-in-law? Chunmei quickly changed the subject, not wanting Wang Yu to dwell on it. At that moment, Yan returned, having just reached the doorway of the ward. No need. I'm preparing for a divorce. You no longer have a sister-in-law. With both parents aware, Wang Yu felt no need to conceal the truth from his cousin. Divorce? Why, brother? Everything was fine. Why would you get a divorce? Chunmei was at a loss, uncertain whether to be happy or angry. Why ask so much? In a couple of days, I'll go get the divorce certificate. Wang Yu did not wish to reveal to his cousin the matter of his wife's infidelity. All right, if you say so, but since you're getting a divorce, let me introduce you to a girlfriend. Chunmei felt it was a rare opportunity and was eager to assist her friend. You aren't even married yet. What are you introducing me for? Wang Yu interrupted his cousin directly. I'm already engaged, just a few months until the wedding. Besides, brother, you're only 30. Isn't it normal to find someone new after a divorce? We haven't even gotten the divorce certificate yet. Let us discuss it later. At that moment, Yan, who had been eavesdropping, pushed the door open, pretending she hadn't heard anything, and approached with a bag of food. Yan, did you know? My brother is getting a divorce. He's actually getting divorced. Chunmei exclaimed, pulling Yan's hand in excitement. Initially, Yan appeared quite composed, yet now she was visibly flustered, her expression brimming with excitement as she set down her bag, a charming smile gracing her face. Wang Yu observed the 2 young ladies and could not help but feel perplexed by their unusual exuberance. Having just gone through a divorce, their joy seemed akin to a festive celebration. Had he been struck on the head, or were they the ones who had endured a blow? I say, Is it really necessary for you both to be this jubilant over my divorce? He inquired. Of course, why wouldn't we be happy? Chunmei replied, only to be subtly tugged at the hem by Yan, who recognized that her behavior was somewhat out of the ordinary. Brother, I've never liked that sister-in-law of yours. She rarely returns home and shows little concern for uncle and auntie. Such a woman is hardly fit for a life together. So naturally, I am delighted about your divorce. Wang Yu found himself at a loss for words, as his cousin's remarks stirred memories of his own unfilial actions. In retrospect, he began to realize that perhaps his divorce was indeed a cause for celebration. Yuga, you should have something to eat, Yan suggested, as she began to unpack the contents of her bag. A generous bowl of chicken soup, several baked cakes, and 4 dishes of stir-fried vegetables lay before Wang Yu, instantly igniting his appetite. Brother, I'm hungry too. I want to eat, Chunmei chimed in, joining Yan at the small table. Come, let's all dine together. There is plenty for the 3 of us. The trio gathered around, enjoying their meal. After dining, Chunmei and Yan stepped out to dispose of the trash, taking the opportunity to address some personal matters. Left alone in the hospital room, Wang Yu found himself bored, scrolling through his phone when a peculiar vision crossed his mind. Auxiliary, celestial artifact, recognition complete. This artifact has been bestowed by the heavenly court to the earthly land and mountain gods as the latest auxiliary system. No cultivation involved, merely an introduction to the system's origins. It facilitates the user in bestowing blessings upon mortals. The more blessings granted, the greater the rewards. Additionally, one can accumulate merit points. Upon reaching a certain threshold of merit, ascension to the celestial realm becomes possible. The system is currently assessing, issuing suitable skills based on the experience of the bound user. Non-biological parent-child relations, a life of regret in old age. Divine ability to bestow children, gender selectable, issued successfully. The world is fraught with peril. Women experience profound loneliness and self-defense for men, issued successfully. Maintaining peace in the mortal realm, caring for women's health, mastery of all gynecological practices, gynecological sage, issued successfully. Current merit points, 0, produced by the 7th foundry of the heavenly court, a century of guarantee, a millennium of warranty. Astonished, Wang Yu was left bewildered. Had he been struck senseless by the mountain god? As he reflected, he recalled that just before losing consciousness, a voice had mentioned a destination for him, requesting a golden boy to take his place. He also seemed to remember glimpsing a talisman of fortune from the heavenly officials. Could it be that the mountain god had reached full merit and ascended to the celestial realm, coincidentally encountering villagers needing assistance with a move while he stood in the golden boy's stead? Had the mountain god mistakenly regarded him as the golden boy, passing down the legacy to him? What did this make him? A prospective deity, the new generation of mountain god. Lost in thought, Wang Yu failed to notice the return of the 2 young ladies. Chunmei was startled to see her cousin sitting on the bed, his eyes vacant. Could it be that he had truly encountered a serious issue? At that moment, as Wang Yu waved his hand before his cousin, he felt something approaching him and instinctively attempted to swat away. In doing so, he realized that he had inadvertently mastered a myriad of techniques. Without conscious thought, he transformed his palm, strike into a fist, striking Chunmei's wrist. He then grasped her wrist, preparing to twist it upwards, when a pained cry from Chunmei pierced his ears. In an instant, he comprehended the situation. Observing Chunmei clutching her wrist, her large eyes glaring at him with indignation, Wang Yu could not refrain from exclaiming, Wing Chun. IP man infuriated, Chunmei snatched a pillow, ready to confront Wang Yu, only to be intercepted by Yan. Chunmei, Yu is still injured. She protested. You always favor him. With the pillow wrested from her grasp, Chunmei sulked in a chair, flexing her wrist. Cousin, I apologize. I was just contemplating a scene from It Man. And when your hand came into my vicinity, I could not resist the urge to try it out, Wang Yu said, sheepishly. If you had been thinking of a scene from Killzone, would you have knocked me out entirely? No, let me show you. With that, Wang Yu took hold of Chunmei's wrist again. Having confirmed that he indeed possessed knowledge of self-defense techniques, he was eager to explore the remaining skills of gynecology and obstetrics. However, considering the 2 young ladies before him, neither skill seemed appropriate for them. Thus, he decided to first experiment with the art of gynecology. Chapter 11. Wang Yu the Gynecological Virtuoso. As Wang Yu's hand gently made contact with Chunmei's wrist, an immediate understanding of her physical condition flooded his mind. Overall, she appeared to be in good health, albeit with a slight gynecological inflammation and some irregularities in her menstrual cycle. Upon considering the treatment methods, he realized there were indeed several techniques that could remedy her ailments without the need for medication. "Dear cousin, have you been feeling unwell lately?" he inquired. "Well, I have been feeling a bit off." "How did you know?" Chunmei responded, intrigued. "I've studied a bit of traditional Chinese medicine over the years, and I could discern your condition by merely feeling your pulse," Wang Yu explained. Chunmei, trusting her cousin, asked nervously, "Is it serious? Am I suffering from a grave illness?" "Not at all. Why would you think that? It's merely a bit of inflammation caused by irregularities in your cycle," he reassured her. "Should we see a doctor and perhaps get some medication?" Chunmei expressed her concern. "There's no need for that. I possess a set of techniques that can effectively treat your minor issue without any medication. I'll have you feeling better in no time," he confidently replied. "Are you certain? You're not just pulling my leg, are you?" Chunmei questioned, her initial trust wavering slightly. "When have I ever deceived you? Just give it a try, and you'll see," he urged. "All right, I'll trust you this once. But if it doesn't work, you'll have to face the consequences," she warned, contemplating that her cousin's logic was sound enough to warrant a trial. "Lie down here," he instructed. The treatment was straightforward, gentle abdominal massage, requiring specific pressure and technique. Wang Yu, feeling nervous as it was his first attempt, decided it best for Chunmei to lie flat. Yan stood nearby, her eyes filled with admiration for Wang Yu. She had no doubts about his claims and believed everything he said. To her, Wang Yu was already exceptional, and the knowledge that he also possessed medical skills filled her with an inexplicable joy. Chunmei obediently reclined on the examination bed. Wang Yu, momentarily hesitant as he stood by the bed, felt a twinge of embarrassment despite their familial bond, especially given the thin attire of summer. He grabbed a towel and placed it over Chunmei's abdomen, calming his nerves. Extending his right hand, he began with gentle pressure, gradually increasing his strength, alternating between firm and soft kneading. Chunmei felt warmth radiating from her abdomen, and her fatigue seemed to dissipate as if her discomfort had vanished entirely. After approximately 10 minutes, Wang Yu paused. Although separated by a towel, the softness of his touch weighed heavily on his conscience. "That was truly remarkable," Chunmei remarked, moving her body and feeling an unprecedented sense of well-being. "Of course, when have I ever deceived you?" Wang Yu replied, pleased with the efficacy of his gynecological prowess. "Yan, weren't you feeling unwell a few days ago? The hospital couldn't find anything wrong, right? Let my brother take a look at you," Chunmei suggested. "Perhaps that isn't necessary. I'm feeling quite fine," Yan shyly replied. "Fine? No need to be modest. Let my brother examine you. He won't charge you anything," Chunmei insisted, pulling Yan's hand and guiding it towards Wang Yu. Wang Yu, undeterred, was eager to further explore the extent of his skills as a gynecological virtuoso. "Certainly, I will show this to Yan." With that, he began to gently check Yan's pulse, though it was merely a charade. As a master in gynecology, he could discern a woman's physical condition and ailments with just a touch. However, to diagnose this way seemed rather extraordinary. The traditional pulse examination was more ingrained in people's minds, and no one would think twice about it. As Wang Yu lightly rested his fingers on Yan's wrist, the warmth sent a jolt of nervousness through her. Wang Yu, however, felt nothing amiss. His mind was preoccupied with Yan's health condition. Compared to Chunmei, there was a significant disparity. Her lungs exhibited some issues. He contemplated the treatment, which posed some difficulty, yet he believed he could manage it. However, what perplexed him was the matter of her palpitations. Was it a result of excessive worry and emotional turmoil that led to periodic heart pain? Upon reviewing the treatment methods, he found himself utterly bewildered. The heart's ailments required a remedy for the heart, addressing the patient's thoughts and concerns, supplemented with medicinal cuisine and massage techniques for effective healing. He was well-versed in the ingredients and cooking techniques for medicinal dishes, and the massage techniques were also within his capabilities. Yet, how could he approach her emotional burdens? "Yan, your health seems to be a bit concerning," he remarked. Wang Yu decided to first attempt the medicinal cuisine and massage, postponing the matter of her emotional distress for the time being. Is it serious, brother? Chunmei asked, her anxiety surpassing even Yan's. Do not worry, it is treatable. Wang Yu reassured her, swiftly retrieving his phone to send Chunmei the necessary herbs for the medicinal dish, along with precise instructions on timing and cooking. Just have her drink a bowl each night for a month. It's that simple. As Chunmei read the information on the phone, she felt it hardly resembled a treatment for a grave illness. It also requires some massage techniques. What are we waiting for? Hurry and treat Yan. I will check the pharmacy for these herbs. With that, Chunmei dashed out in haste. In the ward, Wang Yu felt awkward as he regarded Yan. The massage techniques he employed greatly differed from Chunmei's, as certain acupressure points were rather sensitive. At this moment, he appeared even more bashful than Yan. Had he not known about Wang Yu's impending divorce, Yan might have hesitated to let him massage her. Yet now, emboldened by that knowledge, she was eager for any opportunity to be closer to him. Thank you for helping me with my health. How can I assist you? Yan said, her demeanor poised and graceful. Wang Yu realized he had been overthinking. After all, he was merely here to heal, and in a doctor's eyes, the patient was all that mattered. Please lie down. I will perform a massage, he instructed. Yan obediently reclined on the hospital bed, though her slightly trembling body betrayed her excitement. Wang Yu observed that her attire was quite conservative, revealing little flesh, yet her curves tested his self-control. Taking a deep breath, he decided to begin at her shoulders. Whoever said a doctor only saw the patient was mistaken. Wang Yu found this notion difficult to uphold. After a half hour of gradually refining his technique, he still felt immense pressure in this close proximity to Yan. At last, this ordeal has come to an end. Wang Yu was nearly exhausted to the point of collapse. All right, Yuan, do you feel any better? Wang Yu turned his head away, unable to meet Yuan's gaze, for his sweat-drenched clothes clung tightly to his body. He dared not look, dared not think, only wishing to depart swiftly. Much better, Yuan replied. Although she was quite bashful, she was acutely aware of her feelings. The bliss she felt from Wang Yu's massage far outweighed her shyness, rendering her considerably calmer than Wang Yu at that moment. What are you two doing? Suddenly, Chunmei burst through the door, her eyes scanning the room and landing on the two individuals, both of whom were soaked in perspiration, stirring within her some peculiar thoughts. Nothing much, just finished a massage. Wang Yu replied. You both seem to have sweated quite a bit. Is that so? I'm rather fatigued, he added. And why is Yuan sweating so much? Chunmei inquired. I'm also quite tired, Yuan admitted. All right then. It appears you both are quite drained. Knowing that her cousin was on the verge of divorce, Chunmei pondered whether Yuan had begun to pursue him. Surely, something transpired in the room that she was unaware of. Chapter 12. In the early morning, Wang Yu discreetly slipped away. Yuan pulled Chunmei aside, noticing the medicine in her hand, which she understood was meant for her. Without hesitation, she consumed it. Chunmei, me perfectly fine. You two should go find a room to rest, she suggested. Oh, all right, Chunmei replied, her mind brimming with questions for Yuan. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it was rather inconvenient for Yuan to remain there. Thus, she reluctantly took her leave with her dear friend. Having slept for half the night, Wang Yu found himself wide awake, lying in bed until just past 5 in the morning, unable to doze off. His reactions were somewhat sluggish, yet he was far from foolish. He had come to a clear understanding of Yuan's feelings towards him. It would be utterly implausible to claim he was devoid of thoughts regarding her. The massage from yesterday lingered in his mind, and he recalled how soft she felt beneath his hands. These thoughts were rather inappropriate, yet undeniably pleasant. However, the more he dwelled on it, the tighter his trousers became. Cursing himself, he hurried to the bathroom, splashing cold water over himself to quell the rising heat. Deciding it would be best to make his escape, Wang Yu felt that if Yuan sought him out today for treatment or massage, he could not guarantee his self-control. It was best not to test a man's resolve with the allure of beauty. The wisdom of the ancients rang painfully true. Upon leaving the town hospital, Wang Yu took a taxi home, his heart racing with trepidation. He had sent Chunmei a message earlier, claiming work obligations required his early departure, and requested her assistance with his discharge procedures, hoping to slip away unnoticed. He genuinely feared that Chun Mei might arrive at the hospital gate the moment she received his message. As he approached home, he noted that the two girls were likely still asleep, given that it was not yet 6 o'clock and they had left quite late the previous night. Upon arriving, he hesitated at the entrance, calling out loudly to the courtyard, "Mom, I have work to attend to. I must leave now. I'll return in a few days." His mother's voice echoed from within, though he could not discern a response. Without lingering, he hopped into his car and sped off. As he drove back, Wang Yu's thoughts swirled chaotically. Just yesterday, he had perceived his life as shrouded in gloom, but now, regarding his marital issues, he found that apart from feelings of disgust, no negative emotions arose. To navigate life effectively, one must embrace a hint of optimism. After all, the online community often displayed a commendable openness. Why should he remain ensnared in despair? Having divorced, he resolved to contemplate how to pursue the enchanting young woman. Yet, reflecting on their limited interactions, he recognized the considerable challenge ahead. Just the day before, he may have lacked confidence, but after the divine intervention of the mountain god, he now brimmed with assurance. With this realization, Wang Yu was curious to assess the merit points he had garnered from treating his sister in Yuan. Opening the panel, he was pleasantly surprised. Chun Mei had contributed 1 merit point. Though modest, it was commendable given her mild ailment. Yet, Yuan's contribution was substantial, awarding him a remarkable 10 points, indicating the efficacy of his massage. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 11 merit points, entitling you to a reward draw. Initially, Wang Yu was merely browsing, but upon discovering the opportunity for a lottery, his anticipation surged as he recalled the 3 rewards he possessed. Upon clicking the lottery, the interface presented him with a straightforward message. A copy of the Bone Alignment Sutra materialized before him. He clicked to claim it, and akin to the process of Wing Chun, a wave of information surged into his consciousness. Subsequently, he gained a profound understanding of the Bone Alignment Sutra. After comprehending its contents, Wang Yu felt as if the bones of the human body were akin to toys in his hands. The text meticulously detailed the characteristics and functions of various bones, along with the techniques required for their assembly and disassembly. In essence, after mastering the Bone Alignment Sutra, Wang Yu felt equipped to tackle orthopedic ailments with ease. In a moment of joy, Wang Yu received a call from Chun Mei. Upon glancing at the screen, he abruptly hung up, responding with a brief note that he was driving, then tossed his phone aside. "My brother actually hung up on me. It's infuriating," Chun Mei thought. "But it's all right. Things have improved significantly compared to before. I can finally pursue Brother Yu." Yuan, on the other hand, did not feel disheartened by Wang Yu's sudden departure. After all, she had endured far more despair over the years, and this incident could not stifle the suppressed affection she harbored. Upon returning to the community, Wang Yu contemplated going downstairs for a look. However, realizing that he was set to finalize his divorce the following day, he opted to refrain from seeking discomfort. He decided to resolve his personal matters first before pursuing the girl he had long admired. Little did Wang Yu know that had he chosen to knock on the door earlier, he would have spotted the girl of his dreams busily packing, seemingly preparing for a journey. If he waited until tomorrow, he would likely miss the opportunity entirely. After roaming around the house and finding it lacking in intrigue, Wang Yu resolved to seek a hospital to address the issues plaguing his head, having been so preoccupied with escaping that he had neglected the bandages tightly wrapped around it. Arriving at a nearby private hospital, he looked up to see the sign for Maria Gynecology Hospital and hesitated momentarily. As a man, it feels somewhat inappropriate to visit a gynecology clinic. Perhaps I should find another place. Before he could leave, an ambulance screeched to a halt beside him, the acrid scent of rubber and asphalt filling the air. The rear doors swung open, and a robust male nurse leaped out, followed by a stretcher bearing a small boy. The child lay unconscious, blood staining his head and body. Trailing behind the stretcher was a woman, weeping inconsolably. She appeared to be of noble stature, with fair skin and an elegant figure, though her tear-streaked face obscured any semblance of beauty. Just as Wang Yu was about to depart, he recalled the injured boy, who looked to have sustained severe injuries, likely multiple fractures from heavy impact. If he could successfully treat the child, his merit would undoubtedly soar. Thus, he followed into the emergency room, where the doctors and nurses noticing the bandage on Wang Yu's head, mistakenly assumed he was another patient in need of urgent care. And no one ushered him away. All attention was focused on the little boy within. When he was first brought in, his condition was perilously critical. Had help not arrived promptly, he might have succumbed to excessive blood loss. Although he had been stabilized, his prognosis remained grim. The boy suffered from multiple comminuted fractures throughout his body, with his leg shattered, the broken ends protruding grotesquely from the flesh, revealing stark white bone. "How's my son?" A middle-aged man, whose complexion was notably fair, rushed into the emergency room's hall. His anxious, intense voice momentarily brought some semblance of rationality to the distraught woman seated nearby, who seemed on the verge of emotional collapse. "Xiao Jie was hit by a car and is still in surgery." "Oh, dear husband, I failed to take care of Xiao Jie." "Zhu Yan, do not weep. Xiao Jie will be all right," the man reassured, though he too was overwhelmed with distress, compelled to comfort his wife in her moment of despair. "Who's the child's family?" A middle-aged doctor, slightly portly and sporting a receding hairline, approached, wearing a mask. "I'm a child's father." "Doctor, how's my son?" "The child's condition is critical. He requires an immediate amputation surgery, or he may be in grave danger," the doctor replied. "What? Amputation?" the man murmured in disbelief. At that moment, Zhu Yan, who had been walking nearby, collapsed to the ground upon hearing the news. Chapter 13. The Return of the Boy from the Past. A persistent sense of justice upon hearing this. Wang Yu was taken aback. Could it be this serious? The little boy had seemed rather endearing just moments ago, and the thought that such a young child might lose his legs weighed heavily on Wang Yu's heart. Driven by an innate sense of justice, he momentarily set aside his original intention of accumulating merit and focused solely on saving the child. Observing that Zhu Yan and her husband appeared to be in their 40s, it was likely that this boy was their youngest son. If the child were indeed to undergo amputation, the family would be engulfed in sorrow for years to come. Seeing Zhu Yan collapsed on the ground, Wang Yu rushed over. The moment his hands made contact with her, a rush of information regarding her condition flooded his mind. Shock induced by overwhelming grief, potential treatments, multiple miscarriages leading to infertility, possible remedies, a frail body with multiple organs beginning to fail, therapeutic options. The severity of Zhu Yan's condition startled Wang Yu. If her son were to lose his legs, he might not survive for long either. This child must be saved. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Without hesitation, Wang Yu pressed a few points on Zhu Yan's temples and vigorously stimulated several acupressure points on her back to activate her immune system. Gradually, Zhu Yan began to regain consciousness. As she prepared to push Wang Yu away, her husband noticed his adeptness and swift actions, clearly diagnosing his wife, and retracted his outstretched hand. However, upon seeing the bandage on Wang Yu's head, a nagging doubt crept in about his reliability. "What are you doing?" Mediterranean questioned, observing Wang Yu's intrusion into his territory, still tending to Zhu Yan. Wang Yu remained silent, for at that moment, Zhu Yan had fully awakened. After assisting her to sit up and handing her over to her husband, Wang Yu addressed him. "I can treat your child's injuries. Not only can I prevent amputation, but I can also ensure he recovers fully and grows up as healthy as any other child." "Mr. Tang, don't listen to this kid's nonsense," Mediterranean interjected, fully aware of Zhu Yan's husband's identity and eager to intervene. "Han Yuan, this young man can save Xiao Jie. Let him treat him." Zhu Yan, having lost all rationality, clung to Wang Yu's words as a lifeline, devoid of any skepticism. "Young man, you're not deceiving me, are you? You can truly save my son's legs?" At this moment, Tang Honyuan was no longer composed. Though he harbored doubts about Wang Yu's claims, the stakes were incredibly high, and he found himself clinging to a glimmer of hope. What if this young man was indeed capable of healing? This mindset mirrored that of many terminally ill patients. Despite being acutely aware of their dire conditions, they still wishfully entertained the notion of miraculous cures or alternative remedies. Clinging to hope, Tang Honyuan shared this sentiment. "Mr. Tang, I assure you I can restore his health, and you may remain by his side to observe. If at any point you feel my treatment is inadequate, you may intervene directly." Wang Yu possesses a profound understanding of the sentiments harbored by the parents of the child, devoid of any pretentiousness. and he is willing to allow them to observe his treatment. Very well, I shall treat your child immediately. If you are indeed able to restore my son, I, Tang Hongyuan, shall owe you a debt of life. Wang Yu, however, is indifferent to such a promise. His genuine intention is to save the child, and even if he receives nothing in return, he would still proceed with the treatment. That is unacceptable. This is a hospital, and you are not a physician here. I cannot permit you to attend to the injured within our premises, the Mediterranean man interjected, disregarding Tang Hongyuan's status. Despite his skepticism regarding Wang Yu's youth and ability to save the child's leg, he could not allow an outsider to act freely within his domain. The efficacy of the treatment was secondary. If Wang Yu were to enter the emergency room today, it would reflect poorly on him, tarnishing his reputation. What are you trying to achieve? If he is not your son, why should you care? I am speaking with the child's father. This is none of your concern. Observing the agitated Mediterranean, Wang Yu felt a surge of irritation. Nonsense. I am concerned that you may fail to treat him properly, delaying the surgery, which could endanger the child's life. Indeed, our Dr. Wang is a renowned surgical expert within the province. If he cannot ensure the preservation of the injured legs, what hope do you, an unknown outsider, have? A young nurse, her face adorned with acne, stood beside Dr. Wang and accused Wang Yu, casting a furtive glance at the Mediterranean man. I may lack a medical license, but my bone-setting technique is fully capable of saving your child. If you place your trust in me, I can guarantee the preservation of his legs within half an hour, Wang Yu countered, unable to refute the young nurse's claims. It appeared that the Mediterranean man was indeed a well-known surgical expert, leaving Wang Yu uncertain whether the couple would permit him to treat their son. As the argument unfolded, Tang Hongyuan regained his composure. He was familiar with the Mediterranean man, who, despite the hospital's gynecological designation, was a private establishment with a strong profit motive. The hospital boasted a comprehensive array of departments, employing renowned specialists, albeit at exorbitant prices that ordinary individuals could scarcely afford. Thus, while it was perceived as a typical gynecological hospital by the common folk, the affluent in the city were well aware that it was the finest medical institution, frequented by those seeking care. Dr. Wang, I am aware of your esteemed reputation. May I inquire if there is absolutely no hope for my son's legs? Tang Hongyuan's tone was heavy with despair. Mr. Tang, I have practiced medicine for over 30 years, performing countless surgeries. There are many doctors capable of preserving your son's life in this situation. However, there is not a single one who can guarantee the preservation of his legs. Not even the experts from the Kyoto Medical Institute. The Mediterranean man asserted confidently in his medical prowess. Wang Yu's expression darkened as he realized that the child's father was reluctant to allow him to proceed with the treatment. Husband. At this moment, Zhu Yan gazed at her husband, awaiting his decision. My rational mind advises me against trusting you, yet my son's condition compels me to consider placing my faith in you. You must ponder this carefully. If you deceive me, the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Wang Yu, unfazed by Tang Hongyuan's threats, reflected that he too would be skeptical of a mere passerby lacking even a medical license in such a situation. Rest assured, Mr. Tang, you will find solace in your choice. Observing Wang Yu's confidence, Tang Hongyuan resolved firmly. Dr. Wang, I kindly request that you make the necessary arrangements. Regardless of whether my son can be healed, I am prepared to pay a fee of 1 million. Initially inclined to refuse, the Mediterranean man fell silent upon hearing that he could secure 1 million simply by consenting. The young nurse beside him gazed incredulously at Tang Hongyuan. While it was not uncommon for their hospital to incur expenses exceeding 1 million, it was indeed the first time they had encountered someone willing to offer such a sum for the treatment of a patient by an outsider. Chapter 14. The healing process is indeed challenging. Wealth facilitates action, as Tang Hongyuan confidently pledged 1 million, and the Mediterranean promptly began to make arrangements. Upon entering the emergency room, Wang Yu beheld the child, stripped of clothing, lying stark upon the operating table. The bleeding had ceased, yet the fluctuating numbers on the adjacent monitor indicated the child's condition was perilously unstable. Witnessing his son in such a state, even the weather Tang Hongyuan could not restrain his tears. His wife, Zhu Yan, was not permitted entry. He feared that her sight of their son's tragic condition would cause her to faint once more. Please provide me with a pair of gloves, preferably thin, Wang Yu requested as he approached the child. He gently caressed the boy's head, regrettably noting the absence of any signs indicating his physical state. At Wang's signal, a young nurse delivered a pair of surgical gloves. Once clad, he began to meticulously examine the child's body, leaving no area untouched. After thoroughly inspecting all 200 bones, Wang Yu acquired a comprehensive understanding of the child's injuries. Mr. Tang, the child has 8 fractured ribs, a broken left arm, a cracked scapula, spiral fractures below both legs, and multiple dislocated bones. Wang Yu succinctly summarized the situation. The Mediterranean, taken aback, was astonished. After taking over 10 X-rays, he had only just begun to grasp the child's condition, while this man had deduced it all through mere touch. Thank you. Tang Honyuan attempted to express his gratitude, but ultimately could only utter a few words. Given the severity of the child's condition, threats or pleas seemed futile. Wang Yu nodded, turning to commence treatment. Armed with the essence of bone-setting mastery, he faced the child's injuries with unwavering confidence. He began with the ribs, given their proximity to vital organs, fearing that prolonged neglect could lead to further complications. With dexterous hands, he kneaded and pressed, applying swift techniques that gradually restored the contoured form of the child's body. The entire process flowed seamlessly, leaving the onlookers in awe. In less than 3 minutes, the fractured ribs were perfectly realigned under Wang Yu's skillful ministrations. At this juncture, the Mediterranean recognized Wang Yu's extraordinary abilities, utilizing a device to monitor the child's recovery. Observing the instrument display the successfully aligned ribs, the Mediterranean's eyes widened in astonishment, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. After remedying the ribs, Wang Yu proceeded to rectify the dislocated bones, which posed little challenge to his expertise. With these completed, he turned his attention to the scapula, a bone of considerable complexity due to its large yet delicate structure, presenting a high potential for complications during realignment. However, to Wang Yu, this was merely another hurdle. Through deft manipulation, he not only initially healed the scapula, but also tended to the injured arm. Next came the most daunting task, the legs. As he gazed upon the exposed fragments of bone, Wang Yu felt a pang of sorrow. The suffering this child had endured was indeed profound. Though both legs were afflicted with spiral comminuted fractures, a distinction could still be made regarding their severity. Wang Yu first realigned the protruding bone of the right leg, his fingers delicately probing the scattered bone fragments within. At the fracture site, he meticulously tapped several hundred times, and in his mind, he accounted for over 30 fragments. Under normal medical circumstances, amputation would be inevitable, as no one could reassemble such numerous fragments within the body. Even if alignment were achieved, the likelihood of them healing together was slim. Yet, Wang Yu was determined to succeed. He silently assigned numbers to the 30-plus fragments and commenced the first repositioning. The task was arduous, and Wang Yu exerted tremendous effort, as maneuvering such small fragments amidst flesh was inherently challenging. Soon, beads of sweat began to form on his brow, prompting the Mediterranean to signal a nearby nurse for assistance. At that moment, he recognized that this young man truly had the potential to save the child's legs, an extraordinary medical miracle. Wang Yu felt he could not afford even a moment's pause, as he needed to align all 30 fragments in one continuous effort. A prolonged interruption could lead to redispersal due to muscular movement. Tang Honyuan felt a surge of gratitude for his decision. Indeed, this young man possessed remarkable abilities. Although he lacked medical expertise, the shift in demeanor of the Mediterranean and the accompanying nurse indicated a significant hope for his son's legs. After approximately 20 minutes, Wang Yu finally aligned the last fragment, exhaling deeply, utterly fatigued. The intensity of his focus had drained him completely. Quickly apply the cast. This leg won't be operational for a month. Dr. Wang, now stripped of his earlier bravado, moved with the haste of a novice intern. Observing Dr. Wang's adeptness, Wang Yu felt reassured. While he may not have had the capacity to preserve the child's legs, his surgical skills were undeniably proficient, swift, and precise. Clearly indicative of an experienced hand, the title of surgical expert indeed held weight. Mr. Tang, this leg is preserved, but the other poses greater challenges. I cannot guarantee my success, but I assure you, Amputation will not be necessary. Wang Yu overestimated his own abilities. The earlier treatment had left his fingers trembling with fatigue. He lacked the confidence to undertake the treatment of the more fragmented left leg. Fear not, young man. I will not hold you accountable. You have exerted yourself to the utmost. Witnessing Wang Yu's remarkable technique, Tang Honyuan understood that this young man was genuinely committed to aiding him. His child had retained one leg, and if the other could be salvaged, even if it resulted in a limp, it was infinitely better than having no legs at all. I can assist with that, Dr. Wang interjected after applying the cast. Wang Yu turned to him, sensing potential in the offer. He instructed Dr. Wang to move the fragments closer to the fracture site for him to align, undoubtedly a significant conservation of energy. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Are you capable? Tang Honyuan inquired, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind regarding Dr. Wang's medical prowess. There should be no significant issues. Dr. Wang's medical skills are quite commendable. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Dr. Wang felt a surge of excitement. Being acknowledged by someone of a higher caliber truly delighted him. Therefore, I entrust this matter to the two of you. If a cure can be achieved, it would surely be preferable to living as a cripple. Dang Hongguin, seeing that Wang Yu was optimistic, felt a renewed sense of hope. As familiarity breeds comfort, Wang Yu's examination of the left leg progressed markedly quicker than before. It aligned closely with his expectations. There were over 50 fragments of shattered bone, making the reassembly a formidable challenge. After familiarizing themselves with the locations, Wang Yu and Dr. Wang engaged in a thorough discussion, deducing strategies based on the position and movement of the bone fragments. Naturally, most of the dialogue emanated from Wang Yu, while Dr. Wang attentively listened. After discussing each fragment, Wang Yu would inquire about Dr. Wang's confidence in the procedure. Chapter 15. A salary of 5 million awaits at our hospital. The two individuals resembled a master imparting knowledge to a disciple. As Dr. Wang listened intently to Wang Yu's explanations of various techniques and treatment methods, filled with profound admiration. While humbly seeking guidance, he also contributed his own insights judiciously. Through their exchange, Wang Yu discerned Dr. Wang's considerable expertise, rich experience, and solid foundational knowledge, which instilled in him a strong sense of confidence for the forthcoming treatment. Once the plan was finalized, Wang Yu's mental state had nearly returned to its optimal condition, and they were poised to commence the formal treatment. Under Wang Yu's guidance, Dr. Wang began to meticulously reposition the shattered bones. As the fragments reached the site of the break, Wang Yu took over to meticulously align them in their proper places. Both were exceedingly cautious, not daring to relax their focus, while a few nurses anxiously assisted them by wiping away perspiration. Time progressed steadily as fragments were reassembled piece by piece. However, when only a few fragments remained, Dr. Wang could no longer maintain his composure. His fingers involuntarily trembled, and he felt utterly drained, devoid of strength. Wang Yu cast a reassuring glance in his direction, suggesting that he take a moment to rest. Dr. Wang felt a pang of embarrassment. Despite being an expert, he found himself outmatched by the younger man's meticulous and arduous efforts, expending far more energy than he himself could muster. Yet, there was little he could do. His medical skills were lacking, and his physical condition was failing him. Wang Yu, however, was thoroughly impressed with Dr. Wang, as he had significantly aided him throughout this process. The fact that Dr. Wang had endured for such an extended period only deepened his respect. With renewed confidence, Wang Yu proceeded to seamlessly join the remaining fragments in one continuous motion. Tang Honyuan, observing Dr. Wang slumped in a chair, felt a surge of anxiety. The fate of his son's health hinged upon Wang Yu's ability to persevere. Wang Yu's hands remained steady, unfazed by the absence of Dr. Wang's assistance. His concentration sharper than ever. Each fragment aligned flawlessly under his deft touch, as he moved methodically to the next, functioning with the precision of a well-oiled machine. The sweat on his brow and the fatigue in his body seemed to have no bearing on his resolve. After several minutes, Wang Yu finally completed the final alignment of the last fragment, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. "Quick, apply the cast," he exclaimed, sinking to the floor as he gasped for breath. Dr. Wang, having regained a modicum of strength, swiftly prepared the necessary materials without hesitation to continue with the subsequent tasks. "You've saved my son's legs," Tang Honyuan asked, his heart racing with trepidation. He was unaware whether the treatment had concluded, fearful of receiving unfavorable news from Wang Yu. Yet, he could not suppress his anxiety. His restless heart needed resolution. Fortunately, the operation was a resounding success. The child's legs were perfectly aligned, ensuring that normal activities in life would remain unaffected moving forward. Wang Yu spoke, his face illuminated with joy. This treatment had become a profound spiritual cleansing for him. Observing the child in his care, saved from amputation, a deep-seated happiness surged within him. Thank you," he expressed, and upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Tang Honyuan could scarcely contain his composure, overwhelmed with emotion as he repeatedly offered his gratitude. After applying the plaster, Dr. Wang instructed the nurse to conduct a comprehensive examination of the child. Before long, the results were available, and gazing at the X-ray images revealing the flawlessly rejoined bones, Dr. Wang and the nurses felt a genuine admiration for Wang Yu. "Mr. Tang, your son has truly been healed. The X-ray shows the bone fragments have reconnected perfectly. Each shard has aligned seamlessly. In just a few months, he will be able to walk. In less than a few months, just 1 month, he will be able to walk," Wang Yu interjected. "I will prescribe a formula. If you follow it and have him drink it twice daily for a month, your child will be walking." As he spoke, Wang Yu requested paper and pen from the nurse, meticulously listing a dozen types of traditional Chinese herbs along with the preparation method, which he then handed to Tang Honyuan. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" Tang Honyuan asked solemnly upon receiving the prescription. "I am Wang Yu. Please do not refer to me as your benefactor. I have merely done my part," he replied modestly. "Oh, Dr. Wang, it appears we share the same surname." Dr. Wang, sporting a receding hairline, approached to engage in conversation with Wang Yu. Meanwhile, the nurse tended to the child, cleaning the bloodstains in preparation for transferring him to the ward. Tang Honyuan wished to converse further with Wang Yu, but, preoccupied with concern for his son, quickly expressed his thanks and followed the nurse out. "Dr. Wang, could I trouble you for a favor?" "Certainly. What does the esteemed Dr. Wang require?" "Could you please remove the bandage from my head?" At that moment, Wang Yu remembered the purpose of his visit to the hospital. The bandage was intricately wrapped, making it difficult for him to remove on his own. Not a problem. Dr. Wang assured him as he began to assist in unwrapping the bandage. Once the bandage was removed, Wang Yu felt an immediate sense of relief. Moving his head, he found himself untroubled, exchanged pleasantries with Dr. Wang, and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, he noticed Zhu Yin rushing towards him, kneeling before him. Wang Yu quickly stepped forward to help her up, as he did not wish to bear such an overwhelming gesture of gratitude. Today, Zhu Yin had traversed a tumultuous, emotional journey. The heartbreak of her son being struck by a car, the devastation upon learning of the impending amputation, and finally, the gleeful relief of knowing her son's legs had been saved. In that moment, the weight of her usual dignity fell away, and she felt compelled to kneel before Wang Yu to express her profound gratitude. As he helped Zhu Yin to her feet, Wang Yu offered gentle words of reassurance. At that moment, Tang Honyuan and several others approached. Upon seeing Wang Yu, Tang Honyuan stepped forward once more to convey his heartfelt thanks. His son was the culmination of a decade-long struggle for him and his wife, a precious child they had yearned for, only to face the brink of disability today. Such a blow would likely prove unbearable for his wife, and the thought of his son being disabled, compounded by the potential loss of his wife, threatened to shatter their family completely. Before us stands a young gentleman, who is not merely salvaging his son, but also the nearly shattered remnants of his own family. Mr. Wang, a physician of remarkable skill, is yet to disclose his esteemed hospital affiliation. A middle-aged man, impeccably attired in a suit and donning black-rimmed glasses, inquired with a smile. "Oh, forgive my manners. I am Han Cohen, the director of Maria Hospital." "Director Han, you are too modest. I am not a medical professional. The treatment I provided was merely an application of my family's traditional bone-setting techniques, hardly deserving of such accolades," Wang responded, his humility evident. "Dr. Wang, your words bring me great embarrassment," chimed in Dr. Wang, who was now showering praise upon Wang Yu. "Mr. Wang, I would like to extend an offer for you to join our hospital with an annual salary of 5 million. What do you think? It is no surprise that Director Han, as the head of a private hospital, was quick to seize the opportunity presented by a skilled practitioner. However, I lack a medical license, Wang Yu replied, feeling a strong inclination towards the offer. With his mastery of bone-setting techniques and the esteemed title of a gynecological expert, he believed practicing medicine would pose no challenge. Moreover, this incident had ignited a newfound appreciation for the profound sense of purpose that comes with healing others. If you are willing to come on board, we can surely resolve your licensing issues, Han Kuan assured him, demonstrating his considerable capability as a hospital director. Obtaining a medical license would be a trivial task for him. Very well, yet I must first attend to certain matters. Would it be agreeable for me to return in 2 days? Wang Yu contemplated the impending divorce from his wife scheduled for the following day, which would also afford him the opportunity to resign from his current employment in the afternoon. Chapter 16. A rift with the company. Brother Wang, please wait. Observing Wang Yu departing, Tang Honyuan promptly approached him. Earlier, amidst the crowd, he found it rather inappropriate to express his heartfelt gratitude. Now that the discussions with the hospital had concluded and the crowd had dispersed, he seized the moment to approach Wang Yu. Is there something you need, Mr. Tang? Wang Yu inquired with curiosity. You're being too modest, Brother Wang. You saved my son, and I have yet to properly thank you. Oh, how does Mr. Tang intend to express his gratitude? Wang Yu was not one to seek favors. He would never ask for anything in return, for his act of saving the child was not motivated by any desire for recompense. However, since Tang Honyuan had come all this way to show his appreciation, he certainly would not refuse. I am unsure of what you might like, but I am somewhat conventional in my approach. Please do not decline this 1 million. As he spoke, Tang Honyuan presented a check for 10 million. Wang Yu had sensed that Tang might be generous, especially after his extravagant promise of 1 million at the hospital. Yet he never anticipated such a substantial amount would be offered outright. His heart swelled with appreciation, though he reminded himself to maintain a balanced perspective. A gentleman appreciates wealth acquired through rightful means. With these thoughts in mind, he accepted the check without hesitation, promptly slipping it into his wallet. I graciously accept your kindness, Mr. Tang. Since you are so generous, I shall assist you at no charge. Although a bit embarrassed by the significant sum he had received, Wang Yu contemplated treating Zhu Yan's health issues as a way to repay their kindness. Oh, what assistance might that be? Tang Honyuan asked, intrigued. Actually, my specialty lies in gynecology, and I am confident that I can help with your esteemed wife's condition. Wang Yu replied, modestly downplaying his expertise. You are aware of my wife's issues? Tang Honyuan was taken aback. While supporting her earlier, I took her pulse. Your esteemed wife suffers from habitual miscarriages, which have led to infertility, an issue I can certainly resolve, Wang Yu stated with ease. Tang Honyuan was struck speechless. He had expended immense effort on his wife's health, consulting numerous renowned experts both domestically and abroad, yet to no avail over the past decade. Each pregnancy was approached with utmost caution, but the outcome remained unchanged. She would miscarry within 3 months, and hospitalization proved ineffective. It wasn't until they reached the age of 40 that, through connections, they found a physician at the Kyoto hospital who managed to sustain a pregnancy at great cost, resulting in the birth of their son. Had he heard such claims from anyone else, Tang Honyuan would have dismissed them as mere bravado. Yet, having witnessed Wang Yu's skill in saving his son, he now held an unwavering belief in his abilities. The individual before him was not one to boast. If he professed he could heal, he certainly could. Thank you, Brother Wang, Tang Honyuan replied, refraining from making any promises, as it would seem overly sentimental to offer additional compensation. I will be starting at this hospital the day after tomorrow, and I shall examine your esteemed wife then. For now, please spend time with your son. He handed over a black card with golden edges. Here is my business card. It will make it easier for you to reach me should you need anything. Wang Yu took a glance at the card, marveling at its exquisite metallic design. I don't have a business card, but I'll call you. Please jot down the number, he said, proceeding to dial the number displayed on the card. Once Tang Hongyuan's phone rang, Wang Yu promptly hung up. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon, so I shall take my leave. Brother Wang, we shall meet the day after tomorrow. With that, Wang Yu departed. Tang Hongyuan watched Wang Yu leave. then save his number into his phone before swiftly making his way back to the hospital room to share this delightful news with his wife. As Wang Yu drove to the company, a sense of joy enveloped him. Not only had he secured a position with an annual salary of $5 million, but he had also received a check for $10 million. However, that sum had already been transferred to a bank account under his mother's name, as he was still technically married and preferred to exercise caution. Now, he felt emboldened to inform his boss that he would no longer be serving him. Upon arriving at the Human Resources Department, before he could submit his resignation, the HR supervisor, Lu Ruyan, informed him that the company had terminated his employment. Confused, Wang Yu followed Lu Ruyan to complete the necessary paperwork, and to his astonishment, he received a compensation of $1 million along with a contract that prohibited him from working in the same industry for life. Gazing at the contract, he recalled the promotion he had received from the general manager yesterday, along with the unexplainable conditions surrounding it. Wang Yu quickly sensed that something was amiss. It appeared that the Chun family had taken action against him. Yet, he pondered, while they were affluent, his own company was not lacking in strength and had no reason to bow to the Chen family. Though puzzled, Wang Yu shrugged it off, considering that he had intended to resign anyway, and receiving $1 million in compensation was certainly a stroke of luck. Although the lifelong employment ban was fraught with pitfalls, it mattered little to him. With a lucrative medical career of $5 million a year awaiting him, he had no plans to linger in this industry any longer. After completing the formalities, Wang Yu was invited into General Manager Zhang's office. Observing Zhang, who was leisurely sipping tea, Wang Yu's posture straightened instinctively. Previously, he had been subordinate to Zhang, forced to lower his head for the sake of survival. But now, with the paperwork finalized, he was no longer connected to the company and felt no obligation to regard Zhang as demeanor. Wang Yu, there are some things I cannot express openly, but I still wish to advise you. Young people should not act impulsively. With all the formalities concluded, Zhang's words seemed rather tardy. You mentioned I am young, thus. Is it not logical for me to act with fervor? Wang Yu retorted. Dismissing you is not my intention. In this world, one is often at the mercy of circumstances. Although I am the general manager, there are still several board members above me, Zhang said, displaying his cunning nature, deflecting responsibility with finesse. Yet, Wang Yu was indifferent to Zhang's justifications. He merely observed the man's performance in silence. I have connections with a few companies. If you're interested, I can recommend you as a form of compensation, Zhang offered, sliding several documents across the table. Wang Yu took a look and was surprised to find that these companies were quite familiar to him. Were they not all closely affiliated with his current company? What a benevolent gesture. So, which one catches your interest? What is the use of looking at it? The contract has already been signed, and I am forever barred from this industry. If I were to join those companies, the compensation could amount to $500,000. Zhang, you wouldn't betray me, would you? Rest assured, as long as I turn a blind eye, matters of compensation are but empty words. You may proceed with confidence. How dare you? Do you take me for a fool? Speak up. What benefits has the Chun family bestowed upon you to lead you to deceive me in such a manner? The Chen family holds no significance in my eyes. Since you've uncovered my secret, I shan't shy away from revealing that there are certain individuals you cannot afford to offend. If you comply, you may still have a morsel to eat. But should you defy, the consequences are beyond your endurance. It appears that you are but a docile dog to Zhang. Mind your tone, lest I ensure your total ostracism within the industry, rendering you incapable of even finding a job sweeping the streets of Sioux City. Fool, I possess several dozen acres of land. I shall return to farming. If you have the audacity, buy my family's land, and I would owe you my gratitude. Yet your disdain for the Chun family suggests that you are indeed the scoundrel involved with my wife, a despicable creature, a rat in the gutter. Should I catch you, I will ensure you learn to behave properly. Very well, I shall make you aware that words can bring forth calamity. Now, leave my sight. Chapter 17. A fortuitous encounter with the former mother-in-law. There is something else I wish to share with you. Wang Yu paid no heed to General Manager Zhang's indignation. He brandished his resignation letter before Zhang and stated, I originally came here today to resign, but I never anticipated your generosity, General Manager. Not only have you compensated me with $500,000, but you've also bestowed upon me another $500,000 as a confidentiality fee. $1 million, my heartfelt thanks. With that, Wang Yu turned and joyfully exited, leaving General Manager Zhang in a state of bewilderment. Upon leaving the company, Wang Yu felt quite elated. Contemplating the divorce proceedings he would attend to the following morning, followed by a visit to his beloved first love in the afternoon. Should he prepare a gift? Clenching his fists seemed inappropriate, as he was not going to collect a debt. Pondering this, he decided to visit the shopping mall, reasoning that although he was unsure of what his first love might like, it was always thoughtful to bring a present. Arriving at the largest shopping complex in Shuyo City, Wang Yu felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. He had once frequented this place with Chen Yuding. Now he found himself alone, purchasing gifts for another woman, reflecting on the twists and turns of life. Nevertheless, one must look forward. Past romances should be relegated to the annals of history, for there were many cherished individuals still deserving of his time and affection. Wang Yu made his way directly to the jewelry store, gazing at the array of exquisite adornments displayed in the showcases. Being somewhat of a straightforward man, he found himself momentarily at a loss for choice. Was he to heed the advice he had heard online to select only the expensive items, disregarding their suitability? With this thought in mind, he ventured into the most upscale women's jewelry store in the mall. Inside, he encountered not only gold and platinum pieces, but also rare jewels such as jade, gemstones, and other precious stones. Upon glancing at the prices, Wang Yu, who possessed 10 million on his person, could not help but wince. Goodness, not a single piece was priced below 6 figures, and though 7-figure items were scarce, there were still a few in each display case. As for the individual showcases, none of the items were priced below 10 million. In that moment, Wang Yu began to grasp a sliver of understanding regarding the indulgences of the wealthy. When he had married his wife, he had believed her family was among the affluent families of Shuyo City. However, after several years of societal exposure, he had come to realize that while the Chun family was indeed well off, they did not rank among the top 10 wealthiest families in the city. Yet, such matters were now of no concern to him. After tomorrow, they would inhabit entirely separate worlds, severing all ties and mutual interference. Gazing at the exquisite jewelry and the long string of numbers, Wang Yu abandoned his earlier notion. It was simply beyond his means. "Sir, may I assist you with anything?" A clear, professional voice drew his attention back. Turning, he saw a youthful and radiant girl standing beside him, smiling. A name tag, reading in turn on her chest, indicated her status. As a novice in selecting such expensive jewelry, Wang Yu was grateful for the appearance of this attendant, who would undoubtedly clarify his current state of confusion. He did not mind that she was still an intern. He promptly expressed his thoughts. "I wish to purchase a piece of jewelry as a gift, but I am uncertain how to select it. Could you offer me some suggestions?" "Sir, may I inquire about the age group of the woman you intend to gift? Is she your beloved or a family member?" Upon hearing this, Wang Yu began to envision a warm figure, perhaps in her 30s, yet her skin and physique suggested she was in her early 20s, leaving him indecisive. "Well, she is a woman I am currently pursuing, approximately 25 years of age." Wang Yu realized that visual impressions could be misleading. Perhaps she merely dressed in a more mature fashion, while her physique and skin truly reflected her age, as they appeared quite vibrant. "Do you have any price preferences, sir?" The sales assistant, proficient in her duties, understood that even as an intern, it was essential to ascertain the buyer's financial capacity. Otherwise, extravagant descriptions would be futile against an empty pocket. "Let us choose a bracelet around 1 million, ensuring the price does not vary significantly." Reflecting on the unexpected million he had acquired, Wang Yu felt no remorse in spending it. Selecting a bracelet was a spontaneous decision. After all, he hesitated to offer a ring and deemed necklaces less appealing. Thus a bracelet seemed most suitable. Upon hearing this, the intern's eyes sparkled. Based on her training, she recognized that this gentleman had a substantial likelihood of making a purchase, and while they had numerous jewelry pieces priced in the millions, selling even one a day was a challenge. "Very well, sir, please follow me." Following the sales assistant, Wang Yu arrived at a display counter where, in the center, lay a delicate white gold bracelet adorned with numerous diamonds. The price of $999 made Wang Yu ponder the sales acumen of the young woman. The display's lighting illuminated the piece, casting a resplendent glow. "Sir, this bracelet is the creation of the renowned Italian designer Master Calorie. This exquisite piece weighs 120 grams, crafted from high-purity platinum, and features 12 diamonds, each over 1 carat. Meticulously selected and cut to ensure optimal brilliance and fire. Furthermore, the diamonds are arranged in a specific pattern on the bracelet, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. Whether for formal occasions or daily wear, it adds immeasurable charm and luster. Wang Yu found himself momentarily dazzled by the diamond sparkle, acknowledging its grandeur. Yet he sensed that his beloved was a woman of depth and would likely not appreciate such ostentation. This piece does not suit my taste. It is overly extravagant. Do you possess something simpler that enhances the wearer's taste and sophistication? Indeed, sir, there is a bracelet that fits your criteria, though it slightly exceeds your budget. No matter. Let's take a look first. Wang Yu felt confident in his financial capacity, even if it was slightly over. Approaching another counter, he had yet to hear the introduction when he was captivated by a jade bracelet displayed nearby. Sir, you're interested in this piece. The intern softly reminded him as she noted his movement towards the adjacent display. Wang Yu waved his hand dismissively, disregarding the 7 sixes inscribed beneath the bracelet, and inquired about it. A young lady approached, though she harbored doubts about Wang Yu's ability to afford such a piece. She could not refuse the request of a customer and began her professional introduction. This is a minimalist yet understated jade bracelet. Its beauty lies in its delicate texture and exquisite craftsmanship. It is carved from a single piece of icy, floating flower jade, radiating an elegant green hue, with soft tones and evenly distributed natural patterns. As he listened to the description, Wang Yu found himself increasingly enamored, nodding in agreement as a desire to purchase began to blossom within him. Just then, a familiar voice echoed nearby, prompting Wang Yu to turn his head. To his astonishment, it was none other than his mother-in-law, Li Yuzhen, and the man beside her was Lu Baoqiang, his wife's cousin and also Li Yuzhen's cousin. Despite their masks, Wang Yu recognized them instantly. Observing his mother-in-law, who was linking arms with Lu Baoqiang from a distance of several meters, one might mistakenly assume they were an elderly couple. Given their closeness, the scene before him was overwhelming, leaving Wang Yu momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 18. Like mother, like daughter, sir, are you all right? Wang Yu was jolted back to reality by a small hand waving in front of him. I'll take this one, wrap it up for me. The fruit before him captivated Wang Yu, and he found himself unconcerned about the exorbitant price, for he was more than willing to purchase it for the young lady. Ignoring the eager flattery of the intern, he settled the bill and stealthily followed Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoqiang. As they passed through the clothing section, he seized the opportunity to buy a sun hat, which he promptly donned. It is imperative to highlight that the hat was a soft beige. After a while of shopping, Li Yuzhen had acquired several garments and even purchased a watch for Lu Baoqiang. Wang Yu, standing at a distance, could not ascertain the cost. But seeing the prominent Patek Philippe logo, he marveled at his mother-in-law's lavish spending. Upon reaching the parking lot, Wang Yu hesitated to drive his own car, fearing discovery. With no time to hail a taxi, he opted to summon an electric scooter via his phone and quietly follow behind. Initially apprehensive about keeping pace, he noted that it was now 7 in the evening, the peak hour for commuters. Even the Audi A8 ahead had to crawl along at a sluggish speed. After trailing for a while, Wang Yu sensed something amiss. This was indeed the route to his own neighborhood. He recalled that Lu Baoqiang resided in a villa area, and the Chen family had no property in this community. Glancing at the license plate of the A8 confirmed he had not erred, so he decided to continue following. As the black A8 smoothly swiped its card to enter the underground parking of the complex, Wang Yu couldn't help but wonder if this neighborhood was somehow enchanted. What a coincidence that both of them had residences here. He abandoned the scooter by the roadside, realizing that he had no time to return it. Otherwise, once they ascended the elevator from the parking garage, locating them amidst the numerous buildings would prove challenging. Entering the community, Wang Yu descended to the underground parking lot via the nearest staircase, scanning the area for the A8 but finding it absent. He sprinted towards the intersection ahead and, just as he arrived, spotted 2 figures disappearing around a corner. The A8 was parked nearby, and upon identifying his target, Wang Yu's urgency subsided. He cautiously approached, positioning himself against the wall at the corner, waiting to hear the elevator doors open and the footsteps of the 2 as they entered. When the elevator halted at the third floor, he swiftly ascended the stairs, reaching the third floor in mere seconds. He quietly pushed open the stairwell door, just in time to see the door to apartment 302 about to close, catching a glimpse of Li Yuzhen's familiar shoes through the gap. Now aware of their destination, Wang Yu faced the dilemma of how to continue his observation. Disguising himself as a delivery person or a courier would not suffice. Any direct encounter would surely reveal his identity. Furthermore, his presence here was of little use. With the door closed, he was met only with stark white walls, and without the ability to see through them, he would glean no further information. Following the staircase, Wang Yu soon positioned himself outside the community, quickly pinpointing the location of apartment 302. Though he stood at a height of less than 10 meters, Wang Yu found himself at a loss. He contemplated whether to call the old man Chun Chusheng, but he knew that even if he did, the man would likely dismiss his words. Thus, he decided to ponder other alternatives. As he gazed at the air conditioning platform that jutted out from the first to the third floor, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him. He was well acquainted with these steps, having seen them numerous times online, where netizens often left comments and critiques, leaving a lasting impression on him. The platform not only accommodated air conditioning units, but also provided ample space for individuals to stand, both men and women, as evidenced by the sturdy photographs circulating online. Without hesitation, he climbed from the first-floor window to the air conditioning platform on the second floor. The air conditioning unit was firmly anchored, and after testing its stability, he raised his gaze towards the third-floor ledge within reach. Rubbing his hands together, he prepared to ascend. With relative ease, Wang Yu reached the third floor and cautiously maneuvered towards the window of room 302. Bending down and crouching atop the air conditioning unit, he felt a pang of anxiety about being discovered. Yet there was little he could do but pray that neither the residents nor the patrolling security guards would notice him. As time passed, Wang Yu successfully acquired what he sought, while the two occupants of the room remained blissfully unaware that their every move had been observed. Suddenly, he contemplated the abilities he had gained, although uncertain of the efficacy of his self-defense techniques. He had confidence in the skills he had honed in gynecology and orthopedic practices through practical application. At that moment, he pondered whether his so-called miraculous talent could aid this couple, both in their 50s, in rekindling their romance. Resolute, he activated his powers, enveloping Li Yuzhen's abdomen in a faint crimson glow, which then dissipated. Unsure of the outcome, he nonetheless captured the moment on video, recognizing that it was time to depart. "Uncle, what are you doing?" The voice startled Wang Yu, nearly causing him to lose his balance. Peering down, he was met with a sight that left him astonished. A line of 7 or 8 children, their little heads tilted upward, gazing at him. "I know. I've seen the neighbor's uncle standing on our air conditioning unit before. My dad wanted to hit him at that time," a little girl exclaimed in a high-pitched voice. "Isn't that uncle dangerous?" Another boy interjected, his voice tinged with concern. Yes. Uncle, you might get hit by someone else's dad. Whose house is this? Can we tell his dad not to hit him and let him teach us how to climb walls?" "Climb walls? It looks too high. I don't want to learn." Listening to their discussion, Wang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to explain himself, but he questioned whether any explanation would suffice. "Uncle, come down quickly, or you'll get hit." "Yeah, Uncle, standing on the air conditioning unit, could get you hurt. Hurry down." The children reached a final conclusion. They urged their uncle to descend quickly, to shield him from harm. Wang Yu nodded, his face adorned with an awkward smile, and then swiftly climbed down. "Uncle, you are so impressive. Can you teach me how to climb walls?" Upon reaching the ground, he was immediately surrounded by several children. "Climbing walls is perilous. Wait until you grow up to learn. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." "Oh, take care, Uncle. Goodbye. Will you return tomorrow?" Under the watchful eyes of the children, Wang Yu fled in disarray. Little did he know, a rumor would soon circulate in the community about a lover escaping through the air conditioning unit. Chapter 19. Threatened by a bare existence, Wang Yu dashed out of the community, returning the electric scooter he had carelessly abandoned by the roadside. He then procured some ready-to-eat delicacies and a few cans of beer before making his way back to his abode. As the elevator passed the ground floor, Wang Yu felt an urge to stop, yet upon reflecting on his marital status, he reluctantly dismissed the thought. Tomorrow, after the divorce, he would come right away. Clutching the bracelet he had just purchased, he silently resolved to himself. While sipping on his beer, Wang Yu scrolled through his phone, opening the video he had recently recorded. He intended to capture a few snapshots to print at the color printer in his rented apartment, which would serve to immortalize the moment. Why hasn't it even been 3 minutes? I recall spending quite a while by the air conditioner. Did I not capture everything? Wang Yu pondered, puzzled by the video's duration. Hastily, he clicked play and watched from beginning to end. Indeed, it lasted 2 minutes and 36 seconds. This realization plunged him into deep contemplation. After selecting a few representative scenes, he printed them, placing them into a document folder, ready to wash up and retire for the night. Tomorrow held significance, and maintaining a good mental state was paramount. Lying in bed, Wang Yu felt an unsettling sense of forgetting something important, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. He tossed and turned, unable to find solace. "Oh no," he exclaimed suddenly. "I forgot to check my merit points." Initially motivated to save the child for the sake of accumulating merit points, he had let this slip his mind amid all the day's events. Opening the system panel and skipping over the preliminary information, he directly observed his merit points had surged to 37. Resuscitating the comatose, Zhu Yin had granted him a baseline point, while saving the child had bestowed a remarkable 25 points. However, there was no lottery this time, leaving Wang Yu feeling somewhat disheartened. The system's rewards were substantial, and he had hoped to draw a new ability today. Yet, despite his slight disappointment, the increasing merit points brought him joy. Soon he would officially embark on his career, facing numerous patients daily, and those merit points would surely ascend rapidly. Perhaps then he could transcend to the celestial realm. Lost in such delightful thoughts, Wang Yu soon drifted off to sleep, enjoying a restful night. Conversely, his wife, Chen Yuding, found little solace in slumber, knowing that her husband would soon sever their marital ties. In recent days, she had reached out to her lover several times, but each occasion was met with excuses, leaving her feeling hollow, as though abandoned. Leaving the hospital, Song Yan felt no sorrow over Wang Yu's abrupt departure. The news of his impending divorce was akin to the dawn breaking through darkness, rejuvenating her long-despondent spirit. As she lay in bed, clutching a pillow, a smile graced her face, and she slept sweetly and soundly. The most restful night, however, belonged to Li Yuzhen and Lu Baqiang, who embraced each other in a blissful and affectionate slumber. Early the next morning, Wang Yu arrived at his former home, attempting to call his wife, but receiving no answer. He had no choice but to return. After knocking several times, he was taken aback when Li Yuzhen opened the door. For a moment, he was stunned. Yet the matter of the divorce took precedence, and he forced himself to suppress the memories of the previous night. "Gumin, there are some matters your father wishes to discuss with you." "Fine, as long as it leads to the divorce, I am open to any discussion." Following Li Yuzhen into the living room, Wang Yu felt a surge of anger upon seeing Chun family's presence in the house he had purchased. "If you wish to divorce, sign this." Chun Chushing handed him a document. To his astonishment, it was a divorce agreement. The terms inscribed upon it were not merely harsh, they were utterly outrageous. Had it been the old him, he would have likely torn it to shreds in a fit of rage. However, with a grand revelation he had prepared, he anticipated a time when they would weep post-divorce. Wang Yu suppressed his fury, fully prepared for revenge. "Just wait. I shall ensure that you do not find peace." Glancing at the signature of his wife already inscribed above, he took the pen and boldly signed his name. "No!" Chen Yuding rushed over, attempting to intervene. But Wang Yu's speed was too swift. He had completed the signing. Taking his copy, he carelessly tossed the other two onto the table. "Write a receipt. You shall receive 1 million promptly." Chen Chusheng gazed at Wang Yu's calm demeanor with incredulity. "Are you sure about this?" "Indeed, it seems your family is truly merciless, demanding a clean break while even withholding my compensation from yesterday. I have gained a new perspective. Your machinations led to my dismissal, did they not?" No, my husband. Please let me explain. What just transpired does not count. We need not divorce. Let's live well together, shall we?" In recent days, Chen Yuding had reflected upon many shared memories with Wang Yu, and the more she pondered, the more she appreciated his qualities. She truly could not bear the thought of losing him. Wang Yu, however, saw through his wife's nature. She was the type who wished to have it all. Years of care and tenderness had made her accustomed to his devotion, and her current display was not genuine love. Rather, it stemmed from the realization that post-divorce, no one would care for her with such meticulousness as he had. His wife had never truly loved him. She had merely relished the feeling of being cherished and adored, a result of his unreserved giving. Slap. Chen Chuxing struck Chen Yuding across the face. Isn't this embarrassing enough? Hurry and finalize the divorce. Faced with such a daughter, Chen Chuxing felt an urge to strangle her. Were she not his flesh and blood? Wang Yu's determination and his father-in-law's fury compelled Chen Yuding to obediently comply. Gathering the necessary documents for the divorce, the two of them drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Wang Yu stood in line, observing the couples ahead of him, feeling an indescribable ache within. Never would he have imagined that he would find himself in such a predicament. How unpredictable life is, and how difficult it is to fathom the human heart. Soon, it was their turn. Presenting the divorce agreement and other materials, the staff member asked no further questions, having witnessed such scenarios countless times. A cursory glance at Wang Yu revealed surprise at the notion of him leaving with nothing, and then the process commenced. Are you certain you wish to divorce? Yes, Wang Yu replied with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Chen Yuding remained silent. And you, madam? The staff's inquiry seemed to fall upon deaf ears, as Chen Yuding gazed silently at Wang Yu, tears streaming down her face. Had they known this day would come? Why had they not acted differently from the start, preserving their dignity? Surely, neither wished for the situation to escalate. As Wang Yu gazed upon the pitiful Chen Yuding, he found himself unable to summon the resolve to offer her words of comfort. Despite her reluctance and deep-seated attachment, Chen Yuding ultimately acquiesced to the divorce. She could hardly blame others for the bitter fruit she had sown. Upon hearing her decision, the officials pressed the steel seal, and in that moment, Wang Yu experienced an unprecedented sense of relief. Exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen Yuding followed Wang Yu in silence until they reached the parking lot. Just as he was about to enter his vehicle and depart, she grasped the hem of his garment. Thank you, she said softly. Thank you? For what? For leaving with nothing? For bestowing upon you the compensation? For being blacklisted by the entire industry? Forced to return to my hometown to toil in the fields? Wang Yu's words pierced Chen Yuding's heart like 1,000 needles. The compensation was demanded by my father, and your dismissal was not my doing. I am truly sorry. I never anticipated that things would escalate to this extent. Chen Yuding felt utterly humiliated by Wang Yu's remarks and could only attempt to defend herself. Enough. What has happened has transpired. What purpose does further discussion serve? Once you've gathered your belongings, it is best that we never cross paths again. Husband, I am grateful for your love, for the years of care and companionship. I am truly sorry for what I have done. With tears streaming down her face, Chen Yuding turned and walked away. Chapter 20. A man must live with clarity upon returning to the house. Wang Yu felt a profound sense of change. Despite only an hour having passed, the love nest he had painstakingly saved for over the years was no longer his. While a tinge of sorrow lingered, it was overshadowed by a deeper sense of regret for his own worth. The marriage was over. As Wang Yu entered, Chen Chuxing surprisingly wore a neutral expression. It's done, Uncle Chen. From now on, I have no ties to your family, and we owe each other nothing. I'll just go upstairs to collect my belongings and leave. Chen Chuxing had never held Wang Yu in high regard, yet he respected Wang Yu's character and integrity. Particularly after his wife's betrayal, Wang Yu's decisive break was commendable in Chen Chuxing's eyes. This is for you, he said, handing Wang Yu a bank card. Receiving the card, Wang Yu regarded Chen Chuxing with uncertainty, pondering his intentions. The agreement earlier merely offered you a chance to refuse the divorce. But that is of no consequence now. My daughter has wronged you, yet my family cannot remain indebted to you. While we cannot repay the favors, here are 5 million, a token for your years of contribution to the Chen family. Please accept it. With that, Chen Chuxing patted Wang Yu on the shoulder and sank into the sofa with a sigh. Holding the card, Wang Yu began to grasp Chen Chuxing's perspective. Although Chen Yuding might bring shame, Chen Chuxing still valued his own dignity, even if he had always looked down on Wang Yu. He had anticipated the divorce, using the agreement as leverage to protect his daughter's reputation. Yet, now that the divorce was finalized, he would not resort to such disgraceful acts over money. As Wang Yu pocketed the funds, he remained silent, recognizing this as his rightful due and gaining a newfound respect for his once critical father-in-law. At least Chun Chusheng understood the principles of right and wrong and had a sense of pride. Go upstairs and gather your things. The sooner you tidy up, the sooner you can leave. Chen Yuding had yet to return, and it was unclear where she had gone. The house was now occupied solely by Wang Yu and Chen Chusheng. When Wang Yu arrived, the children were still asleep, likely taken out by Chun Yuzhen. After packing, Wang Yu glanced at Chun Chusheng, who sat on the sofa, and felt an unexpected wave of sympathy for the proud old man. Suddenly, he sensed a kinship in their shared plight, though he now felt liberated. Perhaps Chun Chusheng had been deceived by Li Yuzhen for decades. With this thought, Wang Yu felt compelled to assist him. Otherwise, he might never learn the truth about his wife's clandestine actions. Uncle Chun, I'm leaving. Here are the keys. I'll place them on the table. All right, go ahead. Wang Yu hesitated, struggling to find the right words. Finally, he withdrew the printed photographs and a USB drive containing video evidence, placing them into Chun Chusheng's hands. Uncle, it is crucial for a man to live with clarity. I have given you everything without backup. Take care of yourself. With that, he hurriedly departed. Chun Chusheng, holding the photographs and USB drive, felt a chill of fear. Could it be that this young man had uncovered evidence of his daughter's infidelity? He felt a sense of relief that he had not taken things to the extreme. Otherwise, Wang Yu would certainly not have entrusted him with these items. The thought of this evidence being made public made him uneasy about where to hide his face. Although he was quite certain that it was proof of his daughter's infidelity, it was still wise to take a closer look. What if he was mistaken? Li Yuzhen, you are indeed a fierce individual. Chen Chusheng had barely glanced at a photograph before he spat out blood and fell into unconsciousness. Dad, what's wrong? After seeing Wang Yu leave, Chun Yuding returned home. Having departed from the Civil Affairs Bureau, she was unsure how to face Wang Yu and had thus lingered downstairs. Now, upon her return, she found her father collapsed on the sofa, his complexion as pale as a sheet, blood staining his chest and the coffee table. She quickly dialed 120 and rushed to support Chen Chusheng, accidentally noticing the scattered photographs on the floor. She saw images of her mother with her uncle and felt darkness envelop her, collapsing as well. Fortunately, Chen Yuding managed to call for help before losing consciousness. Otherwise, Chen Chusheng might have truly succumbed to his anger that day. The ambulance arrived swiftly. Although they could not reach Chen Yuding by phone, the open door allowed them to enter the home. Upon discovering the unconscious father and daughter, they immediately began emergency treatment instead of transporting them to the hospital right away. Being young, Chun Yuding, despite the profound shock she had experienced, regained consciousness rather quickly. Ignoring the doctor's advice, she hurriedly picked up the photographs from the floor, tore them into shreds, and disposed of them in the toilet. Chen Chusheng, overwhelmed with anger, was stabilized after emergency measures but remained unconscious as he was carried on a stretcher to the hospital. In the ambulance, Chen Yuding gazed at her father, hesitating to call her mother. She could hardly fathom how her family had unraveled in just a few short days. Wang Yu was entirely unaware of the turmoil that had befallen the Chun family, nor did he wish to know. Having completed what needed to be done, he felt he had at least provided some closure to Chen Chusheng. Otherwise, he would have to bear that humiliation until his very last breath. Passing by a barber shop, Wang Yu contemplated embarking on a new chapter in his life. Let us begin anew with a fresh haircut, he decided. After requesting a short style, he reflected on his once artfully styled hair. The barber's skill was impressive. In less than half an hour, Wang Yu transformed from a refined corporate worker into a dashing and spirited young man. With his fair complexion and new short hair, he resembled a recent university graduate. He appeared not only significantly younger, but also brimming with vitality. Pleased with his reflection in the mirror, Wang Yu felt that this was the essence of manhood. After settling the bill, he prepared to head home. Just as he stepped outside, he collided with someone. Suddenly, he felt a rush of energy surge towards him. A startled exclamation snapped Wang Yu back to reality. At that moment, a brief message flashed in his mind. Stage 2 breast cancer, treatment options, goodness. How could this happen? Although it was his own hurried pace that led to the collision, the person he had bumped into, Sun Xian, stood there dazed, feeling both embarrassed and indignant. Apologies. I did not mean to offend. Wang Yu quickly expressed his regret. The woman before him appeared to be in her 30s, although she was undeniably beautiful. The The slight crow's feet at the corners of her eyes inadvertently revealed her age. Oomph. Despite the fact that the man before her was strikingly handsome and exuded a sunny disposition, which aligned perfectly with her type at that moment. Sun Qian did not afford him a pleasant demeanor. She circumvented Wang Yu and proceeded into the hair salon. Wang Yu was eager to inform her of her condition. She was ill, suffering from cancer, yet the awkwardness of the situation rendered him at a loss for words. He followed her into the salon, for he possessed the ability to treat her ailment, and furthermore, he could accumulate merit in the process. "Excuse me, madam," Wang Yu began, nearly provoking Sun Qian's ire. "Do I really appear that old? If you can't speak properly, then perhaps you should remain silent." Such a volatile response. "My dear lady, I truly did not mean it," he insisted. "Well, not meant is hardly the same as intentional. No, please allow me to explain. I am a doctor, and I merely sensed a tumor in your vicinity, which prompted me to examine further." Wang Yu believed his explanation to be impeccable, as it conveyed both his professional identity and clarified his prior actions. "Younger man, your ploy is far too antiquated. I have matters to attend to today and cannot afford to indulge you in idle chatter. I suggest you depart post-haste," Sun Qian retorted. She was accustomed to an array of admirers and had encountered countless peculiar approaches to courtship. To her, Wang Yu's tactic lacked any semblance of novelty. "I work at Maria Hospital. Here is my number. If you doubt my words, feel free to seek an examination elsewhere," he stated, handing her a note inscribed with his contact details. Sun Qian accepted the note and carelessly stowed it away in her bag, showing little inclination to engage further with Wang Yu. Observing that she had taken the note, Wang Yu turned and departed. Chapter 21. Sun Qian upon returning home. Wang Yu meticulously organized his belongings and then retreated to the bathroom to cleanse himself thoroughly. After shaving, his face gleamed, and dressed in a dapper suit, he exuded an air of vitality. Eagerly donning a bracelet worth 7,000, he hurried downstairs. Soon, he found himself standing before the door of the girl he adored, his heart racing and hands trembling, reminiscent of his youthful days at university. He mustered his courage and knocked on the door a few times, stepping back to stand erect, like a soldier awaiting inspection. However, after 2 minutes of silence, he wondered if she had not heard. Approaching the door again, he knocked more forcefully, yet still received no response. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was past noon. Had she gone to work? Perhaps he should return in the evening. Although a tinge of disappointment washed over him, he dismissed it. After all, the house remained, and she could not flee. Back inside, Wang Yu felt overheated. Observing the heavy suit he wore in the sweltering 30-degree heat, he chuckled at his own folly. Removing the jacket, he noticed his white shirt drenched in sweat. Deciding to grab a bite to eat, he changed in a lighter attire. Meanwhile, Sun Qian was at the hospital, clutching her examination report, her heart sinking as she read the results. The young man had not merely flirted. He had inadvertently prompted her to discover the presence of a tumor. Initially indifferent to Wang Yu's words, she had recently felt discomfort on her left side, leading her to seek a checkup. Without even styling her hair, she rushed to a nearby hospital for an X-ray. With the approaching end of the workday, the doctor hastened through the process, and within 20 minutes, Sun Qian had her report in hand. "Doctor, what should I do for treatment?" she inquired, noticing the physician scrutinizing her X-ray in silence, her anxiety mounting. "It's all right, although it is malignant. Fortunately, it is in the mid-stage and was detected promptly, making it treatable," the doctor reassured her, alleviating her worries. "You will need to be hospitalized for a few days for observation and additional tests before proceeding with the surgical removal." "Removal?" Sun Qian gasped in shock. "Yes. Without excising the cancer cells, they could spread, endangering your life," the doctor cautioned, sending her spirits plummeting. How could she ever go out again? The thought plunged her into despair. Yet, recalling that young man, she felt a flicker of hope. Surely, he would know how to help her. "Doctor, I need to discuss this at home," she said hastily before exiting. Once in her car, she emptied her bag, finally uncovering the note Wang Yu had given her. Sun Qian had received numerous notes in the past, yet she had never deemed them significant. However, the note she held at this moment felt like a lifeline. Following the number inscribed upon it, she dialed Wang Yu's phone. Wang Yu, who was just about to enjoy his meal, noticed an unfamiliar number calling and answered without much thought. "Hello, Dr. Wang. This is Sun Qian. We met today at the hair salon, and you provided me with your number." "Oh, Ms. Sun, you've had your examination and are now inclined to trust my words." "Indeed, indeed. I wonder if it would be convenient for you, but I would like to invite you to dinner." Wang Yu was already on his way to dine, so he did not refuse the invitation. After all, he had genuinely assisted her, and it was only fitting to share a meal. "All right, suggest a place, and I shall come by shortly. Let us meet at Tianjia Restaurant. It is a family-owned establishment of mine." The two quickly made arrangements, and Wang Yu drove over. Before long, he arrived at Tianjia Restaurant and spotted Sun Qian standing at the entrance in high heels, oblivious to the scorching sun as she scanned the surroundings. "Miss Sun," Wang Yu greeted her. "Dr. Wang, you've arrived. Please come in," Sun Qian said as she linked her arm with his, leading him inside. Let go of me." "After you, please." Realizing his discomfort, Sun Qian acknowledged that her actions may have been excessive. Having only met twice, her behavior could easily lead to misunderstandings. Upon entering a private room, as soon as they were seated, Sun Qian took the report and sat beside Wang Yu. "Chef, please begin serving," she softly instructed. Before her words had fully settled, she waved for the waitstaff to exit the room and close the door behind them. Once the staff had departed, Sun Qian took a deep breath, as if steeling herself, and extended the report towards Wang Yu, gently asking, "Dr. Wang, could you take a look at this film? Can I still be saved?" Her voice quivered, betraying her inner fears and anxieties. Despite being a woman, the gravity of her health situation left her feeling frantic and helpless, especially after hearing the doctor's words. Although she was filled with dread and confusion, a lingering doubt remained in her heart. Hence, she resolved to seek Wang Yu's counsel, hoping for a more accurate and reliable diagnosis. After calling him, she regained her composure and utilized her connections to consult several experts in the field, all of whom indicated that surgery was necessary. At that moment, panic set in for Sun Qian. Wang Yu was her sole remaining hope. If his response mirrored the others, her despair would be complete. "Rest assured, there is no need for surgery. I can cure you," Wang Yu confidently asserted, feigning scrutiny of the film. Upon hearing this, Sun Qian let out a long sigh of relief. Although treatment had yet to commence, Wang Yu's affirmative response greatly alleviated her frantic state. "Then I shall entrust this to you, Dr. Wang." At this moment, Sun Qian would not foolishly inquire, "Is it true? You aren't deceiving me, are you?" These emotionally lacking words. She chose to trust Wang Yu's assertion that he could heal her. If he failed, it would mean he betrayed her trust, and the consequences would depend on her own disposition. "Tomorrow, you should go to Maria Hospital. Upon arrival, simply call me, and we shall commence treatment." "Can't we start today?" Sun Qian looked at Wang Yu with pleading eyes, her demeanor almost pitiful despite her 42 years. Wang Yu pondered for a moment. Treating Sun Qian's ailment was not particularly complicated, likely resolvable within half an hour. However, he was reluctant to reveal his abilities. If word got out, considering the multitude of cancer cases worldwide, even working 16 hours a day without respite would not suffice. "Rest assured, Dr. Wang, I will keep it confidential," Sun Qian swiftly assured, as if sensing his thoughts. Sometimes, a woman's intuition proves remarkably accurate. Wang Yu, initially resolute, found himself wavering upon hearing her words. He was not overly concerned about her spreading the word, as they were alone in this space. Should he deny it later, no one could challenge him. Chapter 22. A significant misunderstanding. "Dr. Wang, please have pity on me. I am yet to be married, and you surely do not wish to see me remain single forever." Observing the hesitation in his gaze, Sun Qian continued her feigned display of vulnerability. In truth, Sun Qian was an advocate for remaining unmarried. Otherwise, she would not have reached the age of 42 without a spouse. Wang Yu gazed at her in astonishment, unable to fathom how someone of her age could still be unmarried. However, given their recent acquaintance and his own desire to accrue merit, he deemed it unnecessary to delve deeper into her circumstances. "Very well. After we finish our meal, let's find a quiet space for your treatment." Upon hearing Wang Yu's agreement, Sun Qian's spirits lifted instantly. Although she had never envisioned herself as a bride, she nonetheless cherished her health dearly. The prospect of a hospital visit the following day did not concern her, yet she was unwilling to wait even a moment longer. What if unforeseen circumstances arose? What if she arrived at the hospital and found no one available? What if Wang Yu were to be involved in an accident during this time? This was cancer. After all, it was imperative to eliminate any potential risks. Were Wang Yu privy to Sun Qian's thoughts, he might have been driven to exasperation. After their conversation dwindled, neither party knew how to proceed, until finally, the waitress arrived with a sumptuous feast. Wang Yu marveled at Sun Qian's financial capacity upon observing the spread, but chose not to inquire further, instead eagerly picking up his chopsticks. Sun Qian, preoccupied with her own concerns, could only manage a few bites before losing her appetite, her beautiful eyes fixed intently upon Wang Yu. All right, let us depart and find a suitable place to commence your treatment. Wang Yu felt ill at ease under her gaze. While the meal was delightful, he found himself disinterested in continuing. Yes. What sort of environment does Dr. Wang require? I shall arrange it immediately. Sun Qian was now somewhat impatient, especially since the tumor resided within her own body. A quiet space will suffice. Is no equipment necessary? None is required. Trust me to handle it, Wang Yu replied, eager to hasten the treatment as he had intentions of confessing his feelings that evening. Then, let us proceed to the third floor. There is a lounge there with a pleasant atmosphere. Although Sun Qian was puzzled by how Wang Yu intended to administer the treatment, his confidence dissuaded her from questioning him, particularly as she was in need of his assistance. Upon reaching the third floor, they arrived at a solitary room at the end of the corridor. This room belonged to Sun Qian's elder brother, who occasionally utilized it to rest when he had indulged in too much drink, proving fortuitous for their needs today. As Wang Yu opened the door and surveyed the space, he noted that while it was designated as a lounge, it was tastefully decorated and spacious, complete with a living area, bedroom, and bathroom. Once again, Wang Yu glimpsed a fragment of the affluent lifestyle. I must clarify that I do not possess a medical license, and my treatment methods are traditional and inherited, with fees that are rather steep, Wang Yu informed her, glancing at the array of treatment options listed on the panel. That is of no concern. As long as you can cure me, Dr. Wang, I shall pay whatever you ask, Sun Qian responded without hesitation. Very well. Allow me to examine you first. Sensing her cooperation, Wang Yu felt at ease, turning to indicate that she should commence. How may I assist you? Sun Qian blushed as she inquired, given the sensitive location of the tumor, would it require to conduct a thorough examination? Ahem. My apologies. Please just lie still. I will handle the rest, Wang Yu replied awkwardly, clearing his throat. All right, I will heed Dr. Wang's advice, Sun Qian said, closing her eyes and gripping the sheets tightly, her heart racing with anxiety. Madam Sun, a doctor sees only the patient, not gender. Wang Yu reassured her while rolling up his sleeves. Taking a deep breath to quell his thoughts, he commenced the treatment. The system offered several methods, and Wang Yu opted for massage primarily to save time. Sigh. Well, a healer's heart is akin to that of a parent, although I am not a doctor. I am driven by the intent to heal, he thought, resolutely following the system's prescribed treatment. The process was extraordinarily intricate. Wang Yu overcame numerous challenges and ultimately succeeded in eliminating the tumor within Sun Qian's body. Although the underlying principles remained unclear, the system's explanation sufficed, prompting him to ponder the extraordinary. It is done, Madam Sun, Dr. Wang announced with a smile after several minutes. Thank you, Dr. Wang, Sun Qian replied gratefully. Just then, a boisterous voice echoed from outside the door. Qian, I heard you were looking for me? The door swung open abruptly, revealing a figure at the entrance. Holy cow! What are you doing? Sun Qian's brother gaped in astonishment at the scene inside, his hand frozen mid-push, resembling a statue. Brother, why did you barge in without knocking? Sun Qian scolded, both amused and exasperated. She inwardly lamented her brother's lack of decorum. However, at that moment, her brother had no inclination to heed her reproach. With a sense of relief washing over him, he smiled. For years, he had been concerned about his sister's future. But witnessing this scene alleviated a great weight from his heart. 20 years ago, he would have rushed to confront Wang Yu, but now, after countless attempts by the family to arrange her marriage without success, he found himself contemplating the situation differently. His sister, now 42, was still unmarried, while his eldest brother's daughter had already borne 2 children. At this moment, he had no desire to intimidate or threaten the man before him. Moreover, this young man appeared quite presentable, robust in build, and remarkably calm under pressure. Wang Yu, in his state of bewilderment, appeared particularly composed. Perhaps this young man would make a suitable brother-in-law. Qian, it's my fault. You two continue, I'll take my leave, he said, promptly closing the door behind him. Hey brother, did you know? Qian has found someone, truly. I saw it with my own eyes at my restaurant. What? You're coming over? Good, hurry up. My dear brother, Qian has found herself a boyfriend, right at my restaurant. You must come quickly to see for yourself. I know you're in a meeting, but please, hurry over. Hey, Jingrue, you need to pick up your grandparents. Your little aunt is finally getting married. What? When have I ever deceived anyone? The other party is already in my restaurant. You need to bring them over to discuss the marriage arrangements. Hello, who are you? Old Zhao. Oh dear, my sister is getting married. I'm so excited that I dialed the wrong number. Listen to me. The voices from the corridor left the 2 people in the room utterly bewildered. Sun Qian couldn't care less about Wang Yu being beside her. She dashed outside barefoot. Sun Dishing, I swear I will strangle you. Shut that mouth of yours. Qian, let go. At your age, what is there to be embarrassed about? It's not like that. Call me back and say you made a mistake. Don't let them come over. Do you think I'm blind? How could one make a mistake like this? Qian, you are 42. We're getting married this month, and next year I might become an uncle. Hearing the commotion outside, Wang Yu sensed an enormous trouble was about to unfold. He promptly searched the room for paper and pen, hastily scribbling down a prescription, preparing to make his escape. Chapter 23. A true connoisseur of spirits, Ms. Sun. Here you are. Everything is written down. Just follow the prescription, he said, handing the prescription to Sun Qian, who was tidying up her 3rd brother. Dr. Wang, I apologize. My brother speaks without thinking. Please disregard his words, Sun Qian said, a hint of embarrassment creeping into her tone as she accepted the prescription. Not to worry, as long as the misunderstanding is clarified. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to seek me at the hospital, Dr. Wang replied, preparing to make his exit. This place was perilous. Sun Dishing, that ruffian, had likely already summoned his entire family. Once they arrived, escaping would prove exceedingly difficult. Brother-in-law, wait, Sun Dishing exclaimed, breaking free and wrapping an arm around Wang Yu's shoulder. Young man, do not feel shy. My family wholeheartedly approves of your relationship with my sister. What relationship? I only just met her today, although I am divorced. I am still in my early 30s, while your sister is already 42, significantly older than I. Which of your eyes perceives any interest for me? Yet he only mused internally, mindful of Sun Qian's dignity, considering they had just spent a considerable amount of time in close proximity. Mr. Sun, this is a misunderstanding. Allow me to explain. Wang Yu struggled to extricate himself, but found that his self-defense training was futile against such an insistently grasping foe. Brother, it truly is a misunderstanding, Mr. Wang is a doctor, and he was merely attending to my health, Sun Qian interjected. Ah, a brother-in-law who is a doctor. What a noble profession, one of utmost respect. Wang Yu thought, this fellow only hears half of what is said. Come. There is no time like the present. Let us enjoy a few drinks together today, Sun Dishing declared, fully aware of the prior conversation, yet undeterred by the sight of his sister in a state of undress. Regardless of the circumstances, this young man must take responsibility for his sister, and thus, he resolved to hold him back until the others arrived, ready to manipulate the situation as he saw fit. Whether through coercion or supplication, he was determined to secure his sister's future, even at the cost of his own dignity. Half pulling, half dragging Wang Yu into a lavish private room, Wang Yu attempted to explain himself along the way, but his efforts were in vain. Sun Dishing, resolute in his decision, paid no heed to his words. It was the first time in years that he had witnessed his sister so close to a man, and a singular thought consumed him. This brother-in-law was a keeper. Sis, go inform those outside that we are closing for the afternoon. Have old Gao in the kitchen prepare his specialties. I wish to treat our brother-in-law with the utmost hospitality. Sun Qian, acutely aware of her brother's intentions, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment wash over her. Upon hearing his words, She hastily exited the room. Brother-in-law, with my sister absent. Why not share how you two came to know each other? Oh, we met this morning at the hair salon. Bah, what acquaintance? I only just met Miss Sun today. What? You only just met? Indeed, brother. I assure you, my familiarity with your sister is quite limited. Fear not, brother. I understand. Fast-paced romances are all the rage these days. Young people should not feel so pressured. No, you truly misunderstand. Miss Sun has a tumor, and I was administering treatment to her just now. How the methods of deceiving women progressed so swiftly? Young man, if you can fool my sister, you certainly cannot deceive me. With this thought, Sun Dashing's expression turned serious as he gazed at Wang Yu, extending his hand to pat his shoulder, and said, Brother-in-law, a man must have the courage to face his actions. I haven't, that was merely a necessary treatment technique. Enough. No need to elaborate, I understand. No, let me explain. What is there to explain? Have you married? I was married, but I'm now divorced. Then what is there to discuss? Rest assured, Sangu will not look down upon you. I, Wang Yu, have a lifetime of reputation. At that moment, the waiter brought 2 bottles of Mao Tai and a few plates of snacks. Sun Dashing took the bottle, poured 2 cups, each holding 2 tails. Brother-in-law, let's drink to that. Upon finishing, he downed a glass in one go. Drink up, what are you staring at? Wang Yu watched Sun Dashing downing a glass in 3 seconds, somewhat dazed. I really can't drink this. How would you know if you haven't tried? Just give it a go. If you can't handle it, I won't press you. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu took a small sip. Brother-in-law, one must not behave like this. Sun Dashing, holding his empty glass, gestured for Wang Yu to observe the full cup in his hand. Sangu, I will toast you again, but this time you cannot refuse. Saying this, he filled his glass again, then tilted his head back and downed it in 3 seconds, showcasing his drinking prowess once more. Brother-in-law, it's your turn. Sun Dashing placed his empty glass on the table, baring his teeth and gazing intently at Wang Yu. It was clear that refusing to drink was not an option. This fellow was taking advantage of his superior drinking capacity. Had Wang Yu ever feared anyone at the drinking table throughout his life? He closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and performed the 3-second drink trick as if anyone could do the same. After finishing, Wang Yu pointed his empty glass at Sun Dashing, his eyes carrying a hint of provocation. Not bad, a true man. Sangu will fill your glass. At this point, Wang Yu also loosened up, since explanations were futile. He chose not to explain any further. If he couldn't leave, then he wouldn't. If they wished to drink, then so be it. Who was afraid of whom? With Mao Tai worth thousands per bottle, and not needing pay, why not indulge? Sangu, what are you two up to? Sun Qian entered the room, observing the nearly empty bottles, and was surprised at how the two, who had been entangled moments ago, were now drinking together. Little sister, come bring another case of wine. Wang Yu reached for some peanuts from the plate, eating them one by one, and still greeted Sun Qian with a polite smile upon her arrival. Come, Sun Jie, I toast you a glass. It was all this fellow's nonsense. Once he was down, he could leave. All right, let us drink, brother-in-law. Sun Dashing was quite pleased with Wang Yu's toast. The two clinked glasses and tilted their heads back, downing their drinks in unison, showcasing the 3-second drinking feat for Sun Qian. Go get more wine. Why are you just standing there? Sun Dashing urged Wang Yu to drink up. Wang Yu, holding the wine bottle, began to pour, filling 2 glasses perfectly before setting the empty bottle aside and opening another. At this moment, Sun Dashing realized Wang Yu's intentions. The youth was indeed impulsive, and he had chosen to challenge him. Yet of all things to contest, it had to be this. As he assumed the role of a mentor, he resolved to impart a valuable lesson, ensuring the young man understood the wisdom that lies beyond oneself. To my brother-in-law, cheers. Third brother, please. Within less than an hour, 3 bottles from the case that Sun Qian had brought over had vanished, and with each drink, both Sun Dashing and Wang Yu's eyes sparkled more brightly. They exchanged glances, each harboring a notion of self-sabotage. You two should stop. Continuing like this could lead to trouble. Observing the stubbornness of the 2 men, Sun Qian felt a sense of helplessness. She was well aware of her third brother's drinking capacity and initially believed that Wang Yu would soon concede. However, she never anticipated that the two would consume 5 bottles in such a manner. It appeared that if she did not intervene soon, the remaining 3 bottles would hardly suffice for their continued revelry. Chapter 24. When three brothers turn ruthless, they even betray their own sister brother-in-law. Let's take a breather. Sun Dishing felt uncertain at this moment. Although he had yet to reach inebriation, he was still unable to gauge the limits of the young man before him. Unsure if he could withstand the onslaught. Seizing upon Sun Qian's words, he opted to pause for a moment. Very well, let us rest. Wang Yu too felt the weight of the situation, for Sun Dishing was extraordinarily adept at drinking. The two exchanged a knowing smile and set their cups aside. Third brother, I shall visit the restroom. With that, Wang Yu rose from his seat. Sun Dishing smiled and waved him off. Upon entering the restroom stall, Wang Yu hunched over the toilet and began to heave, expelling every last remnant from his stomach until nothing remained. After rinsing his mouth and splashing some water on his face, he felt significantly better. Despite having consumed a great deal, the body's absorption takes time. With his stomach now empty, his mind was considerably clearer. Returning to the private room, Wang Yu noticed Sun Dishing and Sun Qian engaged in conversation with two other men. As he entered, all four turned to regard him, and the fervent gazes of the three men left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Sun Qian, with a hint of exasperation, smiled and said, Dr. Wang, I've already clarified everything. The misunderstandings have been resolved, and I truly apologize for the confusion. It is quite all right. As long as everything is clear, I suffer no loss. It is of no consequence, Wang Yu responded. During his absence, Qian's elder and second brothers had arrived. Seizing the opportunity to present her medical report and recount the circumstances of her acquaintance with Wang Yu, as well as her treatment. Naturally, she omitted certain details, merely hinting at the need for examinations in a few succinct phrases. After hearing her explanation, the three brothers recognized that the third brother had caused an unfortunate misunderstanding. Yet they bore him no ill will, understanding that they too might have misconstrued the situation had they been in his shoes. Dr. Wang, I am Sun Dizhao, Qian's elder brother, and this is her second brother, Sun Dixiong. You are already acquainted with the third brother, so I shall forego further introductions. On behalf of my brothers, I thank you for saving Qian, Sun Dizhao said as he stepped forward and grasped Wang Yu's hand firmly. I apologize, Dr. Wang. It was my mistake, Sun Dishing said, his face flushed, whether from drink or genuine embarrassment. He could not tell. Brother, now that everything is clarified, we should extend our gratitude to Dr. Wang. Since we are all here, let us share a meal together, Sun Dixiong suggested, attempting to smooth over the situation as they took their seats at the dining table. Elder brother, we shall not abandon this brother-in-law. Let us observe the situation first. The second brother has already tasked someone to investigate. Elder brother, such opportunities are rare. I find this young man quite commendable. We should employ some tactics to ensure Qian remains with him. Silence. We shall wait for news from the second brother before proceeding. The daughters of the Sun family are not so easily won. Very well, elder brother, I shall defer to your judgment. However, when our parents arrive, you must explain. I just inquired about Jingrue. Our parents were napping and have yet to receive any news. Come, Dr. Wang, as a token of our first meeting, let's raise a glass in your honor. As Wang Yu spoke, he noticed the three brothers across the table raise their glasses in unison, this time with half-dram cups. How courteous, indeed. Wang Yu clinked glasses with each of them, and the four simultaneously downed their drinks. Qian, you should also toast Dr. Wang. He saved you. So do not be so impolite, the eldest, Sun Dizhao, said as he set down his glass and addressed Sun Qian. Thank you, Dr. Wang, Sun Qian said, raising her glass and drinking it all in one go. You are too kind, Miss Sunday. I am a doctor. It is merely my duty, Wang Yu replied, feeling notably more at ease, having clarified the misunderstanding. The smaller glasses alleviated the pressure considerably. Dr. Wang, we are aware of Qian's condition. Although it can be treated, she will be left somewhat incapacitated post-surgery. We, the Sun family, are truly grateful that you can heal her. Please accept this card. Consider it a token of gratitude from us for your efforts, the second brother, Sun Dishing, said as he handed over a bank card. While the exact amount it contained was unknown to Wang Yu, he felt entirely deserving of it and accepted it without hesitation, slipping it into his pocket. Then I shall graciously accept it, he said. With Wang Yu having accepted the money, the debt of gratitude from his sister seemed to be settled. The three brothers also appeared significantly more relaxed, and they began to joyously drink and toast one another. During this revelry, the second brother excused himself, claiming he needed to use the restroom, and Wang Yu paid it no mind. However, upon his return, he exchanged a few words with the eldest brother, after which the elder's demeanor toward Wang Yu underwent a noticeable shift. "Brother, I have done some digging. His name is Wang Yu, the son-in-law of the Chun family. Though he is divorced now. It seems it was due to Chun Yu Ting's infidelity, but that has yet to be confirmed. This fellow has impeccable character. He loves fiercely and lets go just as resolutely. Although his family background is quite ordinary, he is undoubtedly a man of integrity. I have sent you the specifics to your phone. You will understand once you see it." After this, the second brother joined the third brother in drinking with Wang Yu. Sun De Zhao retrieved his phone and began to read under the table. The details of Wang Yu's journey from graduation to divorce were laid out clearly. Indeed, Wang Yu was a commendable man. The Chen family was relatively well off, yet it was evident he had never taken a penny from them nor relied on their resources for his endeavors. From the onset of their marriage, he had worked multiple jobs, demonstrating commendable diligence, purchasing a home and a car, and consistently shouldering familial responsibilities. Upon discovering his wife's betrayal, he could tolerate no deceit, opting for a clean break in the divorce, refusing even the compensation he had just received. A man like this, willing to endure hardship, strive relentlessly, and exhibit accountability, who would not bow to monetary temptation or fear the oppression of power. If he could not be his sister's brother-in-law, he would never forgive himself. Though his sister was 12 years his senior, in Sun De Zhao's eyes, that was inconsequential. His sister would forever remain 18. However, it appeared that persuading this man to become his sister's brother-in-law would require some effort. Sun De, having lived a life of integrity, resolved to prioritize his sister's lifelong happiness over his principles, even if it meant resorting to unscrupulous means. He decided that he would prepare a substantial dowry as compensation later. With this determination, he exchanged a knowing glance with his second and third brothers, who, having shared many years together, understood his intentions perfectly. Thus, the three brothers reached a silent agreement, their smiles growing increasingly enigmatic as they turned their gaze towards Wang Yu. "Qian, don't just focus on eating. Today is a joyous occasion. Let us drink a few toasts together," said the second brother, Sun Dexing, revealing his true intentions as he began to scheme even against his own sister. "Very well, I shall join you for a few drinks," Sun Qian responded, unsuspecting of their ulterior motives, believing that her three brothers were genuinely celebrating her happiness. She readily participated in their revelry. Chapter 25. The unconventional maneuvers of the third brother. With the arrival of Sun Qian, the atmosphere became considerably more lively. Wang Yu, having recently acquired a card, was in high spirits as he observed the camaraderie among the four siblings of the Sun family. The funds on that card were undoubtedly substantial. He welcomed all guests without hesitation. However, he remained oblivious to the fact that the three brothers were subtly encouraging him to drink with Sun Qian. As the younger sister, Sun Qian merely perceived her brother's unusual enthusiasm without harboring any suspicions. After more than 40 minutes and consuming over a gin of liquor, Sun Qian succumbed to fatigue and rested her head on the table. The third brother summoned 2 waiters to assist in escorting Sun Qian to the lounge on the 3rd floor, and then he resumed pouring drinks for Wang Yu. With a half-dose of liquor in his cup, Wang Yu lost track of how much he had consumed, feeling increasingly hazy as the 3 brothers morphed into a multitude of figures. "Come, brother-in-law, let us have another drink with the 3rd brother," Sun Dixing proclaimed, holding 2 cups of liquor, one for himself and the other thrust into Wang Yu's hands, tipping the cup's bottom and pouring it into Wang Yu's mouth. In his intoxicated state, Wang Yu failed to notice that Sun Dixing had brought back the previous 2-do cup. After a few drinks, he finally began to regain some awareness. But it was too late. As he slumped down, he pointed at the 3 brothers and declared, "You brothers lack integrity." Following a belch, he collapsed into his chair. "Damn, this kid can really drink. I might not have been able to handle him alone," Sun Dixing observed, wiping the sweat from his brow with a sense of accomplishment at having completed his task. Elder brother, what's wrong?" The second brother, Sun Dexing, noticed that the eldest brother was also sprawled across the table, motionless, and assumed he too was inebriated. Second brother, you don't know the elder brother's capacity for liquor. He is likely out for the count now. What should we do next? The elder brother hasn't given any instructions, son Dexing replied. That is quite obvious. Isn't it? The elder brother wants us to get this kid and Qian drunk, ensuring they become intimately involved. At that point, this fellow won't be able to escape the role of our brother-in-law, the third brother explained. Son Dexing pondered this for a moment before nodding in agreement, acknowledging the logic in his brother's reasoning. Very well, let's assist our brother-in-law to his room for a rest. The two exchanged knowing smiles and helped Wang Yu towards the lounge on the third floor. Once only the eldest brother, Sun Dezhao, remained in the room. He surprisingly sat up, poured himself a glass of water, and after drinking, wore a smug expression on his face. Had anyone been watching, they would have been compelled to commend him. The eldest brother had orchestrated the affairs of his two younger siblings with remarkable clarity, uttering not a single word, yet managing everything with just a glance. When the truth eventually surfaced, and their sister confronted her three brothers, the eldest would simply claim he too had drunk too much and was unaware of any subsequent events. With just that one statement, he would extricate himself from any blame, leaving the burden solely on the second and third brothers, while he remained forever the beloved elder brother in his sister's eyes. Meanwhile, the two younger brothers upstairs remained oblivious to their elder brother's cunning tactics, diligently executing the plan. Go inside and help my sister change into a more comfortable nightgown so she can sleep better, the third brother instructed a female waiter. Third brother, if we proceed like this, our little sister will surely be angered when she awakens. What shall we do then? The second brother furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. While others typically intoxicate their own sisters for personal gratification, these two had gone so far as to get their own sister drunk and then introduce a man into the equation. The more he pondered, the more uncomfortable he felt. Compared to his younger sister's lifelong happiness, what did a few punches from her matter? Were we not, as older brothers, striving for her well-being? The third brother, however, remained unconcerned. He was well aware of his sister's character. Wang Yu, a robust young man, was not only handsome but also youthful. The idea that his sister could be with someone of his age was akin to an old bull indulging in tender grass. There was no chance of loss here. When the time came for his sister to bear a child, she would surely be grateful to them. The third brother added, albeit with a sly thought, that once his sister had Wang Yu's child, her brother-in-law status would be inescapable. The second brother reflected and conceded that the third brother had a point. Third brother, you may appear straightforward, but your thoughts are surprisingly intricate. Haha, elder brother, this is all for our sister's happiness. The two brothers, supporting the intoxicated Wang Yu, stood in the corridor discussing son Qian's future happiness. Boss, everything is ready. Miss Sun has already fallen asleep, reported a waiter, emerging to convey the news. Here, a reward for your efforts, the third brother said, pulling out 1,000 yuan and handing it to the waiter before sending her on her way. Come on, second brother, lend a hand. We can amplify this misunderstanding a bit more. What are you doing? The second brother watched as Sun Dihang adjusted the air conditioning, setting the temperature to a brisk 16 degrees. The third brother was somewhat puzzled. You don't know this? When people are cold, they tend to huddle together for warmth. Wow, second brother, you truly are the most educated among us. Your understanding is profound. All right, let us go. Elder brother is still downstairs. The two brothers closed the door and departed. Sun Qian found herself in a dream. In this dream, she sensed she had arrived in a frigid place, surrounded by an icy chill, causing her to curl up tightly. Yet, the cold lingered relentlessly around her. Just as she felt she could no longer endure, she sensed a warm presence nearby, akin to a comforting furnace. At last, warmth enveloped her, and like a small kitten, she nestled against the warmth, drifting into a sound slumber. Meanwhile, the air conditioning continued to operate, causing the room temperature to drop below 20 degrees. Upon turning on the bedside lamp, Sun Qian noticed her phone resting on the nightstand. She picked it up and saw it was just past 2 in the morning. At that moment, she realized the mischief orchestrated by her three brothers. She understood their intentions clearly. Was she angry? A bit, but more than that, she felt grateful. Otherwise, she would never have experienced such a profound sense of security. A message from the second brother appeared on her phone, detailing Wang Yu's background. Everything from his family situation to his divorce, from graduation to unemployment, all meticulously recorded. Knowing Wang Yu's single status brought her some relief. Yet the revelation of his 2 children stirred an indescribable discomfort within her. Although the Sun family possesses formidable capabilities, they have failed to ascertain within such a brief period that Wang Yu's 2 children are not his biological offspring. When a man becomes a father, he inevitably develops a sense of attachment, especially when the man in question is imbued with such a profound sense of responsibility. Reflecting on this, Sun Qian realized that she must not allow herself to become ensnared in these emotions, for it would ultimately lead to Wang Yu's suffering. Having long surpassed the age where love is of paramount importance, Sun Qian, accustomed to a solitary existence, previously harbored no particular feelings for Wang Yu. Yet, the sensation of solitude now left her in a state of disarray. With a self-deprecating smile, she considered the age difference between them and instinctively recoiled. Chapter 26. In the stillness of the night, Sun Qian awakened, her gaze riveted on Wang Yu for an extended moment. Suddenly, she leaned down and bestowed a deep kiss upon his lips, then turned and departed without a backward glance. As she opened the door, she was met with the sight of her 3 brothers, slumbering on the sofa in the corridor. They had steadfastly kept watch outside. Sun Qian approached her eldest brother and gently roused him from his slumber. As Sun Detsuo awakened and caught sight of his sister, he opened his mouth to speak, only to be silenced by Sun Qian. The 2 of them retreated to a private room downstairs, and, after closing the door, Sun Qian brewed a pot of tea and quietly sat in a chair. Sun Detsuo attempted to initiate conversation several times, yet was consistently interrupted by his sister, leaving them in a profound silence. "Brother, I do not blame you for this matter." Sun Qian's words rendered Sun Detsuo speechless, despite his preparedness with countless excuses. Her demeanor was entirely unexpected. She neither raised her voice nor displayed anger, and her tranquility instilled a sense of fear within him. "You must have reviewed the information sent by our second brother," she continued. "Yes, I have. Although Wang Yu is divorced, he is undoubtedly a suitable match. Otherwise, our brothers would not have acted in such a manner. I understand that you're all concerned for me, but Wang Yu is different. In what way is he different? Little sister, as long as you consent, leave the rest to your elder brother. I assure you he will marry you. I am aware, brother, that your intentions might lead to a significant possibility of Wang Yu marrying me. However, have you considered whether we would truly find happiness together? Why not? Wang Yu's character is absolutely worthy of your lifelong commitment." Sun Qian sipped her tea, shook her head, and sighed softly. "Brother, while Wang Yu may be divorced, he has 2 children. I know you all can accept this fact, and I can as well. However, have you truly contemplated the essence of Wang Yu as a person? What is wrong with him? He is quite a decent man, responsible, and possesses a commendable character. He is attractive and capable. He is quite good. Indeed, he is good. Any woman marrying him would likely find happiness. Yet these very qualities are the reasons I cannot be with him." "Little sister, how can that be?" Sun Detsuo's words were cut short by Sun Qian. "Since his marriage, he has been a man of great responsibility, caring for his family diligently, and never having spent a penny of the Chun family's wealth. But have you considered that if we were to truly be together, would he be willing to forsake his 2 children? No, he would not," Sun Detsuo pondered, shaking his head. "Exactly. Regardless of the reasons for his divorce, he would never abandon his children. Thus, those 2 children will forever bind him to his ex-wife. I have met Chen Yuding. She possesses excellent qualities and is quite beautiful. They were together since university and likely share a first love. Do you truly believe, Wang, you would be able to let go of her after their divorce? Would he not return to live with Chen Yuding for the sake of the children?" Sun Qian's words plunged Sun Detsuo into deep contemplation. Wang Yu possesses an extraordinary sense of responsibility and commitment. Regardless of the reasons behind Chen Yuding's divorce, it is highly likely that Wang Yu will reconcile with her for the sake of their children. If, due to your reckless behavior, I were to marry Wang Yu, he would not truly cherish me. He would wed me merely out of a sense of obligation. With the complexities of his 2 children and Chun Yuding in the mix. Do you genuinely believe I would find happiness? Should Sun Qian learn that Wang Yu's divorce was prompted by the children, I wonder how she would react. Therefore, it is prudent not to draw conclusions based on incomplete information. The truth often defies one's expectations. I apologize, dear sister. It is all my brother's fault. At this moment, Sun Dezhao has come to a realization. A sister wed to a man who does not love her, regardless of his virtuous character, will not attain happiness. Well then, brother, let this matter rest. I will leave the second and third brothers to you. With that, Sun Qian departed. Sun Dezhao lingered alone for quite some time, feeling ashamed of his impulsiveness. The troubles caused by his brothers should be resolved by him as the eldest. Ascending to the third floor, he observed his two younger brothers soundly asleep. He approached them and gave each a kick to rouse them. With a piercing glare, he silenced their attempts at protest, signaling them to follow. The three brothers returned to the private room where the earlier events had unfolded. Now tell me, what mischief did you two engage in while I was inebriated? What's wrong, brother? Wasn't he at your suggestion? Nonsense. The second and third brothers recoiled, hesitant to speak, fully aware that their recent antics were indeed excessive. Observing them, Sun Dezhao could not bear to lay blame upon them entirely, as they bore the brunt of the consequences. He then conveyed Sun Qian's earlier remarks in his own words. Thus, it would seem that my sister is indeed unsuitable for Wang Yu. Sun Dexing nodded in agreement. What shall we do then? Is it acceptable for my sister to suffer such a loss? Sun Dajin felt a sense of dissatisfaction, still wishing for Wang Yu to become his brother-in-law, given that his drinking habits were quite compatible with his own. Is it not your fault that my sister is at a disadvantage? What more do you desire? Enough. I have already spoken with my sister. Let us consider this matter as though it never occurred. You two are not to mention it again. Return home now. Understood. I will heed my elder brother's advice and take my leave. Sun Dexing, unsure of what else to do regarding matters of the heart, prepared to depart. Third brother, do not leave just yet. Tomorrow, you must send that fellow away, ensuring he does not suspect anything. Sun Dezhao called out to the departing third brother, issuing his instructions. Why must it be me? The third brother pointed to himself, somewhat reluctant. If not you, then who? This establishment is yours, is it not? That fellow is sleeping in your room. With a final glare, Sun Dezhao exited as well. What the predicament? Not only did he incur expenses on the venue and refreshments, but he also ended up with no reward for his efforts, and now he must clean up the mess. Yet, reflecting on the situation, he realized that as the third brother, he had little choice. The elder brothers would not dare oppose him, and in front of his sister, he was fated to be the one who bore the brunt of it all. In summary, the one who drinks the most is oneself. The one who toils the hardest is oneself, and ultimately, the one who bears the blame is also oneself. Presently, even one's own bed has been usurped by another, leaving no place to rest. Alas, such is fate. With a drooping head, Sun Dashing gathered a few chairs and arranged them together, preparing to make do until dawn. Wang Yu, having slept for over 10 hours, awoke feeling remarkably refreshed. Upon realizing he was lying in the upstairs lounge, he couldn't help but reminisce about the memorable scene from the previous afternoon when he treated Sun Qian. Alas, what foolish thoughts! It was merely a matter of healing. At this moment, he could not recall anything that transpired the previous night. After getting out of bed, dressing, and washing his face, Wang Yu prepared to leave. As he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Sun Dashing, whose eyes were red and standing at the entrance. Ah, third brother, you're up so early. You're awake, kid. At this moment, Sun Dashing was uncertain how to face Wang Yu, though he still felt a twinge of annoyance within. I'm sorry, third brother. I drank too much yesterday and caused you trouble. Don't mention it. You nearly knocked down all three of us brothers yesterday. It was only right to look after you. It's nothing. I'll be on my way, third brother. Wang Yu observed Sun Dashing and felt something was amiss, but he brushed it aside, thinking of heading to the hospital. Go on. And do come by more often for a drink with your third brother. Sun Dashing waved his hand. I'm off, third brother. Wang Yu held a fondness for Sun Dashing's character. Calling him third brother rolled off the tongue effortlessly. Chapter 27. It is time to showcase true skills. Departing from the Tianjia restaurant, Wang Yu got into his car, disregarding breakfast, and made his way to Maria Hospital. Upon arriving at the hospital entrance, he encountered the couple, Tang Hongyuan and Zhu Yin, who appeared to have been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Wang Yu, they approached him with excitement. "Brother Wang, you have finally arrived. I have been waiting for you," exclaimed Tang. "Mr. Tang, it is not even 8 o'clock yet," Wang Yu replied, glancing at his phone, feeling that he was not late. "You do not understand, Dr. Wang. When you told my husband that there was a chance for us to have another child, he could hardly sit still all day yesterday. And he was out here waiting since 6 this morning," Zhu Yin interjected, stepping forward to explain. "Do not worry, Mr. Tang. I never make empty promises. After I complete the onboarding process, I will begin treating your wife," Wang Yu assured, entering the hospital under the eager gazes of the couple. He called the hospital director, and soon Han Kuan personally came to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded to the director's office. "Mr. Wang, everything is ready for you here. The position of Chief of Orthopedics is awaiting your appointment," Han Kuan stated. After Wang Yu's previous visit, Han Kuan had thoroughly reviewed the treatment process from that day and was astounded by Wang Yu's skills. He had decisively determined the fate of the orthopedic department's leadership. "Director Han, there is something I would like to discuss," Wang Yu began. Although he held no bias against orthopedics, he preferred to work in gynecology. After all, with the presence of the renowned gynecologist, he could surely accrue more merit points in that department. In orthopedics, there were fewer patients, and the demands of bone setting required significant energy. If cases akin to the child he had previously saved were to arise, he would be unable to cope, even at the cost of his own exhaustion. Additionally, he was eager to explore new abilities and accumulate merit points. "Please, Mr. Wang, feel free to express your desires. We grant considerable autonomy to esteemed doctors such as yourself," Han Kuan replied. "Actually, I would prefer to work in gynecology. Orthopedics is merely a hobby for me. My true expertise lies in gynecology," Wang Yu stated candidly, presenting his request without hesitation. Han Kuan furrowed his brow slightly at this. Maria Hospital was renowned as a gynecological institution. Although other departments also maintained high standards, gynecology was undoubtedly the strongest. On one hand, they had to uphold their reputation. And on the other, a significant portion of the hospital's profits, 30%, stemmed from gynecology. If it were any other department, he could decide on the spot. But he hesitated regarding gynecology. "Mr. Wang, to speak frankly, there are no issues with other departments, but I cannot guarantee anything regarding gynecology at this moment." "Oh, what is the matter, Director Han? Is it because I'm a man that gynecology only hires female doctors?" Wang Yu inquired. "Not at all. The head of gynecology is an exceptionally skilled doctor, and her family hold a portion of the hospital's shares. Although I am the director, I cannot unilaterally decide matters concerning that department," Han Kuan explained. "I see. Perhaps you could consult with the head of gynecology to ascertain her stance on this matter." Wang Yu remained unwilling to concede defeat. Upon awakening that morning, he discovered that Sun Xian had completed her treatment, earning him 15 merit points, which left him somewhat perplexed. Logically, cancer should be regarded as more severe than a mere fracture. However, the acquisition of merit points seemed to diverge from the reality of the situation. At that moment, he resolved to engage extensively with patients, seeking to thoroughly explore the mechanism for earning merit points. The 52 merit points he currently possessed had yet to afford him any tangible benefits, and he yearned to swiftly surpass the 100 mark to ascertain whether he might draw another prize. "Very well, I shall accompany you. Allow me to briefly introduce the circumstances of the gynecology department along the way." The two made their way toward the gynecology consultation room, during which Wang Yu gleaned a rudimentary understanding of the department. The director of gynecology, Su Mu, was a mere 29 years of age. Yet her youth belied her impressive credentials as a graduate of a prestigious Western medical institution. During her academic tenure, she authored papers that garnered numerous international accolades, earning her the reputation of a contemporary medical prodigy. As for how she came to work at this hospital in Shiyu City, Director Han had mentioned that the Su family held significant shares in the establishment, leading Su Mu to decline lucrative overseas offers in favor of returning to her family's hospital to practice medicine. Though she had only been at the hospital for 2 years, Director Su's medical prowess was renowned throughout Shiyu City. Patients from neighboring cities often sought her expertise. "Mr. Wang, do prepare yourself," warned her colleague. "Rest assured, I have yet to bow to anyone in the realm of gynecology," Wang Yu replied with confidence. As they entered the gynecology office, Director Han had yet to make introductions when a flustered nurse burst in. Quickly, where is Director Su? A patient is experiencing severe hemorrhaging and is in imminent danger. What? Director Su is still in the middle of a tumor excision and cannot spare a moment. The deputy director, Lin Xiaohe, anxiously interjected. What is going on? Can't you handle it? No, director. The patient is delivering twins, and we advised a cesarean section. But the family insisted on a natural birth. Moreover, Dr. Qin is in there. Our skills are comparable, and if she cannot manage, my assistance would be of little use. Lin explained. Director Su cannot be freed for at least half an hour. Her tumor excision is critical, especially as the patient has deep connections with Director Liu. I will take over, Wang Yu declared, recognizing that it was time to showcase his genuine skills. Mr. Wang, you have just arrived, Director Han began, only to be interrupted by Wang Yu. Is there a better alternative? Time waits for no one. Rest assured, Director Han, I shall not commit to anything I lack confidence in. Then we are counting on you. Please, may I borrow your coat? Wang Yu, still clad in casual attire, sought to save time and immediately drew Director Han's attention. Certainly, no problem. After receiving the white coat, Wang Yu followed the nurse to the operating room. Upon entering, he was met with a strong metallic scent of blood. The doctor busy at work was indeed Dr. Qin. However, it seemed her efforts were in vain, as one child had already been born, while the other presumably remained nestled within the womb. At this moment, the mother had succumbed to unconsciousness. If this continued, both the child and the mother would surely not survive within 10 minutes. Wang Yu donned his protective gear and approached the patient directly. The young nurse briefly introduced Wang Yu's identity to Dr. Qin. Dr. Wang, I find myself out of options. The remainder rests entirely in your hands. Originally, Qin Xuejiao had prepared herself to take the blame, but with the emergence of a savior, she felt a slight relief from the burden of responsibility, despite knowing she would still be affected in the end. Wang Yu, unfazed by Qin Xuejiao's inner musings, gently placed his hand on the mother's arm. An influx of intricate information flooded his mind. After scrutinizing the details for a moment and considering the current circumstances, he swiftly formulated a treatment plan. Hemostatic forceps, surgical scalpel, surgical scissors, vascular clamps, surgical tweezers, everything was made ready. Without hesitation, Wang Yu began to issue commands. Has the blood type of the mother been checked? We must commence blood transfusion immediately. Someone hurriedly dashed out to fetch a blood bag. Dr. Qin, I need you to perform an emergency cesarean section on the mother right now. Dr. Wang, we cannot proceed without the signature of the patient's family. Go and obtain their consent at once. Otherwise, the child in her womb will surely perish. What about the mother? Do not worry. With me here, the mother will be just fine. Chapter 28. Upon arriving at gynecology, encountering severe hemorrhage, Dr. Qin, we must commence the surgery without delay. Time is of the essence. As she observed the nurse still preparing the consent form, Qin Xuejiao clenched her teeth in frustration, contemplating whether to simply turn and leave. Why the hesitation? Surely, if someone had already gone out to sign, the family members, provided they were not adversaries of the Praetoriant, would undoubtedly approve. Yet, hospital protocol dictated that surgery could not proceed without a family member's signature. There was no time for idle chatter. If you are capable, proceed. If not, step aside and summon Director Lin. Upon hearing that the director was also outside, Qin Xuejiao hesitated to abandon her post. However, standing idly in the operating room was not an option. Gazing at the unconscious woman on the delivery bed and the bustling Wang Yu beside her, an overwhelming sense of shame enveloped her. Qin Xuejiao recalled her motivations for pursuing medicine, the exhilaration of being accepted into medical school, and the oath taken upon graduation. Yet, when had she begun to lose her fervor, becoming indifferent and no longer embodying the essence of a healer? Wang Yu's assertive intervention, his disregard for hospital regulations, and his singular focus on the patient reignited her original passion. The foremost duty of a physician is to heal and save lives. I can do this. Qin Xuejiao's tone resonated with unwavering determination. As time progressed, Wang Yu and Qin Xuejiao collaborated seamlessly, and another child was successfully delivered. The arrival of new life instilled confidence in everyone present, and Wang Yu, though appearing composed, felt a sense of relief. He was not as certain as he seemed. The system's interface provided only methods. The execution relied solely on him, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. The successful delivery granted him immense courage. Let us proceed. The patient was experiencing severe hemorrhaging, yet Wang Yu adeptly identified the source of the bleeding with a series of hemostatic clamps and vascular forceps. The situation was brought under control. Under Wang Yu's guidance, Qin Xuejiao commenced suturing the wound, while the nurses diligently assisted. The patient's blood pressure stabilized. Her heart rate returned to normal, and her body temperature began to rise. We have succeeded. Under Wang Yu's leadership, they accomplished the critical rescue operation, and both Qin Xuejiao and the nurses felt a profound sense of achievement. All right, everyone, let us remain composed. The concluding tasks are equally significant. Dr. Qin, I leave this in your capable hands. I shall step out for a moment. With that, Wang Yu prepared to exit. What is the status of the patient? The tense voice and hurried footsteps caused Wang Yu, who was about to remove his protective gear, to halt. Xingye. Before Qin Xuejiao could respond amidst her flurry of activity, she was urged again. Director Su, the patient is currently stable. The two newborns are somewhat weak, but otherwise untroubled. Could you please move your foot? You're stepping on me. Only then did Su Mu realize that he was indeed standing on something soft beneath him. Bending slightly and lowering her head, she discovered that her petite foot was resting atop a larger one. Su Mu quickly stepped back, her cheeks flushed, though her mask concealed her embarrassment. I apologize. I was in such a hurry that I didn't notice you, she said. It's quite all right. Director Su was understandably anxious about the patient, came the reply. During their initial encounter, Wang Yu made a favorable impression on Su Mu, as he appeared to be a doctor genuinely concerned for his patients. This is Dr. Wang Yu, recently appointed by the hospital director. He was the one who managed the critical situation with the patient. Qin Xuejiao briefly explained the events that had transpired. Dr. Wang's medical skills are exceptional, and we warmly welcome your addition to the gynecology department. Su Mu certainly had no intention of letting such a talented physician like Wang Yu slip away. Over the past 2 years, she had been overwhelmed with work, single-handedly shouldering the responsibilities of the entire gynecology department. Although Dr. Qin and Deputy Director Lin were skilled in their own right, they were only relatively competent compared to the medical standards of other hospitals in the city. With Su Mu's involvement, the reputation of Maria Gynecology Hospital began to radiate to the surrounding cities. However, with the rise in fame came an immense pressure. Without extraordinary skills to manage the influx of patients, the negative repercussions could be detrimental to the hospital. Since Su Mu's reputation had spread, she had scarcely enjoyed a moment of rest, often working over 10 hours a day. The arrival of Wang Yu, showcasing his remarkable medical expertise, would undoubtedly alleviate a significant portion of her burdens. This is not the place for discussion. Let us step outside, Wang Yu suggested, removing his protective gear. Very well, Doctor Wang, I too wish to converse with you. The two proceeded to the office, where Director Han and Mrs. Tang Hanyuan awaited. How'd it go? The Directora include, directing his gaze towards Su Mu, though addressing Wang Yu. Dr. Wang's skills are commendable. Both the mother and child are in stable condition, Su Mu reported. That is reassuring, Director Han sighed in relief. So, does this mean I have passed the evaluation? Su Mu teased. Oh, Mr. Wang, with your expertise, there is no evaluation to speak of. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall leave the remainder to Director Su and yourself, Director Han concluded before departing. Brother Wang, do you have some time now? Mr. Tang Honyuan, who had brought his wife in for treatment, had learned that Wang Yu was in the operating room, attending to a patient experiencing severe hemorrhaging. Despite his anxious demeanor, he knew the urgency of saving lives took precedence, and in the hospital, timing often depended on the patient's condition rather than order of arrival. Mr. Tang, thank you for your patience. I will attend to your wife now. No need for formalities. You saved my son, so you are my benefactor. You may call me sister or elder sister, Mrs. Zhu Yin said, her admiration for Wang Yu growing upon hearing of his recent life-saving efforts. Director Su, please hold on a moment. The patient comes first. I must attend to my duties. Let's converse during lunch, Wang Yu said. Agreed. See you at noon. Wang Yu watched as Su Mu departed, then turned to address Tang Hongyuan and his wife. saying, "Brother-in-law. I find it more endearing to call my sister rather than sister-in-law. That is acceptable. It indicates a special bond between you and your sister." The three engaged in polite conversation, thereby fostering a closer relationship. Subsequently, Wang Yu began the treatment for Zhu Yan. Regarding her condition, he hesitated. It was not that the ailment was insurmountable. Rather, he was conflicted about which method to employ. The system offered three treatment options. The first was the massage technique with which Wang Yu was particularly proficient. However, after the incidents involving Yuan and Sun Qian, he felt a tinge of trepidation. Although he referred to Zhu Yan as sister, it was clear that this was merely a formality. Furthermore, he did not wish to resort to this method frequently. He could not simply touch every patient who came his way. The second option was acupuncture, which Wang Yu dismissed without a second thought, for despite the system's thorough introduction, he had no knowledge of the practice. Further discussion was futile. The third option was rather conventional, prescribing several herbal remedies along with a regimen of medicinal cuisine, which could effectively address Zhu Yan's infertility. If she were an ordinary patient, this approach would be wholly acceptable. However, the treatment process would extend over 6 months. Given that he had received a 10 million yuan check from Tang Han Yuan, making someone wait for half a year felt somewhat disconcerting. After deliberation, Wang Yu resolved to let Tang Han Yuan make the decision, as ultimately it was his wife who would be receiving the massage, and as long as he consented, Wang Yu was indifferent. Chapter 29. A tranquil morning and a hectic afternoon for Wang Yu brother-in-law. I have two treatment options here. The first can remedy sister Yin in about 2 weeks, while the second may take over 6 months to yield results. Of course, I would choose the first option. But does it cost a lot, Brother Wang? Rest assured, I am not short on funds. It's not a matter of money. The two treatments employ different methods, thus resulting in varying durations. Sister Yin has suffered multiple habitual miscarriages and, in her pursuit of conceiving little Jia, has consumed a considerable amount of stimulatory medication, leading to her uterus losing its vitality. This is also the reason for her infertility. I don't understand all this. Just tell me the methods directly. Very well. The first method involves my manual techniques to stimulate Sister Yan's acupoints, combined with certain herbal remedies, allowing the treatment to be completed within 2 weeks. The other method does not require manual manipulation, but relies solely on medicinal treatment and dietary therapy to gradually modify Sister Yan's constitution, thereby reawakening the vitality of her uterus. The first method inevitably involves some physical contact with Sister Yan, so I would like to know your thoughts on that. Let's go with the first option. I cannot wait that long. I wish to give my husband another child, Zhu Yan replied, her eagerness palpable. Upon hearing this, Tang Hanyuan understood Wang Yu's predicament. After all, the notion of his wife having physical contact with another man was indeed a challenging one. Yet his wife's words alleviated his hesitation. After all, it was for medical treatment, and some concerns ought to be set aside. Let us proceed with your sister's choice. Brother Wang, please don't feel pressured. A doctor's duty is to heal, and utilizing certain special methods is merely to ensure a better treatment outcome. The couple's words dispelled Wang Yu's reservations, prompting him to arrange a quiet room with Deputy Director Lin to commence the treatment. This time, Wang Yu maintained a calm demeanor, unlike the previous occasions when he had felt overwhelmed. In less than half an hour, Wang Yu completed the manipulation. The entire process was quite routine, save for the doctor's demeanor towards the patient. After prescribing the necessary remedies, Wang Yu graciously declined the couple's further expressions of gratitude. As they departed, he employed his divine ability to assist in conception, witnessing a red glow merge into Zhu Yan's form before he turned back to his department. With the completion of treatments for the patients and Zhu Yan, Wang Yu earned 25 and 15 merit points respectively, now only 8 points shy of breaking the 100-point threshold. Eager to continue aiding patients, Wang Yu felt a sense of urgency. However, as he had recently arrived and with Director Su absent, Deputy Director Lin was uncertain how to allocate him, leaving Wang Yu idle throughout the morning. Sitting in the office, he idly perused various case files to pass the time, his thoughts drifting back to the young woman he had encountered downstairs. He had intended to revisit her the previous night, but had indulged too much and succumbed to slumber instead. Now, unable to attend to patients or approach the person he wished to confess to, Wang Yu felt increasingly restless. as if time itself was dragging. "Dr. Wang, would you care to join me for lunch?" Sumu entered the office, addressing the daydreaming Wang Yu. Wang Yu turned upon hearing a voice and finally beheld Sumu in all her glory. Her figure was ample, perfectly proportioned, with a slender waist that complemented her voluptuous bosom, creating a striking visual impact. Her lustrous black hair was elegantly gathered at the back of her head, and her graceful neck was fair and elongated. Her crimson lips were vibrant, her teeth pristine, and her gaze was gentle yet radiant, with dimples that appeared and vanished as she spoke. A truly enchanting physician, yet Wang Yu found his mind devoid of any particular thoughts. Gazing at Sumu, he couldn't help but reminisce about the woman with whom he had an inexplicable encounter, wondering where she might be now. "Dr. Wang," Sumu's tone rose slightly. I apologize. I simply did not expect Director Su to be so beautiful, and I was momentarily captivated," Wang Yu replied candidly, his honesty surprising Sumu. "Well, shall we proceed to lunch?" Wang Yu, unsure of how to continue the conversation, swiftly changed the subject. Sumu smiled faintly, choosing not to comment. The two walked together toward the cafeteria. Along the way, Sumu took the opportunity to learn more about Wang Yu. "So, you specialize in traditional Chinese medicine?" After finding a seat with her tray, she inquired. "Sort of," he mused, considering that the system he had inherited was from the mountain god, a deity deeply rooted in the rich traditions of Chinese culture, undoubtedly knowledgeable in TCM. "I did not anticipate someone so young to possess such a high level of expertise in traditional Chinese medicine," she remarked, taken aback by his age. "Director Su, I am actually a year older than you," Wang Yu pointed out, feeling somewhat sensitive to her youthful assessment. "Yes, I am aware. I have reviewed your profile. However, it is the first time I have encountered someone your age with such remarkable medical skills in TCM," she replied. "Director Su, have you forgotten your own accomplishments? At your age, your proficiency in Western medicine is also quite impressive," he countered, causing Sumu's cheeks to flush slightly, a touch of shyness surfacing. This man showed no humility. Not only did he accept her praise, but he also turned the conversation to commend himself. "There is no need for further mutual flattery. This afternoon, I intend to have you consult with patients. I will assign you a nurse with a background in TCM shortly," she stated. "Understood. I will follow your arrangements," he replied. Engaged in casual conversation, they soon finished their meal. Afterwards, Sumu led Wang Yu to the outpatient department, assigned him an office, and then departed. After surveying the room, Wang Yu deemed it quite satisfactory, imagining his future here, especially with his stunning superior, which stirred a hint of excitement within him. Shortly after, a young nurse approached to introduce herself. Her name was Tian, and she was rather charming, which pleased Wang Yu. They exchanged a few words before the workday commenced. Maria Gynecology Hospital was renowned for its obstetrics and gynecology, and while Wang Yu anticipated a substantial number of patients, he was unprepared for the sheer volume. Unknown to him, Sumu, having assessed his medical prowess, had placed him in the most bustling outpatient section. Additionally, he was unaware that hospital regulations stipulated he was expected to see 50 patients in a single day. From the moment he attended to his first patient, Wang Yu did not pause for a moment. He believed he must see all the patients waiting outside before he could conclude his day. With his thoughts occupied by a certain young woman, he resolved to seek her out later that evening, summoning all his strength and perseverance. "How many has Tian seen now?" he inquired, leaning wearily against the desk after finishing another case. "Dr. Wang, you've already attended to 62 patients. That's truly impressive," she replied, though she herself was nearly exhausted. Nonetheless, she held a deep admiration for Wang Yu. Regardless of the ailments presented, he could swiftly and accurately diagnose each patient merely by taking their pulse, subsequently prescribing remedies and advising them on their recovery timelines. In a continuous stream of over 60 patients, none had posed a challenge for him. It was the first time she had encountered such a remarkable physician. "How many more are there outside?" she asked. Peering into the corridor, she noticed the significantly reduced crowd, which brought her a sense of relief. "Not many left, it seems. Much fewer than before. Let's continue calling the next patients and strive to avoid overtime today." Chapter 30. The Life of a Worker. Overtime with the Call of Tian. Wang Yu once again embarked on the arduous journey of labor. While attending to patients, he lamented the difficulty of earning a yearly salary of $500,000. Following the departure of the last patient, he finally concluded his consultations for the day at 5:58 p.m. Tian gazed at the eerily empty corridor, lost in contemplation. Remarkably, Wang Yu had seen 140 patients that afternoon, averaging less than 2 minutes per individual. Had she not experienced it firsthand, she would have found such a feat hard to believe. Previously, around 7 o'clock, the corridor would still be bustling with patients. She had even advised several to return the next day. Yet today, with the workday not yet over, the patients had vanished. Although she was utterly fatigued, her spirits were inexplicably high. You go. We truly don't need to work overtime. Tian exclaimed, tugging at Wang Yu's sleeve in excitement. The tense work of the afternoon had drawn them closer, transforming Dr. Wang into Yu Gu and Nurse Tian into Tian. Stay calm. We only started seeing patients in the afternoon today. Tomorrow, we'll begin in the morning, and the schedule won't be so tight. We won't have to work overtime anymore, he reassured her. Yu Gu is amazing. You are quite remarkable yourself. Reflecting on how the young woman had tirelessly served with a smile, never uttering a complaint despite her exhaustion, Wang Yu felt genuine admiration. It's 6 o'clock. Let us wrap up, he declared. Goodbye, Yu Gu, she replied, and they prepared to change out of their scrubs. Dr. Wang, Director Su sent me to inform you that a surgery has been added at the last minute. She is unable to leave and requests that you hurry over. Didn't we agree on no overtime? You go. You can handle it. I'll take my leave now, Tian said, dashing away swiftly. Although Wang Yu was reluctant to work extra hours, he knew he could not refuse such a request. Saving lives was paramount. He quickly donned his white coat and hurried to the operating room. Upon arrival, he found neither Su Mu nor even Deputy Director Lin and Dr. Qin present. Without further delay, he focused on the task at hand, saving lives. Observing the elderly woman lying on the bed, Wang Yu donned protective gear and prepared to begin his work. While he was not skilled in performing surgeries, having never even wielded a scalpel, he possessed a system that could facilitate treatment through various means. After assessing the elderly woman's condition, he comprehended her health status. However, he was at a loss for how to proceed. The treatment options provided by the system were limited and did not constitute a true cure. The woman's poor health was not due to any specific ailment, but rather stemmed from the natural deterioration of her organs due to age, leading to heart failure. The system suggested acupuncture to invigorate her internal energy, supplemented with restorative medications, yet could not cure her heart failure. It could only delay the progression of her condition. Ultimately, it was clear that within 3 years, she would succumb to the effects of aging. This realization illuminated for Wang Yu that the system, too, had its limitations. And in the face of such inevitability, one could only accept fate. However, Wang Yu had never practiced acupuncture before, and he found himself in a predicament. The elderly lady's condition was critical, and without treatment, she was unlikely to survive for more than a few days. Please fetch me a set of silver needles, he instructed. After some contemplation, Wang Yu resolved to proceed with the treatment. Although he felt uncertain, the system had provided him with the necessary acupuncture points and their sequence. He also realized that he could not rely solely on the system. Having chosen the path of healing, he must bear some responsibility. Soon, a nurse brought the silver needles and handed them to Wang Yu after they had been sterilized. Once he received the needles, Wang Yu first confirmed the locations of the acupuncture points with his hands and then began to insert the needles slowly. The first point was steady, and Wang Yu's confidence surged. The teachings from the Bone-Setting Heart Sutra had greatly aided him, enhancing his understanding of the human body's structure comprehensively. He proceeded with the second needle, followed by the third, continuing until the final needle was inserted into the elderly lady's body. Wang Yu had completed the treatment, having performed a total of 49 needle insertions over the course of more than 2 hours, with each insertion executed with utmost care. This was his first attempt at such a treatment, and it had drained a significant amount of his energy. Once again feeling the elderly lady's pulse, he noted that it was considerably stronger than before. Although the system's display still indicated a poor condition, it had improved markedly since the beginning, which bolstered Wang Yu's confidence and strengthened his resolve to continue learning and striving for excellence. All right, Let's transfer the patient to the intensive care unit. I need to speak with her family, he said. Is surgery not necessary, Dr. Wang? One of the family members inquired. No, surgery is not a solution for the elderly lady's condition. I have stabilized her condition. Let us move her now, Wang Yu replied tersely, leaving the operating room without further elaboration. As he stepped outside, two elderly men, both around 70, approached him eagerly. Young man, how's my mother? One of them asked. Rest assured, gentlemen, the elderly lady's condition has stabilized and no surgery was performed, Wang Yu reassured them, estimating that the lady was likely at least 90 years old. And my mother? One of the men pressed. She has been moved to the intensive care unit. Please follow me. There are matters I must discuss with you. Wang Yu replied, leading the two elderly men to his office. After reviewing the elderly lady's medical records, he gleaned some understanding of her situation. Her name was Li Suehua, and she was 98 years old. No wonder her organs were failing so significantly. The two elderly men before him were her sons. The elder, Yang Kaishan, was 72, and the younger, Yang Karu, was 69. Yang Kaishan had just made a phone call to inform someone of their mother's status, and by the names used, Wang Yu inferred that they had an older sister. Sir, your mother's condition is dire. It is not due to an illness, but rather organ failure caused by aging. Wang Yu explained. Yes, we understand. Our mother is approaching 100. We are prepared for this, they acknowledged. The current situation is as follows. I have activated the elderly lady's bodily functions through acupuncture, but her advanced age means she cannot endure for long. I estimate she has about 3 months left before her heart may also begin to fail, Wang Yu concluded. My mother has 3 months to live. Upon hearing this, Yang Kaishan felt a surge of emotion. He had arrived with little hope, believing that the elderly lady would not survive the day. However, upon receiving Wang Yu's words, he could not help but feel invigorated. Yes, 3 months is certainly feasible, though extending her life further would come at a considerable cost. What? It is indeed possible to prolong her life. Yang Kaishan grasped Wang Yu's hand, rendered speechless with excitement. Brother, please remain calm and let the doctor continue, Wang Yu urged. Oh, my apologies, young man. It's quite all right, sir. I completely understand your feelings. Please continue, young man. As long as it means keeping my mother alive, I am prepared to bear any cost, Yang Kaishan said, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Yu, his heart brimming with hope. Chapter 31. Wang Yu in a quandary. Su Mu to the rescue. The elderly lady has had her bodily functions activated by my silver needles. However, these functions are akin to a tree without roots, necessitating rare medicinal materials to fill the void within her. These materials are exceedingly precious, some of which our hospital does not possess, requiring you to seek them out on your own. Moreover, even if all the medicinal ingredients are procured, I can only guarantee an extension of her life for 3 years. Beyond that, I cannot make any promises. 3 years, are you certain? Upon hearing this, Yang Kaishan's demeanor shifted dramatically, resembling that of a superior scrutinizing his subordinates for deceit. An oppressive aura bearing down upon Wang Yu. Goodness, why do I feel such trepidation? Wang Yu, oblivious to Yang Kaishan's transformation, remained confident, knowing he had not spoken untruths, thus feeling quite at ease. Rest assured, I have that much confidence. It is merely your subsequent choices that remain uncertain. Observing Wang Yu's unwavering composure under his pressure, Yang Kaishan retracted his imposing presence and resumed the guise of an ordinary elder. To extend my mother's life, tell me what medicinal materials are required, and my brothers and I shall find a way to provide them. I have perused the inventory of our hospital's medicinal store. I shall refrain from mentioning what we possess and instead note what we lack. With that, Wang Yu produced paper and pen, commencing his list. The two elderly men promptly leaned in behind him to observe. 50 to 100 grams of Ganoderma, approximately 200 years old. Over 200 grams of black ginseng, aged over 100 years. 20 to 30 grams of 5-split coptis. 1 complete plant of longevity grass. These 4 items are not available in our hospital. You must seek them out. Youth, I am familiar with the first 3, although they are valuable. They can still be procured with sufficient funds. However, what is this longevity grass? Sir, this longevity grass serves as the medicinal guide. A complete specimen is essential for the elderly lady's life extension. I have never heard of such a thing. Where might one procure it? Wang Yu, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss. The system merely provided the name, leaving him unaware of the specifics regarding longevity grass. I am acquainted with longevity grass. At that moment, Su Mu entered the office, timely alleviating Wang Yu's predicament. My dear, you know. Indeed, let me explain to both of you. Su Mu seated herself across from Wang Yu and the two elderly men and began her elucidation. Longevity grass, also known as the herb of eternal life, was first documented in Li Shizhen's Compendium of Materia Medica. Due to its exceptionally resilient vitality, it can regrow after lying dormant for years upon contact with water. Hence, it is also referred to as the 9 Lives Reviving Grass. The 9 Lives Reviving Grass, I know where to find it, Yang Kaishan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Are you certain, second brother? Absolutely. The 9 Lives Reviving Grass, with a trunk resembling a leopard's foot, is indeed as you described, my dear. Where have you seen it? With Su Mu's affirming response, Yang Kaishan was filled with exhilaration. Last month, during Old Wen's birthday, his eldest son gifted him a specimen of 9 Lives Reviving Grass, claiming it was procured from a distant place at great expense. That old fellow even flaunted it before me, and I remember it distinctly. Very well, I shall procure those 3 items. You must head to Wen's residence and ensure that when Tianxiong relinquishes the longevity herb, rest assured, my brother, given my rapport with that old fellow, he will undoubtedly comply. Young man, I shall prepare the medicinal materials by tomorrow, and I will entrust them to you. Do not worry. As long as I can gather everything within 3 months, I am confident I can extend the matriarch's life. The Yang brothers hurriedly departed with their note, embarking on a quest for the herbs. At this moment, only Wang Yu and Su Mu remained in the office. Li matriarch, do you truly possess the means to extend her life? Su Mu had gleaned much information at the door and only entered when the longevity herb was mentioned. Indeed, the matriarch's condition resembles decayed wood. Even if I managed to prolong her life, it would only be for a few more years. Wang Yu did not perceive the significance of extending the matriarch's life by 3 years as something extraordinary. Wang Yu, I realize I know too little about you. Su Mu's eyes sparkled as she gazed intently at Wang Yu, as if attempting to see into his very soul. Perhaps it is best you refrain from knowing too much. I possess merely this modest capability, merely scraping by. Wang Yu felt uneasy under Su Mu's fervent gaze. Director Su, may I leave for the day? I have matters to attend to this evening. Observing the time, he noted it was already 9 o'clock. If he delayed further, he would not arrive home until past 10, making it rather inappropriate to knock on the door below at such a late hour. Of course, you may go. I must express my gratitude for your assistance today. I shall calculate your overtime pay at double. Overtime pay, and at double? Wang Yu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Not to get ahead of ourselves, this is only for today. You have your own matters. Do hurry along. Su Mu found amusement in Wang Yu's avaricious demeanor. I had thought every overtime shift warranted double pay. If that were the case, I would reside in the hospital indefinitely. Alas, it seems I was overly optimistic. Shaking his head, Wang Yu departed the office. After Wang Yu left, Su Mu did not return to rest. Instead, she diligently examined a thick stack of medical records. Though her days were exceedingly busy, she never ceased her pursuit of knowledge, consistently dedicating time each day to further her studies. Indeed, an individual's success is not solely attributed to exceptional talent, but also to the unseen diligence and unwavering perseverance over the years. Wang Yu exited the hospital. As he had passed the peak hours of departure, the roads were clear, and he returned to his community in just over 20 minutes. Upon arriving home, he washed his face, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and descended with 7 bracelets of 6. Surely, she must be home this time. With his thought in mind, Wang Yu knocked on the door once more, stepping back 2 paces, standing straighter than before. However, the outcome mirrored that of the previous occasion. After 2 minutes, there was no response from within. Wang Yu knocked several more times and waited approximately half an hour, yet still no one came to answer the door. Frustrated, he descended and noted that the lights were off in the house of the girl from the blood clan. No wonder there was no answer. It appeared she was not home. With a heavy heart, Wang Yu returned to the door, preparing to wait patiently for the girl to return. However, what he is unaware of is that Wen Xin has long since departed from Shudu City, having left the day before his divorce. Furthermore, her return is uncertain, or she may never come back at all. As for the apartment, it was merely a spontaneous purchase by Wen Xin, who preferred not to stay in a hotel. Given the rapid rise in housing prices, acquiring a property in Shudu City provides her with a place to settle, and later, she could sell it at a premium, making it a worthwhile investment. After waiting for 2 hours, Wang Yu glanced at the time. It was 11:30. It seemed he would not see her today, and he felt a tinge of disappointment. Upon returning home, Wang Yu hastily completed his evening routine and lay down, preparing for sleep. Yet, no matter how he tossed and turned, slumber eluded him. The absence of the girl who had captivated his heart weighed heavily on him. He reassured himself, thinking that it was all right. Surely he would see her again. After all, a monk may run, but the temple remains. He resolved to wait, convinced she would eventually return home. With this thought in mind, Wang Yu drifted into slumber. The fatigue from the day's exertions allowed him to sleep soundly. Yet the ache in his heart rendered his rest uneasy. He awoke shortly after 6 in the morning, still feeling the remnants of yesterday's exhaustion. Recalling his busy day, Wang Yu checked his merit points once more and was astonished to find they had reached 362. Chapter 32. The beginning of Wang Yu's learning and the preparations of his former father-in-law for divorce. Wang Yu was immensely satisfied with the increase in his merit points, having unexpectedly accumulated over 200 points in just one afternoon. If calculated on a daily basis, this would guarantee a minimum of 300 points per day, amounting to 10,000 points monthly and 120,000 points annually. Such prospects filled him with excitement. Congratulations, host. Your merit points have surpassed 100, enabling you to participate in a lottery. At last, the moment had arrived, justifying the toil of the entire afternoon. He clicked to draw the lottery. The ordinary interface revealed no special effects, yet new prizes had emerged. Upon claiming his reward, Wang Yu's expression shifted slightly. The reward was indeed formidable, yet not aligned with his immediate needs. Enhanced child delivery technique. When delivering, one may select the gender and quantity, up to 3 per birth. Perhaps I should consider a career change, abandon the medical profession, and erect a temple. Waiting for patrons to arrive. I could hang a sign outside, specialist in child delivery for 20 years. Then I might establish a fee schedule, 50,000 for a boy, 60,000 for a girl, 200,000 for twins, 500,000 for a dragon and phoenix pair, and 1,000,000 for triplets, gender of choice. Indeed, it would take long before I become the wealthiest individual in Zuchiching. If I were to place the temple next to a fertility clinic, the wealth would flow in even faster. Lost in these thoughts, Wang Yu unknowingly drifted into slumber, where he encountered the enchanting maiden he longed for, who was massaging his shoulders while Yuan gently washed his feet and Sun Qian sat nearby, deftly peeling grapes. Hee. The sound of lascivious laughter echoed within the room. Dreams represent our loftiest aspirations because they encompass everything we desire. Upon waking the next morning, Wang Yu reminisced about the dream from the previous night. Though well aware of its impossibility, he indulged in his fantasies. After a refreshing cold shower, he set off to work, invigorated. Good morning, brother Yu. Tian, you traitor. Hee. Brother Yu, my mother called me home for dinner last night. So you abandoned me to work overtime alone. What happened to our revolutionary friendship? You just cast aside your comrade. Brother Yu, look, I brought you breakfast. My mother made steamed beef buns. Tian waved the bag in her hand, beaming with delight. You do have a conscience. I hadn't eaten anything. He accepted the bag, retrieving a bun and taking a bite. It was quite delectable. Delicious. Your mother is quite the cook. Absolutely. I've never tasted anything better than my mother's cooking in my life. Wang Yu chuckled, remaining silent as he focused on his bun, while Tian continued to praise her mother's culinary creations. Brother Yu, you should stop talking. I haven't had breakfast either. Realizing the bag, which had been plumb moments ago, was now nearly empty, Tian rushed over to snatch it. Swallowing the last morsel of his bun, Wang Yu handed over the bag. Don't worry, there is still some left for you. Enjoy. Ah, 10 buns, and you leave me with just one. Are you a pig? It is not my fault. Who could resist the delectable dumplings made by Annie? I even saved one for you. Oomph. A heartless man. Tian turned her head and silently savored the last dumpling. Shall I treat you to lunch? Seeing the sulky little girl, Wang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. Of course, I want to make you spend all your money. Upon hearing the prospect of a treat, Tian's face instantly lit up with a smile. Wang Yu couldn't resist teasing her, Women, after breakfast. The two donned their white coats and masks, preparing to commence their duties. Wang Yu had also put on a pair of plain glasses today, lending him an air of gravitas. Brother Yu, why are you wearing glasses? I believe it makes me appear more cultured. Upon entering the consultation room, they quickly fell into their work rhythm. Wang Yu maintained his swift pace, and as the patients dwindled, his merit points surpassed the threshold of 400. However, the system interface still lacked any indication of a lottery. Wang Yu remained unperturbed. Rewards were assured at both 100 and 1,000 points, and with the current rate of increase. He would reach 1,000 points in no time, eagerly anticipating the enhancement of his abilities. Soon, noon arrived, and Tian gently encouraged the last few patients to leave, marking the end of their morning shift. Wang Yu did not insist on seeing every patient. After all, this was not a one-time task, and such reasonable arrangements would allow them to serve patients better in the long run. Throughout the morning, Su Mu had not appeared, nor had the Yang brothers, as those precious resources were not easily obtained. Arriving at the cafeteria with Tian, the young girl showed no restraint, filling her tray to the brim while also arranging Wang Yu's meal with precision. Tian, do you think you could finish all that? Wang Yu couldn't help but inquire, not out of concern for the expense, but from a genuine aversion to waste. Don't worry, brother Yu. We'll share your tray, and I'll pack up what's on mine to take home, so we won't have to cook tonight. What a clever girl. Hee. Brother Yu, since you enjoy my mother's dumplings, let me treat you in return. Tian beamed like a little hamster that had just tasted honey. Go ahead and eat. Afterward, please help me find some books on traditional Chinese medicine. I want to study them. Wang Yu found himself amused by Tian's explanation. This diligent little girl was quite endearing. Brother Yu, you are so capable. Do you still need to read? You wouldn't understand. The more I read, the stronger I become. Tian was momentarily taken aback by Wang Yu's nonchalant confidence. She promptly immersed herself in her meal. As they neared the end, Wang Yu noticed that Su Mu had not come by, leaving him with a slight sense of emptiness, as he had hoped to catch a glimpse of the beautiful doctor. I'm off, brother Yu. I'll go find those books on traditional Chinese medicine for you. Please take care of your tray and pack up my food. With that, Tian hurriedly departed. As he watched the departing Tian, Wang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the vitality of youth, prompting him to begin packing the meals. Meanwhile, in the central hospital, Chen Chusheng found himself unable to eat a single bite. Chen Yuding sat by the bedside, holding a bowl of chicken soup, at a loss for words to console her father. The actions of her mother left her feeling ashamed to speak. Yet she pondered how she was any different from her mother. With vacant eyes, Chen Chusheng lay on the hospital bed, although he had been rescued. His heart was now filled with despair. Yuding, I intend to divorce your mother. His hoarse voice revealed a chilling resentment. Dad, Chen Yuding called out. Yet she found herself at a loss for words, unsure whether to urge her father to remain optimistic or to caution him against acting impulsively. Such matters are difficult for any man to bear with composure. With her husband Wang Yu having angrily left everything behind, and her mother having betrayed her father, it seemed their family was irreparably shattered. All collaborations with the Liu family must cease. We cannot allow them to profit from my company any longer. You must handle this afternoon. At that moment, Chen Chusheng's hatred for his wife and Liu Baoqiang reached a boiling point. He had already seen the contents of the USB Wang Yu provided, and even Chen Yuding had viewed them. The images on the video made Chen Chusheng grind his teeth in fury. Chen Yuding longed to chastise her mother, yet her own actions rendered her speechless. In the quiet hospital room, the father and daughter sat in silence, accompanied only by heavy breaths and Chen Yuding's subdued sobs. Chapter 33. The girl downstairs has disappeared, lying on the hospital bed in the examination room. Wang Yu perused the medical text that Tian had brought him. He first selected a comprehensive guide to Chinese medicinal herbs and began to leaf through its pages, for the prescriptions he wrote often required these remedies. The incident with the Wanshui grass yesterday had imparted a valuable lesson. Had it not been for Su Mu's timely intervention, he would have experienced considerable embarrassment. As he delved into the descriptions of various herbs, Wang Yu gradually enhanced his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine, cross-referencing the medications he had prescribed during consultations. Time slipped away unnoticed as he immersed himself in his studies, and when Tian arrived, he was so engrossed that he failed to hear her enter. Yi. It's time to start work, Tian reminded him. Oh, is it that time already? Wang Yu exclaimed, glancing at his phone, which displayed 1:60. Let us begin calling patients, he said, donning his mask and white coat, ready to embark on the afternoon's duties. In the office of the hospital director, Han Kuan reviewed the data from the previous day. His expression won a surprise. He promptly dialed the head of the outpatient department. Hello, Lao Huang. Are you certain there are no mistakes in the gynecology clinic's data? Director Han, I assure you, there are no errors. Initially, I suspected a system glitch, but I verified the figures with the finance and pharmacy departments this morning. Both treatment income and the volume of medicinal supplies match perfectly. The gynecology data is impeccable. That's reassuring. By the way, where did you find this extraordinary physician? I discreetly observed his practice this morning. His medical skills and consultation speed are truly commendable. Lao Huang, make sure to pay close attention to Dr. Wang in gynecology. Any requests he has should be met, and if there are issues that cannot be resolved, let me know promptly. Rest assured, Director Han, I will fully support Dr. Wang's work. However, I must inform you of a situation that requires your guidance. What is it? Han Kun in Kuwait. Dr. Wang exclusively prescribes traditional Chinese medicine. Given the current pace of usage in the pharmacy, our stock will not last a month. I was considering whether we should order an additional supply of herbs, as I fear we will run short by the end of the month. Is it all traditional Chinese medicine? Yes, indeed. Is it possible to ensure profitability solely through medication without testing fees? Fear not, Director, although we do not charge for testing. A course of traditional Chinese medicine lasts at least half a month, and some patients take 2 or 3 courses at once. Moreover, Dr. Wang's consultation speed significantly increases revenue compared to before. Excellent. Head to the pharmacy and prepare a month's supply of all traditional Chinese herbs available on the market, based on yesterday's sales volume. Understood, Director. I will go immediately. After hanging up, Han Kuan leaned back in his chair, meticulously analyzing the afternoon's data from the previous day. This truly is akin to having a money tree. This young man's reputation has yet to spread widely, but it won't be long before he becomes renowned throughout Sioux City. At that point, a 5 million annual salary will surely not suffice to retain him. I shall observe for another week, then approach the chairman to discuss a salary increase. Tian, how many patients are left? He glanced at his watch. It was already 5:30, and Wang Yu was nearly exhausted. After diagnosing and prescribing without pause, he felt as though he might collapse from fatigue. There are still many patients. The number of those arriving in the afternoon far surpasses that of the morning, and it seems we will need to work overtime today. Tian, holding her pink thermos, took a sip of water to soothe her throat, having spoken excessively throughout the afternoon. Despite the system in place, we remain ensnared by the fate of overtime. Wang Yu slumped into his chair, indifferent to his appearance. Let us get started. We must push ourselves, or we'll leave even later. All right, call the next patient. Little did Wang Yu anticipate that the 100 or so patients he treated swiftly and accurately the previous day would find significant improvement after taking his medicine, thereby enhancing his reputation within small circles throughout the morning. Those initially intending to seek treatment at other hospitals were persuaded by friends to come to him instead. Upon arrival, witnessing a packed waiting room and bustling corridors, they became further convinced of Wang Yu's exceptional medical skills. After all, how could there be so many waiting if it weren't for his expertise? This crowd mentality emboldened patients to endure the lengthy queue, patiently waiting outside. This afternoon, Su Mu conducted 2 surgeries and checked on several patients under her care, leaving her with little to do at this moment. Curiosity piqued. She decided to observe Wang Yu's practice. Upon reaching the gynecology clinic's doorway, she noticed an unusual phenomenon. Other doctors had few patients waiting, with some idly scrolling through their phones. In stark contrast, a long line of at least 20 patients awaited Wang Yu's attention. Intrigued, Su Mu approached the door and observed as Wang Yu skillfully took pulses while explaining conditions and important considerations to his patients. His fingers flying over the keyboard to prepare prescriptions. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any delays. With each patient seen in just over a minute before the next was called. After watching for about 10 minutes, Su Mu noted that Wang Yu had already attended to 10 patients, wasting not a single moment as he repeated the motions of taking pulses, providing medical advice, and issuing prescriptions. He operated like a machine, precise and efficient. Choosing not to disturb him, Su Mu quietly departed after a brief observation. What an extraordinary individual. How had he acquired such remarkable medical skills? After more than an hour of diligence, Wang Yu finally completed his consultations just before 7 o'clock. The normally vivacious Tian now seemed drained, greeting Wang Yu before dragging her weary self out of the clinic, ready to return home for a much-needed rest. This was no way for a person to live. After a day filled with diverse encounters with various women, many of whom were beautiful and well-proportioned, Wang Yu transitioned from admiration to indifference in less than a day. After a short break to regain some semblance of energy, he quickly changed his clothes and left the hospital. Upon returning home, he did not immediately head downstairs but instead collapsed onto the couch, remaining utterly still. After sitting for approximately an hour, he gradually began to recover. Neglecting his meal, he hurriedly changed into fresh attire, adorned with 7 bracelets marked with the number 6, and descended the stairs. The sound of his footsteps echoed, thud, thud, thud. Everything mirrored the previous 2 occasions, devoid of any change. As he gazed into the still darkened room below, a profound sense of disappointment enveloped Wang Yu. Was it truly nothing more than a fleeting encounter? With his deep-seated romantic ideals, he felt a pang of unfulfilled longing. Since that day, although he had not crossed paths with Wen Xian again, she lingered in his thoughts, a gentle thread of attachment woven into his heart. He recognized that such feelings were largely unreciprocated, yet they represented his most genuine sentiments. Reflecting on the myriad challenges faced during the pursuit of love, he had prepared himself for a prolonged strategy. However, the current predicament, where he could not even catch a glimpse of her, caught him completely off guard. The mysterious disappearance of the girl had become a thorn embedded in his heart, rendering him restless and unable to find solace in sleep during the night. Chapter 34. Thank you, third brother in the following 3 days. Wang Yu truly experienced the terrifying nature of women in Sioux City. They would stand in line for discounts at stores, queue for the launch of new products, and even when a milk tea shop opened its doors, it was predominantly women forming the lines. The gynecological clinic, exclusively catering to female patients, was especially crowded, with these women steadfastly choosing his consultation room, despite the presence of 3 others nearby. Throughout these 3 days, Wang Yu lost count of how many female patients' hands he had held, receiving countless invitations and little notes in return. At this moment, he had become numb. After 3 days of intense work, Tian had successfully acquired a hoarse voice. She could no longer bounce about with her usual vivacity, and every time she saw the long queues outside, a sense of dread welled up within her. The cheerfulness she once exuded had vanished, and even when Wang Yu treated her to a meal, her expression remained stiff, her words sparse. The dark circles under her eyes and slightly disheveled hair bore testament to the toll reality had taken on her. From morning until night, engaging in conversation from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. left her drained, with her rest periods filled with an overwhelming desire to do nothing and say nothing. Were it not for the generous overtime pay sustaining her, she would have longed to storm into her superior's office, slam down her resignation, and declare, "I quit," before leaving in a dramatic flourish. Tian, should I take a break tomorrow? What day is it tomorrow? Thursday. Let me check. Tian pulled out her phone and scrolled to her saved schedule. Under Thursday's column, next to Wang Yu's name, the word rest was written. Instantly, the little nurse felt invigorated. "Brother Yu, we don't have to work tomorrow." Her hoarse voice could not conceal the excitement of youth. "Let us go home." Hearing this affirmative news, Wang Yu stood up and waved his hand to signal the end of the day's work. Upon returning home, Wang Yu did not take the elevator from the underground parking lot, but stood at the entrance, gazing at the still darkened room. His feelings of disappointment slowly transformed into acceptance. That night may have been nothing more than a dream, a fleeting moment where he had grasped the most precious gift from a woman. What more could he desire? Greed is, after all, a universal flaw of humanity. Back in his empty abode, Wang Yu felt an indescribable pang of sorrow. The once joyful and happy home was gone. The two daughters he cherished, as if they were his life, still caused a dull ache in his heart whenever he thought of them. Yet, as he was not their biological father, what right did he have to claim them? The divorce had drawn a definitive line between him and the Chen family. The arguments of right and wrong had lost their significance. Life continued to march forward, indifferent to individual circumstances. Finishing a can of beer in one swift motion, Wang Yu buried his longing for the girl deep within his heart. Meanwhile, at Tianjie restaurant, Sun Qian entered the private room, her face devoid of any smile as she approached the third brother who had summoned her. She was not as carefree as she had imagined, believing she could easily pick up and let go of feelings. These past few days, she could not forget Wang Yu, whom she had only known for a day, often unconsciously caressing her chest as she replayed the sensations of that afternoon in her mind. Little sister has arrived. Third brother has gathered some information that I believe will be of great use to you. What was investigated? Which girl did the elder brother take under his wing again? Or was the second brother punished by his sister-in-law once more? At that moment, Sun Dishing felt somewhat awkward. The topics Sun Qian mentioned were merely his personal interests. She enjoyed gossiping about her two elder brothers. Whenever she received a tidbit of information, she eagerly shared it with her younger sister. The siblings would delight in the revelations and then leverage this information to extort their two brothers. At that moment, Sun Qian thought her third brother had once again uncovered the secrets of their elder brothers, but her once lively interest had waned. It was not about the elder or second brother, but rather concerning her brother-in-law. What brother-in-law? Sun Qian momentarily failed to grasp the context. Are you referring to Dr. Wang? Why are you inquiring about him? What is happening? Is he remarrying Chen Yuding? Sun Qian's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Such a fine man was unfortunately not hers. No, those two haven't even seen each other in days. The notion of remarriage is absurd. Then what is it? I discovered the reason behind their divorce. I say, third brother, when did you become so nosy? Why are you prying into others' marital affairs? What concern is it of yours? Sun Qian felt a pang of anger. After that day, she had resolved to sever ties with Wang Yu and had forced herself to move on. Though her heart ached these past few days, she would not waver in her decision. Yet, her third brother, idling about, had taken it upon himself to secretly investigate Wang Yu and had unearthed such confidential information. Little sister, am I not entitled to a bit of discontent? A man as admirable as Wang, who cannot become my brother-in-law, leaves me devoid of joy even in my drinking. Then why not marry him or bind yourself to him, and refrain from calling him brother-in-law without cause? Sun Dishing, momentarily caught off guard by Sun Qian's sharp retort, forgot his original intent, but soon realized it was time to dispense with the teasing. Little sister, listen to me. Wang Yu and Chen Yuding will never remarry in this lifetime. I can assure you of that. What have you discovered to be so certain? At that moment, the once desolate heart of Sun Qian flickered back to life. Chen Yuding had betrayed Wang. Their two daughters were fathered by another man. As this explosive revelation escaped his lips, Sun Dishing triumphantly took a sip of his drink, awaiting his sister's jubilant reaction. However, Sun Qian's expression remained unchanged. Third brother, are you serious? I'm not joking. Little sister, do you still doubt my capabilities? I even obtained the video of Wang Yu undergoing a paternity test, along with the results. Saying this, he retrieved his phone and opened a video to show Sun Qian. Receiving the phone, Sun Qian watched the familiar figure on the screen, her heart aching subtly. The video depicted Wang Yu just after receiving his test results, his face etched with despair. Leaning against the hospital wall as tears streamed down his face, the anguish he felt was beyond words. As she watched, tears filled Sun Qian's eyes. She could never have imagined that the bright and cheerful man she knew harbored such profound sorrow. In that moment, his heart must have been in excruciating pain. Why are you crying, little sister? Shouldn't this be a moment of joy? Sun Dishing gazed at his sister, who was weeping while holding her phone, momentarily perplexed. "Shut up." Sun Qian shot him a fierce glare. All right, I want to say another word." "Take your time to watch," he replied. The video was brief. Yet Sun Qian found herself engrossed in it for an extended period, replaying it multiple times, absorbing the sorrow and despair of Wang Yu, feeling a pang of compassion for the man with whom she once shared a close connection. There's also a paternity test. "I spent 10,000 yuan to have someone obtain it from the hospital," Sun Dushing reminded her, noticing his sister's silence. Upon hearing this, Sun Qian paused the video and scrolled through her phone, discovering the 2 paternity test results prepared by Wang Yu. The words "no blood relation" struck her heart with an indescribable ache, yet simultaneously ignited an overwhelming excitement within her. "I feel so distressed, yet exhilarated. What should I do? He is so pitiful. I shall marry him, bear him many children, and remain by his side forever, until we grow old together." Resolute in her decision, Sun Qian transferred the video and the test results to her phone and tossed Sun Dushing's phone back to him. Her eyes were red, but finally adorned with a smile as she addressed her brother. "Third brother, you care for me more than eldest brother and second brother ever could. I will be eternally grateful to you." "He indeed. Can eldest and second compare to me?" Sun Dushing chuckled, his lips curling into a broad grin at his sister's praise. Chapter 35. I dressed up beautifully, only to end up disappointed at this moment. Wang Yu remained oblivious to the challenges that lay ahead. A 42-year-old spinster was fiercely devoted to her pursuit of love, and she was supported by 3 doting siblings. "Mom, I'm doing well. I've secured a new job with an annual salary of 5 million. You needn't worry about me. I assure you, if you don't believe me, you can come visit. I'm even planning to buy a villa to accommodate you." "A girlfriend?" "I just started my new workplace. I'll address that once I settle in. Rest assured, your son, with both looks and wealth, has plenty of young ladies vying for his attention. You need not worry about the prospect of grandchildren." Yes. Let Chunmei come over. My place is over 200 square meters with 4 bedrooms, and I'm the only occupant. It will be perfect for her to come and cook for me." "All right, tomorrow at 11, I will pick her up from the station." "What about Dad?" "Oh, wait until he returns. Then you 2 can discuss whether to come to the city." "I'll hang up now, Mom." "Don't worry. I'll certainly find a girlfriend in a few months. When have I ever deceived you?" "Trust me, Mom. I'm hanging up now. Goodbye." After ending the call, Wang Yu exhaled deeply. His mother's incessant chatter was as overwhelming as ever. Her relentless inquiries about finding a wife left him at a loss for words. He could only offer assurances, though he had been hoping to win over a lovely girl with some effort over the next few months. And now she was nowhere to be found. Currently, he was so busy that he barely had time to relieve himself, spending his days mostly in the company of Tian, a young nurse who was merely 20 years old. As a 30-year-old man contemplating a second marriage, he felt it wise to dismiss any such thoughts. In fact, he regarded Tian more like a younger sister. His thoughts swirled chaotically, leaving him uncertain of his next steps. Sighing, he decided to postpone matters for a while. Perhaps by then the girl he had hoped for would return. After washing up, Wang Yu collapsed onto his bed and fell asleep within 3 minutes. "Third brother, I will visit him to the hospital tomorrow." Sun Qian, visibly intoxicated, expressed her hopes. "All right, I will accompany you," replied third brother. "I want to marry him." "Sure, I will help you book a hotel. I want to have his children." "Well, this is something I cannot assist you with." "Third brother, please don't sway. My head is spinning." Seeing his sister in such a drunken state, Sun Dushing was at a loss for how to convey his feelings. He summoned 2 female attendants to help Sun Qian to the lounge on the 3rd floor while he remained downstairs, drinking alone. Should he call his brother-in-law to invite him over, to get him intoxicated and then place him in his sister's bed? With this thought, Sun Dushing dialed Wang Yu's number, but Wang Yu was in a deep slumber, undisturbed by the ringing phone. After several attempts with no answer, Sun Dushing reluctantly abandoned the idea. "Well then, it seems I have nowhere to sleep tonight." Concerned for his sister's safety, Sun Dushing pulled over several chairs and arranged them together, preparing to endure the night. "Chunmei, is Yugo really coming to pick us up tomorrow?" After just hanging up with Wang Mu, Chunmei informed Yan that Wang Yu would be at the station to greet the 2 of them. "Yes, and Anne also mentioned that Yugo has 4 rooms, so we can stay there." Staying there seems inappropriate. Yan shyly lowered her gaze. Oh, Yan, you must muster some courage. I deceived our parents to secure this opportunity for you. You must cherish it. Otherwise, when my brother finds another girlfriend, it will be too late for you to lament. Yes, I will seize this opportunity. Yan resolved to be more proactive, realizing she had been too passive in the past. There is something else, but you must keep it a secret. What is it? If it's crucial, perhaps it's best not to tell me. Yesterday afternoon, I saw Aunt and my mother talking while wiping away tears. I stealthily approached and overheard. My brother's divorce was due to that woman's infidelity, and both children she bore are not his. Yan could not help but exclaim. Lower your voice. Chunmei immediately covered Yan's mouth, whispering a warning. Woo-woo. Yan gestured for Chunmei to release her. We must keep this confidential and not reveal it in front of my brother. He values his pride immensely. If he finds out, it will be disastrous. Rest assured, Chunmei, I won't tell anyone. Oh, I can only wonder how my brother is coping these days. That Chen Yuding is truly shameless for committing such acts. Listening to Chunmei's curses, Yan's heart had already drifted elsewhere, contemplating the joy of finally meeting the long-cherished Yugo. A smile of happiness gracing her face. Yugo, I am willing to bear your children, as many as you desire. Meanwhile, Wang Yu was blissfully unaware, sound asleep, completely oblivious to the fact that two young women had already set their sights on him, eagerly anticipating their plans for the next day. The following day, Wang Yu indulged in a rare lie-in, awakening to continue his studies of the medical texts he had brought home from the hospital, planning to head to the station at 10:30 to meet his cousin. At the same time, in Maria Hospital, Sun Qian stormed out in a fit of anger. After much inquiry, she discovered that Wang Yu was actually off today. At around 7 a.m., Sun Qian had knocked on the door of a hair salon, emerging with an exquisite new hairstyle. Donning her favorite outfit, applying eyeliner, and perfecting her crimson lips, she adorned herself beautifully. She had envisioned surprising him with her sudden appearance, only to find out he was on a day off. Settling into her car, Sun Qian calmed her excited heart and dialed Wang Yu's number. Hello, who is this? Dr. Wang, I apologize for the intrusion. This is Sun Qian. Oh, Miss Sun, what brings you to call? Upon hearing Sun Qian's voice, vivid images flooded Wang Yu's mind, grand and alluring, evoking a sense of buoyancy. Today, I ventured to the hospital, hoping to seek your guidance once more. However, upon my arrival, I discovered that you were on a day off. I contemplated calling you to inquire if you might be available. Alas, I am occupied with work tomorrow, but Ms. Sun can come to see me then. It must be tomorrow indeed. Upon hearing this, Sun Qian felt a pang of disappointment. Well, I have matters to attend to. My cousin is visiting today, and I need to fetch her from the station. Furthermore, I must accompany her for some shopping in the afternoon, leaving me quite busy with little time to spare. Oh, Dr. Wang, might you be free around noon? I would be delighted to treat you and your sister to a meal, and perhaps you could assist me without interfering with your afternoon plans. I truly feel embarrassed. Last time, Sangu bore the expenses. I implore you, Dr. Wang, without your assistance today, I fear I shall be restless tonight. The way an unmarried lady pleads is hard to resist. Very well, I shall visit Sangu. I will pick her up directly and head over. Please inform Sangu of my arrival. Rest assured, Dr. Wang, I shall see you at noon. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu glanced at the time and realized it was nearly time to head to the station. He promptly gathered his belongings and set off downstairs. Chapter 36, the first meeting of Sun Qian and Song Yan Wang. Yu had just finished organizing the clothes he had changed out of over the past few days and was preparing to toss them into the washing machine when he suddenly discovered the bank card given to him by the second son of the Sun family. Upon examining it, he realized it was from Zhongyuan Bank, conveniently located near his residential area. With some time to spare, he decided to check the balance. As he sat in his car, he couldn't help but marvel at how he had been so preoccupied that he had overlooked such an important matter. Once parked, he approached an ATM, committed the password on the back of the card to memory, and began his inquiry. When he saw a 5 followed by 6 zeros on the screen, he was taken aback. Goodness, the Sun family truly displayed remarkable generosity. A mere medical treatment had cost them $5 million. The affluent world of the wealthy once again reshaped his perspective. The 3 brothers of the Sun family were indeed affluent. And their substantial gift to him was not only a gesture of gratitude for sparing their sister from surgical procedure, but also a deliberate attempt to foster a relationship. After all, having a doctor as skilled as Wang Yu in their circle was invaluable. Who could guarantee they would never fall ill? With the bank card safely stowed away, Wang Yu felt quite elated. After purchasing a bracelet, he still had over 3 million left. Later, Chun Chuxing generously provided him with 5 million as divorce compensation, significantly enhancing his financial standing. Today, this card had elevated his assets to the 10 million mark, igniting within him a desire to indulge in some shopping. On his way to the station, he contemplated whether he should sell the apartment he was renting. The real estate agent had mentioned that if the property remained unrented, it might need to be listed for sale. Additionally, he considered the car he had, which was just over 100,000 in value. Although it was only 3 years old, Wang Yu felt an urge to replace it. It wasn't that he disliked the vehicle. Rather, it was burdened with too many memories of his ex-wife and their 2 children. Perhaps he would purchase a new car that afternoon, selling the current one to sever ties more cleanly. Lost in thought, Wang Yu arrived at the station. After finding a place to park, he made his way to the exit. The city was not particularly large, and the station featured only a single square and one exit. At that moment, the entrance was crowded with people, taxi drivers seeking passengers, and hotel staff hawking rooms. Yet, most were there like Wang Yu, waiting to greet someone. After waiting for over 10 minutes, he spotted Chunmei's distinctive ponytail bobbing with each step she took. Seeing his cousin brought a smile to his face, and he waved enthusiastically to catch her attention. Just as he was getting into the rhythm of his waving, he noticed Yan beside Chunmei, leaving him momentarily speechless. The memory of their encounter the previous evening, where he had given Yan a massage and felt her lingering gaze, sent a wave of heat through him. Did his mother not mention that only Chunmei would be coming? Why was Yan tagging along? He had already promised Chunmei that she could stay with him. But if Yan were to move in as well, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't find himself in a precarious situation given their prolonged interaction. However, this was not the time to fret. Perhaps Yan was merely accompanying Chunmei for a brief visit and would soon return home. "Brother, over here." Under Yan's subtle gesture, Chunmei quickly noticed Wang Yu, who appeared lost in thought. She approached him without hesitation, followed closely by Yan, whose heart brimmed with joy. Even at the station exit, Yan had spotted Wang Yu outside, as if by some enchantment. Amidst the crowd, she effortlessly identified the man she had cherished for years. "Your complexion has darkened," Wang Yu remarked as he took Chunmei's backpack and playfully patted her on the head. "I still have this." Chunmei, unabashed, draped Yan's backpack over Wang Yu's shoulder as well. "I can manage on my own," Yan said, her shyness evident as she glanced at Wang Yu. "Don't worry, my brother is strong enough to carry 2 backpacks without issue." "Let's go, I'm starving," Chunmei exclaimed, grasping Yan's hand as they maneuvered through the crowd. Wang Yu obediently followed behind, laden with the 2 bags. Upon reaching the car, Chunmei snatched the bags and tossed them into the back seat before settling in herself. "Yan, you sit in the front. There's no room in the back," she said, shutting the door behind her. Wang Yu contemplated pulling Chunmei aside to inquire about her overt behavior, questioning if it was truly appropriate. He had opened the trunk, yet at that moment, he could not reject Chunmei's suggestion. "Yan, please get in. I'll take you both out for a meal." After closing the trunk, Wang Yu opened the car door for Yan. "Thank you," Yan replied, feeling too bashful to meet his gaze. Chunmei's encouragement was overwhelming, almost revealing her innermost feelings. However, with no other option available, Yan hastily entered the vehicle. As Wang Yu settled into the driver's seat, an awkward silence enveloped them. "Hurry up, brother. If you take any longer, your sister will truly starve," Chunmei urged. "All right, let us get going," Wang Yu replied, fastening his seatbelt before preparing to start the engine. Coincidentally, Yan also reached for her seatbelt at the same time, their 2 hands brushing together, causing a momentary tension between them. "Go ahead and drive. I'll help you," Yan said, securing her seatbelt before assisting Wang Yu with his. "Thanks," he said, starting the car. In a moment of distraction, Wang Yu inadvertently pressed the accelerator without shifting gears. He discreetly glanced at the 2 girls, relieved that they were unaware of his blunder. Steadying himself, he directed the car towards the Tianjia food court. Throughout the journey, Wang Yu remained fixated on the road, the atmosphere within the vehicle growing increasingly awkward. Yan, captivated by Wang Yu, found herself bolder with each glance, her affection nearly spilling over. Wang Yu, acutely aware of her gaze, felt an uncomfortable stiffness enveloping him. He barely registered Chunmei calling his name from behind. Finally arriving at the Tianjia food court, Wang Yu swiftly located a parking spot, exiting the car and letting out a sigh of relief. "Are we eating here?" Chunmei asked, taking in the extravagant entrance of the establishment, her eyes widening at its apparent opulence. "Yes, a friend is treating today, and I thought it was the perfect opportunity to bring you both along." "Brother, those two people at the entrance look quite peculiar," Chunmei observed. Wang Yu followed Chunmei's gaze and soon spotted the siblings Sun Qian and Sun Dishing. Today, Sun Qian appeared meticulously adorned, dazzling in her attire as she stood at the entrance of the restaurant, scanning her surroundings. This scene evoked memories from a few days prior. But now, there was an additional figure present. Sun Dishing, a burly figure resembling a formidable bear, held a pink parasol, shielding Sun Qian from the sun's rays. The peculiar pairing attracted the attention of several passers-by. "Third brother," Wang Yu called out from a distance. "Ah, my brother-in-law has arrived. May I inquire who these two are?" The mention of brother-in-law caused a noticeable shift in the expressions of Chunmei and Yan. "Brother, why does he address you as brother-in-law? I was unaware you had such a large brother-in-law." "A friend of mine, rather indiscreet with his words," Wang Yu explained, relieving Yan's anxiety, as Sun Dashing's loud voice had nearly led her to believe she was doomed once more before her endeavor had even begun. "This is my cousin Chunmei, and this is Yan, the younger sister from the neighboring family. You both may refer to her as sister since she is third brother's sister." Wang Yu offered a brief introduction. From a distance, Sun Qian observed the two girls beside Wang Yu, and upon hearing the introductions, she promptly dismissed Chunmei. However, the presence of the delicate-looking girl, labeled as a neighbor and a sister, significantly heightened her sense of rivalry. Chapter 37 Third Brother, you are right. After a series of polite exchanges at the entrance, several individuals made their way to the private room. Wang Yu and Sun Dishing took their seats side by side, while Sun Qian sat beside her third brother. Chunmei, holding on to Yan, seated her directly next to Wang Yu, then cheerfully settled down beside Yan. With so many people around, Yan's cheeks flushed crimson as she sat with her head lowered, fidgeting with a napkin on her plate. Observing this, Sun Qian narrowed her eyes, sensing a looming threat. This bashful expression, even causing her heart to soften, ignited a surge of protectiveness within her. Not to mention, men are visual creatures. In a flash, she conceived a plan. "Third brother, scoot over." "What is it, little sister?" "Move to the side." With that, Sun Qian shot Sun Dishing a glare, faced with his sister's stern gaze. Sun Dishing had no choice but to switch seats. Wang Yu glanced around. Goodness, two women, both surrounding him. How could he possibly eat now? "Third brother, should I sit over there?" Wang Yu timidly suggested. "Huh, brother-in-law, you're just fine where you are," Sun Dashing replied, not oblivious to his sister's intentions. "Xiao Yu, I'm feeling a bit of pain in my chest today. If you have a moment, could you take a look for me?" Sun Qian blinked her big eyes at Wang Yu, her left hand gently rubbing her chest, a hint of pain etched on her face. The tone, the expression, the gesture left Wang Yu parched with anxiety. "Vixen," came a soft remark from Chunmei beside them. Yet, Sun Qian appeared to be oblivious, gazing at Wang Yu with a pitiful expression. "Miss Sunday," Wang Yu began, only to have a delicate, white finger press against his lips. "Call me sister or Qian will suffice." Wang Yu longed to protest, questioning their familiarity, but reflecting upon his own actions, he found it difficult to deny their closeness. However, addressing her as Qian felt impossible. The seasoned enchantress before him was far too older. "Qian, I will help you, right now." Wang Yu's expression was one of disquiet, though he refrained from turning to look. He could sense the two young women's resentful gazes nearby. "Brother, Yan has also been experiencing chest pains these past few days. Could you take a look at her as well?" Chunmei, unwilling to see her dear friend at a disadvantage, promptly interjected. "Of course, no problem." Considering Yan's anxiety-induced chest pains, which he had previously treated with a massage and prescription, he thought it prudent to examine her thoroughly today. Little did he anticipate that as soon as he finished speaking, two delicate hands reached out before him. These hands were remarkably fair and beautiful, rounded and elongated, appearing so enticing under the lights of the private room that one couldn't help but wish to hold them and relish the sensation. Wang Yu's embarrassment lasted but a moment. As a man who had been resolute enough to seek a clean break in his divorce, he felt his anger rise at being teased by the two young women. Damn it, I see you are women, and I have tolerated enough. Now you dare to push your luck and present me with choices. In the present moment, I extended both hands and gently grasped the delicate hands of the two young women, placing them on the table to begin my examination. Sun Qian and Yawen were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, remaining silent as they quietly observed Wang Yu. Before long, Wang Yu discerned the health conditions of both young ladies. Sun Qian's tumor had vanished, and her body had made a remarkable recovery. With a few more days of medication, she would likely be completely healed. Yawen's periodic angina had also improved, and astonishingly, her inexplicable heartache had dissipated, although she still felt somewhat weak. The nourishment from his prescribed remedies alleviated any significant concerns. However, the tender glances exchanged between the two young women left Wang Yu feeling somewhat flustered. Upon making contact with them, the system had simultaneously displayed two panels, leading Wang Yu to contemplate the prospect of treating both patients concurrently, thereby liberating himself from the burden of overtime work in the future. Reflecting on this, he felt compelled to express his gratitude to the two young women. Had today's encounter not transpired, he might never have discovered the system's split-screen functionality. Yet, the subsequent examination left him somewhat bewildered. Lovesickness, he pondered. What on earth could this mean? Remarkably, both women seemed to be afflicted by the same condition, and the treatment options were concisely stated. No remedy available. Wang Yu instinctively felt a headache coming on. He had suspected, days prior, that Yuan harbored feelings for him, and her journey to the city was likely driven by her interest in him, though he found himself torn and uncertain about how to proceed. The thought of being admired by such beautiful and innocent young women filled his heart with sweetness. However, he was perplexed by Sun Qian's situation. When had she begun to develop feelings for him? Could it be a remnant of the last massage he had given her? Despite the notable age difference between them, having personally assessed Sun Qian's physique, it was impossible for him to deny that he harbored certain thoughts. Moreover, her fair, taut skin and flawless figure bore no indication of her being in her 40s. While both young women were indeed captivating, the bond with one had already taken root in Wang Yu's heart. The delicate red flowers on the white bedsheet blossomed, not only on the bed but also within his soul. Sister-in-law, brother. Wang Yu's pulse-taking session extended longer than anticipated, prompting Sun Dishing and Chunmei to gently remind him of time. Interrupting his reverie, Wang Yu cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Releasing the hands of the two young women, he lifted his teacup for a sip before stating, "Both of your healths have improved significantly. Currently, there are no major issues." Yet, Sun Qian interjected, "But I still feel a pain in my heart. Xiao Yu, could you please massage me once more?" Upon hearing this, her plea resonated deeply within him. Wang Yu was inclined to nod in agreement, but he hesitated. Some actions carry a lifetime of responsibility. "Brother Yu, I have also been feeling unwell lately. Would you mind giving me another massage?" Yuan managed to voice this request with great effort, her hand tightly clutching Wang Yu's clothing, her cheeks flushed with a crimson hue. Yet, a pair of eyes gazed at him with longing, the affection reflected within them, causing Wang Yu to shudder involuntarily. He considered Wen's request, pondering the possibility of indulging in it later that evening. Though his heart harbored feelings for another, this childhood companion, who had grown alongside him, certainly piqued his interest. The emergence of such thoughts startled Wang Yu. It felt as if he might absolve himself of any responsibility towards Yuan after their encounter. Observing the glimmer in that young girl's eyes, he questioned whether he would even be able to leave her room should he indeed seek her out that night. She was not a girl to be trifled with lightly. At that moment, however, faced with their request, Wang Yu found himself at a loss for how to decline. "Brother-in-law, let's eat first. After dinner, we can head upstairs, and you can attend to both of them. What is there to ponder about healing the sick?" Sun Dashing's words struck a chord within him, reminding him that a doctor's duty lies solely with the patient, devoid of gender considerations. Chapter 38. I will get drunk first, having found a justification for his actions. Wang Yu relinquished his inner turmoil and began to drink with Sundishing. The reason for their indulgence in alcohol was clear. They had no intention of providing massages to the two young ladies. It seemed absurd to think that one could deceive oneself under the pretense of a doctoress authority. Since he could not voice his refusal, he opted to drown himself in spirits, believing that once intoxicated, he would be oblivious to it all. With such thoughts in mind, Wang Yu drank merrily while Sundisheng, being a fellow enthusiast of liquor, joined in the revelry. Within an hour, they had consumed 4 bottles of baijiu. Yan, uncertain of Wang Yu's tolerance, watched him with concern, wishing to offer advice, yet at a loss for words. Chunmei, on the other hand, was famished. The delectable dishes before her made her forget any thoughts of assistance, prioritizing her hunger instead. Sun Qian, with a cheerful demeanor, observed the 2 men beside her, feeling an impending frustration. After a fruitless visit to the hospital that morning, she had whimsically invited Wang Yu for lunch, yet had yet to initiate her pursuit. The sudden appearance of a delicate young girl, whose pitiful demeanor made her wish to take a bite out of Wang Yu, only exacerbated her irritation. Brother-in-law, heed Brother San's counsel. I shall ensure your wedding is executed flawlessly. Sundishing was evidently inebriated. All right, leave it to Brother San. I'll surely prepare a generous red envelope for him. Wang Yu, too, was speaking indiscriminately. With the mention of brother-in-law, I feel at ease. Once I win over that girl, I will definitely ask Brother San for assistance. His words rendered Sun Qian and Yan speechless. Which girl was he referring to? Wang Yu's swiftness was astonishing. Only a few days post-divorce, and he had already set his sights on a new target. A wave of anxiety washed over the 2 women. Brother, which girl? What is her name? Chunmei, ever straightforward, inquired directly. I don't know her name. She lives just below my apartment. Chunmei was momentarily at a loss for words. Not even knowing the girl's name, yet contemplating marriage was utterly nonsensical. Why dwell on such matters? Come, brother-in-law, let us drink to this. Sundisheng's mind was evidently clouded, still catching up to the situation. Sun Qian discreetly nudged him under the table several times, but his thick skin rendered his efforts futile. Yan, dear sister, I have a few words I wish to share with you. Let us step into the next room. Observing her brother's lack of composure, Sun Qian turned her attention to Yan. After a moment of contemplation, Yan nodded and followed Sun Qian out of the private room. Chunmei intended to follow, but was halted by a glance from Sun Qian. In the adjacent room, the 2 women, each harboring their own thoughts, found themselves alone. Sister, now that it is just the 2 of us, I shall be forthright. Yan nodded in agreement. I can discern your feelings for Xiao Yu. I suspect they have been brewing for quite some time. Indeed, I resolved at the age of 16 that I would marry no one but you go. Yan replied with unwavering conviction. Sun Qian was momentarily taken aback. Was this girl truly so infatuated? Her sister did not conceal her thoughts either. She too wished to marry Xiao Yu. It was evident that the 2 of them were now rivals. Since both sisters aspired to win his affection, they could not allow him to fall into the hands of another woman. Wouldn't you agree, little sister? Sun Qian's words resonated with Yuan, as she now faced a competitor. If more rivals emerged, her chances would dwindle further. What can the elder sister do? There's a way. It remains uncertain whether the younger sister can muster the resolve to make some sacrifices. Sun Qian smiled enticingly at Yuan. For the sake of you go. I fear not death. Whatever plan you have, please share it. Then come closer, and I shall whisper it to you after a brief exchange of whispers. Yuan's face flushed anew, her hands clutching the hem of her garment, teeth biting down on her lip. Sister, can you truly follow through with what I propose? But will you go be angry? Besides, the 2 of us together, this seems absurd. Are you contemplating stepping away from Xiao Yu? If so, I shall not hold back. He happens to be intoxicated, and we can act this afternoon. I will not pass up this opportunity. Furthermore, do you genuinely believe he would be upset? I understand men far better than you do. Although Sun Qian spoke with confidence, her heart betrayed her thoughts. Otherwise, she would not drag Yuan into this predicament. After all, she had only just met Wang Yu and was still infatuated. If they acted on this whim, they might end up with nothing, losing both the boy and their friendship. However, If she could ensnare Wang Yu's little sweetheart into this scheme, the situation would become much more intricate, allowing her to navigate the outcome to her advantage. Yet, ultimately, one of them would have to concede. Yuan's thoughts were innocent. Though she contemplated agreeing to Sun Qian's proposal, she knew they would ultimately have to determine a victor. As a scion of a prominent family, Sun Qian's perspective was far beyond that of the naive girl Yuan. She understood that the so-called rules were merely constructs for the powerless. Those at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy had myriad ways to evade such constraints, provided their actions were not excessively egregious. What troubles you, sister? Are you frightened or unable to accept this? Do not concern yourself with societal judgments. Your own happiness is paramount. Do you not wish to live a life alongside Xiao Yu? I do wish for that. Yet, I am uncertain if this course of action is right. I have never encountered such a situation nor contemplated it. If my parents were to find out, they would surely be furious. Yuan was indeed quite conservative. Her mind was in turmoil, leaving her unsure whether to acquiesce. What does it matter? My elder brother and third brother are both unmarried, yet I have never witnessed my parents lash out at them. Moreover, my sisters-in-law all coexist harmoniously. If Sun Dezhao and Sun Dasheng were to discover that their sister's audacious thoughts were inspired by the two of them, one cannot help but wonder if they would deliver a few slaps to themselves. Indeed, individuals molded by disparate environments exhibit stark differences. What appears astonishing to Yuan unfolds as commonplace in Sun Qian's world. The collision of their differing worldviews has evidently shattered Yuan's perspective. Sister, hesitate no longer. What Xiao Yu just expressed was not mere drunken ramblings, but rather the truth from his heart. If we fail to take action, we may find ourselves destined for a life of solitude. Do you not yearn to bear a child that belongs to both you and Xiao Yu? Sun Qian's words struck Yuan like a hammer, resounding heavily against her heart. 9 years of unrequited love had rendered her weary of solitude, and the thought of spending the rest of her life in such a manner sent a shiver down her spine. The prospect of having a child that belongs to her and you good dangled before her like a sweet temptation, swaying gently in her mind. Very well, sister. As long as I can be with you, Gu, I will heed your guidance. Chapter 39. The terrifying nature of women upon witnessing Yuan being successfully lured onto the boat. Sun Qian couldn't help but display a cunning smile, reminiscent of a sly fox. She grasped Yuan's hand tightly, her tone soothing as she reassured, "Rest assured, dear sister, I shall always protect you henceforth." After a moment of shared understanding through their gaze, the two returned to their private room. Chunmei, curious about their previous conversation, could not resist inching closer to Yuan and persistently inquiring in hushed tones. Yet, how could Yuan dare to divulge such intimate matters? If Chunmei were to discover her collusion with Sun Qian, she would undoubtedly intervene. Thus, Yuan casually deflected, "Oh, it's nothing special, just some casual questions about Yuji's past." "Oh, is that all? Then why not ask me? After all, I am his own sister and know him far better than you." Chunmei's expression turned skeptical, but recalling that her dear friend had never deceived her, she refrained from pressing further. At this juncture, Sun Qian devised a plan to discreetly remove the bothersome Chunmei from the equation. She feigned enthusiasm and suggested, "Chunmei, why don't you take this opportunity to explore the mall and purchase something you fancy? After all, Xiao Yu still has to assist me with Yuan's treatment later." "But my brother can still see patients." Chunmei pointed towards Wang Yu, who was struggling to maintain his composure. "Of course he can. The effects of alcohol fade swiftly. A little rest will do him good. Chunmei, since you've just arrived in Shuyo City, there must be many things you wish to buy. Allow me to send someone to take you to my second brother's mall. Pick whatever you like. Consider it a gift from your sister to welcome you." With that, Sun Qian summoned a waiter, issued some instructions, and made a call to her second brother. Chunmei, still not finished with her meal, was drowsily led away by the waiter. Observing Yuan still in the private room, Sun Qian felt a nagging sense of something amiss, though she could not pinpoint it. Once Chunmei was sufficiently occupied, Sun Qian turned her attention to her third brother, pouring him another drink. "Yuan, fill Xiao Yu's glass as well," she instructed, giving Yuan a playful wink. Though bashful and somewhat anxious, Yuan resolutely began to execute the plan. Thus, the two men found themselves unwittingly ensnared by their own sister and her childhood companion. Regardless of their ability to drink, The gentle persuasion from their sister and the young girl led them to become inebriated before they realized it. About half an hour later, Sun Dishing had slid beneath the table. He was too heavy for Sun Qian to budge after several attempts, so she decided to disregard him. As for Wang Yu, although he too was inebriated, Yan took excellent care of him, ensuring he remained comfortably seated. However, his arms had encircled Yan's slender waist, his head resting against her soft abdomen as he drifted into a deep slumber. Feeling the strength of Wang Yu's arm and the potent scent of his masculinity, Yan found her legs wavering. With her hands aloft, she was uncertain whether to embrace him back or gently push him away. At this moment, Yan was exceedingly anxious, her large eyes fixed upon Sun Qian, urging her to make a decision swiftly. The intimate proximity to Wang Yu sent her heart racing, and she dared not move her hands as they cradled his head. Bring in 2 people, she called out to Sun Qian, who stood at the door. Soon, 2 attendants arrived. Take this gentleman to the lounge on the 3rd floor, Sun Qian instructed, pointing at Wang Yu in Yan's embrace. And what about the boss? The attendants inquired, glancing at Sun Dashing beneath the table. My brother is tough. Just find a suitable place for him to lie down, she replied nonchalantly. Faced with such a sister of the boss, the attendants were at a loss for words and complied with Sun Qian's order. In no time, Wang Yu was once again resting on the bed in the lounge upstairs. Yan followed him, tending to his needs by the bedside. Although Sun Qian casually mentioned finding a place for her brother, she stayed behind to ensure he was settled comfortably. Once everything was arranged, Sun Qian pushed open the door to the lounge on the 3rd floor, only to find Yan wiping Wang Yu's body. Oh dear, what are you doing, little sister? Sun Qian exclaimed. It's quite warm in here, and Yu Ge has perspired profusely. I'm just helping him clean up. Couldn't you turn on the air conditioning? Do you intend to wipe him down until tomorrow in this weather? The afternoon heat was oppressive, with an outside temperature of 38 degrees Celsius, and the lounge was around 34 degrees. Wang Yu had consumed copious amounts of liquor and was continuously drenched in sweat in such an environment. Yan, seeing him perspire, kept wiping him down with tissues, entirely forgetting to turn on the air conditioning. I forgot, Yan stammered, feeling bashful and wishing to vanish into a crack in the floor. Sun Qian merely smiled and said nothing, turning to switch on the air conditioning before locking the door. She then drew the curtains, plunging the room into darkness. Sister, would you like to take a shower first? Yan replied, and Sun Qian led her to the adjacent bathroom. The 2 women appraised each other, their eyes brimming with admiration and envy. Yan's youthful beauty was something Sun Qian could only dream of, while Sun Qian's devilishly perfect figure was beyond Yan's reach, an absolute natural gift. After their showers, the 2, wrapped in towels, approached Wang Yu, who lay in deep slumber. A wave of guilt washed over Yan. Let us first wipe him down. It will make his sleep more comfortable, Sun Qian suggested, taking the initiative. Yan stood there, momentarily at a loss. Hurry up, don't wait for him to wake up, or we'll be in a difficult position, Sun Qian urged. Encouraged by her words, Yan set aside her embarrassment and began to help. In a matter of moments, Wang Yu's body was thoroughly cleaned by the 2 of them. As they gazed at Wang Yu, Sun Qian felt a flush of shyness, despite her composed demeanor. She was still a girl at heart. Yan, sister, I'll step outside for a moment. Yan shook her head like a rattledrum, having summoned all her courage to reach this point. Now, performing the next act in front of another person felt utterly impossible for her. With that, Yan swiftly exited the room, leaving Sun Qian alone. Watching Yan depart, Sun Qian felt a sense of relief. After all, she truly struggled to let go. Taking a deep breath, she silently encouraged herself. Happiness must be fought for. Wang Yu, inebriated, had already succumbed to a deep slumber. Observing his peaceful demeanor, Sun Qian was overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. Having never contemplated marriage, she found herself inexplicably drawn to this man. Could this be what they call love? The lights dimmed, and the flowers bloomed. Chapter 40. Wang Yu's intoxication once more in a haze. Wang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of ease, as if a warm force coursed through his being, compelling him to struggle and sit up. However, at that moment, Sun Qian, in the corridor outside, had already drifted into slumber. The door opened and closed, with each person leaving the room panting, while those entering appeared exceedingly tense. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, it was well past 10 o'clock at night. As the effects of the alcohol gradually faded, Wang Yu's consciousness began to return. In a semi-conscious state, he attempted to shift his position, only to be startled by the realization that his left arm seemed to be firmly embraced by something, rendering him utterly immobile. Had he not yet awakened? Or was he still ensconced in a dream? His mind, still clouded, held no recollection of the events that transpired in the afternoon. The peculiar sensation from his body led him to mistakenly believe he remained trapped in a fantastical dream. Otherwise, how could such a delightful occurrence befall him? Surely, it must have been a consequence of excessive drinking, resulting in hallucinations. Yet, as clarity gradually dawned upon Wang Yu, he began to sense that something was amiss. Upon further contemplation, his eyes shot open, and he gasped in horror. "Oh my, this is not a dream." Realizing this, panic seized him, and he froze, too terrified to make any sudden movements. Lying there, he strained to recall the afternoon's events, but could remember nothing beyond drinking with his brother, and what followed eluded him entirely. In the pitch-black room, he was bewildered as to his whereabouts, and the thought alone frightened him into an upright position. To his dismay, there was indeed someone lying beside him, and a cold sweat broke out across Wang Yu's forehead. Could it be that Yuan and Chun may have brought him back? Was this truly his home? The person beside him, he fervently hoped, was Yuan. If not, then a wave of dread enveloped his heart. At that moment, he felt as though he wished for death, though he knew not why such a situation had arisen. Yet, it was too late for words now. His newly awakened mind became a whirlwind of confusion as his hand mechanically groped for the bedside table. He did not find the familiar switch, but instead came across a mobile phone, the owner of which remained a mystery. Grasping the phone, Wang Yu eagerly pressed the unlock button, desperately seeking a glimmer of light to discern the identity of the person beside him. As Yuan slept soundly, she sensed the sudden absence of the warmth she had been tightly embracing, and an inexplicable sense of loss surged within her. Instinctively, she reached out, tried to reclaim that warmth. At that moment, her hand brushed against a solid yet warm object. Wang Yu, without hesitation, Yuan seized him and pulled him close, only to discover that no matter how hard she tried, she could not move him an inch. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred, for there were other ways to draw near. Thus, Yuan swiftly adjusted her posture, inching her body closer to Wang Yu until they were tightly pressed together. Subsequently, she nestled her delicate head against Wang Yu's shoulder, her cheek gently resting against his body. The entire sequence unfolded with a natural fluidity akin to a flowing stream, seamlessly executed in one breath. As Wang Yu sensed Yuan's actions, everything had already settled before he could react. At that moment, his arm was tightly ensconced by Yuan, rendering him immobile. In resignation, Wang Yu turned his head, utilizing the faint light from his phone to assess the situation. Upon glimpsing the charming and adorable visage of when nestled in his embrace, the last vestige of guilt dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of sweetness and happiness. Thank goodness, what a scare! Although he hadn't anticipated it would be this girl, for Wang Yu, as long as it wasn't Chun Mei, he would even accept a man in this predicament. With a deep sigh of relief, he felt as if he had been reborn. Observing the girl next door, despite feeling a headache, it was infinitely better than the suicidal despair he had experienced moments before. Had he known, he would have refrained from drinking so much. This similar incident had occurred twice, leaving Wang Yu uncertain whether to feel grateful or troubled. Exiting the restroom, he turned on a small night light, clarifying the surroundings. To his surprise, he realized he had not returned home but was still in the lounge of Sangu. Approaching the bed, he retrieved his clothes from the floor and dressed, then lit a cigarette before stepping out of the room. If it were merely a matter of having encountered Yuan, he wouldn't feel so troubled. However, there was still the unknown girl from earlier. Sighing inwardly, he thought, this girl truly has no reservations. He was acutely aware that Chun Mei, Yuan, and Sun Qian had not partaken in alcohol. Clearly, she had been sober at the time, and here he was, freshly divorced and uncertain about his future, having once again entangled himself with a girl, especially one from next door. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Wang Yu felt both a headache and a tinge of pride. Yet, the contemplation of his wife being singularly one person left him in a quandary regarding whom to choose. He wished to hold onto them all, unwilling to harm any of them, his heart ensnared in a web of confusion. Nevertheless, Wang Yu chose not to silently withdraw. What was done, regardless of the circumstances, and the outcome was now irrevocable. His commitment remained, though to whom was an unsolvable dilemma. Just as he found himself adrift in uncertainty, a soft body pressed against him from behind, arms encircling his waist, a head resting on his shoulder. The intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, interrupting his train of thought. "What are you thinking about?" Sun Qian's voice chimed in his ear. Sensing Wang Yu's distress, she continued, "Actually, you need not be so conflicted. Qian, why didn't you stop Yuan?" Wang Yu sighed. "Why should I? Yuan has quietly cherished feelings for you for so many years. Is your heart made of stone? I recall mentioning that I now have someone I fancy." "Huh. I have 2 third sisters-in-law and 4 elder sisters-in-law. The rest, you can figure out yourself." Sun Qian's words seemed to open a new door for Wang Yu. Yes, since he wished not to relinquish any of them, perhaps he needn't abandon any at all. After years of striving in society, Wang Yu has accumulated considerable experience and wealth. With 2 women in his life, he is fully capable of supporting them, should they be willing. Sister Qian, I am truly grateful for the comfort you have provided me, but might I kindly ask you to release your hold?" Wang Yu's face flushed crimson as he spoke, feeling somewhat flustered and uneasy. Upon hearing this, Sun Qian smiled gently, a hint of playful mockery in her tone. "Oh, release you? Ha ha, little one. Are you perhaps attempting to shirk your responsibilities?" "No, not at all. Absolutely not." Wang Yu quickly waved his hands in protest, explaining, "I will certainly take on the responsibilities that I owe to Yuan. There's no doubt about that." His gaze was resolute and sincere, reflecting his inner determination and sense of duty. However, at that moment, Wang Yu remained unaware of the immense sacrifices and contributions made by Sun Qian behind the scenes. "And what of me? Do you intend to evade your responsibilities towards me?" Sun Qian suddenly posed this question, causing Wang Yu to pause in bewilderment, utterly at a loss. His eyes widened in confusion as he gazed at Sun Qian, struggling to comprehend why she would challenge him in such a manner. For a moment, he found himself speechless, unsure of how to respond. Noticing Wang Yu's prolonged silence, Sun Qian pressed further. "Do you truly have any intention of taking responsibility for me?" Her gaze bore into Wang Yu, as if she sought to uncover his innermost thoughts. "Damn it, are you taking advantage of me while I'm intoxicated? I must find a way to retaliate." Chapter 41. Wang Yu ran away, go to sleep. Wang Yu gently whispered as he embraced Sun Qian tightly, his voice laced with affection and tenderness. Inwardly, he pondered. Having allowed one person to slip away previously, he could not let these 2 escape this time, no matter what. Nestled in Wang Yu's broad and warm embrace, Sun Qian felt the heat radiating from his body and the softness of his caresses. Even someone as free-spirited as she was could not help but blush, her cheeks glowing like a splendid sunset. Shyly, she pressed her head against Wang Yu's sturdy chest, listening to the strong rhythm of his heartbeat, as if lost in a beautiful dream, gradually losing herself in the moment. "Carry me over," she requested, her voice sweet and enticing. How could Wang Yu refuse such a charming plea? With a gentle exertion of his arms, he effortlessly lifted Sun Qian in an elegant manner, much like a prince cradling his beloved princess in a fairy tale. Together, they entered the lounge, gently pushed open the door, and approached the bed. Wang Yu carefully placed Sun Qian in the center of the bed and then lay down beside her. Naturally, she wrapped her arms around his, and in no time, she drifted off to sleep, her breathing steady and serene, her expression tranquil and peaceful, evidently enjoying a deep and restful slumber. As Wang Yu lay on the bed, his eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling, his body was weary, yet his mind was exceptionally alert, refusing to succumb to sleep. Surely, any man in his position would find it difficult to rest, especially one who had already been awake for several hours. At that moment, his embraced arm felt as though it were ensnared, not daring to move an inch. As time ticked away, after enduring the torment of over 10 minutes. He could no longer contain himself. Without regard for whether he would awaken the two beside him, Wang Yu summoned all his strength to abruptly withdraw his arm. He then cautiously turned Sun Qian onto her side and quickly shifted away from both of them. Having completed these movements, he let out a long sigh of relief. It was an exhilarating feeling. More importantly, he had regained that long-lost sense of freedom. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yu opened the system interface to scrutinize the physical conditions of the two women. To his astonishment, the affliction that had troubled him so greatly had miraculously vanished without a trace. Moreover, their current health was nothing short of impeccable. The previously bothersome ailments, such as tumors and angina, had all disappeared. Seeing this, Wang Yu could not help but break into a proud smile. His gaze then shifted to his merit points. Goodness, when had they surged to 468? He distinctly remembered that during his last check, they were barely over 300. After calculating, he realized that despite working 3 days during this period, his merit points had increased by over 1,000. Such a rapid growth was truly remarkable. Looking further down, he discovered yet another lottery notification, confirming his suspicion that reaching a whole number in merit points would grant him an additional chance to draw. At this moment, Wang Yu clicked on the lottery. Typically, prizes would appear immediately, but this time it was different. A line of small text appeared on the system. In light of the host's current physical condition, the system recommends the Huangdi Neijing. Upon claiming it, the opportunity for this lottery would be forfeited, but the host could also opt to disregard the recommendation and proceed with the draw directly. Physical condition, Huangdi Neijing. As someone who had perused numerous medical texts over the past few days, Wang Yu understood the system's implications all too well. It was akin to receiving a watermelon in the desert or mutton soup atop Mount Everest. Timely, considerate, and gallant. Without hesitation, he clicked to exchange, and a wealth of invaluable knowledge surged into his mind. Cultivating this practice would not only fortify his body, but also significantly enhance his recovery speed. Moreover, it bore numerous benefits for both parties, enabling a complete transformation and a return to optimal physical condition. It could also extend life and preserve youth. Initially, he had been concerned about how to help Sun Qian, who was 42, alleviate the signs of aging. The following day, Wang Yu took a day off from work, calling the hospital to request leave. Although the head of the outpatient department was reluctant, he reluctantly agreed, considering the director's instructions. In truth, it was not that Wang Yu was averse to working. Rather, in the early morning, as Sun Qian awoke, she prepared for her usual morning routine, only to suddenly sense remarkable changes within herself. She hurried to the mirror, gazing at her reflection in astonishment, discovering that the crow's feet that had once marred her cheeks had vanished without a trace. Not only that, her previously dull and slightly sallow complexion now radiated a fair, luminous glow reminiscent of 10 years prior. In that instant, large, crystalline tears streamed down her cheeks. It was only then that Sun Qian truly comprehended that Wang Yu's words the night before were not mere fanciful notions. Overwhelmed with emotion, she dashed to the bedside, leaping towards the still sleeping Wang Yu like a sprightly kitten. Meanwhile, Yuan was also startled by the commotion. But upon hearing Sun Qian's explanation and witnessing her astonishing transformation, her gaze towards Wang Yu shifted entirely. Although Yuan was only 25, she could not resist the allure of returning to the age of 18. Wang Yu's expression darkened, filled with sheer terror as he shouted, "What do you want from me?" His voice was laced with fear and anger. "Let me go. Don't come any closer." He struggled desperately. On the other side, Chun Mei was growing anxious due to the prolonged absence of her brother and best friend. She knocked fiercely on the door, each strike more fervent than the last. If it weren't for the occasional responses from Wang Yu, she might have already resorted to calling for help. When Sun Dushing awoke, he paid little attention to the individuals in the lounge. After all, one of them was his sister, Sun Qian. What could he do even if he felt some discontent? Would he truly barge into the room and drag his sister out? Since the situation was already established, he decided to wait for his sister to emerge before making any plans. Having learned from past experiences, Sun Dashing displayed newfound wisdom this time. Instead of incessantly making phone calls, he chose to sit quietly on the sofa in the corridor, patiently awaiting developments. Could his brother-in-law's body endure such strain? Having sat from morning until afternoon, he intermittently picked up noises emanating from within the room, shifting from initial discontent with Wang Yu to a growing sense of pity for him. The slight dissatisfaction from the morning had transformed into profound guilt. Shortly after 3 in the afternoon, Su Mu made a timely call. "Dr. Wang, the family of Mrs. Li has prepared the medicinal materials. Do you have time to come to the inpatient department?" "Yes, I will head over immediately," Wang Yu responded, nodding in agreement, completely forgetting that he had already taken a leave of absence. Chapter 42. A warm invitation. Wang Yu hung up the phone and moved to the edge of the bed. As he attempted to stand, his legs gave way beneath him, nearly causing him to topple over. He silently muttered to himself, "I truly cannot provoke them. Shall you? Take care on the road." He remembered the earlier conversation. Sun Qian and Wen had also overheard the call and understood he was heading to the hospital to save a life. Thus they did not attempt to stop him. Despite the overwhelming fatigue gripping his body, Wang Yu picked up his clothes from the floor, hastily rinsed off in the bathroom, and then departed. At the door, Sun Desheng noticed Wang Yu's sunken eyes and unsteady gait, prompting an involuntary admiration for his sister's strength. "Brother-in-law, are you all right? Would you like me to fetch you something to replenish your strength?" "No need, Sengu. I have matters to attend to at the hospital. Please look after Qian and Yuan for me," he replied, disregarding Sun Desheng's insistence and hastily making his exit. "Brother, you're finally out." Chunmei, brimming with curiosity, intercepted the fleeing Wang Yu, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. "I have urgent matters to attend to. You and Yuan should follow Sun Qian for now. I will come to fetch you once I am done," he said, managing to evade Chunmei. He hopped into his car and accelerated away. The events of the day had left a profound impression on him. He had nearly been drained to the point of collapse, and the recollection still sent shivers down his spine. Upon arriving at the hospital, Wang Yu proceeded directly to the inpatient department. As he entered, he was greeted by the two brothers, Yang Kaishan and Yang Kairu. "Dr. Wang, we have gathered the medicinal herbs. The wandering grass will be delivered shortly. Should we prepare?" Wang Yu accepted the herbs they handed him, and, having gained some knowledge over the past few days, examined them briefly. He cross-referenced their quality with the descriptions in his texts and confirmed there were no issues. "There's no need to rush, gentlemen. I will first conduct further examinations on Old Lady Li." The group then made their way to the intensive care unit, where Old Lady Li had regained consciousness. She appeared to be in relatively good spirits, though her body remained frail. Wang Yu approached to check her pulse, and the system displayed results indicating no significant changes. "I will administer acupuncture shortly. Once she takes her medicine, her condition will stabilize," he reassured them. "Dr. Wang is here." Su Mu's voice echoed at the doorway. Wang Yu looked up to see her tall figure, though she was clad in a white coat and a mask, which obscured her features and left him feeling somewhat disappointed. It had been several days since he last beheld her perfect visage, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Regaining his composure, Wang Yu prepared to greet Su Mu, only to notice a woman standing behind her. You, what are you doing here?" he stammered, disbelief etched on his face. Had she been a stranger, he might not have reacted as strongly. But the woman standing behind Su Mu was none other than the girl he had been longing for over the past few days. Had it not been for the occurrences involving Sun Qian and Yuan, Wang Yu would surely have been elated. However, at that moment, joy eluded him. "Dr. Wang, do you know my niece, Wen?" Yang Kaishan inquired, observing Wang Yu's astonished expression with curiosity. At this moment, a warm feeling enveloped Wenxing as she approached her uncle with the ginseng. She gazed in astonishment at the man before her, never expecting to encounter him here, nor realizing that Wang Yu had now become a doctor. "Mr. Wang, it is a pleasure to see you again. My name is Wenxing," she greeted, though her surprise was tempered by her years of experience in business, which had taught her to maintain her composure in any situation. "Miss Wen, the pleasure is mine," Wang Yu replied. "Dear niece, have you brought the items?" "Yes," Wenxing responded, handing over the box she had been carrying. After receiving the box, Yang Kaishan did not open it, but passed it directly to Wang Yu. Still in a daze, Wang Yu regained his composure upon receiving the box. Since Wenxing had described their previous encounter as a fleeting affair, and given her calm demeanor now, he saw no reason to pursue anything further. With Sun Qian and Yan in his life, he had no justification to chase after Wenqing. Having resolved his lingering thoughts from the past few days, Wang Yu redirected his focus to the health of the elderly Mrs. Li. Upon opening the box, he was relieved to find the ginseng inside. He took a small pair of scissors, carefully snipped off a segment of the branch, and instructed the elderly lady to hold it in her mouth. The rationale behind this action eluded him. He merely followed the system's guidance. "Dr. Su, may I trouble you for a favor? Please take this prescription and have the medicine prepared," he requested. "Of course, it's a minor task," Dr. Su replied, summoning a nurse and handing over the medications along with the prescription Wang Yu provided. After giving a few instructions, she sent the nurse on her way. Yang Kailu, feeling somewhat uneasy, accompanied the nurse to oversee the preparation of the medicine. Once these matters were settled, Wang Yu retrieved his silver needles and approached Mrs. Li to begin the treatment. This session differed from the last. Previously, he had aimed to activate the elderly woman's latent potential, whereas now he sought to enhance her ability to absorb the medicinal effects, ensuring that the nourishing properties of the herbs would be maximally effective. Initially prepared to leave, Wenqing paused as she observed Wang Yu's actions, realizing she knew little about this man. Dr. Su, being a highly skilled physician, was equally reluctant to depart. She would not pass up such a rare opportunity to observe. The two women, along with the worried Yang Kaishan, watched the man with rapt attention. As Wang Yu produced the silver needles, his demeanor transformed, reflecting a serious commitment to the art of healing. He deftly withdrew the first needle and inserted it steadily into the acupuncture point on the elderly woman's body. During recent clinic visits, Wang Yu had occasionally used silver needles in conjunction with traditional Chinese medicine for his patients. Now, he skillfully placed each needle with precision. Dr. Su was taken aback as she observed Wang Yu. She had witnessed numerous acupuncture masters in action and had often studied their techniques. However, Wang Yu's approach was markedly distinct. His accuracy and stability were unparalleled, with each needle inserted to a uniform depth as if it had been measured meticulously. The interval between the two needles was consistently brief, unlike those esteemed practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine who, after inserting a needle, would rotate the needle and wait an extended period before proceeding with another. Time elapsed significantly. Nearly 2 hours had passed, during which Wang Yu had deftly inserted over 100 silver needles into the elderly lady's body. The 5 packs of silver needles had been utilized to a considerable extent. Upon placing the final needle, Wang Yu wiped the sweat from his forehead and exhaled deeply, relieved to have completed the task. Observing Wang Yu's successful treatment, the nurse, with a pot of herbal soup she had prepared earlier, gently administered the concoction to the elderly lady. Once she had consumed the medicine, it was merely a matter of waiting an hour before removing the needles. As Wang Yu explained, after meticulously advising the 2 elderly gentlemen from the Yang family on certain precautions, Wang Yu exited the ward, for he had 3 young ladies at Tianjia restaurant awaiting his return. "Mr. Wang, do you have a moment later? I would like to invite you to dinner." A warm invitation caused Wang Yu to pause in his steps. Chapter 43. Wang Yu becomes a listener. "Mr. Wang, are you unwilling to go?" Looking at the silent Wang Yu, Wenqing inquired once more. "No, I'm willing to go," Wang Yu replied, a hint of nervousness in his voice. "I'll wait for you outside. Come out once you finish your matters," Wenqing said before gracefully striding away. Though he was uncertain why Wenqing had invited him to dinner, Wang Yu felt a surge of joy at her invitation. He hurried to his office, changed his attire, and prepared to leave. "Dr. Wang, are you heading out?" Su Mu asked as she observed Wang Yu getting ready to depart. "Yes, I have some matters to attend to," he responded. "Is it a date with a lovely lady?" Su Mu teased, having overheard Wenqing's earlier words. Wang Yu's departure at this hour surely indicated he was off to dine with her. "Haha, just a friend, just a friend." Wang Yu chuckled, unsure how to clarify his relationship with Wenqing, and quickly made his exit. Watching Wang Yu disappear into the distance, Su Mu felt an inexplicable pang of envy. "Well, miss, may I treat you to dinner today?" Once outside the hospital, Wang Yu approached Wenqing with genuine sincerity. Wenqing nodded subtly. Wang Yu then drove, taking Wenqing to the Tianjia restaurant. "What do you think of this place?" Halfway there, Wenqing suddenly pointed to an outdoor eatery. For some reason, she felt a strong desire to try something she had never experienced before. "Sure, let's go with your suggestion," Wang Yu replied, pulling over to the side of the road. The summer night market was bustling with energy. Wang Yu led Wenxing to a stall specializing in spicy crayfish. They secured a cozy corner, ordered a spicy and a 5-spice dish, and Wang Yu prepared to select a few beverages. "Let us have some drinks," Wenxing suggested unexpectedly. "How about some beer?" They ordered a few cold dishes along with several bottles of beer, pouring a glass for both Wenxing and himself. Taking her glass, Wenxing tentatively sipped, her expression shifting slightly, as if she had made a resolute decision. She tilted her head back and emptied the glass in one go. Wang Yu, hoping to clink glasses with her, was taken aback when she showed no inclination to do so, finishing her drink independently. Feeling awkward while holding his glass, he too downed it in one gulp. "This is my first time drinking beer," Wenxing exhaled, the aroma of alcohol wafting from her breath. "However, it's not as unpleasant as I had imagined." As she poured herself another glass, sipping it leisurely, Wang Yu found himself at a loss for words, sensing something was off about Wenxing's demeanor. "What's wrong? Do you not believe me?" "No, I believe you," Wang Yu replied, feeling tense and struggling to find topic, creating an awkward atmosphere. Wenxing, intrigued, observed the fidgety Wang Yu and spoke again. "Have you divorced your wife?" Was the conversation shifting so abruptly? And was it appropriate for her to ask in such a manner? "Yes, I've already divorced." "You are quite remarkable, able to embrace both joy and sorrow with grace." After expressing her warmth, Wenxing finished the drink in her hand. "I hold you in high regard. There are certain achievements that took me 2 decades to attain, yet you accomplished them in merely a few days. What does that even mean? I fail to comprehend." At this moment, Wang Yu found himself utterly unable to match Wenxing's rhythm, momentarily at a loss for words. He could only silently accompany her in her drinking. 2 bottles of beer vanished swiftly, prompting Wang Yu to open 2 more and place them on the table. "From a young age, my mother imposed strict regulations upon me. There were many experiences I had yet to encounter. Just like this bustling food stall, today marks my first visit, and it is also my inaugural taste of beer. I have never before indulged in the small lobsters that will soon be served." As she spoke, tears began to well in the corners of Wenxing's eyes. There is no need for tears, is there?" Ignoring Wang Yu's words, Wenxing continued her monologue. "In my childhood, I was compelled to learn numerous things: etiquette, painting, piano, dance, and tea art. If I did not excel, my mother would chastise me sternly. During those times, I cried even more than I do now. Yet, eventually, I ceased to weep, for I observed that my mother cried even harder in private. Back then, although I did not understand why she was perpetually sorrowful, I knew that every time I made progress, her face would light up with joy. As I gradually matured, I discovered my true identity. I was a love child, and my mother was merely one of the many women my father kept outside of marriage. My mother's rigorous teachings were intended to encourage my father to visit us more often, but in my memories, he rarely came. At that time, I wished to spend my life alongside my mother. I believed that even without a father, we could find happiness. However, I never anticipated that my mother would leave me before I had the chance to grow up." As she recounted this, Wenxing's tears flowed more freely. Wang Yu offered her a tissue, intending to provide comfort, but Wenxing halted him. "I do not know why I feel compelled to share this with you. Perhaps it is because I entrusted you with my first experience, engendering a sense of trust." Wang Yu remained unsure of how to respond, so he continued to drink. "My mother ended her life when I was 16. I am aware that my father's actions led to her despair, for otherwise she would not have succumbed to such hopelessness. From that moment, I harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. After my mother's passing, my father brought me into the one family, where the house was grand and beautiful, yet devoid of happiness. I still yearned for the home I shared with my mother. During that time, I longed to escape that place, to distance myself from my father, whom I detested. Thus, I devoted myself to my studies, aspiring to gain admission to a university as far from him as possible. However, after the college entrance examination, my father still kept me close, and the choices I had submitted were altered with a mere phone call from him. I felt like a puppet, living my life according to his whims. Upon entering university, I became even more aloof, speaking to no one and lacking friends, until my second year, when I met him. At that time, he was genuinely kind to me, consistently showing concern and care, even though I never spoke to him. Yet, he remained by my side every day. Gradually, I became accustomed to his presence and occasionally found myself deliberately paying attention to his affairs, continuing this way until our graduation from university. After graduating, I confessed my feelings to him. I can still vividly recall the expression on his face, so elated, so joyful. However, when my father learned of our relationship, he vehemently opposed our union. It was then that I defied my father for the first time. After a heated argument, I left the Wynn family. I sought him out, convinced that he was the only person who truly cared for me in this world. His delight upon seeing me was palpable, and he spoke extensively, though I can only remember him promising to marry me. At that moment, his significance in my heart nearly surpassed that of my mother. My father attempted to reach out to me several times afterwards, but upon witnessing my unwavering stance, he refrained from forcibly taking me away. Consequently, I continued residing in the house where my mother and I once lived. Recognizing my resolute attitude, my father treated me similarly to how he had once treated my mother, giving me a sum of money before departing. Those days were filled with joy. I had finally returned to the home where I had grown up. Although my mother was no longer present, the essence of her spirit lingered throughout the space. Chapter 44. A heartwarming wait. Wang Yu's embarrassment at this moment. The waiter presented a plate of crayfish, and Wang Yu expertly peeled one, placing it delicately onto an Xian's dish. "Let's have a bite," he suggested. When Xian set down her wine glass, wielding her chopsticks to bring the succulent shrimp meat to her lips, the piquant flavor tantalized her palate, evoking a novel sensation. "Are you unable to handle spicy food?" Wang Yu inquired with concern. "No, it's quite delicious," she replied. "Does it seem odd to hear me say such things?" "Not all, merely a bit surprising," he answered. "Are you curious as to why I never ended up with him, especially since this is our first time together?" "Indeed, I am rather intrigued. When I was 25, I wished for him to marry me, but he insisted we should wait. That night was the last time I asked him, yet he still told me to be patient. However, I truly did not wish to wait any longer." "Then why did he not marry you?" Wang Yu, puzzled, noted the depth of Wen Xian's feelings from their earlier conversation. I initially did not understand, but later came to realize it was merely about status and position. After graduating, he secured a position as a civil servant and worked diligently, swiftly rising to a departmental leadership role. At that time, he feared my status as a child out of wedlock would hinder his career, so he sweet-talked me into waiting a few more years. Foolishly, I complied, even striving to assist him by venturing into business. Perhaps inheriting my father's genes, my company flourished, while his career soared. Yet we drifted further apart. By the time I turned 30, he shockingly married the daughter of a high-ranking official. Upon learning of this, I confronted him in a furious argument, accusing him of deceit. He claimed that marrying her was a means to advance further in his career, assuring me he would eventually divorce her to marry me. Though I felt profound resentment, I naively believed him. In an effort to elevate my own standing, I engaged in philanthropy, establishing numerous Hope primary schools and adopting 4 orphans. Yet, these endeavors proved futile. As his status ascended, such external factors ceased to matter. Year after year, I would inquire when he would marry me, persistently for 15 years. Deep down, I knew he would never wed me, yet I continued to deceive myself. Eventually, I came to terms with the truth and relinquished my expectations of him. Thus, I admire you. When faced with your wife's betrayal, you were able to make the most judicious choice without hesitation. How I wish I could have acted as decisively as he did back then. As when Xian spoke, tears of regret streamed down her cheeks, realizing her years of waiting had been a mere farce. That is all in the past, and it appears you are doing quite well now, are you not? Wang Yu consoled her while assisting with the peeling of the crayfish. "You're 30 this year, correct?" "Yes, that's right. I am 45 now. So do you still wish to take responsibility for me?" Gazing warmly and playfully at Wang Yu, she awaited his response. "I can take responsibility for you," Wang Yu declared without hesitation. "Do you not mind my age?" she inquired. "Age is irrelevant," he replied. That 42-year-old Miss Sun, after a night of adventure, possesses skin as youthful as a 30-year-old woman. Given time, she will only become more beautiful. How could that be? If I were unaware of your age, I would assume you were merely 25, Wang Yu said sincerely, showing no disdain for Wen Xian's years. However, there are certain matters I cannot conceal from you. Wang Yu proceeded to summarize the situation with Sun Qian and Yuan, omitting intricate details but conveying his unwavering commitment to both women. Wen Xian listened in silence, biting her lip, her gaze fixed on Wang Yu until he felt embarrassed and spoke. I didn't expect you to change so much after your divorce. Indeed, men are not to be trusted. I foolishly pitied you back then. What could she say? Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome had favored her, leaving her with only an awkward smile. All right, I am full now. With that, when Xian stood up, Wang Yu was still pondering whether she agreed or disagreed, questioning the meaning behind her rising to leave. Do you want me to take responsibility? I am different. As long as you wish, I will wait for you. Imagining having two wives waiting for him filled him with delight. When Xian, slightly irritated, thought about how she had considered marrying Wang Yu if he did not mind her age, yet within mere days, he had acquired two women. Walking down the street, Wang Yu, having drunk, realized he could not drive. He initially intended to call for a chauffeur, but was stopped by Wen Xian. The night market was about 2 kilometers from her neighborhood, neither too far nor too close, and it took them half an hour to arrive. The two remained silent throughout the walk. Wen Xian was entirely unwilling to engage with him, while Wang Yu, having revealed everything, felt too shy to initiate conversation. All right, I've arrived. Wen Xian announced at the entrance of the community, signaling for him to leave. I also live here, Wang Yu awkwardly replied. Since when have you lived here? She asked. After my divorce, I rented an apartment right above yours. Wen Xian looked at him again, confirming he was serious. Let us go, she said, and Wang Yu followed silently in her wake. Upon reaching the elevator, which stopped at Wen Xian's floor, Wang Yu finally regained his senses. I've arrived. Thank you for keeping me company today, Wen Xian stated before departing. Wang Yu returned home, his mind in disarray, still reflecting on Wen Xian and her remark about taking responsibility. Though she had later rescinded her statement, he could not accept such a conclusion. It was not merely a case of falling for every woman he encountered. Rather, it was Wen Xian's tragic past and tumultuous relationships that deeply pierced his heart. Oh, I have yet to give Wen Xian the bracelet I bought for her. Wang Yu suddenly recalled the gift he had purchased for Wen Xian, which had cost him 700. He promptly made his way to the bedroom, opened the drawer, and retrieved the bracelet before hastening downstairs. This path was one he knew well, having traversed it numerous times before. Upon arriving once more Wen Xian's doorstep, he knocked thrice and stepped back, standing erect. This sequence of actions was familiar to him. However, this time he was certain someone was inside and that he would not be met with silence. Before long, the door swung open, and upon seeing Wang Yu standing there, Wen Xian furrowed her brow in mild displeasure, having not anticipated that he would persist in his pursuit. This is the gift I bought for you back then, but you were away these past few days, so I've come to return it to you, Wang Yu said, extending the receipt, which bore the date he had purchased the item, coincidentally, the very day she had departed. A smile crept across her face as she realized she had left a day too early. Perhaps had she lingered a little longer, they might have been together. Yet, the past was behind them, and there was no need to dwell on it. After all, fate had its own designs. All right, I will accept it, Wen Xian replied, taking the bracelet from Wang Yu's hand. He felt a fleeting warmth brush against his fingertips, leaving him momentarily stunned. In that instant, visions flooded Wang Yu's mind as the system's interface appeared before him. Wen Xian accepted the bracelet and closed the door, oblivious to the turmoil stirring within Wang Yu's heart. Chapter 45, A Significant Discovery. Children. Wang Yu stood frozen in place, involuntarily murmuring those words. The system panel indicated that Wen Xin's health was not in the best condition, but at that moment, Wang Yu was oblivious to such details. His gaze was fixated on the final entry: pregnancy, expecting twins, with a risk of miscarriage. The sudden influx of information left Wang Yu at a loss for how to articulate his feelings. Although he had felt a pang of disappointment after their earlier conversation with Wen Xin, he had accepted it. However, in light of this new revelation, he found it impossible to reconcile. Wenxin was still unaware of her pregnancy. After all, it had only been about 10 days since they had been intimate. In such a brief span, even a hospital visit would likely yield no conclusive results, and Wang Yu's system was akin to a glitch. Given that he had possessed the system, it was possible that he could have detected the pregnancy immediately upon waking. Knock, knock, knock. After ruminating on the prospect of children, Wang Yu noted the risk of miscarriage, and he could no longer afford to ponder how to explain this to Wenxin. The immediate priority was to ensure she accepted his treatment in order to safeguard their child. The urgent knocking at the door caused Wenxin, who had been admiring a bracelet, to furrow her brow slightly. Previously, she had indeed contemplated marrying Wang Yu, though her motivations were more rooted in admiration for him and a compromise with her own life circumstances. After all, both her father and uncle had been subtly pressuring her to consider marriage for years. While she had largely dismissed their urgings, their persistent interference had become quite bothersome. Additionally, since Wang Yu had taken her virginity and she held no aversion towards him, marrying him seemed a reasonable choice. Life had grown tiresome, and perhaps embracing a new change could render it more interesting. Yet, the revelation that Wang Yu had 2 other women was something Wenxin could not accept. Mere fondness could not compel her to sacrifice her dignity. The gift Wang Yu had presented her earlier was something she genuinely appreciated, simple yet understated, perfectly aligning with her aesthetic. While playing with it, she acknowledged that despite his flirtatious nature, he was indeed a thoughtful man, making him a commendable friend. However, with each subsequent knock echoing from outside, the remnants of her fondness for Wang Yu faded entirely. He was just like all the other men, greedy. With a cold expression, Wenxin opened the door, her gaze devoid of any warmth as she regarded Wang Yu. "What is it? Is there something else?" Wenxin's displeasure and icy tone were akin to a bucket of cold water, jolting Wang Yu back to reality. Fear gripped him, for the matter at hand involved their child. If he failed to clarify the situation, he might never see her again. After some contemplation, he resolved to withhold the revelation about the child for the moment, especially since he had just revealed his deepest secret and Wenxin had decisively rejected it. Instead, he needed to focus on how to enhance her favorable impression of him. Reflecting on his own strengths, an idea began to take shape. "Miss Wen, I just remembered something I neglected to mention earlier. Please don't take offense." Warmly gazing at him, she remained silent, her eyes encouraging Wang Yu to continue. The bracelet he had presented earlier was indeed of considerable value. Now, with a knock at the door, she was eager to discern the intentions of this intriguing man. Wang Yu once again summoned the system panel, scrutinizing it carefully, and began to formulate his approach. As a master in gynecology, he knew he must first allude to Wen Xian's health. "Miss Wen, as you are aware, I am a physician. During our time together today, I observed several hidden issues concerning your health." "Oh, what issues? Why didn't you mention them earlier?" "Well, I intended to, but I couldn't find the right moment. I thought it prudent to wait until you were calmer to discuss it, but then, in my nervousness, I forgot. Now that I've recalled it, I hurried over. Speak, what is wrong with my body?" Had it not been for Wen Xian witnessing Wang Yu's treatment of the elderly Mrs. Li, she might have dismissed him. "It's somewhat complex. Shall we discuss it inside?" Although it was night, the temperature outside remained high, and the mosquitoes were plentiful. Wang Yu was concerned that discussing health matters in this environment might adversely affect Wen Xian, particularly if a mosquito were to bite the mother of his child. Leaning against the doorframe, Wen Xian did not move, scrutinizing Wang Yu closely. Noticing nothing amiss in his expression or demeanor, she turned and stepped into the room. "Come in, but do not entertain any ill intentions." "How could I? I am a doctor." "Huh? How could you not have ulterior motives?" Once inside, Wang Yu and Wen Xian sat across from one another. The room's arrangement remained unchanged since his last departure. Yet, this was not a moment for admiration. He needed to soothe Wen Xian's apprehensions first. "Miss Wen, may I take your pulse? I practice traditional Chinese medicine, which emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. Although I have discerned some issues, I would like to confirm by feeling your pulse." "Very well." A delicate, smooth arm extended towards him. Wang Yu understood the importance of maintaining the illusion of professionalism. His brief experience in outpatient care had equipped him to portray himself as a competent doctor. His fingers gently rested on Wen Xian's wrist, his mind devoid of distractions, his gaze narrowed, and his expression grave, with subtle movements of his head. Indeed, he appeared quite convincing. And at this moment, when Xin believed that his visit was motivated by genuine concern for her health, she felt a pang of guilt for having doubted his intentions and for her earlier coldness towards him. After approximately 5 minutes of pulse-taking, Wang Yu reluctantly withdrew his hand, having prepared his words during that time. Miss Wen, have you been experiencing persistent headaches over the past few years, particularly in the left rear of your head? Yes. I have sought medical attention, and they advised me it was due to overexertion, recommending more rest. Have you found any relief since then? None, and in fact, it has worsened. At this moment, when Xion's doubts about Wang Yu dissipated, replaced by trust in him. Well, let's set this issue aside for now. Let us proceed to the next. What next? Are there other issues? Wang Yu, I undergo a medical examination annually, and apart from this persistent headache, no other issues have been identified. Some ailments remain undetected by machines until they have progressed to a critical stage. Believe me, I would not deceive you. So, do I have any other concerns? My hands and feet are perpetually cold, and I tend to sweat easily. During seasonal transitions, I experience a period of discomfort in my cervical spine. My menstrual cycle is frequently irregular, accompanied by excessive flow each time. On overcast days, I often suffer from stomach pains and lack appetite, unable to consume anything. Wang Yu articulated all the issues detected by the system, deliberately omitting the last one. After listening, Wenxin meticulously reflected on her health over the past few years. She had previously paid little attention, but Wang Yu's words made her acutely aware of her existing problems. Dr. Wang, what illness do I have, and is it severe? Wang Yu's remarks immediately prompted her to reassess her situation, effectively transforming her into a patient. Although Wenxin relinquished her love, she would never forsake her life. After all, the world is so beautiful, and she yearns to see more of it. Chapter 46. Indeed, Twina is a remarkable therapeutic method at this moment. Wenxin appeared quite solitary and fearful, devoid of her usual resilience and indifference. After all, no one is immune to the dread of contracting some peculiar ailment. Fear not, for although the situation seems grave, I possess the ability to heal. In this moment of role reversal, Wang Yu seized the initiative, albeit with a hint of embarrassment regarding his actions. Nevertheless, he spoke nothing but the truth. Wenxin's physical condition was accurately portrayed. The cause of your headaches may well be hereditary, inherited from your mother. Reflect on whether she experienced similar symptoms during her lifetime. The coldness in your extremities and perspiration signifies a frail constitution, hinting at potential liver issues. Other ailments stem from long-standing lifestyle habits and irregular routines. Individually, these symptoms may not be overly concerning. However, their convergence complicates treatment. A single issue could trigger a cascade of problems, leading to catastrophic consequences should a severe condition arise. Thus, your current health status is precarious, posing an imminent threat to life. Oh, it's not you who is in danger. It is my child who faces peril, as the system explicitly states a risk of miscarriage. For the sake of the child, I may have exaggerated slightly, but that is not unreasonable, is it? So, what must I do? Should I be hospitalized? Not necessarily. I assure you that I can treat you effectively. However, it is imperative that you refrain from work for the time being. Additionally, you must ensure ample rest each day, and your diet for the next 3 months should adhere to my guidelines. Very well, that is manageable. I can handle company matters online, and for the next few months, I shall remain at home. Noticing Wenxin's compliance, Wang Yu felt compelled to demonstrate his skills, thereby strengthening her trust in him. Allow me to perform a Twina massage to alleviate the discomfort in your head, stomach, and cervical spine. Tomorrow, I will procure some medicinal herbs, and with the addition of acupuncture, we can commence formal treatment. Twina? Although Wenxin was unfamiliar with traditional Chinese medicine, she had not heard of Twina being used for medical treatment, leaving her somewhat puzzled. Have you heard of blood circulation through massage? What I intend to do is stimulate your body's acupoints to activate your immune response. Nodding and understanding, Wenxin chose not to ponder further. Let us begin now. We shall proceed to the bedroom, where you can lie on the bed, facilitating my treatment. Half an hour passed. Miss Wen, how do you feel now? I feel significantly more comfortable, and my hands and feet are much warmer. An hour elapsed. Miss Wen, please move around. Has the soreness in your cervical spine dissipated? Indeed. Wang Yu, you are truly remarkable. 2 hours went by. Dr. Wang, how much longer must we continue? The warm sensation in your lower abdomen caused Wen Xin's cheeks to flush like a ripe apple. This is rather severe. We must continue for a while longer. 3 hours passed. ZZZ. Under Wang Yu's skilled massage, when Xin experienced a remarkable recovery. Her long-standing ailments had significantly alleviated, and she had since succumbed to slumber. Withdrawing his hands, Wang Yu gazed at the peacefully sleeping Wen Xin, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. He resolved to visit her daily for a month. Convinced that he could win her heart, gently pulling the blanket over her, he left for home in high spirits. After a refreshing shower, Wang Yu reclined on his bed, his thoughts drifting to 3 women. The aftermath of his divorce felt surreal. Now he had a wife, 2 women already in his life, and another one on the horizon. In addition, he would soon welcome his own child in 10 months' time. Such rapid happiness filled him with excitement, tinged with a hint of anxiety. As he glanced at a message from Sun Qian on his phone, he couldn't help but appreciate her efforts, knowing that Wang Yu was at the hospital assisting others. Sun Qian had taken the initiative to care for Yuan and Chun Mei, only requesting that he return her call when time allowed. It was past 11. She was likely still awake. With that thought, Wang Yu dialed Sun Qian's number. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the phone was snatched away by Chun Mei, who fervently expressed her dissatisfaction with her brother. After Wang Yu promised a plethora of unequal agreements, the call was finally passed to Yuan. Wang Yu held deep affection for Yuan. The girl's love for him was palpable, tugging at his heartstrings. The fact that she was willing to share him with other women in her desire to be with him deeply moved him. Over the phone, he tenderly reassured Yuan, promising her a perfect wedding in the village to soothe her anxious heart. He assured her, I will take care of Yuan and Chun Mei these next few days. As I have a busy schedule, I will visit your home when I find the time. If you have matters to attend to, please do so. I will look after them. Thank you, Sister Qian. Good night, he replied. Good night, brother, she responded. After hanging up, Wang Yu felt a sense of bewilderment. His acquaintance with Sun Qian was still fresh. Although he harbored feelings for her, he recognized that they were mostly driven by physical attraction, with only a hint of deeper emotion. Yet, he felt grateful towards her, despite the inexplicable nature of her affection, which was not entirely above board. However, having both her and Yuan in his life was largely due to Sun Qian's influence, and he would need her assistance when Xin joined this burgeoning family. The following morning, Wang Yu arrived at the clinic. Good morning, Brother Yu. Sweet greeted him enthusiastically as he stepped into the office. Brother Yu, your absence yesterday caused quite a stir among the patients. Those women nearly dismantled the clinic. Is it truly that exaggerated? Wang Yu was unaware that his reputation had spread widely in just a few days. His absence had led to quite the uproar among women who had come seeking the fabled Dr. Wang. Was it really that severe? Surely there are other doctors. The hospital doesn't lack for my presence, Wang Yu pondered, somewhat perplexed. Alas, do not mention it, the director urged for quite some time. Yet there remained dozens of patients insisting on his treatment. Thus, today he must exert himself, striving to leave work early. Hearing of his popularity brought a smile to Wang Yu's face. However, the influx of patients seeking his care would undoubtedly increase. With a warm home awaiting his return, he understood that unless he enhanced his treatment efficiency, timely departure would remain a distant dream. All right, Brother Yu. Our objective is to avoid overtime. Let's strive together. Donning his white coat, Wang Yu embarked on a day filled with busyness. Midway through, Su Mu visited, seemingly with something to convey, but upon observing Wang Yu's state, she ultimately refrained from speaking. Immersed in his work, Wang Yu approached each case with utmost seriousness. Despite the complexities posed by the system, he prioritized the well-being of his patients. He endeavored to employ the least invasive measures to address their ailments, incorporating simple techniques such as massage and acupuncture. By noon, the waiting patients outside remained plentiful, prompting Wang Yu to send Tian to the cafeteria for assistance in meal preparation, while he remained seated, scarcely leaving his chair. Throughout the day, he spent merely 10 minutes for lunch and visited the restroom twice, persevering until 6 in the evening when he finally attended to all his patients. Exhausted to the core, Wang Yu lingered not a moment longer at the hospital. He swiftly changed his attire and hurried home, for there awaited his beloved wife and children in need of his care. Chapter 47. Pursuing a woman requires strategy. On his way home, Wang Yu recalled his promise to assist when Xin in preparing her meals for 3 months. However, given his current situation, he simply could not spare the time to cook. Even if he did find the time, he was acutely aware of his lack of culinary skills. Who would he turn to for help? Chunmei could certainly cook, but his sister was far too capricious, entrusting her with when Xin's meals could lead to unforeseen complications. He had tasted Ye Wen's cooking a few times while at home, and it was quite delightful, yet he did not dare to delegate this task to her. Xiaoqing Mei was willing to share herself with others, but asking her to care for another woman would be excessively unfair, even if Ye Wen were amenable. Wang Yu would not agree. As he pondered, an excellent candidate suddenly came to mind. Without delay, he dialed the number. Hello, brother-in-law. Who better suited for cooking than Sun Dishing, who owned a restaurant and had numerous chefs at his disposal? Third brother, I have a favor to ask of you. What is it? Speak freely. I will handle it efficiently. Well, I have a friend whose health is rather poor and requires specific dietary provisions for treatment. The hospital lacks the necessary facilities, so I thought of turning to you. Is that all? What is the matter, third brother? Is it inconvenient? Not at all. It's no trouble. I'll have someone get in touch with you shortly. Just relay the requirements to him. Thank you, third brother. Once the treatment is complete, I'll settle up. No need for that. Your friend is also my friend. It's just a few meals. Consider it my treat. Such generosity, Wang Yu thought, knowing that the ingredients he required were anything but ordinary and quite costly. The special soup for nurturing the fetus alone would not come cheap, likely exceeding 2,000 yuan. Altogether, he estimated the monthly expenditure to surpass 30,000 yuan, culminating in a staggering 90,000 for 3 months. Third brother, perhaps you should accept payment. The items I need are rather expensive, totaling over 30,000 yuan in 3 months. Over 30,000? That is hardly anything, just a few meals for me. Anyway, I have other matters to attend to. Someone will contact you shortly. With that, Sun Dishing hung up. While Wang Yu was momentarily taken aback, another call came through. The caller was exceedingly courteous, meticulously inquiring about Wang Yu's requirements before noting down the delivery address and time, then politely ending the call. Third brother, you are remarkable. Wang Yu silently expressed his gratitude. If Sun Dishing were to discover that he was providing free meals for this woman, he would likely be furious. Upon returning to the neighborhood, Wang Yu did not go home immediately, but instead headed straight to an Xin's residence. After receiving a massage yesterday, she had slept soundly and awoke feeling inexplicably light. Today, her complexion appeared significantly improved. Currently, she was watching television in the living room, unadorned by makeup since there was no need to go out. Though she looked beautiful at that moment, it did little to disguise the marks of time etched upon her face. What are you watching? Do I look unattractive without makeup? Sensing Wang Yu's gaze, when Xin felt a pang of bitterness. After all, she was in her 40s. Wherever one looks, if Miss Wen were to be considered unattractive, then beauty itself would cease to exist in this world. Wang Yu's compliments did little to uplift her spirits. With a soft sigh, she remarked, with age comes a certain loss of beauty. There's no need to console me. It's simply an undeniable reality. In truth, she possessed methods to mitigate the effects of aging. No need for that. Even if one finds ways to alleviate it, aging is inevitable. I would prefer you to focus on healing me. As long as I remain healthy, I will be quite content. Wang Yu's kind words, while well-intentioned, stemmed from his understanding of traditional Chinese medicine. As a woman of considerable wealth, she felt she possessed greater knowledge regarding self-care than Wang Yu. Very well, let us first attend to your health, and when the opportunity arises, I shall share my methods. Subsequently, Wang Yu began to take her pulse. Though it was unnecessary, they had only just begun, and there could be no room for carelessness. After all, one does not wish to lose a prospective partner without a trace. Will you require a massage today? Wan Xian asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. Yes. Over the next 3 months, we shall determine the timing and method of the massage based on the treatment's efficacy. Shall we begin now? One moment. I have arranged for a restaurant to deliver meals daily during mealtime. For the next 3 months, you must adhere strictly to my dietary guidelines and refrain from eating indiscriminately. All right, thank you. Wang Yu's words touched Wen Xian deeply, were it not for him. Alas, fate has its own designs. The two settled in to watch television, engaging in light conversation. After about an hour, a knock echoed from the door, preventing Wen Xian from answering. Wang Yu approached instead. Is Miss Wen in? This is the meal ordered by Mr. Wang. Observing the employee's uniform from Tianjia restaurant, Wang Yu felt a sense of admiration for Sun Dishing's efficiency. I placed the order. Miss Wen is inside. Please hand me the food. Upon receiving the meal box, Wang Yu began to arrange everything. Opening the box, he discovered that the food was still warm, with each dish neatly arranged and sealed to prevent mingling of flavors. Moreover, appropriate utensils were provided, albeit disposable, yet of commendable quality. Come dine with me. Let us see if anything does not suit your palate, and I shall make adjustments. Setting the table, Wang Yu addressed Wen Xian. It looks quite appealing and smells delightful. Thank you. Wen Xian approached the table, her appetite piqued by the sight of the food. Let's eat. They promptly began their meal. The portions were substantial, and knowing Wen Xian would struggle to finish alone, Wang Yu unabashedly joined in. Within half an hour, they had finished their dinner. After clearing the table, Wang Yu wiped it down, while Wen Xian quietly observed his diligence, appreciating the man before her. Reflecting on her life, she realized that only 3 men had ever shown her genuine concern. Her father, whose care was primarily materialistic. Another warm-hearted individual, whom one prefers not to mention, once shared a profound emotional entanglement with the protagonist. However, throughout the years, their encounters have been few and far between, with most of their interactions revolving around verbal solace. Upon coming to terms with the situation, the protagonist dismisses his words as mere nonsense, harboring no belief in their sincerity. In contrast, Wang Yu's genuine concern manifests in tangible actions, peeling shrimp for her, tending to her ailments, and even feeding her, followed by an instinctive tidying up of the surroundings. Such attentiveness is an experience she has never known before, filling her with a profound sense of joy and contentment. While she remains lost in her thoughts, a cup of warm tea is gently placed in her hands, brewed before their meal with a selection of herbal ingredients. She is encouraged to take a sip to see if it suits her palate. Regaining her focus, she savors the warmth in her hands, nearly succumbing to the moment. Thank you. It's quite delightful, she remarks, her gaze softening with each sip. No need for thanks. It is only right, he replies. This is no ordinary tea. It is, in truth, a remedy for her well-being. Witnessing her acceptance, Wang Yu feels an indescribable joy swelling within him. Chapter 48. The Call from My Former Father-in-Law. 3 hours later, Wen Xian succumbed to slumber under Wang Yu's soothing massage. After tucking her in and closing the door, Wang Yu returned to his own home, unhurried, with ample time ahead. After a brief ablution, he placed a call to Sun Qian, and the 3 of them conversed for over an hour before he finally hung up, preparing to rest. Yuan, shall we visit Xiao Yu at the hospital tomorrow? Since their parting that day, Sun Qian had only spoken with Wang Yu twice over the phone, and she had yet to see him in person. Her heart was clouded with concern. Although their conversations were pleasant, the absence of physical presence left her unsettled. Yes, I shall heed my sister's advice. Yuan, unlike Sun Qian, bore no such worries. She simply yearned to see Wang Yu. Early the next morning, Sun Qian, accompanied by Yuan and the uncertain Chun Mei, made their way to the hospital. Having visited before, the trio headed directly to Wang Yu's clinic. Upon reaching the entrance, they were taken aback by the sight before them. A lengthy queue of women. Sun Qian approached the consultation desk to glean information and discovered that all were female patients, primarily seeking Wang Yu's care. With a peculiar expression, she tugged at Yuan, and the 2 girls squeezed toward the entrance of Wang Yu's office. What are you doing? You cannot cut in line. A voice protested. Indeed, we are all here to see Dr. Wang. Why are you 3 not adhering to the rules? The patients in line began to voice their discontent. I am not here for a consultation. I merely wish to catch a glimpse of Dr. Wang from the doorway. Sun Qian declared loudly, feeling overwhelmed by the crowd's fervor. She then nudged the still-dazed Chun Mei forward. This is Dr. Wang's sister. who has come from our hometown to visit him. Chun Mei longed to clarify that it was not her intent to consult, but rather that both she and Yuan missed their own man. Everyone listen, we are not here for treatment. We have merely come to see my brother. Chun Mei, overwhelmed by the commotion, felt quite anxious. Upon hearing that they were relatives of Dr. Wang, the crowd ceased their reproaches and parted slightly to allow the trio to approach the entrance. Are all these people here for medical care? Y'avez remarqué, Herr disbelief palpable. Yes, inquired earlier. Shall you see such a multitude every day? Sun Qian replied. At this rate, my brother will surely wear himself thin. Just then, the door to the clinic swung open, and a patient exited, immediately followed by a nurse calling in another. Through the gap, the three women glimpsed Wang Yu, who appeared extraordinarily busy. Yuan pulled Sun Qian aside to the wall, seeking refuge from the bustling throng. Sister, is Yugu always this occupied? Indeed, this is my first time witnessing it. I just heard about it. Since the morning is relatively quiet, let's remain here a while longer to observe. Agreed. As they conversed, Wang Yu completed yet another consultation. Time slipped by, and after a morning of waiting, the three women lamented Wang Yu's prolonged absence. Finally, as noon approached, they hoped to share a meal together and engage in conversation. However, only the small nurse from the consultation room went out, leaving the door ajar. After seeing one patient, Wang Yu patiently awaited the next. Despite the throngs of people outside, his consultation room remained a sanctuary of tranquility. It was not until half an hour later that the nurse returned with a lunchbox, prompting Wang Yu to finally pause his work. He devoted a few minutes to his meal, visited the restroom briefly, and then plunged back into the demands of his profession. The three women began to grasp just how busy Wang Yu truly was. Even the moments for meals and bathroom breaks were meticulously carved out of his schedule. Let us head back. It seems unlikely we'll get to see him today, Sun Qian suggested, observing the queue behind them, which had scarcely diminished since the morning. She surmised that Wang Yu must be working overtime at the hospital, and not wishing to disturb him, she decided to leave with Yuan and Chun Mei. On the way back, the trio remained mostly silent, reflecting on how, despite Wang Yu's busyness, he should surely find time to check on them. Yet, he had not appeared the entire day prior, leaving a slight discomfort in their hearts. However, upon witnessing his dedication to his work, any lingering displeasure dissipated, replaced by concern for him. Chun Mei, weren't you looking for a job? Sun Qian recalled Wang Yu mentioning that her cousin planned to seek employment in the city. Given Wang Yu's current situation, it seemed unlikely he could spare time in the coming days, so she thought to assist him in this regard. Yes, indeed. Both Yuan and I are here to find work, Chun Mei replied, omitting the small secret she shared with Yuan. Chun Mei, y'avez gente to get headhunt. Whispering, if you don't seek employment, your secret will be exposed. Are you planning to return home in a few days? After a moment of contemplation, Chun Mei confided in Yuan, finding a job would not only allow me to stay in the city, but also be close to my brother. How wonderful that would be. Yuan found Chun Mei's reasoning compelling and nodded in agreement. Let us eat first, and afterward, I'll take you both to my store. If you find it suitable, you can stay and help me, Chun Mei proposed enthusiastically. Wow, sister-in-law is a big boss, Chun Mei exclaimed dramatically, eliciting a delighted smile from Sun Qian. After their meal, they indulged in a spa treatment, followed by a shopping spree at her brother's store, enjoying the thrill of buying various items. It was not until after 4 in the afternoon that they finally arrived at her jewelry shop. Had Wang Yu seen this, he would have been astonished to discover that the brand of this shop mirrored that of the one from which he had purchased bracelets in the mall. This is my realm, and over the next few days, you should take the time to observe and learn. There is also an exhibition area in the mall that belongs to me. I'll take you there later, she instructed. As Chun Mei gazed at the dazzling array of items before her, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Unbeknownst to Wang Yu, Sun Qian had once again rendered him significant assistance while he continued to labor in the hospital. Like the previous day, he worked tirelessly until 6 in the evening before finally finishing with his patients. After changing his clothes, he hurriedly slipped away. Brother Yu, what's the rush? A voice called as he dashed past. I'm going home to prepare dinner for your sister-in-law, he replied. Sweet was overwhelmed by the affection bestowed upon her by Wang Yu. However, before Wang Yu could return, he received a familiar call. This call had once been a frequent occurrence in his life, but after his divorce, it had ceased. Nevertheless, recalling the last act of loyalty from the caller, who had generously provided him with 5 million, he decided to answer. Hello, Uncle Chun, is there something you need? Xiao Yu, there's a matter I wish for you to assist me with. I am at a loss as to whom I can trust. Chen Chuxing's voice conveyed an unmistakable sense of desolation. Contemplating his predicament, Wang Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. That mother and daughter duo had truly ensnared them both. What is it? I will certainly help if I can. It's not convenient to discuss over the phone. Could you come to my place now? With someone delivering meals to Wenxin, his visit would only serve to satisfy a fleeting desire rather than hold any substantial significance. Thus, he decided to see what was amiss with Chen Chuxing. All right, Uncle Chun, please wait a moment. I will arrive in about 20 minutes. After hanging up, he set off towards his former father-in-law's villa. Chapter 49. Chen Chuxing's doubts arriving at the entrance of his former father-in-law's villa. Wang Yu was beset by a sense of dislocation. He had once been quite reluctant to come here. His feelings towards Chen Chuxing were far from favorable. During the years of their marriage, unless absolutely necessary, Wang Yu would never set foot in this place. Despite the Chun family's considerable wealth, he had never been one to bow down for mere monetary gain. The notion of Wang Yu groveling was nothing more than a fanciful dream. Yet now, after the divorce, Chen Chuxing had the audacity to seek out his former son-in-law. Wang Yu pressed the doorbell, and shortly thereafter, a maid appeared to open the door. This maid was unfamiliar to him. The once familiar Aunt Li seemed to have disappeared, but that was a matter of the Chun family, of little concern to him. After stating his purpose, he was ushered inside, and upon entering the living room, he beheld his former father-in-law seated there. Uncle Chun, Wang Yu observed the visibly emaciated Chen Chuxing, feeling an unexpected pang of pity for him. At this age, encountering such turmoil must have filled him with rage. Come in, have a seat. Chen Chuxing's tone lacked its former arrogance. He now resembled a man in the twilight of his years, where once he had a few strands of gray. Many more had appeared, a testament to the profound impact of Li Yuzhen's betrayal. Xiao Yu, I appreciate your coming, Chen Chuxing began, attempting to soften the atmosphere with pleasantries, aiming to bridge the gap, as his former son-in-law had never held him in high regard. Uncle Chun, if there is something to discuss, let us get straight to the point. I want to refuse if I can assist. Wang Yu was not inclined to waste time, as he had his own pressing matters. Here, take this. I need you to help me with the paternity test tomorrow. Chen Chuxing hesitated for a moment before handing Wang Yu an envelope. Uncle Chun, you suspect. The words hung in the air, unspoken but understood. Indeed, some matters must be clarified. I do not wish to leave this world shrouded in uncertainty. Chen Chuxing's gaze sharpened, rife with a murderous intent. Wang Yu recalled the sordid actions of Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoqiang, their unsavory relationship leaving him to wonder what further abominations they might commit. Very well, I will take care of it tomorrow, Wang Yu replied, tucking the envelope into his pocket. Uncle Chun, your health is paramount. Take care of yourself. After all, you are only in your 50s, and there are still many days ahead. Looking at the aging man before him, Wang Yu felt a profound sense of empathy, particularly if the outcome of the next day's test aligned with his suspicions. He feared that Chen Chuxing might be overwhelmed by anger. He understood all too well that such feelings are not easily quelled. Yes, I am aware. Li Yuzhen and Lu Baoqiang are still very much alive. How could I perish? Chen Chuxing's voice dripped with venom, his tone imbued with lethal intent. Having navigated the business world for decades, his ruthlessness far surpassed that of Wang Yu, who had only recently entered the fray of society. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. Wang Yu did not linger, offering no further response. He harbored no interest in the affairs of the Chen family. His visit was merely to repay the last semblance of fairness Chen Chuxing had shown him. Go, and remember to keep this confidential. Rest assured, on his way home, Wang Yu did not dwell on the matter, for he had already severed ties with the Chun family and saw no reason to involve himself further. The outcome was of no consequence to him. Even if Chen Yuding were not Chen Chuxing's biological daughter, what difference would it make? He could not conceal the truth for her. Reflecting on his own troubles, Wang Yu could not help but curse, his disdain for his ex-wife growing ever deeper. Upon returning home, He first visited Wenxin. Their conversation was sparse, yet their interaction was harmonious. Noticing the remnants of Wenxin's meal on the dining table, Wang Yu felt no aversion. He sat down and quickly finished what was left. He then prepared a cup of tea for her and began tidying up. As he worked, Wenxin felt a sense of tranquility wash over her, a comforting feeling of being protected. Later, they moved to the bedroom, where Wang Yu commenced a 3-hour massage session. Wenxin had grown fond of this experience. Each massage left her sleeping soundly, and she mused that spending time with him was quite pleasant. She hesitated, contemplating whether to give Wang Yu a chance, and herself, too. After ensuring the slumbering Wenxin was covered, Wang Yu did not leave immediately. He stood by the bed for a long while, then leaned down to gently kiss her forehead before turning to depart. Unbeknownst to him, as the door clicked shut, Wenxin opened her eyes briefly, smiled, and resumed her slumber. The following day at the hospital, Wang Yu remained busy, scarcely finding a moment to pursue a paternity test. While Maria Hospital had the capability to conduct such tests, it was a private institution lacking legal validity. Thus, Wang Yu contemplated seeking a public facility for the verification, yet it seemed unlikely he would find the time that day. As he pondered whom to ask for assistance, he spotted Tian, who was busy with her tasks, and an idea struck him. Tian, could you assist me with something? He inquired. What is it, Yugo? She replied. Here, take this. He handed her the envelope given to him by Chun Chusheng. Is this a red envelope you're giving me? Tian exclaimed joyfully, eager to open it. No, wait. I need you to go to the central hospital and get a paternity test. Remember to keep it confidential. Yugo, do you mean? Tian stared at Wang Yu incredulously, her eyes wide with surprise. Don't jump to conclusions. It's for a friend who asked for my help, Wang Yu clarified, sensing the misunderstanding, though he felt a twinge of guilt, as he was indeed wearing a metaphorical hat. Oh, I see. A friend, Tian nodded, though her skepticism was palpable. Such matters were typically kept under wraps. Who would seek assistance from another? Fine. No need to explain. It's clear you don't believe me. Just go now. And if anyone asks, tell them you're out shopping for me. He was eager to send her on her way. You good, don't be upset. You still have me, Tian said, turning back to look at him with a tender gaze, her expression both alluring and inviting. Enough of the theatrics, just hurry back, he urged with a playful huff. Uncertain of how to cooperate, she remarked on my commendable performance before swiftly darting out. Wang Yu, observing the cheerful little nurse, couldn't help but smile. Despite the daily hustle and bustle, the presence of such a lively young woman made his labor feel less burdensome. After a moment's contemplation, he resumed attending to patients, for his merit points still fell far short of the coveted 10,000, and he eagerly anticipated the next lottery draw. During a phone conversation with Sun Qian the previous night, he learned that she had successfully arranged matters for her sister in Yuan. His fondness for Sun Qian deepened, and he contemplated treating them to dinner after a busy day, for it had indeed been 2 days since he last saw them, and he missed their company. While warm moments were undoubtedly significant, he recognized the importance of not neglecting his beloved. Chapter 50. The misfortunate relationship between the father-in-law and son-in-law as the day drew to a close. The bustling hours had yielded a slightly fewer number of patients compared to the previous day, allowing Wang Yu to leave work early. The young lady returned around noon, and after handing him the report, her gaze throughout the afternoon was rife with curiosity and pity. Despite Wang Yu's attempts to provide explanations, they proved futile. After all, the little nurse was already aware of his divorce. In light of the circumstances, his clarifications felt woefully inadequate. After attending to all his patients, the pent-up emotions within Wang Yu culminated in a light tap on the nurse's head. Armed with the assessment results she had delivered, he hastily fled the hospital under her sweet yet indignant stare. Arriving at the Chun residence, he was greeted once more by the same housekeeper from the previous day. Once inside, he remained silent, placing the results upon the table with a faint sigh before turning to leave. Chun Chusheng observed Wang Yu's demeanor and immediately grasped the outcome. Though he had prepared himself mentally, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Words eluded Wang Yu, while Chun Chusheng found himself devoid of anything to say. 2 men, bound by similar fates, stood in silence, unable to offer each other comfort. Yet, Wang Yu had emerged from his turmoil, successfully severing ties. Although his heart felt heavy, it did not impede his subsequent plans. Upon arriving at the Tianjia restaurant, he spotted 3 young women waiting at the entrance, though there was no sign of Sun Dishing. "You're here," Sun Qian exclaimed, unceremoniously linking her arm with Wang Yu's. Yuan, upon seeing him, felt an urge to approach but, lacking the boldness of Sun Qian, shyly followed behind after exchanging greetings. After a brief moment of contemplation, Chun Mei, having been swayed by Sun Qian's incessant persuasion over the past few days, resigned herself to the absurdity of the situation. After a brief lament, she chose to remain silent. Once in the private room, the feast was ready, and the 4 of them took their seats and began to eat. Chun Mei positioned herself at a distance, her heart nearly bursting from witnessing the 2 women serve Wang Yu. Choosing to bury herself in her meal, she resolved that ignorance was bliss. "Yuan, next month, I will take you back to the village and arrange for someone to propose to your family. How about we celebrate our wedding there?" Wang Yu suggested. "Yes, I will follow whatever you decide." "You go," she replied, her heart brimming with sweetness at the prospect of being by his side and partaking in the wedding. "What do you need me to do, Qian?" Wang Yu inquired, uncertain about Sun Qian's family background and at a loss for how to proceed. "You need not worry about that. My 3rd brother has pledged to handle everything. We just need to set a date," she replied. "My family has longed for me to marry, and they are thrilled about my impending nuptials. But what about you? How will you explain this to your parents?" Sun Qian's words jolted Wang Yu from his reverie of happiness. He had never contemplated this aspect. Surely, his parents would accept Yuan without issue. However, the addition of Sun Qian raised concerns not about acceptance, but rather the fear of his father's wrath. Yet, such matters were not to be divulged to Sun Qian. "My parents are exceedingly affectionate towards me, and there should be no significant issues. I shall return to clarify matters with them when time permits." Both ladies received Wang Yu's assurances, and they enjoyed a delightful meal together. "Where next?" Wang Yu inquired, as was his custom after dining. "Shall you? Let us ascend to the upper floor. Yuan and I wish to discuss something with you," Sun Qian said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. 40 minutes later, Sun Dishing, his face flushed and slightly intoxicated, staggered into the private room. His bleary gaze swept across the empty space, landing on Chun Mei alone, prompting him to furrow his brow in confusion and ask, "Where is everyone?" Chun Mei, feeling somewhat anxious, lowered her head, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her clothing. After a moment of hesitation, she whispered, "3rd floor," her voice so faint it seemed a mere whisper could carry it away. However, how could Sun Dishing fail to grasp the underlying implications? Shaking his head in resignation, he glanced at his watch and inwardly cursed. "What the hell? It's barely past 7. My brother-in-law is in for a rough time tonight." Despite feeling a surge of sympathy for Wang Yu, he refrained from interrupting his sister's enjoyment. "Chun Mei, it's getting late. Let me escort you home," Sun Dishing said, patting his chest in a feigned display of generosity. "Thank you, 3rd brother," Chun Mei replied gratefully, a glimmer of relief passing through her eyes. "Why be so polite with me? In the future, if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I shall never refuse to help," Sun Dishing declared with a grand gesture, leading Chun Mei out of the restaurant. "Lu Zi, ensure my sister arrives home safely. If a single hair is out of place, I will have your skin," Sun Dishing bellowed at a young man standing nearby. Meanwhile, Wang Yu was laboring diligently. Ever since Sun Qian and Yuan experienced his masterful massage techniques, they felt as though their previous ailments had vanished. Seizing the opportunity after their meal, they summoned Wang Yu to provide them with massages. "Sister Qian, this is hardly fair," Wang Yu said, his tone laced with frustration as he continued his work. "There is still some discomfort in my shoulders. Do give them a thorough massage." Sun Qian disregarded his complaints, directing him to focus on the task at hand, while Yuan cheerfully sipped her tea, enjoying the playful banter between the two. At that moment, when Xin was unable to find solace in sleep. Earlier that afternoon, Wang Yu had sent her a message indicating that he would not be able to join her that evening. Not overly concerned, she prepared a cup of tea after dinner. But as she idly watched television, she found herself lacking energy. Typically, at this hour, Wang Yu would have already begun her massage, and now she felt an emptiness within, struggling to adapt to the absence. After hastily bathing, she desired to retire early. However, lying in bed for nearly 4 hours, she found herself unable to drift off. Her mind incessantly replayed moments spent with Wang Yu. It was not until the early hours of the morning, around 3, that she succumbed to overwhelming drowsiness and finally fell into a restless slumber. Upon awakening, Wang Yu distinctly sensed a change within his body. He felt an inexhaustible reservoir of energy coursing through him, and his vision had sharpened remarkably, allowing him to perceive even the faintest sounds of breath surrounding him with crystal clarity. The evident transformations within his body deepened his understanding of the Huangdi aging. In the ensuing 20 days, Wang Yu spent his days at the hospital tending to patients and his nights receiving invigorating massages at Wenxin's place. Every other day, he would visit Sun Dishing's restaurant, relishing complimentary meals and sleeping in his bed, all the while playfully teasing his sister. Life unfolded in a delightful manner, and both Sun Qian and Yan exhibited notable enhancements in their skin and overall demeanor. While they had not truly returned to the age of 18 as Wang Yu had claimed, their supple skin and vibrant bodies radiated an undeniable essence of youthfulness. Chapter 51. Wang Yu's salary increase. A surprising encounter with his former mother-in-law, Director Han. "You wish to see me?" Wang Yu inquired upon arriving at the office, only to find Director Han waiting for him in his consultation room. "Dr. Wang, it has been a month since you joined our hospital. Based on your remarkable performance during this time, the board has decided to adjust your compensation," Director Han said with a beaming smile. In the month since Wang Yu's arrival at Maria Hospital, he had generated substantial profits for the institution. As the most lucrative department, the gynecology division previously contributed over 7 million yuan monthly to the hospital's revenue. However, this month's figures astonished not only Director Han, but also the board members. Wang Yu's single clinic had attended nearly 7,000 patients this month alone, yielding an astonishing net profit of close to 30 million yuan. Furthermore, his burgeoning reputation had stimulated a revenue increase of over 10% across other departments and the inpatient units, leading to an overall revenue boost of 30% for the hospital. This remarkable success rendered Director Han exceedingly cordial towards Wang Yu, even more so than a biological father. "Oh, how has the adjustment been made?" Wang Yu asked, indifferent to the changes, as his expenses were minimal and he possessed over 10 million yuan in cash. His interest and income was rather negligible, for he had come to this place primarily for the sake of merit points. Just a week prior, he had accrued 10,000 merit points and gained an opportunity for a lottery, from which he obtained new supernatural powers and blessings. Increasingly, he felt akin to the revered mountain deities of yore, capable of bestowing children and granting blessings, which amused him. Upon receiving these supernatural powers, he had promptly conferred a blessing upon Wenxin, although the results were yet to be discernible. Nonetheless, his merit points had surged by 200, which exhilarated him, as he had finally discovered a new avenue to acquire merit. He then extended a blessing to Tian, resulting in an additional 8 merit points. However, when he planned to bestow blessings upon his 2 women and his sister that evening, he found himself restricted by the system. Through several days of experimentation, he had gleaned insights into the mechanics of bestowal. He could only bless 1 person per day, and the quantity of merit points he received depended on the good deeds performed by the recipient. Wenxin, due to her long-standing charitable endeavors, garnered the most merit points. In contrast, Tian, Yan, and Chunmei, being younger, though frequently helpful, only accrued a few merit points due to the nature of their smaller acts of kindness. However, when bestowing a blessing upon Sun Qian, he was astonished to receive 126 merit points, realizing she had quietly engaged in numerous acts of goodwill. This revelation prompted Wang Yu to reward her generously. Given the brevity of time since acquiring his blessing powers, he had not yet had the opportunity to utilize them extensively. Today, he intended to grant a blessing to Su Mu to observe its effects. Yet, upon starting work, he encountered Director Han. Without hesitation, he enveloped him in a blessing, a gentle golden light merging with Director Han's being. To Wang Yu's dismay, rather than an increase, his merit points decreased by 3. "Damn it, that scoundrel Han Kuan must not be a good person," Otherwise, he wouldn't have deducted my merit points. Fortunately, he had not committed any heinous acts. It is likely the nature of a businessman to be solely profit-driven. He had not performed any good deeds and had engaged in some deceitful practices. The deduction of 3 merit points was presumably a punishment for bestowing blessings upon the wicked, serving as a reminder that such powers should not be wielded indiscriminately. Misapplication could very well result in the loss of the hard-earned merit points. Dr. Wang, Mr. Wang, are you satisfied? If you have any requests, feel free to voice them. Han Kuan stated as he outlined the remuneration, only to notice Wang Yu's expressionless demeanor and his silence, staring blankly. He assumed that Wang Yu was dissatisfied with the increased compensation, causing him to feel somewhat anxious. No, I'm very satisfied. Thank you, Director Han and the board, for your consideration. That's good to hear, Dr. Wang. Here is this month's commission. Please accept it. In the future, the commission will be credited to this card monthly. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Han Kuan left behind a bank card and departed. Wang Yu, however, did not fully grasp what Han Kuan had said and was left pondering the bank card that had been casually tossed his way, indicating last month's commission, which piqued his curiosity. Brother Yu, you are truly remarkable, Tian exclaimed as she entered to congratulate Wang Yu after Han Kuan had exited, having overheard the details of Wang Yu's remuneration at the door. Tian, welcome. Have I not always been impressive? Indeed, Brother Yu is the most impressive. However, Director Han is quite generous, not only awarding you an annual salary of 10 million, but also offering you a 30% commission from the clinic. How much? Wang Yu immediately inquired upon hearing this. 10 million annual salary plus 30% commission income. What's wrong, Brother Yu? Nothing, I thought I misheard. The 10 million annual salary was undeniably appealing to Wang Yu, yet it paled in comparison to the prospect of 30% share. Although he was unaware of the exact revenue figures from the previous month, he was cognizant of the number of patients he had attended to, for the system provided merit income notifications ranging from 1 to 5 points for each treated individual. Moreover, the charges at Maria Hospital were exorbitant. Even a minor cold could cost over 3,000, while more serious ailments could easily exceed 10,000. Having seen over 6,000 patients last month, averaging around 10,000 per patient, he had generated over 60 million in revenue. After accounting for the cost of medicines and taxes, he still anticipated a net profit exceeding 20 million. By this calculation, his share would amount to over 6 million. Contemplating this, Wang Yu promptly tucked the card into his pocket. The allure of this wealth was undeniable. With this newfound motivation, Wang Yu approached his work with renewed vigor, greeting each patient with a smile and shamelessly recommending more expensive treatments to those adorned in gold and designer labels. As a month passed, Wang Yu's reputation soared. Women of some means throughout Sioux City had become acquainted with the renowned Dr. Wang. Patient numbers had stabilized, averaging around 150 daily. For Wang Yu, this meant he could attend to all his patients by late afternoon, well before 5 o'clock. During this period, he and Tian enjoyed a rather comfortable life. Having recently earned a sum of money, he contemplated taking a few days off to return with Yan and finalize their marriage arrangements. Patient number 126, it's your turn. Tian continued to call out names outside, and at this moment, there were not many patients left. Wang Yu felt an urge to expedite his departure from work. Suddenly, an unexpected figure appeared before him. His former mother-in-law, Li Yuzhen. After being discovered in an affair, she had been cast out of the Chun family, receiving not a single penny of their assets. This month, Chen Chusheng had been relentlessly targeting the Liu family's enterprises, employing a scorched earth tactic that risked inflicting 1,000 losses to the enemy for every 800 he suffered himself. Previously, the Liu family's profits had significantly relied on contracts with the Chun family, but now, not only had the Chun family severed all transactions with the Lius, but Chen Chusheng also deliberately suppressed them, leading to a rapid depreciation of their assets. At this point, it was no longer about making profits. Merely avoiding debt was a commendable achievement. Liu Baoqiang, feeling despondent, had grown distant towards Li Yuzhen, often preoccupied with his work and seldom returning home. Aware of her own missteps, Li Yuzhen had remained confined to her home since the divorce, too apprehensive to venture out. Now, She had become a pariah in the social circles of Shiyu City. However, in recent days, she had been plagued by a lingering discomfort in her abdomen. Though it was a matter of shame, her health took precedence, prompting her to sneak into the hospital to ascertain whether she had fallen ill. Chapter 52. The misuse of medical skills. It is said that Dr. Wang possesses extraordinary skills, able to diagnose any ailment. Li Yuzhen, drawn by his reputation, sought his expertise. Despite the Liu family's impending bankruptcy, she had managed to save a considerable amount of money over the years. Upon entering the consultation room, she felt an inexplicable familiarity with the doctor before her. Wang Yu, having changed his hairstyle and donning glasses and a mask, was equally taken aback by the sight of his former mother-in-law. "Brother Yu, I need a checkup," Tian gently nudged him, pulling Wang Yu from his reverie. "Extend your arm," Wang Yu instructed in a deliberately lowered tone. Li Yufan, recognizing his voice, obediently complied. As he gently took her pulse, he discerned that Li Yuzhen was pregnant without even consulting the system panel. With countless patients behind him, Wang Yu's medical skills had rapidly improved. Often, he would prescribe remedies based on his own judgment before verifying with the system, achieving remarkable accuracy. His ability to assess pulses was nothing short of astonishing, a testament to the old adage that practice makes perfect. Upon accessing the system panel, it indeed confirmed Li Yuzhen's pregnancy. This revelation struck Wang Yu as a consequence of his earlier audacious endeavor while adjusting the air conditioning. The system was truly remarkable. Both Li Yuzhen and Liu Baoqiang were in their 50s, yet they were expecting a child. However, the predicament left him at a loss. After all, Li Yuzhen had not wronged him in any way. Her infidelity with Chun Chusheng had nothing to do with him. "Madam, you are indeed pregnant. I recommend you undergo an ultrasound," Wang Yu stated matter-of-factly, detailing her condition without embellishment. Pregnant Li Yuzhen stood there, momentarily stunned, struggling to absorb the news. "Doctor, are you certain?" she asked, gripping Wang Yu's hand anxiously. "Please remain calm. It's not good for the fetus. An ultrasound will provide clarity. It can be detected now," he reassured her, promptly issuing his first ultrasound order as a physician. Tian, given her age, accompany her, he instructed. "Of course, Dr. Wang," Tian replied. Watching the dazed Li Yuzhen being escorted out by Tian, Wang Yu felt a pang of guilt. Although Liu Baoqiang had been the one exerting effort, it was ultimately his actions that had led to her pregnancy. Alas, the situation had escalated beyond remedy. Yet, pondering the matter further, while uncertain if Chen Yuding was Liu Baoqiang's daughter, Wang Yu was confident that the child Li Yufan carried was undoubtedly his, and moreover, a son. He wondered if Liu Baoqiang would express gratitude upon learning this, for despite his advanced age and childlessness, Wang Yu had inadvertently become his benefactor. After indulging in these thoughts, Wang Yu dismissed them and returned to his duties. In the ensuing minutes, he attended to all remaining patients with a light heart, preparing to leave. However, just as he stepped outside, he was confronted by Chun Yuding, her eyes brimming with tears. "Goodness, what is happening today? Have the two of them conspired against me? One seeking a consultation and the other blocking my exit?" he mused. "Is there something you need?" Wang Yu harbored no desire to entangle himself further with his ex-wife. He stepped back, evading the hand that Chun Yuding extended toward him. "Husband, I realize my mistakes. Please forgive me, and let us live well together in the future." Chun Yuding's words struck Wang Yu as somewhat ludicrous. Where was this desire for a harmonious life when it truly mattered? "Chun Yuding, do you recall what I said during our divorce? Spare yourself some dignity. Do not compel me to look down upon you." "No, I do not seek dignity. I only want you, my husband." Chun Yuding sobbed as she flung herself into Wang Yu's embrace. He stood there, awkwardly frozen, unsure whether to flee or remain, conscious that staying could lead to his own detriment. Onlookers, who had gathered to witness the unfolding drama, paused, intrigued by the spectacle. Realizing the attention they had attracted, Wang Yu swiftly grasped Chun Yuding and hastily departed from the scene. "You may have discarded your dignity, but I still require mine." We had agreed to cease all contact post-divorce. In a secluded corner of the parking lot, Wang Yu released Chun Yuding, observing her tear-streaked face without a flicker of emotion. Chun Yuding, You must understand that reconciliation between us is impossible. From the moment you betrayed me, you should have anticipated this outcome. Husband, I truly know my faults. I promise to stay home with you every day, all right? Every day at home? Are you willing to forsake your career and become a housewife? His words rendered Chun Yuting momentarily speechless, but she quickly regained her composure, grasping Wang Yu's hand and incessantly apologizing, pleading for forgiveness. The two remained entangled in the parking lot for over half an hour, to the point where Wang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to render her unconscious with a slap. Chun Yuting, have you not had your fill? We are divorced, and you were the one who betrayed our marriage. Do you truly believe that a mere apology suffices for forgiveness? Absolutely not. The births of Kiki and Xiaobao represented the greatest humiliation of my life. My restraint in not eliminating the two of you, this adulterous pair, is commendable. Leave. Do not trouble me again. With that, he turned and walked away. As she watched Wang Yu depart, Chun Yuting was engulfed in utter despair. Just 2 days prior, she had been cast out by Chun Chusheng. Her company had been reclaimed by him. Her calls went unanswered, and she could not even return to her former home. Kiki and Xiaobao had also been sent back to her, and in that moment, it felt as though the entire world had forsaken her. Unable to comprehend why her father treated her this way, even abandoning the granddaughter she cherished, she spent the entire day waiting outside Chun Chusheng's villa, unwilling to accept her fate. Eventually, she sees an opportunity to enter. Father, why do you treat me this way? In response to Chun Yuting's accusations, Chun Chusheng's expression remained unchanged. He regarded her as one would a stranger, his thoughts concealed from all. Looking at her with icy indifference, he rendered her speechless, unable to voice her reproaches. Chun Yuting, while some matters are not your fault, your very existence is a profound mistake in my life. I do not wish to see you again. Father, interrupting Chun Yuting, who still had more to say, Chun Chusheng directly handed her the paternity test report. If you have any questions, direct them to Li Yuzhen, and do not refer to me as father. With that, Chun Chusheng ascended the stairs. Chun Yuting stared at the paternity test in her hand, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Over a month ago, her secret had been uncovered by her husband, and it was this very report that had shattered her marriage and family. Now, holding it once more, Chun Yuting found herself unable to glance at it. Madam, please leave this place. The unfamiliar voice of the nanny snapped her back to reality. Confronted by the stranger, she sensed that something far more terrifying than her mother's betrayal was unfolding. As she picked up the report and opened it, the words indicating a lack of biological connection leapt out at her, causing her to choke back a breath, her vision blurring as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 53. Chun Yuting's despair upon awakening. Chun Yuting found herself alone in a hospital bed, the suffocating feeling of solitude enveloping her. Memories of her time with Wang Yu flooded her mind, and as she reminisced, tears cascaded down her cheeks. She had come to this place with a resolute determination to salvage her relationship with Wang Yu, yet the outcome left her even more despondent. The man who once gazed at her with adoration was no longer willing to forgive her. Their relationship, once vibrant, had now reached a definitive end. Yuting, what are you doing here? Li Yuzhen, after completing her ultrasound, finally came to terms with her pregnancy. She had spent a considerable amount of time calming herself and was on her way to inform Lu Baoqiang about the impending arrival of their child when she unexpectedly encountered her daughter in the parking lot. Seeing her in such profound sorrow caused a sharp pang in her heart, prompting her to rush forward, eager to envelop Chun Yuting in her embrace. However, before she could extend her arms, she was halted by Chun Yuting's icy glare. Mother, you are indeed my mother, but tell me, who is my father? Chun Yuting's voice, devoid of warmth, cut through Li Yuzhen's despair. Chun Chusheng, why do you ask such a thing, my daughter? Li Yuzhen, unaware that Chun Yuting was actually Lu Baoqiang's daughter, recalled that during her marriage to Chun Chusheng, they had been intimate. Although she had harbored concerns during her pregnancy, time had dulled those worries, and she had gradually forgotten. Now, confronted with Chun Yuting's inquiry, buried memories resurfaced, bringing with them an unsettling chill. I truly wish you were not my mother. Chun Yuting threw the paternity report at Li Yuzhen's feet and turned to leave. Watching her daughter depart, Li Yuzhen felt an overwhelming wave of sorrow wash over her. Trembling, she picked up the report, and upon reading the results, she was struck dumb, her mind swirling with confusion, yet inexplicably filled with a sense of joy. Liu Baoxiang had long lamented his childlessness, and, after marrying Li Yuzhen, had sought solace in the arms of other women, but none had conceived. This had become a persistent source of anguish for him. At this moment, Li Yuzhen realized that Chen Yuding was not Chen Chuxing's daughter, but surely Liu Baoxiang's. If he were to learn of this revelation, his joy would be boundless, and he would treat her with the same kindness as before. The child growing within her added further weight to her leverage. After relinquishing hope for a child, she now bore not only a 30-year-old biological daughter, but also the prospect of Liu Baoxiang becoming a father. The long-held wish that had eluded him was on the verge of fulfillment. As a mother of 2 children, she believed that her life would be filled with happiness in the years to come. No longer consumed by sorrow, Li Yuzhen quickly regained her composure, tucked the report away, and dialed Liu Baoxiang's number. "Baoxiang, there is something I must tell you in person." "What is it? Can't you say it over the phone?" Liu Baoxiang's tone was impatient. "You are returning home promptly. This matter is of utmost importance and undoubtedly bears good tidings." Liu Baoxiang paid little heed to Li Yuzhen's tone, and upon arriving home, he presented the ultrasound report and paternity test before him. It was likely that even if he were to kneel and wash his own feet, Liu Baoxiang would cheerfully fetch hot water. "All right, I shall return at once," he murmured after a brief silence, ultimately deciding to hear Li Yuzhen's promising news. For he was on the brink of madness, driven to the edge by Chen Chuxing. His once vast fortune, amounting to over $1 billion, had dwindled to a mere $20 million under relentless pressure from the other party. Yet, the endeavors he undertook could not be publicly acknowledged, leaving him to bear the burden in silence. Meanwhile, Chen Yuding, having departed from the parking lot, wandered aimlessly along the street, uncertain of her destination or whom she could rely upon. She had lost contact with her lover for quite some time, the last conversation merely urging her to wait a few more days. Initially, she held a glimmer of hope, recalling that she had borne him 2 children. But he had not reached out in over 10 days, and her calls went unanswered. Her father had cast her out of the family home, reclaiming all her assets, leaving her with only the apartment purchased by Wang Yu and $1 million given at the time of their divorce. Although these possessions were considerable, they offered no sense of security to Chen Yuding, who had been accustomed to a life of privilege. This attempt to reconcile with Wang Yu represented her last hope, yet the outcome dealt her a crushing blow. As she walked through the streets, she felt as if she had lost her soul, existing like a mere shadow of her former self. The once beautiful family lay in ruins. The departure of her husband, the betrayal of her mother, the indifference of her father, and to realize that she was the daughter of her mother's lover. The suffocating sensation threatened to drive her to madness. Upon crossing a bridge, she gazed at the rushing waters below, contemplating that perhaps leaping into the depths might be a viable option. "Yuting, no!" Just as she removed her shoes and climbed over the railing, a young man dashed forward, calling out loudly. Chen Yuding turned to see him approaching, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. Was it an illusion? Why did he appear just as she contemplated ending her life? She felt a surge of resentment. Had it not been for this man's relentless temptations, she and Wang Yu would surely be living a blissful life now. Yuding, when Liang finally grasped her just as she prepared to leap. "Let me go. It's all because of you. Had it not been for you, I would not have reached this point." Rescued from her perilous decision, Chen Yuding struggled violently, biting down hard on Wen Liang's arm. The sharp pain coursed through him, yet he held her tighter. After a while, her strength waned. Having gone 2 days without food, she was now exceedingly weak, having exhausted her last reserves during her earlier struggle. "Wen Liang, you destroyed my family. I hate you," Chen Yuding declared. Her gaze at Wen Liang filled with conflicting emotions, relief at being saved intertwined with bitterness at being forsaken. "Rest assured, I shall not leave you again." Disregarding Chen Yuding's words, Wen Liang lifted her up and made his way towards the car by the roadside. He opened the door and settled into the back seat alongside Chen Yuding. Gazing at the woman before him, Wen Liang was transported back to the moment they first met. At that time, he was merely a freshman, while Chen Yuding was a seasoned senior. Yet, he found himself irresistibly drawn to her, and after 2 months of fervent pursuit, they finally became a couple. However, their union was short-lived. Just a month later, his mother sent him abroad, imposing a strict prohibition against romantic relationships during his university years. Faced with his mother's demands, Wen Liang lacked the courage to resist. As they parted ways, they shared an unforgettable night, during which Wen Liang vowed he would return. Chapter 54. The past of Chun Yuting, however. Wen Liang could never have anticipated that 2 years later, he would receive the news of Chun Yuting's marriage. After extensive inquiries, he discovered that merely 2 months after their separation, she had entered a relationship with another young man. Upon learning this, Wen Liang was nearly consumed by his fury. He subsequently confronted Chun Yuting, only to be informed that she had been pregnant at the time and, overwhelmed by fear, sought solace in another's company. When he inquired about the child, he was shocked to learn that she had discreetly terminated the pregnancy. Why seek a partner if you were prepared to terminate the child? Wen Liang was utterly confounded by Chun Yuting's reasoning. Despite his anger, he still harbored deep affection for her, particularly after her marriage. Her newfound aura as a wife was undeniably alluring. Unable to restrain himself, Wen Liang yearned to embrace her, but was met with a firm rejection. She asserted her commitment to her husband and expressed her love for him, pleading with Wen Liang not to intrude upon her life any further. Furious, Wen Liang contemplated confronting Wang Yu, whom he viewed as the interloper who had stolen his beloved and placed a proverbial crown of thorns upon his head. Yet, reflecting on his status as an undergraduate and his mother's unwavering expectations, he hesitated to defy her directives or make promises to Chun Yuting, ultimately choosing to relinquish his pursuit. However, gazing upon the enchanting woman before him, he felt a profound yearning that he could not ignore, for she was his cherished dream. Thus, he embarked on a more fervent pursuit. Understanding Chun Yuting's preferences intimately, Wen Liang succeeded in winning her heart within a mere week. The two clandestinely continued their affair, keeping it hidden from Wang Yu. Upon graduating, Chun Yuting expressed her desire to divorce Wang Yu and marry Wen Liang. Yet, fearing the repercussions of defying his mother's wishes, particularly as Chun Yuting was already wed, Wen Liang hesitated. He knew that should his mother discover his transgressions during his studies, especially involving a married woman, he would likely be cast out from the Wen family. Consequently, Wen Liang endeavored to comfort Chun Yuting while diligently working to gain his mother's approval. After a period of effort, he finally earned her recognition and was appointed as acting general manager, a development that filled him with joy. After making a single phone call to Chun Yuting, he delved into company affairs, remaining occupied until today when he finally found a moment to spare. However, his calls to Chun Yuting went unanswered, stirring an ominous premonition within him. He promptly mobilized his contacts to search for her in Sioux City and soon located her, disheveled and wandering the streets. Upon confirming her whereabouts, Wen Liang hastened to her side, only to find her poised to leap into the river. The sight sent a jolt of terror through him, and as he held her, a sense of relief washed over him. Yuting, my mother has finally relinquished her control over me. We could be together forever now. In her moment of despair, Chun Yuting's eyes began to glimmer with hope upon hearing Wen Liang's words. You are not deceiving me. You truly can marry me? Yes, truly. Upon hearing Wen Liang's assurances, Chun Yuting collapsed into his arms, unable to contain her tears. The torment of the past month had plunged her from the heights of joy into the depths of despair. And now, with Wen Liang's promise, she could no longer hold back her emotions. The sight of two individuals embracing would undoubtedly alter Wang Yu's perception of Chun Yuting. Just an hour prior, she had professed her understanding of her mistakes, vowing to lead a better life. Yet in such a brief span, she found herself in the arms of another man. Ah, women! After parting ways with Chun Yuting, Wang Yu felt a disquieting heaviness in his heart as he arrived at Wen Xin's home, a rare absence of a smile gracing his face. What is the matter? Have you encountered some trouble? Wen Xin inquired during dinner, unable to restrain her curiosity. Faced with Wen Xin, Wang Yu chose not to conceal anything, for he harbored no secrets before her. He recounted the events of the afternoon, leaving Wen Xin utterly astonished. Your ex-mother-in-law is truly formidable. I have immense respect for Li Yuzhen. It's astonishing that such a woman exists in this world. I hadn't anticipated it either, but it bears no relation to me, Wang Yu replied. Then why the long face? Don't you wish to accompany me? It's not that. On my way back, my ex-wife sought me out, and it left me utterly repulsed. Though Wenxin felt a twinge of sympathy for Chun Yuding's plight, reflecting on her actions, she felt no inclination to pity her, and she offered Wang Yu a few words of encouragement. After their meal, as Wenxin cradled her teacup, she gazed at Wang Yu, who was preoccupied with his tasks. Having harbored her thoughts for several days, she could no longer restrain herself. Deprived of affection throughout her childhood, Wenxin had succumbed to Wang Yu's attentive care and gentle touch. Their relationship was on the cusp of crossing the final threshold, and Wang Yu sensed the shift within Wenxin. However, considering the child she carried, he hesitated to voice his feelings, fearing it might disturb her emotions. Once tidied up, they retired to the bedroom. As Wenxin lay down, she looked at Wang Yu, who was preparing to give her a massage, and couldn't help but ask, "Will you stay with me tonight?" "Wait, I haven't even begun, and you're already lying down," Wang Yu stammered, momentarily taken aback. Yet, upon seeing the yearning in Wenxin's eyes, he nodded in agreement. "Let us retire early. We can continue the massage tomorrow." With that, Wenxin covered her head with the blanket. "All right, I shall heed your request." How could Wang Yu refuse such a plea? Although he was aware of Wenxin's pregnancy, he reassured himself that he could be gentle. "I'll go take a shower." That night, Wenxin experienced the tenderness of Wang Yu, discovering a sensation entirely distinct from their previous encounters. He treated her like a precious gem, meticulously cautious not to exert any force. In his embrace, she found immense satisfaction, sleeping soundly and blissfully. When morning arrived, both awakened simultaneously. Gazing at the woman nestled in his arms, Wang Yu couldn't resist planting a kiss upon her cheek. "You truly want to find me repugnant?" Wenxin, like a languorous kitten, nestled against Wang Yu's chest. "Never, but I'm already 45. In a few years, you will remain youthful while I will have aged." Her tone carried a profound sense of melancholy. "How could you possibly grow old?" "You shall remain young and beautiful throughout your life," Wang Yu replied, gently cradling her face in his hands, admiring her with utmost care. Warmth enveloped Wenxin as she felt the intensity of his gaze, a blush creeping across her cheeks, prompting her to playfully pinch Wang Yu. "Enough of your teasing. Let us simply cherish the years we can be together, and when the time comes, I shall leave on my own." The considerable age disparity forced Wenxin to confront reality, leading her to resolve that when her beauty could no longer be upheld, she would part ways with Wang Yu. "Miss Wen, please follow me," Wang Yu instructed, offering no explanation as he disregarded their state of undress and guided her towards a full-length mirror. Standing behind her, he enveloped her in a tight embrace, resting his head gently atop hers. "Look closely. Do you not notice anything different about yourself?" Initially shy and with her eyes closed, Wenxin could not resist opening them upon hearing Wang Yu's words. When she beheld their reflection in the mirror, she instinctively pinched the soft flesh at his waist. "You must be joking. Let go of me." Feeling her struggle within his embrace, Wang Yu found it slightly overwhelming. "Stay still. First observe your transformation." He tightened his hold on Wenxin, encouraging her to face the mirror as he spoke gently. Chapter 55. Deception. Wenxin noticed that Wang Yu was not jesting. Suppressing her embarrassment, she earnestly gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Her figure remained flawless, her skin as white as snow and devoid of blemishes, her complexion rosy and radiant. The once troublesome fine lines had vanished, prompting her to break free from Wang Yu's embrace and step forward, scrutinizing her face in the mirror for an extended period. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks despite her efforts to restrain them. "Oh, please don't cry," Wang Yu exclaimed, rushing forward to console her. He was concerned, knowing that a pregnant woman's emotions must remain stable. Wenxin's current state worried him greatly, especially since he had exerted considerable effort in recent days to avert the risk of miscarriage for their child. "No, I'm not crying," Wenxin stammered, hurriedly wiping her cheeks. Then, she suddenly turned to Wang Yu, embracing him tightly, her voice tremulous as she asked, "It must be you, right? I recall you once telling me about a method to delay aging. Is all of this true?" Her beautiful eyes sparkled with immense anticipation and excitement. Wang Yu smiled gently and replied softly, "Of course. When have I ever deceived you?" However, upon hearing this affirmation, Wen Xin was not content. Her curiosity deepened, and she pressed on, "But how is it actually achieved? Please tell me." Her round, expressive eyes brimmed with a thirst for knowledge and a desire to explore. Confronted with Wen Xin's unwavering gaze, Wang Yu's lips curled into a sly smile, and he deliberately elongated his tone in response. "Oh, do you truly wish to hear about it?" Without hesitation, Wen Xin nodded emphatically, eager to uncover the truth. With a mischievous grin, Wang Yu's eyes gleamed with mischief, while Wen Xin looked at him with unwavering trust and anticipation. "Very well, I shall explain in detail." Once again, they lay side by side, closely entwined. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yu began, "I have been diligently practicing a unique technique, one of astonishing power." Upon hearing this, Wen Xin's interest was piqued, and she eagerly inquired, "What kind of miraculous technique is it?" Wang Yu smiled enigmatically, teasing her. "The name of the technique is unimportant. What matters is its wondrous effect. It allows us to remain eternally youthful." Wen Xin's eyes widened in disbelief, her face alight with wonder. "Really? That's incredible. But how do you accomplish it? Do you give me massages every day?" Wang Yu gently shook his head, smiling as he clarified. "It's certainly not that simple. What is it then? Come closer, and I shall tell you." As Wang Yu continued his explanation, Wen Xin began to grasp a portion of the concept, yet she still felt something was amiss. Nonetheless, gazing at her appearance, which appeared at least a decade younger, she couldn't help but believe. "See, I didn't deceive you," Wang Yu remarked with a sense of pride. "Ah, my dear husband, you truly are wonderful. Alas, I knew that no woman could withstand such temptation." He planned to request leave from the hospital, intending to take Yon back to the village, to discuss their relationship with their parents, and coincidentally, to propose to the Song family. "I shall take my leave now and visit you in a couple of days." After once more planting a tender kiss on her warm forehead, Wang Yu departed. Upon arriving at the hospital, he made his way directly to Director Han's office. After stating his purpose, Han Cohen did not create any difficulties and promptly approved 3 days of leave. Exiting the director's office, Wang Yu resolved to visit Yon, contemplating taking her to purchase a new car before returning home in the afternoon. He had been too busy to replace the old vehicle recently, but now he finally found a moment to spare. "Dr. Wang, hurry. Director Su is looking for you." Sweet, noticing Wang Yu lost in thought, dashed over, grasped his hand, and pulled him along. "What is wrong, Sweet?" he inquired. "Quickly. A patient was just brought in from the police station, shot multiple times. Director Su wants you to assist immediately." "Stop pulling. Gunshot wounds are a matter for surgery. What does that have to do with our gynecology department?" he protested. "Hurry. Saving lives is urgent. There's no time to explain." Seeing the anxious little nurse, Wang Yu hesitated no longer and sprinted towards the operating room. Upon reaching the door, he found a dozen police officers gathered, their expressions grim. "Make way. Dr. Wang has arrived," Sweet called out as she pushed through the crowd. The officers immediately parted, allowing Wang Yu to enter, still in a moment of surprise as he was pulled inside. After donning protective gear, he approached the operating table, where Su Mu was working intently. Upon noticing Wang Yu, she promptly spoke. "Dr. Wang, the patient's condition is critical. She has multiple penetrating gunshot wounds and 3 bullets lodged within her. I have little confidence in our ability to save her, so I must rely on your assistance. But I have never performed surgery before. I am unsure how to proceed in such a situation," he replied. "Leave the surgery to me. I need you to continuously monitor the patient's condition. Your acupuncture can help staunch the bleeding, as you saved that woman in severe hemorrhage before." "Very well. I shall do my utmost." Hearing this, Wang Yu felt a sense of relief, having recognized that the patient on the table was a woman. As a system-trained doctor, he felt assured in monitoring her condition. He swiftly checked the patient's pulse, and the system immediately displayed her current state, which was similar to what Su Mu had described, but with greater detail. Observing the still bleeding wounds, he wasted no time and took out silver needles to commence the hemostasis. After inserting several needles, the bleeding finally ceased. Su Mu also breathed a sigh of relief. First, She disinfected the 4 penetrating wounds and then began the stitching process. Wang Yu remained vigilant, monitoring the patient's condition, applying silver needles to halt any new bleeding as it arose. Their collaboration proved seamless, and within an hour, they had addressed all 4 wounds. At this moment, Wang Yu finally found the opportunity to examine the injured individual. However, the visage was obscured by a mask of blood, rendering it impossible to discern any details. Soon, the extraction of the bullet would commence. I possess confidence regarding the projectiles lodged in the thigh and abdomen, yet the one near the chest poses a considerable risk due to its proximity to the heart. My certainty in this case is merely 20%. Do not regard me with such expectations. My experience extends only to dispatching chickens, and my medical endeavors have largely relied on the system. Such a formidable surgery is beyond my scope. One you cannot help but inwardly scoff. Dr. Wang, I am aware of your exceptional medical skills. I implore you not to conceal them. Every patient you have treated this past month, save for those in the advanced stages of cancer and other terminal illnesses, has fully recovered. You must assist me this time. Goodness, how can I be so remarkable without my own awareness? Wang Yu pondered. He was uncertain of the conditions faced by his patients. Some indeed presented complex ailments that were challenging to diagnose, but they were far from being incurable. The multitude of recoveries merely attested to my accurate diagnoses and swift treatment. From where did you derive the notion of my medical prowess? Which of those afflicted with diabetes, myocarditis, or pancreatitis have I successfully cured? Yet, gazing into Su Mu's hopeful eyes, Wang Yu found it difficult to refuse. Very well. I possess some assurance regarding the bullet near the heart, but I will require your assistance. Chapter 56. Targeted again upon receiving Wang Yu's affirmative response. Su Mu immediately commenced her rescue efforts. As she had stated, within a mere half hour, she successfully extracted all the bullets from the thigh and abdomen. Now, only the most perilous bullet near the heart remained. Dr. Wang, the injured, is the captain of the criminal police team. She sustained her injuries while bravely confronting over a dozen armed assailants alone, so I implore you to save her. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Wang Yu could not help but feel admiration. It was indeed courageous for a woman to face such a formidable number of armed criminals. He immediately bestowed a blessing upon the captain, resulting in a remarkable increase of 1,241 merit points in the system's backend. Goodness, is she a police officer or a female bodhisattva? She has performed so many virtuous deeds. The immense merit points not only deepened Wang Yu's admiration for the female officer, but also kindled a sense of reverence within him. Although he was unaware of her numerous accomplishments, the merit points spoke volumes. Director Su, if you follow my instructions during the surgery, our collaboration will surely save her. With that, Wang Yu produced silver needles and gestured for Su Mu to cut open the captain's shirt. Before long, the wound lay before Wang Yu's eyes. A thumb-sized bullet hole appearing starkly grotesque. Focusing his mind, he swiftly inserted 5 needles, immediately halting the blood that continued to flow outward. Make an incision here, 30 millimeters across, penetrating 14 millimeters deep. Wang Yu began to direct Su Mu, for although he was knowledgeable, his current capabilities were insufficient. Su Mu nodded, carefully following Wang Yu's instructions as she made the incision. Despite it being their first collaboration, they exhibited a remarkable synergy, quickly revealing the bullet within. At this juncture, they had already achieved substantial progress. Extracting the bullet with tweezers would complete the procedure. Director Su, the quicker you extract the bullet, the better. Even if it causes secondary damage externally, it is acceptable. Through the system, Wang Yu was aware that the blood vessel beneath the bullet had ruptured. Currently, the absence of bleeding was merely due to the pressure from the bullet against the surrounding muscle. If they were to proceed with caution, the release of pressure from the shattered vessel would undoubtedly result in severe internal bleeding. Therefore, expediency was crucial to allow sufficient time for the silver needles to stem the bleeding. Otherwise, this female officer might succumb to excessive blood loss. Although Su Mu did not comprehend Wang Yu's rationale, she chose to trust him. Prepare, begin. As soon as Wang Yu's words fell, Su Mu swiftly extracted the bullet. A jet of blood surged forth from the wound, prompting Wang Yu to commence acupuncture at an astonishing speed, his movements so swift that they appeared as blurs. Within moments, he had inserted 12 needles, effectively complementing the 5 already in place, successfully arresting the flow of blood. Observing Wang Yu's remarkable acupuncture technique, admiration sparkled in Su Mu's eyes. "What are you staring at? Quickly apply the medication and suture the blood vessels," Wang Yu urged, unable to contain his impatience at Su Mu's momentary daze. After more than 2 hours, the surgery concluded, and the life of the female officer was finally secured. Wang Yu and Su Mu emerged from the operating room together. "Doctor, how is our captain?" A dozen police officers immediately surrounded them, but only one spoke up. "The surgery was highly successful. The patient has passed the 24-hour critical period and can be transferred to a regular ward." Su Mu's words brought smiles to the faces of the gathered officers, who were ready to salute her. "No, the entire credit goes to Dr. Wang. I only had a 20 chance. I was merely assisting him." "What do you mean you were assisting me?" "Clearly, it was I who assisted you." Wang Yu had yet to comprehend the situation when he found himself encircled. Due to Su Mu being a woman, the officers had refrained from expressing excessive enthusiasm towards her, but now that it was Wang Yu, they showered him with warmth. Nevertheless, they maintained a sense of restraint, offering their thanks before allowing Wang Yu to leave. After changing clothes, Wang Yu glanced at the time and realized it was already noon. He decided to find you in for lunch before purchasing a car. "Dr. Wang, let us go for a meal together." After Su Mu changed, she directly intercepted Wang Yu, who intended to leave. Looking at Director Su in front of him, Wang Yu felt a sense of unease. Something seemed different about her today, as she was usually rather aloof. "Are you having lunch?" Wang Yu's question was abruptly interrupted by Su Mu. "Yes. I can't exactly lie about it, can I? Then let us go together. After lunch, you can get back to your other matters." Su Mu's insistence left Wang Yu unsure how to decline, and he abandoned the idea of dining with Xiao Qingmei. "All right, let us head to the cafeteria then." Wang Yu made his way toward the cafeteria. "Let us eat outside, it's on me." Without waiting for Wang Yu's consent, Su Mu took his arm and led him toward the parking lot. "We can just grab a casual bite. There is no need to go overboard." Seated in a luxurious private room, Wang Yu gazed at the exquisite and elegant dishes before him, unable to suppress his astonishment. This woman truly spared no expense. A single set meal cost 28,888 yuan. Was this dining or indulging in gold? "Dr. Wang, I am genuinely grateful to you today." Su Mu's expression was filled with appreciation. "Really? There is no need for such formality. Healing the sick is our duty as doctors." Wang Yu felt somewhat flustered by the gravity of her gratitude. "No, when Nan Nan was brought in, I had no confidence at all. It was you who saved her." Su Mu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Nan Nan? Do you know that female officer?" Upon hearing Su Mu's reference, Wang Yu sensed a connection between them. "Yes, Nan Nan is my dearest friend, my only friend. Today, I almost lost her." The thought of her close friend nearly perishing filled Su Mu with dread. "Oh, I see. Your friend is truly admirable, facing so many armed assailants alone." Recalling the gunshot wounds on the female officer, Wang Yu felt a wave of shock. Indeed, she has always been remarkably brave. Wang Yu's words reminded Su Mu of their childhood, when Nan Nan would frighten older boys into fleeing at the mere sight of her. "You invited me to dine, and for that reason alone. It seems so, as the dishes have been served. Dr. Wang should treat us." As he spoke, he assisted Wang Yu in picking up a piece of rib. Wang Yu, not one to be polite, declined Su Mu's further offers and, with chopsticks in hand, began to eat. Indeed, this 28,888 yuan set meal is remarkably superior to the cafeteria fare. I should bring Wenxin, Qian, and Yuan along to savor it sometime. Su Mu ate slowly, her gaze predominantly fixed on Wang Yu. Observing his enjoyment of the meal only intensified the smile upon her face. Upon finishing, Wang Yu bid farewell. As he had no desire for that vehicle any longer, he could simply take a taxi with Yuan, retrieve the car, and return to the village. As for that car, it could be sold at a more opportune time. Watching Wang Yu's departing figure, Su Mu, who had been single for many years, bit her lip gently, her hands instinctively forming fists. Her eyes betrayed a profound sense of possessiveness. Chapter 57. Upon arriving home, Wang Yu was immediately bound. "Yuan, what do you think of this car? Do you like it?" After purchasing the vehicle, Wang Yu did not depart, insisting on acquiring one for Yuan as well. Brother Yu, there's no need. Chun Mei and I can simply ride in Sister Chanchan's car to work every day. It's not necessary to spend extravagantly. Do not refuse. This is a betrothal gift for you. Just choose something you adore, he urged. Upon hearing the term betrothal gift, Yuan found it hard to decline. Yet in an effort to save Wang Yu some money, she pointed to a modest QQ priced in the tens of thousands, saying, I want this one. Wang Yu, infuriated, delivered a firm slap to her backside within the store, ignoring her pouting demeanor and the astonished gazes of the salespeople. He proceeded to purchase a luxury car worth over $1 million. It was notable that the car he had bought for himself cost just over $400,000, yet he was willing to spend lavishly on his beloved. The female sales associates looked at Yuan with envy and jealousy. After settling the payment, Wang Yu instructed that Yuan's new car be driven to Tianjia restaurant, and he called Sun Dushing for assistance before heading back to the village. As for Chun Mei, his sister had just started her job. Requesting leave would adversely affect her future prospects, although they were now family with Sun Qian. It was precisely for this reason that he felt the need to perform well and not tarnish his sister-in-law's reputation. This was Wang Yu's personal interpretation. As for his sister Chun Mei's thoughts, those would have to wait until he and Yuan returned. On the journey back to the village, Wang Yu drove with one hand, a blissful smile illuminating his face. Yuan, with a flushed complexion, tightly closed her eyes, bit her lip, and clutched the seatbelt across her chest. Unable to contain herself any longer, she pinched Wang Yu's mischievous hand sharply. Then, reclining the seat back, she crawled to the rear, adjusted her clothing, and contemplated the earlier events, wishing she could nibble on that cheeky fellow's hand once more. As the saying goes, joy begets a light spirit. Wang Yu, behind the wheel of his new car with his petite wife beside him, hummed merrily while savoring the fruit Yuan had peeled. Their happiness was palpable. Shortly, they returned to the village, where Wang Yu first escorted Yuan to her home before heading back to his own. It was not yet mealtime, and the front door was ajar. The wafting aroma of smoke from the kitchen made Wang Yu's mouth water. Mother's cooking smells divine, he exclaimed. Mom, I'm home. Pushing open the door, he hurried to the kitchen, his heart brimming with joy as he observed his mother still bustling about. He felt a sense of accomplishment for having fulfilled the promise he made when he left the village. Thinking of the 2 children due to arrive in 9 months filled him with delight. His mother's long-held wish was finally coming to fruition, and he now had every reason to bring his parents to the city to care for them. Less than 2 months post-divorce, he found himself with 3 women, 2 children, and assets exceeding 10 million. It was clear that Chun Yuding had been a calamity. He resolved to keep his distance from her in the future. Mom. Wang Yu's mother turned at the sound of her beloved son's voice, arms outstretched for an embrace. Grabbing the rolling pin from the countertop, she aimed a playful strike at Wang Yu's head. What you said on the phone was true. You didn't deceive me. I'm not deceiving you, mother. Everything I say is the truth. Today, I returned to the village with her, Wang Yu declared, disregarding his mother's rolling pin as he embraced her, planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. Wang's mother felt a surge of joy at her son's affectionate display, yet her focus swiftly shifted to her new daughter-in-law. Grasping Wang Yu's ear, she pulled him away and exited the kitchen, eager to meet her prospective daughter-in-law. After surveying the courtyard and glancing inside the house, she found no sign of anyone. Where's my daughter-in-law? Where is she? The old woman sensed that her son had once again played a trick on her, and, fuming, confronted Wang Yu. Mother, please sit down, do not be upset. This daughter-in-law is someone you are quite familiar with. Who is it? Spare me your jesting. I know many people. Just tell me who it is. Chuamei's classmate, the daughter of Uncle Song. Yawn, that girl. Yes, we came back together. She has probably already informed her family. Upon hearing this, Wang's mother sprang from her seat and paced the room. What are you thinking? Engaging with a young lady while being in a second marriage? If Uncle Song comes here to confront you, I shall not intervene. Wang Yu recoiled at her words, aware of Uncle Song's notorious temperament. Moreover, Yan had 2 older brothers, formidable and robust, clearly capable of carrying a gas, can up 6 flights of stairs without a hitch. As he pondered these concerns, a commotion erupted outside. Curious, Wang Yu stepped out to investigate. Goodness, has the Song family mobilized their entire clan? A dozen burly men surrounded Uncle Song and his two sons, all three seething with anger as they stood at the doorstep, ready to speak. Only to spot Wang Yu's head peering out. "You little rascal, you truly are at home," Uncle Song bellowed, unable to contain his fury upon seeing Wang Yu. He had nurtured his precious daughter for over 20 years, and after just a few days away, she had been thoroughly taken advantage of by this scoundrel. Initially, he had thought well of Wang Yu, admiring his prominent brows and bright eyes. When he learned of Wang Yu's divorce, he had even expressed sympathy at home. Little did he know that this rascal would turn around and exploit his daughter. "Uncle Song, please do not be angry. Hear me out. Speak nonsense no more. Bind him." With that command, the group of strong men surged forward and swiftly restrained Wang Yu. At that moment, Wang's mother emerged from the house. "Wang's sister-in-law, I will not discuss matters with you women. Fetch your husband. I will remain here awaiting his explanation." With that, she gestured for the group to leave. Witnessing her son being carried away like livestock filled Wang's mother with panic. She dashed back into the house, retrieved her phone, and called her husband. "Come home quickly. The Song family has taken our son." "What? That old scoundrel Song, Jianjun, dares to take my son? Do not argue, just hurry back. Our son has been with their daughter." "With the Song girl? What do you mean, with her?" The once furious Wang father was rendered speechless by a single remark. Acknowledging his son's remarkable prowess, reminiscent of his own former glory. In an instant, his demeanor transformed. The earlier bravado of wanting to fight dissipated entirely. He smiled amiably at Wang's mother and remarked, "This daughter-in-law is quite exceptional. Just wait, I shall return home immediately and finalize this marriage proposal tonight." "Alas, did you not hear what I said? Our son has been abducted, and you speak of marriage negotiations? Fear not, that lad is tough and resilient. With a few blows, acquiring a new daughter-in-law would be worthwhile. Go find a matchmaker and prepare some gifts. This evening, we shall visit the Song family to propose." Chapter 58. Never pretend to be clever in front of your biological father and father-in-law. With exuberance, Wang Yu's father and numerous relatives arrived at the Song family home, bearing an abundance of gifts. Their eyes gleamed with delight as they spotted Song Jianjun seated in the center of the courtyard, while Wang Yu, bound off to the side, was completely disregarded. "Wang Zhantao, silence yourself. Who is your in-law here?" Song Jianjun glared at him, his nostrils flaring with indignation. He had anticipated a grand display of authority upon the Wang family's arrival, yet this man defied all expectations. Observing the throng of Wang relatives behind him lugging pigs, carrying grains, and holding oil, it was evident they were not merely here for a discussion, but rather to present a betrothal gift. "In-law, please do not be angered. My son is yet to wed, and your daughter remains unmarried. The two have a mutual affection. As elders, we should not act to thwart their romance," Wang Zhantao said, ignoring Song Jianjun's fury as he affectionately draped an arm around his shoulders, attempting to foster camaraderie. Meanwhile, the relatives from the Song family were at a loss, unsure of how to proceed without their patriarch's directive. The Wang family's daughters-in-law and young women showered the Song relatives with compliments, leaving them flushed with embarrassment. Soon, everyone was pocketing sweets and filling their bags with sunflower seeds and peanuts. Wang's mother engaged in hushed conversation with Song's mother, both appearing quite pleased with their exchange. "Old Song, I come with sincerity. Your daughter will undoubtedly thrive in our Wang family, as we are well acquainted." "Why the long face? Damn it, my precious daughter has been sullied by your son, and I am already distressed. It is a miracle I have not struck you yet. How could you expect me to greet you with a smile?" The courtyard was a flurry of activity, with both families mingling, sharing sweets, and cracking seeds, seemingly oblivious to any underlying tensions. "Father, please untie me." Wang Yu, bound to a tree, called out desperately upon seeing his family arrive. "Behave yourself, and do not disrupt my discussions with your father-in-law," came the response. Wang Yu was left speechless, questioning his very lineage as he turned to his mother, only to find her averted gaze, refusing to acknowledge him. "Alas, it seems I am indeed not of your blood. Old Song, behold, 18,888. The sincerity of our family is substantial. Wouldn't you agree?" Wang Zhantao proclaimed as he unveiled a red cloth from one of the trays, revealing neatly arranged cash. He then lifted another cloth to reveal a lavish display of gold jewelry, intricately designed from head to toe. The once boisterous courtyard fell into a profound silence. All eyes fixated on the gleaming treasures before them, whispers of astonishment echoing in the air. The Wang family was indeed serious, investing such a fortune. In their village, it was rare for betrothal gifts to exceed 10,000. This was a revelation. These are the betrothal gifts from our Wang family. Old Song, what say you? Shall we proceed? Wang Zhantao's words resonated in the stillness of the courtyard, drawing the gazes of both Song and Wang family members towards Song Jianjun. At this moment, Song Jianjun was utterly astonished by the sight before him. He had never encountered such a sum of money in his life, nor could he have anticipated Wang Zhantao's generosity. When his daughter returned in the afternoon, she spoke of her relationship with Wang Yu, and under her mother's probing, she revealed that they had indeed been intimate. This revelation infuriated Song Jianjun. However, with the situation as it was, there was little he could do. That evening, he felt compelled to confront the Wang family, driven by indignation to ensure his daughter would not be mistreated should she marry into their household. Yet, observing the treatment his daughter received from the Wang family, his anger began to dissipate. Wang Zhantao, would you have my daughter marry into your family only to suffer? He decided to keep the jewelry, but return the cash. Song Jianjun's affection for his daughter prevented him from accepting such an extravagant betrothal gift. Not only had he consented to the marriage, but he also intended to return all the cash. As for the jewelry, it was for his daughter. After all, she would take it with her when she wed. Could you please release me? Wang Yu, who had been bound for 2 hours, was genuinely anxious upon witnessing his father deplete their family wealth for his sake. Song Jianjun waved his hand, and several of his nephews promptly untied Wang Yu. After stretching his wrists, Wang Yu approached the tray, wrapped the cash in cloth, and then placed it in his father's embrace. The previously accommodating Song Jianjun felt his expression darken as he witnessed Wang Yu's rude demeanor. Dad, please take it back. This amount of money is quite embarrassing for me. Wang Yu's words rendered Wang Zhantao speechless, who had been ready to reprimand him. Do you realize this is our entire family fortune? Your father has sacrificed everything for you. And here you are, complaining about feeling embarrassed. If I don't discipline you today, I'll change my surname. With that, Wang Zhantao prepared to give his unruly son a stern talking to. However, Wang Yu pretended not to notice, pulling a check from his pocket and placing it directly onto the tray. This is what I prepared before returning. Meant as a betrothal gift for Yan. Uncle Song, it is 6,666,600. Please accept it. Wang Zhantao halted his intentions to chastise his son, while Song Jianjun, still scowling, was so taken aback that he dropped his cigarette without noticing. The onlookers around them stood frozen as if under a spell, their attention riveted on the check. Wang Zhantao, being a village official, quickly regained his composure, examining the check in disbelief. It was indeed genuine. This young rascal was even more ruthless than he, the father. How much charm had Song Jianjun's daughter cast upon him? All right, Dad, spare us the embarrassment. You're getting excited over a trivial sum, Wang Yu remarked, feeling a tinge of shame at his father's naive reaction. Uncle Song, if you have any further requests, please do not hesitate to ask. I will accommodate anything within my means. Oh, by the way, I purchased a car for Yan this afternoon. It wasn't too expensive, just a little over $1 million, also part of the betrothal. Once the paperwork is finalized in a few days, I will have it delivered. Just as Song Jianjun had begun to recover, he was once again taken aback by Wang Yu's words. Is this truly how a person speaks? Such a trifling sum, yet you claim to be unacquainted with the world. A vehicle worth over $1 million, and you say it cost but a pittance. Young man, it appears you are not here to propose, but to put on a show. Enough. Pack your things. I hereby consent to this union. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Zhantao. Wang Yu's earlier bravado had deeply wounded the fragile hearts of the two elder gentlemen. Now that the engagement was set, their subsequent actions pertained to family matters. Strike him. The two old men, in perfect harmony, began to unleash their wrath upon Wang Yu. Unfamiliar with the world, are you? Acting a fool in my home, are you? Embarrassed, are you? You dare to make demands? Uncle Song, father, I was wrong. Please do not strike me. The courtyard erupted into chaos, with two furious old men proving to be formidable adversaries. Seizing the opportune moment, Wang Yu scaled the wall and fled. Chapter 59. The unruly brother-in-law observing the scoundrel hastily fleeing. The two elderly gentlemen exchanged knowing smiles, the previously tense atmosphere transforming into one of joviality. With a hearty spirit, they prepared a feast to entertain their esteemed friends and family. Brother Song, your son possesses remarkable talent. You ought to graciously accept this gesture. Although Wang Zhantao was astonished by his son's audacity, he had no intention of retracting the check. Very well, I shall heed your advice. At this moment, Wang Yu emerged. Wincing in pain, his father and prospective father-in-law had indeed struck him with considerable force. Nevertheless, it appeared that his engagement to Yan was solidified. Yet, he lamented the disparity between his earlier bravado and the reality. His father ought to have regarded him with newfound respect. Does my son not possess the qualities of a great emperor? He exclaimed, envisioning his father-in-law weeping with pride, extolling him as an exceptional son-in-law. Why then had he been so soundly thrashed by the two elderly men? Lost in thought, Wang Yu meandered to the familiar hillside, an inexplicable sensation enveloping his heart. It was as though something awaited him. Raising his gaze, he beheld the completed mountain god temple, instantly recalling the fateful slap that had altered his destiny. Alas, I have been so preoccupied that I nearly forgot this matter. I intended to return and thoroughly study the statue of the mountain god. Yet it was not too late. Returning might invite another beating, so he resolved to ascend and take a closer look. With determination, Wang Yu made his way up the mountainside. The hill was not steep. The ascent from base to peak was no more than 300 meters, and within 10 minutes he arrived before the mountain god temple. The feeling intensified. Something awaited him within. Without hesitation, he pushed the door open and entered. Upon crossing the threshold, he heard the voice of the system. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the golden body temple. Would you like to bind it? Wang Yu promptly chose to bind it. Binding successful. The system has unlocked a new mode. New mode unlocked successfully. Please review the information at your leisure. With that, he was presented with a new panel. The mountain god provides protection to the local populace, enabling the activation of divine protection. Divine protection ensures favorable weather, abundant harvests, wards off malevolence, and safeguards the peace of the people within a 20-kilometer radius. Activating the protection mode consumes 100 merit points daily. Stunned, Wang Yu stood there, realizing he had truly inherited the role of the mountain god. Could it be that the former deity was also a villager? Yet, he had heard no news of any elder passing in the past 6 months. Confusion clouded his thoughts. However, the prospect of divine protection filled him with joy. He could now safeguard his hometown and ensure a prosperous life for its inhabitants. This land has nurtured me. Now that I possess the means, I must give back. Wang Yu glanced at his merit points, 13,492, at a daily cost of 100 points. He could sustain this for quite a while, and with his current earning rate exceeding 300 points daily, he had no fear of running short. Each day brings a blessing, and after my last experience with that female police officer, my merit points surged by over 1,000. Once I discover the correct method of utilization, I am certain the rate of earning merit will accelerate significantly. At this moment, I activated the divine protection, which cost me 100 merit points. Upon activation, a gentle breeze enveloped me, and a light drizzle began to fall over a radius of 20 miles. I could distinctly feel the warmth of the earth beneath my feet. The marks left by the ropes that bound me and the swelling from the blows of the two elderly men gradually faded away. In less than 10 minutes, I felt rejuvenated, completely free of discomfort. Just as I was indulging in this feeling, my phone rang. Upon checking, it was my dear mother calling. Hello. Is there something you need, Mom? Where have you been? Hurry back for dinner. We've been waiting for you. Her complaints could not dampen her joyful spirit. Okay, Mom, I'm on my way. After hanging up, I felt elated and promptly made my way to the Song residence. As I walked, I felt as light as a feather, my strength seemingly renewed. Upon entering the Song household, I saw 2 tables set up in the living room, where 20 people were merrily toasting and enjoying their drinks. My father and Uncle Song sat together, laughing heartily as if they were brothers. Come here, sit down, my father Wang Zhantao called out, pointing to an empty spot at the table. Where's Mom? Once seated, I noticed the room was filled entirely with men, with not a woman in sight, prompting me to inquire about my mother's whereabouts. The women are in the inner room. Your mother is in there too, Uncle Song explained, no longer upset with me, recognizing that capable individuals earn respect wherever they go. Uncle Song, may I speak with Yan for a moment? Seeing Uncle Song's improved disposition, I seized the opportunity. Although everything seemed to be progressing well, not having seen Yan left me feeling somewhat unsettled. Upon hearing my request, Uncle Song recalled how I had rushed matters with his daughter and chose to ignore me, focusing instead on drinking with my father. I rubbed my nose, unbothered by the awkwardness, thinking that if he wouldn't tell me, I could certainly seek her out myself. I prepared to rise and venture into the inner room, but my endeavor was thwarted by Yan's two brothers, who firmly held me by the shoulders, forcing me back into my seat. Brother-in-law, let's discuss this tomorrow. For now, just sit still, her elder brother said, his gaze growing increasingly hostile towards me. The thought of me having deceived his younger sister infuriated him. Come, brother-in-law, let us drink, Yan's second brother said with a smile, raising his glass. Dear brother-in-law, I must admit I have a low tolerance for alcohol, I confessed, feeling somewhat apprehensive in their presence. Drink up. The elder brother offered no chance for resistance, pouring me a generous glass of strong liquor. If it is you who wish to drink with me, then I shall not hold back. At that moment, Wang Yu raised his glass and began to drink with his two uncles. Half an hour later, his second uncle was honorably escorted away, mumbling incomprehensible words as he departed. Wang Yu, after bidding farewell to his inebriated second uncle, cheerfully lifted his glass again and seized the opportunity to engage his elder uncle, who attempted to escape. Come on, elder uncle, let us drink. Observing Wang Yu's audacious demeanor, the head of the Song family slammed the table and declared, All right, let us drink then. Without hesitation, he downed the contents of his glass and called out to the individuals at the adjacent table, Huzi, Shirtu, Sanwa, come over and keep our brother-in-law company. Wang Yu turned to see three robust young men, each around 20, approaching with their glasses in hand. Goodness, elder uncle, you have no sense of drinking etiquette, he thought. Haha, in my household, you won't be able to bully me. That night, Wang Yu lost track of how much he had consumed, feeling as though the brothers of the Song family were like beasts, uniting against him. Meanwhile, his cousins merely watched with amusement, showing no inclination to assist. Ultimately, he was so intoxicated that he could hardly recall how he made his way home. Indeed, it is wise for a son-in-law to temper his arrogance when in the presence of his father-in-law. Chapter 60. The pressure from two uncles and Wang Yu's escape the following day. Wang Yu awoke to a persistent throbbing in his head. After rising, his mother prepared a bowl of honey water for him, which he was currently sipping. Mom, where's Dad? Setting down the bowl, Wang Yu felt significantly better. Still asleep. Both of you drank too much last night and had to be carried back. Evidently, the Song family had not only tidied up their own affairs, but had also taken care of his father. Mom, have all the discussions been concluded? Has a wedding date been set? Wang Yu, having been intoxicated, could only recall the first hot dish served. Everything thereafter was a blur, including the wedding date. Not yet. Yesterday, I spoke with Yan's mom. We plan to have lunch together today to discuss it properly. Both household heads were inebriated and nothing was accomplished, which has left me somewhat discontent. All right, but I cannot drink again at noon. Well, who encouraged you to drink? I tried to stop you. Go lie down for a bit longer. Rubbing his head, Wang Yu set the bowl aside and returned to bed, drifting back into a light slumber. In a half-dream state, he felt an itch on his nose and absent-mindedly swatted at it, only to encounter a soft little hand. The familiar scent wafted to his nostrils, and upon opening his eyes, he was incredulous to find son Qian standing before him. Qian, what brings you here? Chame brought me. You didn't tell me about such a significant matter involving you and Yan. I am Trudy Hurt. Indeed, guarding against family intruders proved challenging. Wang Yu had intended to finalize matters with Yan before informing son Qian, but it seemed he had been betrayed by his own sister. I merely felt it was unfair to you, so I refrained from mentioning it. Enough about that. I'm not here to trouble you. As Yan's employer, it is only right that I come to extend my congratulations. Qian, you certainly have a way with words. Wang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. It felt strange to have another woman intruding upon his engagement with Yan. Have you met my mother? Yes, I met her. You two didn't discuss anything, did you? Wang Yu felt a flicker of anxiety, as he was not yet prepared to disclose everything to his parents. No, we only exchanged greetings. Don't worry. I want to put you in a difficult position, Sun Qian replied, somewhat exasperated. Upon encountering Wang Yu's mother, she had felt quite anxious. While Wang Yu was unaware of her identity, she was acutely aware that she was to be his wife. Meeting her future mother-in-law for the first time made Sun Qian somewhat bashful, causing her to speak with less of her usual confidence. Chunmei was left astounded by her gentle demeanor. And my father? He went out to buy groceries with your mother. What about Chunmei? She's watching the entrance. Otherwise, I would have come in. With both parents absent and a lookout stationed outside, Wang Yu felt a mix of relief and apprehension. Hee, Qian, what are you doing? Xiaoyu? It's South broad daylight. Close the door and the curtains, pull them shut. Seated at the entrance, Chunmei was engrossed in her phone when she faintly heard sounds emanating from within the house, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Gritting her teeth, she rushed over to close the door to the main hall, then hurried out of the courtyard, exhaling a long sigh after securely shutting the main gate. How outrageous her cousin was, daring to act so brazenly in broad daylight. Over an hour later, Sun Qian emerged, her complexion flushed. Upon spotting Chunmei at the entrance, she deliberately cleared her throat. Sister-in-law, you've come out. After putting away her phone and exchanging greetings, neither of the two young women seemed to know what to say. Chunmei's face remained crimson, leaving her at a loss for words. Let us go find Yan. After all, I'm here to convey blessings on behalf of the shop. All right, sister-in-law, I'll take you there. Please, do not call me sister-in-law. Rather, refer to me as boss or older sister. Wang Yu was now in high spirits, free from any headache or leg fatigue, and his energy was noticeably improving. He hummed a cheerful tune, reveling in an exceptionally good mood. Little Yu came out to assist with washing vegetables, while the voice of his mother echoed from the courtyard. I'm here, Mom. The family of 3, along with 2 neighboring sisters who had come to help, busied themselves. The kitchen of the Wang household began to fill with the fragrant tendrils of smoke rising from the stove. Meanwhile, upon her arrival at the Song residence, Sun Qian was met with a warm welcome. Upon receiving a gift of 100,000 yuan, Song Jianjun was momentarily stunned. Just yesterday, he had been outsmarted by that young rascal Wang Yu, and today, this beautiful girl, dressed in elegant attire, turned out to be the boss of his daughter, a wealthy shop owner in the city. Clutching the heavy cash in his hands, the elder Song found himself at a loss for words. Is it my lack of education? Are city folks truly this generous? 100,000 yuan. What a fortune that could buy in rice. Thank you, Sister Qian, Yan said. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and seeing Sun Qian's resolute attitude, since they were partners, she accepted the money. Then, she led Chunmei and Sun Qian to her bedroom, where the 3 young women began to chatter animatedly. By noon, Song Jianjun gathered his family and invited Sun Qian to join them at the Wang household. After all, she was the boss of his daughter, and such generosity would surely elevate their status. However, upon arriving at the Wang residence, he discovered that Wang Yu's mother was also acquainted with Sun Qian, and their conversation revealed a familiarity that made him reconsider his intentions to show off. The 2 families sat together, first discussing the wedding date, which was set for the 10th of the following month, and then deliberating on various details. Yet, Yan and Wang Yu remained oblivious to these discussions, merely listening as the elders spoke of customs and etiquette. The 2 elder brothers regarded Wang Yu with a provocative demeanor, after the second brother was carried away yesterday. The eldest had not maintained his composure for long. Although Wang Yu had been taken down by other members of the Song family, the brothers had not fared much better themselves. They were now simmering with frustration, eager to regain their pride. Wang Yu, however, ignored their glares and smiled broadly as he served Yan some dishes. Beneath the table, mischief abounded, with playful touches here and there, prompting Yan to contemplate pinching his flesh to make him behave. My dear in-laws, is settled then. Very well. Let us celebrate together, creating a lively atmosphere. With the 2 elderly gentlemen reaching a consensus, the engagement banquet has come to a close. After the gathering, Wang Yu felt an urge to slip away, as the glances from his two brothers-in-law were rather unsettling. He sensed that if he did not leave now, he would undoubtedly face retribution from the Song family later in the evening. He promptly approached his parents, claiming that he had patients awaiting him at the hospital, and after his business was concluded, he needed to return. Wang Zhantao did not object, but his mother appeared somewhat reluctant. "Do not worry, mother. Once Yan has given birth, you will have plenty to attend to. For now, I must take my leave." As the car exited the village, Wang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He called Yan to inform her of his early return and engaged in a brief conversation with Sun Qian. After hanging up, he set his course towards Shudu City, and on the journey back, his thoughts drifted to Wenxin. Since they had established their relationship, they had yet to discuss their future plans. Moreover, he had not yet met any of Wenxin's family. With one more day of vacation remaining, he contemplated whether to visit her family the following day. Chapter 61. The warmth of kindness on the journey back to the city. Wang Yu sat in the car, resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, the tranquility within the car was disrupted by the ringing of his mobile phone. Upon checking, he found it was a call from Chen Shusheng. Since the incident of the appraisal, the two had not been in touch, so Chen Shusheng's unexpected call took Wang Yu by surprise. After connecting the call, Chen Shusheng expressed his desire to meet Wang Yu at the Chen Group the following day. This request left Wang Yu somewhat bewildered, for Chen Shusheng had undergone a series of tribulations that were far more harrowing than his own. Although they had come to understand the truth and had undertaken some retaliatory actions, the emotional scars from decades of investment remained deeply ingrained. Moreover, Chen Shusheng had always placed great importance on family legacy and the future generations. Recently, he had been contemplating having one of Chun Yuding's daughters carry her surname, ensuring that there would be someone to pay respects to him after his passing. However, Li Yuzhen dealt a devastating blow, completely extinguishing Chen Shusheng's hopes. Though he had once pinned his hopes on his granddaughter, the revelation of the truth shattered his world. For the daughter he had raised for 30 years was not his biological child. Such a heavy blow would likely have overwhelmed an ordinary person. Yet this elderly man had shown remarkable resilience to endure it all. Reflecting on this, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for Chen Shusheng. When faced with the invitation, Wang Yu agreed without much hesitation. After all, both were victims of the same unfortunate circumstances, making their connection feel almost fated. Upon returning home, Wang Yu took a shower and changed into fresh clothes, then eagerly made his way downstairs. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of the mother of his child, Wen Exine. She lounged comfortably on the sofa, her slender figure enveloped in a delicate nightgown, her fair thighs elegantly crossed, and her dainty feet playfully swaying. At that moment, she held a book, engrossed in its content. But the sound of the door drew her attention. "Why are you here so early today?" she questioned. "I missed you, so I came," he replied. "Did you miss me yesterday when I didn't come?" "Not really," Wen Xin said, her face flushing as she spoke impulsively, which only endeared her to Wang Yu even more. "My dear, since we didn't have a treatment yesterday, allow me to take a good look at you now." As for the matter of discussing their visit to the Wen family, he thought to himself, "We can talk about that later. The weather tonight is simply splendid." Dressed in fresh attire, Wang Yu sat obediently on the edge of the bed, gazing at Wen Xin, whose complexion had turned slightly rosy. "My love, there is something I wish to discuss with you," he said. "What is it?" she asked. "It's about us, your family. Are you not planning to introduce me to them?" Leaning against Wang Yu, Wen Xin savored his gentle caress, but upon hearing his words, her body stiffened momentarily as memories of her estranged father resurfaced. "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" he inquired. Wang Yu sensed a shift in the warm emotions and gently lowered his head to kiss her forehead. "Shall we first pay a visit to my uncle? As for my father, could I take some time to ponder that?" "All right, I will defer to your judgment." Feeling a tinge of melancholy in the warmth, Wang Yu decided to change the subject, concerned that lingering on it might adversely affect the fetus. "I remember you mentioned adopting 4 children. Please share more about them, for after we marry, they will also call me father." "Ah, you charming soul." Warmth reflected on Wang Yu's age, juxtaposed with that of her adopted children, and couldn't help but laugh. "Very well. Let me tell you. Do you recall the fire in Shuchu City 15 years ago?" "Yes, I was in my first year of high school at the time." and my school was quite close to the scene of the blaze. Not only did I know about it, but I also witnessed it. Oh, I won't elaborate further then. I was in a magical city and saw the news of the fire, contemplating ways to contribute. She recounted how she rallied people and supplies to rush to Shuchu City. Warm spoke slowly and gently, detailing the fire's cause, progression, and aftermath, including the economic losses and casualties. The chilling statistics struck deep within Wang Yu's soul. Her narrative illuminated the tears of countless families hidden behind those cold figures. The realization of how much this woman in his arms had sacrificed during that time filled him with profound empathy. During the rescue efforts, several firefighters lost their lives in the inferno, and their bravery and sacrifice instilled in him a deep appreciation for life. I felt compelled to act, so I prepared some funds and gifts to assist their families, not wanting the heroes to bleed and weep in vain. It was then that he adopted his first child. He vividly recalled the boy was merely 11 years old, having lost his father, and upon receiving the news, his mother tragically took her own life. With his grandparents long gone, the child was left utterly alone. His own upbringing made him acutely aware that merely leaving the boy some money would provide him with no future at all. Thus, he took him in. Listening to Warmth's account, Wang Yu profoundly appreciated her kindness. 13 years ago, I adopted my second child, a girl abandoned by her parents, born with congenital heart disease. Her biological parents exhausted their resources and borrowed from family and friends, yet could not afford her treatment. In desperation, when she was 6, they left her at the hospital. I happened to encounter her and was reminded of my own childhood, so I brought her home. And how is her health now? Upon hearing about the congenital heart disease, Wang Yu immediately perked up, considering the possibility of helping her. Her condition is neither good nor bad. 2 years ago, her biological father approached me, wishing to donate his heart to her, but I declined. The parents of that child are indeed unfortunate souls, willing to exhaust their fortunes for the sake of their offspring. Were it not for their utter desperation, they would never have abandoned her in a hospital. Indeed, that couple, upon learning that their daughter had been adopted, was engulfed in remorse and embarked on a relentless search. When they finally found her, the man, realizing he could perform a heart transplant, unhesitatingly agreed to donate his own heart. However, the girl declined, expressing her desire not to burden anyone further. And I respect her wishes. Do not be disheartened. When the time comes, take me to see her. Yes, with your remarkable medical skills, you will surely find a solution. My dear, shall we go tomorrow? Upon realizing this, Wenxin turned in Wang Yu's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck, her eyes brimming with a plea. Chapter 62. Wang Yu persuades. Chun Chuxing warm words led Wang Yu into a state of hesitation. He had already accepted Chun Chuxing's invitation for the following day. A man of his word, he did not wish to break his promise. Yet he couldn't bear to disappoint Wenxin, who gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Sensing Wang Yu's inner turmoil, Wenxin spoke up, suggesting, "How about I bring Wenwan over, and you can take a look at her at home?" "All right, that sounds good. I have some matters to attend to during the day, but I will come over once I am done," he replied. "Okay, I'll listen to you, my husband." As Wenxin finished speaking, she nestled against Wang Yu's chest, listening to the rhythm of his strong heartbeat, feeling an indescribable joy. "My dear, what about the 2 children? Are they orphans as well?" he inquired. "Yes, they're siblings. The brother is 22 this year, and the sister is 20. I adopted them 13 years ago. Their parents were narcotics police officers, both tragically lost in the line of duty. Upon learning of their plight, I brought them home, and they are currently studying in the metropolis." Wang Yu was taken aback by the kindness of his beloved. Gently stroking Wenxin's hair and inhaling the delightful scent, he felt a surge of affection. He had not realized that, despite her troubled past, Wenxin had performed numerous acts of charity over the years. It was no wonder that she had accumulated over 200 points of merit from a single blessing. However, when compared to the 1,000 points of merit earned by the female police officer, he felt that Wenxin's 200 points seemed rather meager. He pondered for a long time, unable to grasp the true mechanism behind this blessing. As the couple indulged in their tenderness, a staff member from the Tianjia restaurant arrived with their meal. After dining, Wang Yu tidied up, exchanged smiles with Wenxin, and returned to the bedroom. That night, Wenxin felt utterly exhausted yet immensely happy. Wang Yu, with a smile gracing his lips, embraced her soft form, drifting into a delightful sleep. The following morning, after serving Wenxin breakfast, Wang Yu attentively checked her health before heading to the Chen group. Upon arrival, Chen Xuxing's secretary promptly escorted him to the rooftop. There, Wang Yu was startled to see an elderly man standing at the edge of the rooftop, his expression one of despair. Initially in good spirits, Wang Yu nearly cried out in alarm. Regaining his composure, he addressed Chen Xusheng, Uncle Chen. We have all been through a lot. There's no need to feel hopeless. Please, do not contemplate such drastic measures. Think of what your death would mean. To his dismay, he realized that Chen Xuxing seemed to lack family. His wife was gone, his daughter was not his own, and the two granddaughters were even further removed. Wang Yu's words faltered, unsure how to continue. He reorganized his thoughts and pressed on, consider this. You have a thriving business and substantial wealth, and at just over 50, you have many years ahead of you. If you were to jump, you would truly lose everything. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, the formerly stoic expression on Chen Xuxing's face cracked into a smile. He had come to the rooftop partly to clear his mind, and partly because he wanted to discuss a matter with Wang Yu in private, away from prying ears. Unexpectedly, his casual act of seeking solace had stirred a sense of warmth within him, as he realized how deeply this former son-in-law cared, despite his own feelings of betrayal. Rest assured, Xiao Yu, I am not yet ready to depart this world. I merely came to check in. Do not be so anxious. People can frighten one another to death. This old fellow truly is insufferable. Upon realizing his misunderstanding, Wang Yu felt a sense of relief. Although this elder had never treated him well, Wang Yu genuinely did not wish to witness his demise. Uncle Chen, did you summon me for a reason? Indeed, Xiao Yu. I wish for you to inherit my estate after I am gone. Chen Xuxing's words left Wang Yu momentarily astounded. Inheriting from him meant he could indeed relax. After all, the Chen group had burgeoned from a few billion to several tens of billions over the years. Such a monumental fortune landing in his lap was simply unfathomable. Could it be that Chen Yuding was indeed a harbinger of misfortune, and that his divorce had completely turned his luck around? During this period, wealth and women had come to him in abundance, leading him to be grateful for his past wisdom. Uncle Chen, surely you jest. What you just said was utter nonsense. Observing Wang Yu's skeptical expression, Chen Xusheng let out a slight sigh. Li Yuzhen is pregnant again. Just yesterday morning, that scoundrel Lu Baoqiang came to berate me, calling me a dead end. No amount of money can buy a funeral, and when one dies, there is no one to mourn them. I had them both thrown out, then contemplated intensifying my efforts to suppress the Lu family. However, upon further reflection, I found it rather tedious. Even if I were to bring the Lu family to ruin, it would not alter my ultimate fate. Thus I thought of you. Wang Yu, I will take you in as my godson, and you shall ensure my care in my twilight years. In return, the entire Chen group will be yours. What do you say? Chen Xuxing's proposition was indeed tempting. Yet without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yu declined. Although dozens of billions were astonishingly generous, the thought of calling him father and providing for him in his old age was utterly inconceivable. It was simply not an option. Nevertheless, he could not outright reject the old man. Should he truly decide to take a fatal plunge, it would be a life lost. Wang Yu pondered how to decline without provoking Chen Xuxing's ire. Chen Xusheng sensed Wang Yu's internal conflict, but felt no concern. No one could resist the allure of such vast riches. He watched Wang Yu with unwavering confidence, awaiting his response. This man had no heirs. Surely, he could help him father a few sons. Lu Baoqiang and Li Yuzhen were both in their 50s. The divine art of childbirth could still work wonders. As for Chen Xusheng, being in his 50s himself, finding a few young women in their 20s to bear his children would not be a challenge at all. Once he had a biological son, he likely would not covet his own estate any longer. Having come to a conclusion, Wang Yu understood how to proceed. Uncle, your company should remain with your own children. Chen Yuding is not my child, as you well know. Uncle, do not be hasty. Consider that Lu Baoqiang and Li Yuzhen, of similar age to you, are still able to conceive. It should not be difficult for you to find a younger woman to have a child. Young man, do you think I have not contemplated this? Setting aside their cases as exceptions, my own health is not what it once was. The odds of fathering a child are lower than winning the lottery. Uncle Chun, I believe it would be prudent for you to give it a try, and I am more than willing to assist you. My family possesses an ancestral remedy, purportedly passed down from the imperial physicians within the palace, known to be remarkably effective for men in that regard. Wang Yu's words stirred a flicker of hope within Chen Chusheng. After all, if he could truly have his own child, there would be no need to adopt a godson. This would be a viable solution in his predicament. Looking at Wang Yu earnestly, he inquired, "Is that truly the case? You are not deceiving me, are you? Uncle Chun, do you truly believe I would deceive you? After all, with just a nod, I could inherit billions. If I were not genuinely inclined to assist you, would I speak so? In other words, there is little to lose in trying. It may very well succeed." Wang Yu's reasoning was compelling, leaving Chen Chusheng devoid of any rebuttal. The flicker of hope within him grew, akin to a small flame gradually warming his once cold heart. "Very well, Uncle Chun, I shall heed your advice." Chapter 63. Uncle Chun. Let us examine upon hearing Wang Yu's words. Chen Chusheng, who had been filled with excitement moments ago, now found himself engulfed in profound doubts as he gazed upon the urology hospital before him. "Xiao Yu, what purpose have you brought me here for?" "Uncle Chun, although we have the prescription, it is imperative to undergo a physical examination first. Otherwise, we cannot regulate the dosage." Chen Chusheng glanced at Wang Yu, sensing the sincerity in his eyes. With that, he resolved to proceed. There was no turning back at this juncture. After registering at the hospital, the two made their way to the infertility treatment room. As they stood at the staircase, they observed a considerable number of individuals queuing. Goodness, the struggle for couples to conceive is indeed daunting. After waiting for over an hour, it was finally their turn. As Wang Yu ushered Chen Chusheng into the consultation room, a middle-aged female doctor fixed her gaze upon him. "Young man, what seems to be the issue?" Wang Yu, taken aback, thought, "Is she addressing me?" Noticing Wang Yu's silence, the doctor turned to Chen Chusheng and inquired, "Sir, perhaps you could elaborate on your son's predicament. Today's youth are often too bashful." "Goodness gracious, what a misunderstanding. A colossal misunderstanding," Wang Yu exclaimed in distress. "How could I, such an impressive individual, be dealing with infertility? What is this doctor's perception?" He interjected, "Doctor, you've mistaken the situation. It is this esteemed gentleman who requires medical attention." Under the skeptical gaze of the doctor, Chen Chusheng felt his face flush with embarrassment, but ultimately nodded in agreement. "Sir, at your age, it is truly unnecessary. You already have a son. Why pursue such endeavors? Would it not be better to enjoy your golden years?" The doctor advised earnestly while preparing the examination paperwork. Having encountered infertility cases for many years, she was astonished to meet someone of such advanced age, 56, still wishing for a child, perplexed by such aspirations. Casting a cold glance at Wang Yu, she internally criticized the son for not dissuading his father from this folly, pondering if he genuinely wished for a sibling to care for. In the face of the doctor's incredulous expression, the two men, feeling thoroughly humiliated, hurriedly departed with the examination forms in hand. "Wang Yu, I have never felt so embarrassed in my life. Are you certain you did not deceive me?" Chen Chusheng, on the verge of fury, confronted Wang Yu as they exited the consultation room. "Uncle, I assure you, I did not deceive you. Hurry and undergo the examination," Wang Yu urged, pushing Chen Chusheng into a small cubicle. A mere 3 minutes later, Chen Chusheng emerged. Wang Yu rubbed his eyes, convinced he must have been mistaken. Was it really that swift? "What are you staring at?" Chen Chusheng thought himself mad for trusting Wang Yu and engaging in such an undignified act. "Let us wait outside. It should not be long now," Wang Yu suggested. They made their way to the staircase, where Wang Yu offered Chen Chusheng a cigarette, and the two began to indulge in the smoke. "Uncle, rest assured, although the process was rapid, do not burden yourself with excessive psychological pressure." Chen Chusheng turned away, disregarding him entirely. After finishing their cigarettes, the two engaged in casual conversation, during which Wang Yu shared the news of his engagement to the village girl. With their wedding set for 2 months hence, Chen Chusheng offered his congratulations and promised to present him with a generous red envelope. However, Wang Yu declined. Fearing the awkwardness of having his former father-in-law at the wedding, worried about a potential confrontation with his father and current father-in-law. After an hour had elapsed, they proceeded to collect the test results. Upon hearing his name called, Chen Chusheng swiftly departed, clutching the report amidst the astonished gazes of nurses and patients. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, they paused momentarily. "Uncle Chen, let me see it," Wang Yu inquired. "What are you looking at?" "ISNT this for the doctor?" Chen Chusheng replied. "No need, just hand it over. There's no further need to consult the doctor," Wang Yu insisted. Chen Chusheng complied, passing the test results to him. Wang Yu, upon receiving the report, bypassed the details regarding volume, color, liquefaction time, quantity, and vitality, fixating instead on the survival rate, which read a mere 0.4. "Wow, that's incredibly low," he exclaimed. Yet, as long as the number wasn't 0, his fertility prowess would still hold some merit. After all, with billions in count, even a 0 for survival rate was more than sufficient. "All right, Uncle Chen, gather a few people. I'll check their health to see who is suitable," Wang Yu said, patting Chen Chusheng's shoulder with enthusiasm. "Sure, just wait a moment. I'll arrange it right away." Chen Chusheng then made a call to his secretary. "Secretary Peng, please find 10 female university students aged 20 to 24 with above-average looks and good health." "Certainly, Chairman. May I ask the purpose of this recruitment and the reasoning behind it?" Secretary Peng inquired. Realizing he had been somewhat hasty in his request, Chen Chusheng pondered before responding. "They must be single, with no boyfriends. Inform them that I need their assistance in having a child. The arrangement will last 3 months, regardless of whether they conceive. I will pay 1 million. If they do conceive, it will be 10 million. Understood, Chairman. I will proceed with arrangements immediately." After listening to Chen Chusheng's conversation with the secretary, Wang Yu gained a glimpse into the world of the affluent. It was indeed beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Reflecting on his dormitory mates who struggled to find a girlfriend throughout university, he marveled at Chen Chusheng's audacity in seeking 10 women. How wonderful it is to be wealthy. Xiaoyu, let us go out for a meal. Secretary Peng is quite efficient, and finding such women is a trivial matter. Results will come swiftly. Chen Chusheng's words left Wang Yu speechless, for the truth of what he said was undeniable. The allure of 1 million was beyond comprehension for those who had never faced such a temptation, especially in this era where money reigned supreme. Even if Chen Chusheng's worth were to compel these women to pursue him, it was likely many girls would agree to his proposition. In the event of an unexpected pregnancy, one might as well embark on a journey without hesitation, and indeed, the odds are far more favorable than winning a lottery. Even in the absence of such a circumstance, the experience holds little cost. Spending a night in a 5-star hotel is certainly worthwhile. Chen Chusheng accompanied Wang Yu to a luxurious 5-star hotel owned by the Chen Group. In a nearly 100-square-meter private suite, only the two of them were present, with an array of dozens of exquisite dishes adorning the dining table. Nearby, a stunning pianist played melodious tunes, while each of them was attended by a female server, ensuring their plates were filled. Additional servers hovered nearby, ready to remove any dish that lingered on the table for more than 3 seconds, transferring it to their adjacent serving plates. Wang Yu, unaccustomed to such lavish treatment, felt as though he were in a dream. The lifestyle of the affluent is indeed beyond imagination. Chapter 64. Let us all stay. As Chen Chusheng savored the exquisite meal, he occasionally cast glances at Wang Yu. This lunch was meticulously arranged in anticipation of Wang Yu's agreement to become his godson, a celebration of sorts. Although the desired outcome had not been achieved, he resolved not to let such an occasion go to waste. After all, he had not experienced such indulgence in many years. Observing Wang Yu's naive demeanor brought him immense joy, and he felt he had somewhat redeemed himself after the embarrassment he had faced earlier at the hospital. "Chairman, everyone has arrived," announced Secretary Peng respectfully at the door. "Very well, let them in. Xiaoyu, choose anyone you find suitable to keep, if none meet your standards." "We shall search further," he instructed. "Rest assured, Uncle Chen, I'll handle it," Wang Yu replied confidently. As they conversed, 10 stunning young women entered the private room, exuding youth, beauty, and vitality. Wang Yu could discern from their eager gazes that they were ambitious individuals. Without hesitation, He approached each one to check their pulses and assess their health. The girls, captivated by Wang Yu's handsome appearance, showed no lingering affection for him. Instead, their eyes were fervently fixed on Chen Chusheng, seated on the sofa. The prospect of earning 1 million in 3 months was tantalizing enough to overshadow any notions of romance or charm. After a thorough examination, Wang Yu confirmed that the girls were in excellent health and well-suited for childbearing, a testament to Secretary Peng's commendable efforts as a capable assistant. Uncle Chen, they're all suitable. Choose whichever one catches your eye, Wang Yu suggested, eliciting satisfaction from Chen Chusheng. Yet, as he looked across at the girls, his expression remained inscrutable. Let them all stay. You take them to finalize the contracts, then arrange a suitable time to bring them to me, he instructed Secretary Chen. Wang Yu was taken aback, astonished that the old man intended to take them all, seemingly unconcerned about the potential strain. What is the matter, Xiaoyu? Nothing at all. As long as Uncle Chen is pleased, Wang Yu replied, contemplating whether to intervene. After all, the young women had put themselves out there, and it would be a pity if his hesitation prevented them from seizing an opportunity to earn. Allow me to assist you. Each of you has the chance to earn 10 million, he declared, channeling his abilities as a benefactor. A red aura enveloped the lower abdomens of the 10 girls. Thank you, they chorused. Wang Yu chuckled, hoping the old fellow wouldn't become overly ecstatic. Uncle Chen, take it easy. While I can assure you of children, do remember to take care of your health. Fear not. I am aware, he replied, and the two resumed their meal. After finishing, Wang Yu began composing a tonic recipe to nourish the body. The formula was derived from a recent treatment he had conducted on a woman of similar age to Chen Chusheng. Wang Yu was unperturbed by the notion of men consuming female tonics, as it was not the sole reliance for results. He removed a few ingredients specific to women and, after extensive experimentation, incorporated several potent herbs beneficial for men. Thus, the palace secret recipe was successfully crafted. Uncle Chen, I have nothing more to discuss, so I will take my leave. In 2 months, there will be results, and we can reconnect then. All right, go ahead. After they conceive, I will be sure to express my gratitude to you. Very well. I shall not hold back my appreciation when that time comes. With that, Wang Yu departed. Upon arriving at the community, Wang Yu made his way directly to the warm and inviting home. Contemplating the child that Wen Xin had entrusted to him, he felt it prudent to knock before entering. Knock, knock, knock. After rapping on the door, Wang Yu stood tall, no longer retreating, for his identity had transformed. He would simply wait at the threshold. Before long, a lovely young girl opened the door and gazed at Wang Yu, inquiring, "Are you Uncle Wang?" The moment he heard the little girl refer to him as uncle, Wang Yu instinctively touched his face, wondering if he truly appeared so aged. However, reflecting on his relationship with Wen Xin, he concluded that such an address was not inappropriate. With a smile, he nodded and replied, "You must be the dear Wan Wan. I am a friend of your mother. Oh, Uncle Wang, please come in." With that, she swung the door wide, welcoming him inside. Entering the home, Wang Yu observed a somewhat anxious Wen Xin, which brought a smile to his face. Clearly, their relationship had not been disclosed. Nevertheless, it mattered little. It would not be long before Wan Wan would be calling him father. "Mr. Wang, thank you for coming to see my daughter," Wen Xin said, steadying herself and speaking with poise. "Oh, Ms. Wen, you are too kind. We are friends. It is only right that I assist you." Wan Wan scrutinized the two adults, sensing an oddity in their demeanor that belied their claim of friendship, but it hardly concerned her. Earlier that morning, she had received a call from her mother, informing her of a remarkable doctor capable of curing her ailment, prompting her to take a leave of absence for treatment. She was deeply touched. Despite being her mother's adopted child, the affection she received was overwhelming, leading her to shed tears of gratitude several times throughout the morning. Yet now, gazing at the youthful Wang Yu, she pondered whether her mother might have been deceived. "Uncle Wang, I wonder how much you charge for treating my illness." The young girl's inquiry was misinterpreted by the two adults, who assumed she was merely concerned about the expenses. "There is no charge. I shall see you for free," Wang Yu replied gently. However, upon hearing this, Wan Wan was taken aback. This man was not merely after her mother's money. He sought her affections as well, aiming to gain both wealth and beauty. As this realization dawned upon her, Wan began to observe Wang Yu discreetly, and indeed, she noticed his inappropriate glances directed at her mother. That lecherous gaze, lingering upon her mother, coupled with his insidious smile, infuriated her. She thought to herself, how she wished to confront him. What should she do? Noticing Wan's persistent scrutiny, Wang Yu sensed something amiss. He discreetly inquired of Wenxin, "Is Wan perhaps curious, since it's her first time meeting me? Let us not overthink it. We should focus on her treatment." As he spoke, Wenxin subtly grasped Wang Yu's hand to offer reassurance. To her astonishment, when Wan discovered the scene where her mother willingly took Uncle Wang's hand, filling her heart with an overwhelming sense of dread. Could it be too late? Had her mother already fallen prey to this nefarious individual? No, she must expose him. She must protect her mother. As when Wan spiraled into anxious thoughts, Wang Yu seated himself across from her. "Extend your hand. I shall take your pulse," he declared, embodying the role of the seasoned physician once more. Reluctantly, when Wan complied and extended her delicate hand, despite her initial hesitations. Observing her arm, which resembled a piece of white jade, Wang Yu felt no stirrings of emotion within him. At that moment, he was not merely a doctor. He could potentially become her father in the future. Steady yourself. Remain composed. Without betraying a hint of his thoughts, Wang Yu placed his hand upon Wan's wrist, noting its coolness and smoothness. This task required no assistance. After all, she was merely an 18-year-old girl, which made it increasingly difficult for Wang Yu to maintain his composure. As he focused his mind and began to take her pulse seriously, he noted that it was indeed significantly weaker than that of an average person. However, he could discern no apparent issues, confirming the limitations of his current abilities. He promptly opened the system panel to investigate further. Chapter 65. Kitchen-exclusive latex gloves, thickened, wear-resistant, and puncture-proof. Wenxin was indeed correct. This child not only suffers from congenital heart disease, but also grapples with various other significant health issues, with her internal organs exhibiting varying degrees of weakness. The system indicated a diagnosis of congenital developmental deficiency, yet it was not a terminal condition. Through therapeutic massage to activate secondary development in her body, coupled with acupuncture to stimulate cellular vitality, and supplemented with a long-term regimen of nourishing foods and potent herbal tonics, there remains a possibility for recovery. After reviewing the information, Wang Yu withdrew his hand, furrowing his brow in deep contemplation. The system had presented but one treatment option, and the massage aspect posed a considerable challenge for him. Given the differences between men and women, alongside the nature of his relationship with Wenxin, he found himself at an impasse. After some deliberation, he decided it would be prudent to discuss the matter with Wenxin first. He turned and discreetly signaled her for a private conversation. Upon noticing his gesture, Wenxin paused momentarily, then smiled as she gently pulled Wan to her side. "Wan, why don't you stay at your mother's place for a few days? You could take a leave from school for now." "All right, Mama," Wan replied obediently, nodding her head. "Now, go buy some daily necessities. Later, I will treat you to something delicious." Understanding that this was an attempt to send her away, Wan felt a surge of protectiveness for her mother. "No, I can't go out. I must protect Mama. I brought everything I need with me." With that, she cast a defiant glance at Wang Yu. What does this girl mean by that? Have I offended her in some way? Wang Yu felt a bit bewildered. Wenxin chuckled softly, turning to Wang Yu and saying, "The child has grown up and deserves to know about her condition. You may speak frankly, Xiao Yu." "Very well. I shall be brief." The three of them settled together as Wang Yu elaborated on Wan's health condition and the proposed treatment methods. Upon hearing about the massage therapy, Wenxin discreetly pinched Wang Yu's waist, her large eyes reflecting a mix of reproach and longing. Feeling the unexpected attack, Wang Yu felt a pang of guilt, suppressing the discomfort at his waist and managing an awkward smile. "This is beyond my control. The treatment plan is dictated by the system, and I cannot be held accountable." Although the patient was merely an 18-year-old girl, he truly wished for a different circumstance. Wan observed the subtle exchanges between the two, a bittersweet ache blooming in her heart. It was evident that her mother had been swayed by this Uncle Wang. She had grown accustomed to her illness over the years, harboring little hope for change. "Wan, let your Uncle Wang examine you. His medical skills are exceptional, and he is not a stranger. She glanced at Wang Yu, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush. Mom, are you suggesting that you too? Wan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Wenxin, struggling to comprehend. After all, her mother had turned down countless suitors over the years. What charm did this man possess to capture her heart? Seeing Wenxin lay her feelings bare, Wang Yu promptly took her small hand in his. Upon returning, the longing to caress was overwhelming. Now, there was no need for pretense. Gently, I assisted in arranging Wenxin's hair and softly placed a kiss upon her forehead, uttering not a single word. My intentions were unmistakably declared. Wan nearly choked on this outpouring of affection, suppressing her discontent as she gazed at Wenxin with her large, blinking eyes. All right, you're all grown up now. No need to act coy. Let Uncle Wang tend to your health, Wenxin advised her daughter. Meanwhile, Wang Yu was making new requests to the staff of the Tianjie food court, mindful that Wan's dietary needs were critical, and neither he nor Wenxin possessed the culinary skills required. It was best to trouble third brother after all. He was always reliable in times of need. After hanging up, he pondered whether he could procure some medicinal supplies from the hospital and promptly reached out to Su Mu. Director Su, could I ask for a favor? Dr. Wang, how polite of you. What is it? Well, I have a niece in poor health, and I would like to prescribe something for her recovery, hoping to have it prepared at the hospital, and then I'll send someone to collect it. Ah, so you need me to fetch the medicine and brew it? Yes. Director Su, you're my only friend at the hospital, so I must rely on you. Once the medicine is ready, I'll send Tian to pick it up. Please send me the prescription first. I'll notify you once it's prepared. Thank you, Director Su. I owe you a meal. I have matters to attend to, so I shall hang up now. All right. After the call, Wang Yu felt quite appreciative of Director Su. She often appeared as an aloof beauty, yet she was surprisingly willing to assist. With the issues of the medicinal concoction and prescription settled, the next task was acupuncture and massage. Although he had silver needles at home, the massage posed a genuine challenge. After contemplating for a while, he couldn't devise a suitable method. He certainly couldn't use a stick to poke at the little girl. I'll fetch the treatment tools. You all prepare for the massage, he declared before slipping away. Wenxin felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing that Wang Yu would be massaging Wan. After all this time receiving massages herself, she understood the intimacy involved. Yet, these concerns paled in comparison to her daughter's well-being. Sighing, she resolved to take Wan's small hand and lead her to the bedroom. Upon returning home, Wang Yu ran his hand over the table, noting the significant layer of dust. He hadn't been home in days, ever since clarifying his relationship with Wenxin. He had been staying there every night, leaving the upstairs apartment empty for quite some time. He turned on the light and retrieved the silver needles, realizing it was wise to return and tidy up, especially with Wan now residing there. He needed to exercise restraint. He then went to the kitchen, donned a pair of brand new latex gloves, and descended the stairs. These gloves were the only solution he could think of, as he feared that after massaging Wenxin might become upset with him. With the latex gloves providing a barrier, he felt considerably more at ease. Descending to the lower floor, Wang Yu first called Tian, instructing her to wait at Su Mu's place, and subsequently sent her the address of Wenxin's residence. Relying on his diligent little nurse proved to be quite convenient. A single command from him was executed flawlessly. Upon entering the bedroom, Wang Yu set aside the silver needles and observed Wenxin, her face flushed, eyes gently closed. One hand clenched into a small fist while the other tightly grasped Wenxin's. Her anxious demeanor was undeniably endearing. A subtle smile graced Wang Yu's lips as he retrieved his specialized, thickened, and durable latex gloves designed for kitchen dishwashing. After tearing open the packaging and donning the gloves, he flashed a bright smile at Wenxin, revealing his pearly whites. Surprised, delighted. Who would have expected this? I am, after all, a paragon of virtue. Wenxin, witnessing Wang Yu in such thick gloves while he made a silly face, could not help but burst into laughter. The earlier traces of melancholy were swiftly dispelled by this delightful scene. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed at her man, a warm feeling blossoming within her. He had always been so attentive to her emotions. Chapter 66. Mother, congratulations on your happiness. After exchanging glances, Wang Yu commenced the massage. Upon first contact with Wan's body, he sensed her nervous tremors. However, Wang Yu felt little. The gloves he wore were so thick that they rendered any tactile sensation nearly non-existent. After a brief moment of tension, Wan realized that the experience was not as overwhelming as she had imagined. While the massage was undeniably pleasant, her own sense of touch felt rather cold and rigid. Opening her eyes, she immediately noticed the gloves enveloping half of his forearm. A wave of relief washed over her. This Uncle Wang seemed to possess good character, refraining from taking advantage of her. Perhaps he genuinely cared for her mother, she mused, turning her attention to her mother beside her. Unable to resist, her small hand tugged at her mother's sleeve twice. The warmth of the moment was interrupted as when Xen, lost in thought about her partner, was caught off guard by her daughter's gaze, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. When Wan found her mother's reaction amusing, despite the shyness. It had been a long time since she had seen her mother so joyful. Half an hour later, after completing the massage, Wang Yu removed his gloves and placed them on the table, stating, "All done. We'll do this again in 3 days. Is it over so soon?" When Xine asked incredulously, recalling that her own sessions had lasted a full 3 hours, nearly uninterrupted. The thought of her daughter's serious condition being addressed in just half an hour, with only 2 sessions, caused her to harbor doubts. Wang Yu felt a twinge of guilt at her words, aware that he had originally harbored ulterior motives. Rest assured, there is no cause for concern. When Wan's condition primarily relies on acupuncture. Is that true? When Xin's expression shifted, her trust in Wang Yu wavering as she considered his intentions. There was a sense of purpose behind his approach, and she felt a pang of guilt for once having misjudged him. As these thoughts swirled through her mind, her small hand instinctively reached towards Wang Yu's waist. With 2 fingers, she grasped a thin layer of flesh, twisting it sharply. The sudden pain caused Wang Yu to inhale sharply. Yet, as he observed Wan tidying the bed, he stifled any sound. He cast a pleading glance at Xine, but to no avail. She was genuinely upset this time. "Dear, please let go. I realize my mistake." I was puzzled at the notion that treatment required a massage, especially for 3 hours. "Did you have ill intentions from the beginning?" "Not all. My dear, please listen to me. If you had no ulterior motives, then why were you attempting to take advantage of me?" "Not at all. I had thoughts, indeed, but they were not as you presume." Wang Yu's confession elicited a soft laugh from Xine. There was an unexpectedly endearing side to this man. Her heart softened, and she finally released her grip. As she withdrew her hand from his waist, Wang Yu let out a sigh of relief. Women could be terrifying when angry. He knew that he possessed not only self-defense skills, but had also studied the Huangdi Neijing, and after the blessing from the mountain deity yesterday, his physical prowess had significantly improved. Yet, confronted with those delicate fingers, he found himself utterly defenseless. The pain was all too real. "My dear, do not be upset. I shall provide you with a thorough massage this evening." With that, Wang Yu dashed out the door. Warmth enveloped Wenxin as she recalled the massages over the past few days, during which he had inexplicably nudged her into bed, prompting her to mutter a playful curse under her breath. Upon entering the living room, she was greeted by the staff from Tianjia restaurant delivering dinner. Wang Yu opened the door to receive the meal and promptly began arranging the evening feast. As per usual, he first poured the nourishing soup for pregnancy into a glass, then carefully separated Wenxin's dishes from those intended for Wan. After all, one was for a pregnant woman, and the other for a young girl. A mix-up would surely lead to embarrassment. While the mother and daughter whispered secrets in the bedroom, they had yet to emerge. "Mom, when did you and Uncle Wang become a couple? Such matters are for adults. Children should not pry." "Mom, I can tell Uncle Wang is quite good to you. Children know nothing of adult affairs." "Mom, I saw you 2 exchanging glances just now. Speak no more, or I shall have to discipline you." Feeling somewhat flustered by Wan's teasing, Wenxin could not help but pull the little girl close and issue a playful threat. After several pleas for mercy and promises to behave, she was finally released. The liberated little one hurried out, turning back to say to Wenxin, "Mom, congratulations on finding happiness." These words struck a chord deep within Wenxin's soul. It had been many years since her mother passed away, and she had not felt a flicker of joy since then. the rift with her father, the betrayal of a beloved, and the years spent in solitude led her to believe she was destined to await death in loneliness until she encountered Wang Yu. He was a man like a ray of light, betrayed by his wife and forsaken by his family. Yet he quickly emerged from the shadows. Self-reliant, independent, never reliant on others, rational and clear-headed, he could decisively sever ties with that which did not belong to him. Responsible and accountable, he took care of his own ailments, managed household chores, and offered meticulous care, treating everything with earnestness. Though somewhat flirtatious, he genuinely cared for himself. Lost in thought, tears streamed down Wenxin's cheeks as she murmured, "Mother, do you see? Your daughter has finally found happiness." "Dinner is ready," echoed Wang Yu's voice from outside. "I'm coming, dear." Those two simple phrases encapsulated the happiness shared between the two of them. The three gathered around the dining table. Wan gazed at the array of dishes before her, her heart brimming with joy. Initially, she had perceived Uncle Wang as a charlatan, but after a brief acquaintance, she sensed that he truly treated her mother well. As the three sat together, Wenxin and Wan immersed themselves in their meals. Wang Yu beamed at them, noting that both women had modest appetites, and soon enough, their plates were empty. The remaining dishes were swiftly consumed by Wang Yu, who showed no disdain for Wenxin's leftovers or the remnants left by the little girl. Indeed, he would never scorn them, for wasting food is a shameful act. After finishing his meal, Wang Yu once again began to tidy up, his proficiency prompting a gentle nod of approval from Wenxin, who had been observing him. A man who takes on household chores is indeed the most charming. Once he completed his tasks, Wang Yu felt inclined to take his leave, especially since there was a significant presence in the room. Wenxin was there, exuding warmth that he could see but not partake in, stirring a longing within him. It was perhaps best to avoid the sight altogether. Wenxin seemed to sense Wang Yu's thoughts, despite their shared nights of embracing one another over the past few days. The idea of his sudden departure left her feeling an inexplicable emptiness. That warm embrace was truly comforting and deeply trustworthy. "Wan, let your mother tidy up the guest room for you. You can sleep there tonight," she said. As Wang Yu was preparing to depart, he immediately halted upon hearing her voice, turning back to gaze at her with intense eyes, his mind conjuring numerous intimate gestures. Just as Wenxin contemplated going over to tidy up after him, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Chapter 67. Su Mu's unfortunate fate outside the door. Su Mu felt a surge of anxiety. She was unsure of the cause, but when the young nurse, sent by Wang Yu, approached to collect the medicine, she inexplicably dismissed her and requested the address instead. After standing at the entrance for a considerable time, she finally summoned the courage to knock. Her cheeks flushed as she clutched the medicinal soup. "Hello, who are you looking for, sister?" A charming young girl appeared before Su Mu, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old, with a slightly pale complexion that hinted at her frail health. Recalling Wang Yu's earlier phone call, Su Mu recognized that this girl was Wang Yu's niece, whom he was treating. She composed herself and spoke. "Young lady, is Dr. Wang Yu in? He asked me to bring the medicine." Upon hearing this, Wan harbored no suspicions and politely invited Su Mu inside. The living room exuded warmth and cheer, with Wan sipping on the prenatal medicine, while Wang Yu regarded Su Mu with a mischievous glint in his eye. Their gazes seemed to intertwine. Su Mu's unexpected arrival surprised Wang Yu, who had anticipated a visit from his beloved, only to find the director instead. "Director Su, what brings you here in person?" Tian had an urgent matter, and I wanted to discuss Nan's condition with you," Su Mu replied as she entered the room. Upon noticing Wan seated beside Wang Yu, a pang of sadness welled up within her. After all these years, she had finally found a man she admired, only to have her budding affection extinguished in an instant. "Oh, how is the police officer? Wasn't the surgery successful?" Wang Yu inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "Just place the medicine here. We can talk about Nan's situation tomorrow when you return to work. It's a bit complicated," Su Mu responded, a flicker of heartache evident in her downcast eyes. Her best friend's injury had healed, but the 7 significant scars remained, a testament to a painful ordeal that would forever accompany her. These past few days, Su Mu had been tormented by the sight of Nan still in a coma. Longing to consult Wang Yu about possible remedies for the scars, To her dismay, he had taken leave. Her visit to deliver the medicine was driven by both inquiry and a yearning to see him, yet now it seemed too late. The woman by his side possessed an elegant demeanor, striking beauty, and an alluring gentleness that radiated from her. Without uttering a word, Sumu felt dwarfed by the confident smile of this woman, like a mirror made beside a queen. "I shall take my leave now," Sumu declared before turning to depart. Wang Yu, bewildered, thought it might be for the best, sparing him from his wife's jealousy. Just then, a sharp pain shot through his waist. "Ouch, it hurts. Honey, please let go." Wang Yu grimaced in discomfort. From a moment, Sumu entered. Wan had been keenly observing her, and soon discerned that this beautiful doctor harbored feelings for the man beside her. However, Wang Yu appeared utterly oblivious to this. Sighing with relief, when Wan considered that with two already, she truly did not wish to add another. Although Wang Yu committed no wrongdoing. When Xin felt a twinge of discomfort within her heart, and instinctively her hand found its way to the soft flesh at her waist. "Oomph. That's what you get for attracting attention. Darling, why are you suddenly upset?" Wang Yu inquired, his expression one of confusion. When Wan, with a mischievous grin, prepared to enjoy the unfolding drama. A single glance from Xin sent Wan fleeing back to her room, terrified. "Didn't you notice that the beautiful doctor has a fondness for you? Surely, you jest. I hardly know her, having only met a few times. How could she possibly like me? It's utterly impossible for that ice queen to have feelings for a twice-married man like myself." As these thoughts raced through his mind, he quickly added, "Darling, she merely delivered some medication. There's no way she could be fond of me, especially since I've been divorced. How could Director Sue ever take an interest in me? Keep your mouth shut if you can't speak wisely. What does being divorced matter? If he doesn't value you, I certainly do. Do you think I'm worthless?" When Xin said, tugging at Wang Yu's ear in frustration. "No, my love, that is not at all. Please let me explain." "What is there to explain? Your tongue is so clumsy, I wonder how you manage to win me over. I may be clumsy with words, but my hands are quite capable, aren't they, my dear?" Wang Yu recognized that when Xin was feeling jealous over Su Mu's arrival, and he extended his hands towards her. Let go of me. Who is at fault here, darling? You are." As when Xin began to voice her complaint, Wang Yu swiftly covered her mouth. The two engaged in playful banter on the living room sofa for nearly half an hour before he finally relented. "My love, do you like this apology?" Upon hearing this, when Xin shot him an exasperated glance, realizing how incorrigible he was. "All right, enough of this. Hurry and tend to Wan's illness." "Understood. I shall heed your request." With that, Wang Yu picked up the medicine and approached Wan's door. As he neared, he heard some commotion from within, and upon closer inspection, he noticed that the door was slightly ajar, revealing a narrow gap. It dawned on him that the scene between him and when Xin had been witnessed by the girl. Are children nowadays so curious? "Come here, my dear." Wang Yu beckoned to Xin. Curiosity piqued, she walked over and, upon his indication, glimpsed the gap. Her face flushed with embarrassment, but she quickly resolved to confront the girl for daring to pry into their private moment. "Wan, come out." When Xin said with a stern expression, "Don't frighten her. Just wait and see how I handle this. I assure you, she won't dare to do it again." Wang Yu grasped when Xion's small hand reassuringly. "What is the matter, Mom? Do you need me for something?" "A natural actress, indeed. Kulme, Van. It's time for your treatment." Without waiting for Xin to respond, Wang Yu spoke gently. "Thank you, Uncle Wang." When Wan's obedient demeanor was quite deceptive, Wang Yu smiled slightly, then opened the medicine jar that Su Mu had delivered, noticing a small package beside it containing some brown sugar. He had prepared it in case the little girl feared the bitterness of the medicine. However, it seemed now that it was unnecessary. To endure hardship is to cultivate excellence. Thus, one must allow their children to experience adversity. "Come, Wan, drink this potion," Wang Yu said, producing a jar of medicine that was larger than Wan's own face, containing a 3-day dosage. Initially, he had intended for her to consume a small portion each day, but now he had altered his plan. Taking the entire 3-day quantity at once would pose no issue. He would simply administer a few extra injections later to ensure her body absorbed it all, thus hastening her recovery. Nonetheless, the process would undoubtedly be somewhat uncomfortable. Wan gazed at the imposing jar on the table, her heart sinking at the sight. Isn't this a bit excessive? How much medicine is contained within? Will I have to finish it all? The young girl's face paled at the thought. Drink it. It will greatly aid your recovery. But I feel I cannot possibly consume such a large amount. Good medicine is often bitter. Bear it, and it shall soon pass. Chapter 68. The blessing is the most potent divine spell when Wan, with a pained expression, cast a pitiful glance at her mother. What are you looking at? At your age, do you still expect me to feed you? Hurry up and take your medicine. When Xian crossed her arms, unmoved by her daughter's plight. Drink it, dear. Just one bowl a day, and soon you'll grow accustomed to it. Hearing Wang Yu's words, when Wan grimaced as she silently opened the lid of the medicine jar, the sight of the overflowing concoction nearly made her falter. Alas, let me assist you, Wang Yu said, taking 5 cups and pouring the medicinal brew into each, filling them to the brim. When Wan approached, grasped 1 cup, and with a resolute bite of her lip, drank it down. The bitterness nearly caused her to retch. Yet considering her current state, she forced it down. After finishing 1 cup, Wang Yu offered her another. Come now, drink this one, and there are 3 more to go. Witnessing Wan's distress as she consumed the entire potion, Wang Yu, who had initially intended to further intimidate her with acupuncture, reconsidered his approach. After faithfully completing the treatment, Wan hastily retreated to the restroom. I drank too much. Wang Yu and Xian exchanged a knowing smile before preparing to wash up and retire for the night. That evening, Wang Yu held Xian close, inhaling her alluring fragrance, and drifted into a deep slumber. In contrast, when Wan struggled to find rest, each time she attempted to sleep, she was compelled to visit the restroom. After several trips, she awoke the next morning with dark circles under her eyes. Recalling that Su Mu had sought her out the previous night regarding an important matter, Wang Yu arrived at the hospital early after breakfast. Upon reaching the inpatient department, he discovered Su Mu in the female officer's ward. Director Su, is there something you need to discuss with me? Turning at the sound of his voice, Su Mu forced a smile, though concealed by her mask. Dr. Wang, I would like to inquire whether the scars on Nan's body can be removed. Oh, so that is your concern. As a practitioner renowned for his gynecological expertise, Wang Yu had, according to the system's instructions, prescribed a remedy during the treatment. Provided the prescription was followed for a month, the scars would pose no issue. Although they could not be eradicated instantly, the medication would enhance the cellular vitality of the scarred areas, likely leading to significant improvement within 1 to 2 years. With this in mind, Wang Yu began to elaborate. Director Su, rest assured, the prescription I provided is highly effective for wound recovery. As the officer's wounds heal, the scars will diminish. Though complete removal will understandably require considerable time. Really? Su Mu gazed at Wang Yu in disbelief, aware that there currently exists no technique capable of entirely eradicating scars. Have faith, trust in the medical wisdom passed down by our ancestors. With a smile, Wang Yu prepared to take his leave. However, just as he reached the door, he encountered 2 older officers entering. They were quite familiar with Su Mu, who introduced Wang Yu as the surgeon. They expressed their gratitude, shaking his hand warmly. Dr. Wang, this is Officer Zhou, Nan's father. Su Mu pointed to a police officer who bore a striking resemblance to the injured female officer. This is Officer Hu, a friend of Officer Zhou. Officer Zhou, officer who is delighted to meet you. It is our duty as doctors to heal and save lives. You're far too kind. Dr. Wang, my daughter is far too strong-willed. If it weren't for you this time, she might have ended up either dead or severely incapacitated, Officer Zhou said, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. A father cannot help but feel sorrow when faced with the near loss of his beloved daughter. Wang Yu offered a few casual remarks in agreement, assuring them that the treatment would yield excellent results without any lingering effects, and prepared to take his leave. However, just as he was about to depart, a thought struck him, prompting him to test a hypothesis that had been forming in his mind. He then invoked his powers to bestow blessings upon Officer Zhou and immediately opened the system panel. It clearly displayed that the blessing had been completed and he had gained 12,734 merit points. The enormity of this number left Wang Yu astounded on his way back, stirring a tempest of emotions within him. His previous conjectures had indeed been validated. When he had previously bestowed blessings upon Wen Xian, he had received over 200 merit points. Later, during their conversations, he learned that Wen Xian had not only adopted 4 children, but had also financially contributed to the construction of more than a dozen Hope primary schools. Every year, she donated substantial sums to orphanages and nursing homes. Over the span of several years, her charitable endeavors had amassed a staggering expenditure of billions. Yet, he could not fathom why someone so benevolent as Wen Xian had accrued so few merit points. The injured female officer, appearing to be no older than 30 and with a relatively brief tenure in her profession, did not seem to have the leisure to engage in charitable acts, likely spending most of her time apprehending criminals. In assessing the contributions of the 2 individuals to society, it was clear that Wen Xian's was far more significant. Yet, the merit points he received for bestowing blessings upon the female officer amounted to thousands. From that moment, Wang Yu hesitated to bestow blessings lightly. It was not until he encountered these 2 officers today that he dared to experiment again, seeking to discern whether the mechanism for acquiring merit points through blessings was as he had imagined. Upon discovering that Officer Zhou had provided him with 1,000 merit points, Wang Yu finally grasped the underlying mechanism of the blessings. Causality. Indeed, it was precisely this. While Wen Xian's substantial charitable donations posed no issue, the elderly individuals she assisted were predominantly impoverished. Without delving into their pasts, it was fair to say that their charitable deeds were not abundant. Next were the orphans she aided and the schools she helped build, all of whom were children. However, who could guarantee that these children would grow into virtuous adults? It is essential to recognize that while orphans are undeniably pitiable, their life trajectories often leave them with significant emotional voids, making them more susceptible to extremism as they mature. Of course, it cannot be denied that some achieve success through hard work and subsequently give back to society. However, statistically speaking, such instances are exceedingly rare. The majority lead mundane lives, and a portion may even turn to a life of crime. Providing warmth and assistance to these individuals is inherently unproblematic. However, when considering the cause and effect relationship, the support they receive may, to some extent, influence her. If they lead ordinary lives thereafter, it may be acceptable. Yet, should a fraction of them engage in malevolent deeds, the benefactor, warmth, will undoubtedly find herself entangled in the repercussions. Conversely, let us reflect on the 2 officers who bestowed blessings. What accounts for their substantial accumulation of merit? This merits analysis through the lens of their profession. As law enforcement officers, they are tasked with apprehending those suspected of legal transgressions. Once an individual is identified as a suspect, a thorough investigation is inevitable. After all, the adage that a good person will not be wronged, nor a wicked one spared, is not mere rhetoric. Chapter 69. He is the biological father of Coco and Xiao Bao in the pursuit of justice. Law enforcement meticulously gathers an abundance of evidence and analyzes the motives, timing, and tools associated with each crime. Excluding a few exceedingly rare wrongful convictions, one can conclude that the primary duty of the police is to thwart human malice. As dedicated officers of the law, they seldom possess the time or financial resources to engage in charitable endeavors like Wen Xin. Nevertheless, their daily efforts are devoted to maintaining societal stability and safeguarding the welfare of the populace. When confronted with criminals, they strike with unwavering resolve. Thus, the overarching principle emerges: to eradicate evil is to promote goodness. Upon capturing a perpetrator, the police present comprehensive evidence, leading to a court conviction. This process ensures that their actions are solely focused on crime prevention, thereby diminishing the likelihood of wrongful accusations. Consequently, Wang Yu's ability to bestow blessings grants him an abundance of merit. Returning to the clinic, Wang Yu gazed at the patients in the corridor and felt a sudden discontent. Through the mechanism of bestowing blessings, he recognized that his contributions as a physician in the hospital yielded minimal merit. This was primarily due to the fact that others had already invested their resources, and he had reaped significant benefits from this arrangement, rendering his actions less altruistic. At that moment, he felt he had squandered the countless days of hard work. Had he known, he could have merely signed in at the criminal investigation unit each day. The relentless toil seemed pointless. If financial gain were his sole motivation, It would be a grave underestimation of Wang Yu's intellect. The 10 million from Tang Hanyuan made it abundantly clear that by providing medical services to elite clients, he would never lack for financial resources. Furthermore, with his remarkable ability to assist couples in conceiving affluent individuals desiring sons, provided they had not completely lost their reproductive capabilities, could have their wishes fulfilled. This approach was not only less taxing, but also far more lucrative. In that moment, Wang Yu longed to resign, wishing to vacate the hospital without delay. Although he had previously felt exhausted, the prospect of earning over 10,000 merit points each month had kept him motivated. However, today's experience with bestowing blessings left him feeling utterly disenchanted. Why would one choose a bicycle when one could have a luxury car? With a sigh, he continued his work. Mindful of the one-year contract he had signed, he could not simply abandon it. Though there were no severe penalties, a man must honor his word. Reneging was simply out of the question. A man must fulfill his promises, even if it meant doing so on bended knee. The dean would like to see you in his office. Tian interrupted Wang Yu as he attended to a patient. What is it about? He inquired. I don't know. He just called to say so and then hung up. All right, I'll check in after finishing this. You take a break. After jotting down the prescription, Wang Yu completed the treatment and made his way to the dean's office, where he was surprised to find his ex-wife, accompanied by a seemingly genteel man who exuded an air of potential as a pretty boy. Is there something the dean wishes to discuss? Wang Yu addressed the dean, ignoring Chun Yuding entirely as if she were invisible. Chun Yuding observed that Wang Yu merely glanced at her upon entering before promptly disregarding her presence. Initially, she intended to advise Wen Liang against such excessive behavior, but soon became evident that it was unnecessary. This man was utterly heartless. Despite having been unfaithful, they had shared 7 years of life together. Moreover, she had apologized and made numerous attempts to salvage their relationship, and it was not she who initiated the divorce. This man was truly outrageous. With a cold expression, Chen Yuding discreetly whispered a few words into Wen Liang's ear. Dr. Wang, allow me to introduce you. This is Mr. Wen Liang, the general manager of the Wen Group, and currently the largest shareholder of our hospital. Oh, Mr. Wen, how may I assist you? Wang Yu remarked, feeling an inexplicable aversion to this individual since his entrance. Of course, Wen Liang had disliked Wang Yu for many years, viewing him as nothing more than an interloper in his relationship with Chen Yuding. As for Chen Yuding, well, in the realm of infatuation, the woman one adores is never at fault. You are Wang Yu, Wen Liang stated with a piercing gaze, his tone lacking any semblance of courtesy. Indeed. And who might you be? Do you have some sort of mental affliction? Wang Yu retorted. I am Chen Yuding's boyfriend. Wen Liang replied coolly as he provocatively wrapped his arm around Chen Yuding. Ah, I see. We are already divorced. She has the right to pursue her happiness. Do you have business with me? Wang Yu's disdain for Wen Liang deepened. He perceived him as a fool. Having divorced, why do you feel the need to flaunt your presence before me, as if you care for her? If you truly did, would you have allowed the divorce to happen? Would you be in a position to confront me? Wang Yu's words rendered Wen Liang momentarily speechless, as the latter's calm demeanor was entirely unexpected. Shouldn't he have loudly confronted Chen Yuding, accusing her of swiftly moving on to a new boyfriend, insinuating betrayal? Instead, he envisioned raising his fists in anger, only to find himself overwhelmed and on the ground. Ultimately, Wang Yu was left to depart alone, nursing his injuries in solitude. However, the unfolding events did not adhere to the anticipated script, leaving Wen Liang momentarily stunned. He was, after all, the biological father of Kiki and Xiaobao. When it comes to understanding men, women hold the upper hand, especially those who have shared a home with them. A single, succinct statement from Chen Yuding achieved the desired outcome for Wen Liang. How dare you? I've been searching for you for ages. You still have the audacity to be smug. Today I will end you. Chen Yuding's words ignited a fury within Wang Yu, causing him to lose all semblance of composure. In the face of an adulterer, who can remain calm? He immediately erupted in a torrent of invective, launching an attack on Wen Liang. Yet, to Chen Yuding's astonishment, Wen Liang was no match for Wang Yu. Just last night, he had claimed to be a black belt in Taekwondo, asserting that he would leave Wang Yu battered and bruised. But now, it was Wen Liang who found himself on the losing end. having barely put up any resistance before being thoroughly beaten. Director Han was still trying to comprehend the situation when he received the news that the hospital had been acquired by the One Group. Shortly thereafter, the general manager of One Group approached him, insisting on having Wang Yu brought forth. Observing the beautiful woman accompanying Wen Liang, Director Han assumed there might be some undisclosed complexities. However, it was a mere exchange of a few words before the two men were embroiled in a fierce confrontation. To be frank, Wen Liang possessed commendable combat skills. It was unlikely that 7 or 8 ordinary individuals could stand against him. Yet, Wang Yu's martial arts training was not designed for engaging women, and his black belt in Taekwondo proved insufficient. Chen Yuding, witnessing her boyfriend being brutally beaten by Wang Yu, was momentarily stunned before she shrieked and rushed to claw at him. As a man who never laid hands on women, Wang Yu, without a trace of hesitation, made an exception for his ex-wife, delivering a single slap that sent Chen Yuding flying. At this moment, Director Han realized the gravity of the situation and swiftly embraced Wang Yu at the waist, fearing that the new chairman of the hospital might very well meet his demise at the hands of this man. Chapter 70. Good deeds are rewarded. Release me. Despite being embraced by Director Han, Wang Yu's concentration was severely disrupted, allowing Wen Liang, who had been knocked to the ground, to make a hasty retreat. Calm down, Dr. Wang. You must remain composed. Director Han exerted every ounce of strength, yet it felt as if this fool could break free at any moment. Calm my foot today. I must ensure this imbecile is dealt with. Wang Yu's animosity toward his adversary was palpable, leaving him utterly unable to maintain his composure. Dr. Wang, I implore you, cease the assault. Director Han was on the verge of tears. Just as they were entangled in their struggle, Su Mu entered the room. Ordinarily, Su Mu would have exhibited proper decorum and knocked first. But upon hearing the commotion and Wang Yu's furious shouts, she disregarded etiquette and pushed the door open. The scene before her was utterly unexpected. Witnessing Wang Yu's ferocious demeanor filled Su Mu with concern. However, this was not the time for idle gossip. She immediately intervened to pull Wang Yu away. The man in the corner bore the marks of a beating, his face bruised, while a woman lay on the ground beside him, covering her face and sobbing. Although unsure of how Wang Yu had offended him, it was imperative to halt the situation, lest Wang Yu find himself behind bars. Su Mu's arrival effectively subdued Wang Yu, who had merely lost his composure, not his sanity. Moreover, after a vigorous outburst, he had vented much of his anger, and with the combined efforts of the two, Wang Yu ceased his struggles. Nonetheless, his glare remained fixed on Wen Liang, brimming with the desire to charge at him at the slightest provocation. Before long, the police arrived, serendipitously comprising the same officers who had encountered Wang Yu days prior. The report had been made by Chen Yuding, who, after being struck down by Wang Yu, opted to contact the authorities. The responding officer met with another policeman who had just concluded a visit to Nan Nan and was preparing to leave. A brief exchange ensued before they proceeded to the director's office. Upon recognizing that the assailant was the benefactor of their captain, the officers promptly sidelined the initial responding officer. Take them all away, declared the lead officer. Captain Yang, this is our jurisdiction, protested the responding officer, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. However, witnessing the reinforcements spring into action, he could not help but speak up. Well, it's now in the hands of our criminal division. You can return to complete the paperwork and find me for signatures and stamps later. With a wave of his hand, Captain Yang signaled that Wang Yu, Wen Liang, Chen Yuding, Su Mu, and Director Han were all to be taken to the criminal division. Wang Yu was escorted into a separate police vehicle, while the others were ushered into a business van. As they sat in the vehicle, Captain Yang prepared to inquire about the situation, aware that the young man who had been beaten appeared to have sustained significant injuries. Dr. Wang, please explain what transpired. I'll see if I can offer any assistance. Once aboard the police car, Wang Yu felt a twinge of impulsiveness, yet he bore no regrets. In such circumstances, one must act decisively. Regret was an unnecessary burden. This officer before him was unfamiliar, but it seemed he recognized Wang Yu. Officer Yang, do you know me? On that fateful day in the operating room, it was you who saved our comrade. I was stationed outside, and even then, I recognized you. Despite wearing a mask, I could still discern your identity. Wang Yu, intrigued, remarked, haha, we are professionals. Through physique, stature, and gaze, we can generally identify a person. Dr. Wang, perhaps you should recount the events as they unfolded. Within reasonable bounds, I am willing to assist you, he added. Thank you, Officer Yang, Wang Yu replied, promptly recounting the sequence of events. At this juncture, he felt no shame in revealing the situation between himself and Chen Yuding, leaving out even the matters concerning the two children. After sharing, he disclosed Wen Liang's identity, noting that, although he was unsure which one family conglomerate it was, anyone capable of acquiring Maria Hospital must possess considerable wealth. Brother, you are not mistaken, Yang, the captain responded, fully comprehending Wang Yu's emotional state and showing no sympathy for the beaten Wen Liang. Rest assured, wealth does not grant privileges in our criminal police force. I will take care of this. As he spoke, he offered Wang Yu a cigarette. Captain Yang made several phone calls and arranged some details, mindful of his commitment to the matter. After a brief interval, they were taken to the police station for separate interrogations. Sumu emerged shortly after entering, having only been inside for a brief moment while Wang Yu was detained by Director Han. As a silent observer throughout, Director Han recounted the events before being released himself. After a brief discussion, Director Han departed, while Sumu exchanged a few whispered words of gratitude with Captain Yang before leaving with a sense of relief. As for Wen Liang, he was not interrogated. Upon entering an interrogation room, he was immediately attended to. Anti-inflammatory, analgesic, and bruise-healing treatments were promptly administered, complemented by an hour-long massage from a skilled practitioner. Gradually, he was restored from a state akin to being trampled by a bull. Confused yet grateful for the assistance from the police, Wen Liang considered notifying his company's lawyer, but felt it unnecessary given the officer's amicable demeanor. He leisurely enjoyed some food in the interrogation room, specifically selected by Captain Yang to aid in his recovery. Meanwhile, Wang Yu found himself confined in a detention room, as he had indeed struck someone, and it was prudent to account for his actions. Chen Yuding, after her interrogation, was fraught with anxiety. The inquiries had unsettled her. The police were fully aware of her misdeeds, even uncovering details of her background. Had she not intervened forcefully, it was highly likely that Liu Baoqiang and Li Yuzhen would have arrived. She never anticipated that her humiliating secrets would be brought to light, and at that moment, she could scarcely muster the resolve to identify Wang Yu as the assailant. All she desired was for the ordeal to conclude swiftly, so she could depart. By mid-afternoon, around 3 o'clock, Chen Yuding, Wen Liang, and Wang Yu were summoned to the mediation room by Captain Yang. Upon entering, Wang Yu found himself secured against the wall's heating pipe, a display of considerable severity. The matter has been thoroughly investigated, yet I still recommend settling this privately. Captain Yang addressed Wen Liang and Chen Yuding. Settle privately? He has assaulted me to this extent, and now he suggests a private settlement? Wen Liang immediately objected. He was still contemplating sending Wang Yu to prison for several years and could not easily concede. Mr. Wen, please remain composed. Wang Yu's actions were indeed wrong, but your involvement during another's marriage is equally unethical. Furthermore, Wang Yu has supported you by raising your child for 3 years. If pursued, these aspects would also require investigation. Additionally, your injury assessment does not qualify as a minor injury. The conduct of both parties could at most be classified as mutual combat. The outcome would simply be a 3-day detention for Wang Yu and a modest compensation for medical expenses. However, should you choose to proceed with legal action, the costs incurred by Wang Yu in raising the child, along with claims for emotional distress, would also be considered. Captain Yang's exposition left Wen Liang utterly bewildered, as he sat there for an extended period, unable to comprehend the implications. So, this beating I received was in vain, he exclaimed. Not entirely, Captain Yang retorted. After all, you were involved with his wife. His words struck like a dagger into Chen Yuding's heart, and after remaining silent, she could no longer contain her tears. Chapter 71. Wang Yu decides to resign. Su Mu prepares for trouble. The sound of Chen Yuding's cries stirred a sense of irritation within Wen Liang. Reflecting on Captain Yang's words, he realized that if he clung to this matter, it could escalate beyond control. As the acting general manager, if that pair of siblings were to learn of this incident, it would undoubtedly reach their mother. Given her disposition, My prospects of inheriting the Wen Group would be severely jeopardized. Despite his occasional lapses in judgment when confronted by Chen Yuding, Wen Liang was generally astute. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to act. Having already acquired Maria Hospital, he saw ample opportunity to exact revenge on Wang Yu. Captain Yang, I agree to mediation. Let this matter be settled. I find the medical expenses rather trivial, he declared, signing the mediation document before pulling the still sobbing Chen Yuding away. Wang Yu remained crouched against the wall, speechless throughout, only coming to his senses once when Liang and Chen Yuding had departed. Did that Captain Yang just release me? This is the first time I've been handcuffed. It feels rather strange. He chuckled, feeling a mix of indignation. As he spoke, the handcuffs were removed. Thus, the incident concluded. But Wang Yu knew he must remain composed in the future. Rest assured, I've vented my frustrations. As long as they don't provoke me again, I'll be fine. Though he harbored a deep-seated desire to eliminate that scoundrel Wen Liang, he acknowledged the constraints of living in a society governed by law. Captain Yang, I'll take my leave if there's nothing further. Yes, all is well now, Captain Yang replied, suddenly recalling the investigation results regarding Wen Liang. This individual possessed considerable connections. Having suffered such a significant loss, it was unlikely he wouldn't retaliate in private. He turned to Wang Yu and said, If Wen Liang seeks revenge, feel free to call me, Dr. Wang. Thank you, Captain Yang. After exchanging contact information, Wang Yu departed the hospital. His visit to the criminal police team proved worthwhile. After bestowing blessings upon Officer Zhou, he resolved to bless a police officer each day henceforth. Upon returning to Maria Hospital, Wang Yu found himself devoid of motivation for work. He retrieved his vehicle from the parking lot and drove away. Once at home, he contemplated his future. With Wen Liang, now the chairman of the hospital, and having physically assaulted him that day, retribution was inevitable. Maria Hospital was no longer a viable option for him, especially since he no longer wished to earn merit through medical practice. This was the perfect opportunity to resign, and he anticipated no objections from Director Han. With determination, he picked up the phone and dialed Han Cohen. Hello, Director Han, this is Wang Yu. Dr. Wang, you've returned? Director Han expressed his surprise upon receiving Wang Yu's call. Indeed, as you witnessed today, my ability to remain at the hospital has become untenable, prompting me to discuss my resignation with you. Resignation? President Han was taken aback. Wang Yu is currently the backbone of the hospital. If he were to leave, the newly thriving establishment could very well descend into decline. Dr. Wang, I urge you to reconsider. Allow me to mediate this matter. Perhaps we could invite Chairman Wen for a meal, and you could lower your head and offer an apology. He suggested. Lower my head. Apologize. I have already shown respect for the law by not eliminating him. Wang Yu retorted. But as he then found, you are unaware of the intricacies between us. It would be best for you to refrain from involving yourself. I will not submit my resignation. I have already informed you of my intentions. You may handle it as you see fit. With that, Wang Yu ended the call. Initially, he held great respect for President Han, but the latter's words, although seemingly for his benefit, were ultimately aimed at ensuring Wang Yu generated profits for the hospital. Since he had already decided to resign, he would do so in a manner that suited him best. While Wang Yu found comfort in his decision, President Han was left unsettled after the call. After pondering for a while in his office, he decided to contact Su Ning, Su Mu's father. Su Ning was the former largest shareholder of Maria Hospital, now relegated to second place following the formidable entry of the Wen Group. However, one could not say that Su Ning suffered losses. Indeed, he had profited significantly from the acquisition. Upon receiving President Han's call, Su Ning quickly grasped the situation. When he learned that his daughter had been taken to the police station, his heart sank momentarily. However, upon hearing that she was merely cooperating with the investigation and had been released shortly thereafter, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. After conversing briefly with President Han, he called Su Mu, asking her to return home that evening. He wished to learn more about Wang Yu, to ascertain whether he was worth pursuing further. When Su Mu received her father's call, she felt a pang of discomfort. He informed her of Wang Yu's intention to resign. Although she had already abandoned her aspirations of pursuing him, the thought of losing such an exceptional doctor was still disheartening. Unbeknownst to her, Wang Yu had already been released. She assumed he remained at the police station and began reaching out to Captain Yang. Su Mu and Nan were close friends, and she was acquainted with her colleagues, having dined with them on several occasions. Once the call connected, Captain Yang informed Su Mu that Wang Yu had left long ago and proceeded to elaborate on the circumstances surrounding the altercation between Wang Yu and Wen Liang. Su Mu was not typically one to indulge in gossip, but the revelations shared by Captain Yang were too sensational to ignore. What she initially thought to be a mere brawl turned out to be steeped in complexity. The antics of Chen Yuding, Wen Liang's infatuation, and Wang Yu's betrayal left her utterly astounded. Captain Yang narrated how Wen Liang and Chen Yuding were each other's idealized figures, while Wang Yu served as the substitute during Wen Liang's absence, dutifully supporting Chen Yuding. Eventually, Wen Liang resurfaced after several years, rekindling his romance with Chen Yuding and leaving Wang Yu to shoulder the responsibilities of their two children. Had Wang Yu not discovered the truth and decisively opted for divorce, he might have remained ensnared in that predicament indefinitely. Yesterday, Wen's group acquired Maria Hospital, and today, Wen Liang made an appearance here as chairman, accompanied by Wang Yu's ex-wife, specifically requesting to meet him. Is this not an overt display of intimidation? Su Mu regretted her earlier decision to involve Wang Yu. Had she foreseen these developments, she would have surely joined forces with him to confront Wen Liang and Chen Yuding, those despicable individuals. After enjoying the melons that Captain Yang had brought, Su Mu changed her clothes and, without waiting for the end of the workday, hurried home to consult her father. She harbored a notion that could preserve the reputation of Maria Hospital while also delivering a severe retribution to Wen Liang. Furthermore, Wang Yu would still be able to practice medicine at the hospital. However, the execution of this plan would be quite challenging. It was better to entrust it to her father, that cunning old fox. At that moment, Wang Yu had already slipped downstairs. He had just called Sun Qian, who, along with the other girls, had not yet returned from the village. They claimed to be fulfilling their filial duties towards his parents and simultaneously fostering a closer relationship between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. In the future, when the truth came to light, Wang Yu hoped to spare himself from his father's wrath. Thus, he decided to stay in the village for a few more days, also to experience the place where he had grown up. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yu felt a pang of guilt. He still owed Sun Qian an apology, lacking the courage to face his parents, which compelled Sun Qian to take matters into her own hands. Chapter 72. This is what they call winning by lying down. Before the opponent strikes, victory is already mine. Upon returning home, Su Mu swiftly conveyed her thoughts to her father. Is Wang Yu truly worth it? After listening to Su Mu, Su Ning found himself in a quandary. Although Wang Yu had made significant contributions to the hospital during this period, the financial prowess of the one family was indeed formidable. Perhaps it would be best for Wang Yu to depart, with the capital infusion from the one group. Hiring several renowned domestic experts at high salaries could easily maintain the current profitability. In fact, it could propel the hospital to greater heights, potentially leading to the establishment of branches in other cities, thereby amplifying the Maria brand's presence. Father, you have not met Wang Yu, and may not grasp the extent of his medical expertise, but please trust your daughter's judgment. Moreover, this approach would not result in any financial loss for our family. By selling the shares at a high price to the one group now, the substantial funds we withdraw would still count as a considerable profit, even if we do nothing further. Su Mu's reasoning was sound, yet Su Ning hesitated. After all, the shares he currently held were valued at over 500 million. A miscalculation could lead to significant losses. Let us not rush. We need not sell the shares immediately. We can establish another hospital, which I will entrust to you to manage. As for Wang Yu, I will ask Director Han to assist him. While Su Ning did not fully acquiesce to his daughter's suggestion, he prepared to open another hospital as planned. If it thrived, he could later sell his shares. Although this might incur some losses, it seemed a more prudent approach with reduced risk. What about Wang Yu? He has already resigned, Su Mu said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. He merely made a phone call. That hardly constitutes a resignation. Tomorrow, I will instruct Director Han to terminate his employment. This way, we can provide a satisfactory explanation to Wen Liang, and Wang Yu will also receive compensation. Once the new hospital is established, we can invite him to join us again, allowing him to secure some funds and a new path forward. True to form, Su Ning displayed his cunning nature, showing no hesitation in exploiting his own. Originally, Wang Yu had tendered his resignation, which would have cost the hospital nothing. However, by changing it to a dismissal, the hospital would be obliged to compensate Wang Yu for a year's salary per the contract. It is worth noting that Wang Yu's annual income had escalated to 10 million. This maneuver by Su Ning would result in a considerable loss for the hospital, with the funds ultimately enriching Wang Yu. Nevertheless, as the one group held the majority of shares, they would also be the largest financial contributor, utilizing others' resources for personal gain, while simultaneously doing Wang Yu a favor, was a clear win-win situation. Upon hearing her father's explanation, Su Mu's eyes lit up, recognizing the merit in his strategy. She conveniently overlooked the fact that her family would also have to contribute to the compensation. As long as Wang Yu benefited, she felt content, and in her joy, she planted a kiss on Su Ning's cheek before eagerly preparing to call Wang Yu. "My dear, do not involve yourself in this matter. I will have Director Han handle it. Focus on the preparations for the new hospital, and in a few days, find an excuse to resign from your current position." Su Ning was in high spirits after receiving a kiss from his daughter. Observing such excitement in Su Mu piqued his interest in Wang Yu. After all, his daughter was nearly 30, and matters of the heart took precedence. Heeding her father's words, Su Mu suppressed her impulsive feelings and retreated to her room to gather information, preparing for the establishment of a new hospital. Watching Su Mu leave, Su Ning contemplated for a moment before dialing Director Han's number. "Old Han, I need you to assist me with something," he stated. "Certainly, Chairman. What is your command?" Han Kun replied. In his mind, the newly appointed chairman Wen Liang lacked the gravitas of Su Ning, who had been his superior for decades. To him, there was but one true boss, and that was Su Ning. "Tomorrow, you are to dismiss Wang Yu. Ensure it is done swiftly, completing all necessary procedures before Wen Liang has a chance to react. The compensation will be deducted directly from the hospital's revenue from yesterday. Rest assured, Chairman, I will prepare the relevant documents and complete the task within 10 minutes tomorrow." Han assured. "Good. Old Han, you have been with me for many years, consistently demonstrating reliability. Once the new hospital is established, I will appoint you as the director and grant you 10% equity." The implications of Su Ning's words were profound, igniting a sense of eagerness within Han Kun, who refrained from inquiring further about the new hospital. He understood that Su Ning would disclose what was necessary when the time was right. Yet, the promise of equity stirred a fervor within him, although he was unaware of the new hospital's location. 10% equity was a compelling incentive for him to exert his utmost effort. With a heart full of excitement and trembling hands, Director Han attempted to call Wang Yu several times before finally succeeding. He spoke succinctly, informing Wang Yu that the board had decided to reject his resignation request and instead opted for termination, instructing him to come to the hospital early the following day to complete the necessary formalities. Upon hanging up, Wang Yu felt perplexed. Why had his resignation been transformed into a dismissal? Why was he required to return to the hospital so early? He shrugged off the confusion, reasoning that regardless of the circumstances, resignation or termination, he would leave the hospital. He was determined that Wen Liang would not find an opportunity to undermine him. Of course, it was not fear of Wen Liang that troubled Wang Yu, but rather the concern that if the latter continued to provoke him, he might lose his temper. Unbeknownst to Wang Yu was the storm his resignation would unleash, nor the unexpected windfall of 10 million awaiting him the following day. Much like the previous incident, where Wen Liang had orchestrated his job loss, costing him 100,000, this time, under Su Ning's machinations, the hospital would end up compensating him 10 million. Though both occasions stemmed from his desire to resign, who would refuse free money, especially when most of it originated from Wen Liang? The occurrence of profiting from resignation twice, both times involving the same individual at fault, was almost surreal. One could only imagine how Wen Liang would react upon discovering such a turn of events. Would he collapse in despair? At this moment, Wen Liang diligently tended to Chen Yuding, their daughter, who was well cared for by the nanny Wen Liang had hired. He even contemplated obtaining a marriage certificate with Chen Yuding, intending to change their child's surname to one. As for Wang Yu, he occupied not a single thought in Wen Liang's mind. He planned to pay him a visit at the hospital the following day, intending to give him a pair of shabby shoes. He was curious to see how Wang Yu, who wore size 43, would fare in them, hoping he would be unable to contain himself and lash out, compelling him to face imprisonment this time. Under Wen Liang's comforting presence, Chen Yuding gradually found solace. Gazing at Wen Liang, she felt he surpassed Wang Yu by leaps and bounds. The slap she had received that morning still reverberated in her ears, her face swollen like a steamed bun. In the afternoon, at the police station, she was subjected to thorough questioning, nearly exposing her past misdeeds. The physical pain and mental torment ignited a deep-seated hatred within her towards Wang Yu. Observing Wen Liang, whose face bore bruises yet continued to care for her, Chen Yuding realized he was the one truly deserving of her affection. Reflecting on her life since when Liang had departed, she recognized that even after marrying, he had never uttered a harsh word upon his return and had consistently treated her with kindness. In stark contrast, Wang Yu, despite her apologies and assurances of a better future together, insisted on divorce and had even resorted to violence against her today. Chen Yuding felt vindicated in her decision not to bear children with Wang Yu. Chapter 73. Wang Yubai collects 10 million the following morning. Wang Yu arrived at the hospital bright and early, intending to wait at the door of Director Han's office before the official working hours commenced. To his surprise, Director Han arrived even earlier. Upon seeing Wang Yu, he warmly invited him inside. Dr. Wang, although your tenure at our hospital has been brief, our collaboration has been quite fruitful. Moreover, during your time here, you have made significant contributions to our institution. Therefore, after deliberation by the board, we have decided to reject your resignation and instead proceed with your dismissal. Wang Yu gazed at Henkun, who appeared to be no older than 50 and was in good health. His position as director suggested a sound mind. Yet the illogical nature of his words bewildered Wang Yu. Director Han, are you certain you comprehend the implications of what you are saying? Wang Yu's expression was one of confusion. Oh, I see I may not have explained this clearly. If you resign voluntarily, you would only receive a few days' wages. However, if you are dismissed, albeit the term sounds harsh, you will be entitled to a severance package of 10 million a year. Director Han promptly recounted the circumstances to Wang Yu. So, if I am dismissed, the hospital will pay me this sum, and when Liang is responsible for footing the bill? Indeed, Dr. Wang has grasped the situation correctly. This was specifically instructed by Director Su. Although we cannot safeguard you, we certainly cannot allow you to suffer a loss. Director Su? Wang Yu was taken aback, as he had no acquaintance with this individual. Are capitalists truly this generous nowadays? Do not dwell on the details. Now, Dr. Wang, please sign here and collect your funds quickly. Otherwise, it may become problematic when Chairman Wen arrives. Will this cause any trouble for Director Han or Director Su? Although the allure of the money was tempting, Wang Yu hesitated at the thought of causing inconvenience to those who had assisted him. There will be no trouble. Dr. Wang's public assault on the hospital's chairman is an egregious act. Despite your exceptional medical skills and remarkable contributions to the hospital, such behavior is intolerable, and thus, dismissal along with a public reprimand is warranted. How do you find this reasoning, Dr. Wang? Director Ansmaid amiably, epiting harmless. Yet Wang Yu felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. He certainly knew how to play the game. Wen Liang, as the chairman of the hospital, had suffered an unjust beating and, after being enlightened by Captain Yang at the police station, returned to the hospital only to be outmaneuvered by his own subordinates. The thought of it brought him a sense of relief. Director Han is correct. I have come to a profound understanding of my mistakes and accept the hospital's disciplinary action. With that, Wang Yu began signing under Director Han's guidance. In less than 2 minutes, all the paperwork was completed. Director Han smiled and shook Wang Yu's hand. Dr. Wang, I hope we can collaborate more in the future. Certainly, Director Han. Should you require anything, feel free to reach out to me. As Wang Yu glanced at the text message confirming the transfer of 10 million, he couldn't help but think that Han Kuan was truly a good person. Upon leaving the director's office, Wang Yu arrived at the outpatient clinic, where he found Tian sitting despondently, akin to a frostbitten eggplant. What troubles you, Tian? Has someone upset you? Wang Yu inquired with genuine concern, noticing the little nurse's gloomy demeanor. Brother Yu, is it true that you've been dismissed? She asked. Yes, it is. Wang Yu replied, contemplating whether to disclose the full truth of his situation to Tian. Did you truly strike the new chairman yesterday morning? She pressed on. Indeed. He sighed in acknowledgement. Then, will I never see you again? She asked, her voice tinged with sorrow. Not at all. I have merely been let go. I am not deceased. We simply will not be working together anymore. We can still meet for meals and conversations when time permits. He reassured her, almost swayed by the young girl's distress. I understand, but I'm still quite heartbroken, she admitted. The bond cultivated over a month of camaraderie had fostered a profound dependence on Wang Yu. In her year of work, he had been the most benevolent physician to her, never scolding her and maintaining a calm demeanor. Their shared efforts to avoid overtime had left an indelible mark on her heart. Do not fret, Tian Tian. In due time, I shall establish a private clinic, and I would be delighted to offer you a position at a generous salary, Wang Yu said with a smile. Are you truly opening your own clinic? Tian Tian's spirits lifted instantly. Yes, once it is set up, I will call you. Be sure to come, he encouraged. Rest assured, Brother Yu, I will resign after receiving this month's salary and wait at home for your summons, she declared, a smile finally gracing her face thanks to Wang Yu's invitation. Wang Yu was quite pleased with Tian Tian. Although he would have enough funds post-departure from the hospital, he felt a void without engaging in some form of work. The previous night, he had discussed plans with Wen Xin to leverage her connections to treat affluent women in their circle. He had even hinted at his ability to assist women in achieving successful pregnancies, with choices for both genders and even the possibility of twins. Though Wen Xin found this somewhat astonishing, she had faith in Wang Yu's medical skills, having experienced significant improvements in her own health due to his treatment. Reflecting on the miraculous recovery of Madame Li, who was on the brink of death, further solidified her belief in his capabilities. Additionally, Wang Yu was addressing her daughter's congenital heart condition, and though they had yet to conduct thorough examinations, her vitality had noticeably improved. After deliberation, they decided to proceed with the plan, and when Xin was prepared to invest some funds to help him secure a suitable location. However, Wang Yu declined her offer, unwilling to spend his wife's money despite his affectionate nature towards her. This prompted Wen Xin to playfully pinch him several times. Yet, under Wang Yu's shameless persistence, she soon relented. Today, Wang Yu visited, partly to discern what tricks Dean Han was up to, and partly to extend an invitation to Tian Tian. After all, one cannot inaugurate a private clinic without even a nurse. With both matters successfully accomplished and an agreement reached with Tian Tian, Wang Yu prepared to leave the hospital. Just as he reached the entrance, he unexpectedly bumped into Wan Liang. Chen Yuting's face had yet to fully heal, and today she did not accompany him. Wang Yu cast a disdainful glance at Wan Liang, his expression radiating contempt that made Wan Liang's fists clench tightly, his anger surging within him. However, he dared not provoke further, as he was still recovering from the beating he had received the day before. The animosity in his gaze suggested he would relish the opportunity to devour Wang Yu whole. Alas, while others might greet each other with a smile to dissolve enmity, these two could only wish for each other's demise. After a brief moment of mutual disdain, they parted ways. Wang Yu intended to stroll around Sudu City in search of an ideal location for his clinic, while Wan Liang, with impatience, hastened to the dean's office, eager to contrive some mischief against Wang Yu. The thought of this scheme had kept him awake the previous night, rendering even the presence of Chen Yuting in his arms less appealing. After a brief moment of comforting her upon waking, he steeled himself, ready to confront Wang Yu decisively. Chapter 74. Wan Liang's resentment and Director Han's heightened authority with an expression of deep indignation. Wan Liang forcefully kicked open the door to the director's office, his face contorted in frustration. Upon seeing him, Director Han looked up and exclaimed, "Ah, is this not our dear chairman, the perennial victim?" The injuries on his face made him appear significantly more agreeable than the previous day. He dismissed the disrespectful act of door-kicking without a second thought. Who cares about face? Wealth is what truly matters, he mused, swiftly approaching Wan Liang with a slight bow and a sycophantic grin. "Chairman, you've arrived. Please take a seat," he urged, offering his own director's chair to Wan Liang. Initially fuming, Wan Liang found his anger somewhat quelled by Han's obsequiousness. Once seated, he cast a disdainful glance at the cluttered desk and casually perused the hospital's financial reports from the previous quarter. Sipping the coffee that Director Han had personally brewed, he found it to be quite palatable. Meanwhile, Han Kun, who had just finished preparing the coffee, stood obediently to the side, not even bothering to sit down, awaiting Wen Liang's needs. The chairman's authority was vividly accentuated by Director Han's self-deprecation. The department heads who had come to report their work in the morning dared not utter a sound upon witnessing the scenario inside, obediently standing aside at Han's gesture, awaiting Wen Liang's inquiries. After a prolonged silence, Wen Liang was pleased with the reactions of the hospital as higher-ups. They were all astute individuals, especially Director Han. Despite his advanced age, could still be aptly described as a dragon among men. Recollecting the purpose of his visit, Wen Liang steadied his thoughts and spoke. Director Han, how do you intend to deal with Wang Yu? Though Wen Liang had his own ideas, witnessing Han's willingness to cooperate prompted him to consider giving him a chance. Perhaps this individual might propose a solution superior to his own. Standing beside Wen Liang, Han Kun immediately straightened up, his face flushed with anger as he declared, Chairman, regarding Wang Yu, who openly defies the hospital's regulations and indiscriminately assaults others, we cannot show him an ounce of leniency. He must be met with the severest of punishments. The severest of punishments, Wen Liang exclaimed, his enthusiasm growing. He found himself increasingly fond of Director Han, as each of his statements resonated deeply within him. Very well. What do you propose for the punishment? Upon returning yesterday, I promptly reported the situation to the board members, Han continued. In the afternoon, unable to reach the chairman, the board convened a special meeting to address this incident concerning Wang Yu's assault on you. After 3 hours of intense discussion, the board unanimously decided to expel Wang Yu from our medical team and issue a public reprimand throughout the hospital. Han's words were resolute and compelling, igniting a fervor within Wen Liang. To be expelled from the medical team. Will he be relegated to cleaning toilets or laundering linens? In a public reprimand throughout the hospital? His reputation will surely plummet. Indeed, it was evident that experience bore wisdom. Director Han had truly captured Wen Liang's heart. Was the punishment too severe? I just examined the financial statements, and Dr. Wang's abilities are indeed commendable. He has made significant contributions to the hospital during his tenure. Although Wen Liang felt a secret sense of satisfaction, he still wished to display his magnanimity and compassion. Chairman, please refrain from speaking further. I have been tormented by guilt for failing to protect you yesterday. The punishment for Wang Yu has been implemented, and the materials for the hospital-wide criticism have been distributed to various departments for their study and reflection. Observing Director Han's righteous demeanor, Wen Liang felt that he was squandering his talents as a hospital director. Well, since everyone has reached a consensus, I shall refrain from further comments. Although I am the chairman, I cannot impose a unilateral decision. Regarding the penalties for Wang Yu, I express my support. However, I am curious about what position he has been reassigned to. After much deliberation, Wen Liang finally voiced his thoughts. He was eager to witness Wang Yu's fallen state. Such a villain does not deserve to remain in our hospital. He has been dismissed and is now unemployed. Furthermore, I have recorded a poor evaluation in his file, making it nearly impossible for him to find work in the medical field in Sioux City. Director Han's words struck like a thunderclap. Some may be awakened by such a revelation, but Wen Liang found himself momentarily stunned. It took him a while to regain his composure. He had not even begun to relish the situation when he learned of Wang Yu's misfortune. Wen Liang's expression fluctuated as he pondered Han's words, growing increasingly resentful and distressed with each reflection. Glancing at the old man beside him, who was hunched over and ingratiating, Wen Liang found it difficult to fault him. This man had desperately held onto Wang Yu during the assault he endured yesterday morning. Today, he had even enhanced Wen Liang's reputation, and as for Wang Yu's punishment, Wen Liang found no fault in it. First, a hospital-wide reprimand. Then, he was summarily dismissed. The subsequent negative evaluation effectively closed off his future in the medical profession. This was indeed the most severe punishment the hospital could impose at this stage. It would be unreasonable to execute Wang Yu. Although Wen Liang had entertained the thought, the hospital lacked such authority, and Wang Yu's actions did not warrant such an extreme measure. Director Han, Dr. Wang's medical skills are still worthy of recognition. I believe there is room for redemption. Wen Liang wished to salvage the situation, as he could not fathom how to swallow the indignation he felt today. Chairman, when Wang Yu arrived earlier, I severely reprimanded him, and he stormed off after completing the formalities. Moreover, this decision was made collectively by all the board members to restore your dignity. As for the medical skills issue you mentioned with your investment, I have already prepared to hire 10 renowned experts from across the nation to work here. A mere Wang Yu is insignificant in comparison. Director Han's remarks slightly calmed Wen Liang, although he still sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint the problem. If he truly is insignificant, then I shall not disturb Director Han and the others any longer. I shall take my leave. After a prolonged period of idle chatter, several directors finally found themselves acknowledged by Wen Liang, who casually referenced them in his conversation. Though it was merely a polite remark, it instilled a profound sense of appreciation within the directors, reminding them of the chairman's deep regard for them. Observing Wen Liang's departing figure, Director Han's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, though it was swiftly concealed. Esteemed directors, I apologize for the delay. Let us commence our work for today, Han Kuan stated. Seated upon the throne of the presidency, his demeanor serene and benevolent, entirely devoid of the earlier sycophantic facade. His words brought the directors back to attention. While the chairman's presence was indeed delightful, it was clear that here, the authority rested with the president. Alas, lacking even the privilege to curry favor with the chairman. Why dwell on such thoughts? Better to continue bestowing compliments upon Director Han, for it had become second nature after years of practice. Chapter 75. Chunmei had indulged excessively in dog food today. Wen Liang left the hospital, feeling an unbearable frustration that threatened to burst his lungs. Upon returning to his newly purchased villa, he was met with Chun Yuding's eager gaze. Wen Liang, how did you deal with Wang Yu? At that moment, Chun Yuding harbored no remorse for her ex-husband, only profound resentment. Listening to Chun Yuding, Wen Liang hesitated to admit that his trip to the hospital had been in vain. Instead, he exaggerated the actions of Director Han, embellishing the narrative and claiming credit for the achievements. Chun Yuding, swayed by Wen Liang's charm, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. That insufferable man deserves this. Isn't he all tough now? Let us see how he holds up after being dismissed and losing his job. Whether Wang Yu would remain steadfast was uncertain to Chun Yuding, but Sun Qian, who had returned to Shudu, was well aware. Sun Qian had begun her journey back that morning, mindful of her business responsibilities and having sufficiently established her presence before her mother-in-law over the past few days. A call from her elder brother summoned her back on urgent matters. What was the reason? It was because the eldest daughter of the Sun family had finally found her ideal partner. With the strong assurances of the Sun brothers, the family, despite never having met Wang Yu, held a favorable impression of him. The family patriarch and matriarch promptly decided to host a family banquet that evening, requesting Sun Qian to bring Wang Yu along. Early that morning, Sun Dasheng conveyed the patriarch's orders to Sun Qian. On her way back, Sun Qian contacted Wang Yu, and they exchanged sweet nothings for several minutes. Although there were few people around Wang Yu, Chunmei, who was in the car with Sun Qian, couldn't help but feel awkward as she listened to their conversation. After Sun Qian finally finished her remarks, the phone was passed to Yan. Given Yan's typically demure and bashful personality, Chunmei assumed she would be far more reserved than Sun Qian. However, when Yan sweetly called out husband, Chunmei realized she had misjudged. This woman, who had harbored feelings for her cousin since she was 16, was now living her dream, and her declarations of love were nothing short of melodious. After several minutes of this, Chunmei felt overwhelmed. The three of them, ignoring Chunmei, chatted for over an hour, ultimately making plans to dine at Tianjia Food House at noon before reluctantly ending the call. Chunmei, what are you doing here? Yan suddenly recalled that someone was seated beside her, having been so engrossed in their conversation that she had forgotten Chunmei's presence. Upon remembering, she spoke without thinking. Hearing Yan's words, Chunmei scrutinized her friend, curious to gauge just how much Yan prioritized romance over friendship. It wasn't until she made Yan blush that she began to hum a tune. I should be under the car, not inside it, hearing how sweet you are. Although the lyrics of the song didn't quite align with Chunmei's situation, this particular line unmistakably expressed the true feelings brewing within her. Sun Qian, driving while listening to the lively banter behind her, wore a radiant smile, filled with happiness. The recent expedition into the village concluded successfully, and later that evening, once she secured her beloved family and friends at home, her affair with Wang Yu would essentially be settled. She did not yearn for Wang Yu to be by her side at all times, fearing that such proximity might transform their romance into mere familial affection, thereby diminishing the passion and joy they shared. A suitable distance and brief separations would ultimately ignite a fervent energy upon their reunion. Had she not observed how Wang Yu enjoyed mischief in her brother's lounge? Regardless of a man's temperament, there exists an intrinsic affinity for excitement in this regard. In truth, Sun Qian was not the type to become overly dependent on her partner once love blossomed. Otherwise, she would not have previously identified as averse to marriage. Had it not been for her encounter with Wang Yu, she might have resigned herself to relying on her nieces and nephews for support in her twilight years. It can only be said that love springs from the most unexpected places. At around 11 in the morning, Wang Yu arrived early at Tianjie restaurant, parked his car, and stood at the entrance awaiting the arrival of the three young women. In previous instances, it had been Sun Qian braving the scorching sun to wait for him. Today, he wished to avoid that, feeling a natural inclination to care for and cherish his partner. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, he spotted a familiar figure and, unable to contain himself, rushed forward to embrace Sun Qian, the one in the lead. The sensation was delightful and nostalgic. After their embrace, he noticed Yuan following behind, and his eyes lit up as he prepared to approach her, only to be playfully kicked by Chun Mei. "All right, mind the surroundings. There are so many onlookers," she admonished. Wang Yu chuckled, brushing off the imprint of her playful kick. "I miss you all so much. I lost my composure." Yuan, amused by Wang Yu's antics, approached him and sweetly placed her hand in his. Lowering her gaze, she coyly remarked, "Brother Yu, I missed you terribly." Wang Yu nearly succumbed to his impulses once more, but a sharp glance from Chun Mei brought him back to his senses. The four of them settled into a private room, where Sun Qian ordered their meal and then discreetly signaled to Wang Yu before stepping outside. Yuan, who was being chided by Chun Mei, assumed Sun Qian had something significant to discuss. Wang Yu, feeling somewhat restless, pondered whether Sun Qian's intentions aligned with his own. What mattered was that he believed they did. Unable to remain seated any longer, he announced to the two chatting women, "I need to use the restroom." Chun Mei waved her hand dismissively, while Yuan seemed to grasp the situation, lowering her head, though her delicate ears flushed crimson. Upon exiting the room, Wang Yu made his way directly to the lounge, pushing the door open to find it unlocked. The ensuing events were too intense to elaborate upon. Let us simply say that my brother encountered a mishap in the restroom. After waiting for half an hour, the dishes were served, yet Wang Yu had not returned, nor was Qian Qian in sight. It dawned on Chun Mei that the two had been absent for quite a while. "Let us eat first. They will join us shortly," she suggested. By this time, Yuan had already conjectured what the two were up to and began urging Chun Mei to start their meal. Our innocent sister Chun Mei now bears a look of utter bewilderment, uncertain as to why her brother and his prospective sister-in-law have mysteriously vanished together. As half an hour slipped by, both had satisfied their appetites, yet still, the two had not returned. Chun Mei began to feel a twinge of anxiety, while Yuan, composed as ever, summoned the waiter and ordered several dishes favored by Wang Yu. Indeed, shortly after the food arrived, Wang Yu and Sun Qian entered hand in hand. "Brother, where have you been? We had a matter to attend to, but it's all settled now." "What was it?" Little ones should not pry into adult affairs. After exchanging a few perfunctory remarks, Wang Yu commenced his meal, for vigorous exercise necessitates replenishing one's energy. During the course of the meal, he consumed 3 bowls of rice, while Sun Qian managed to eat half a bowl of vegetables, with the remainder also vanquished by Wang Yu, who still felt unsated. Once Sun Qian finished her meal, she approached Chun Mei, taking her hand and saying, "Sister, how about I take you to see my display at the mall later? I was thinking of having you work there in the future." Sure. Shall we go now?" At this moment, Chun Mei truly wished to escape the lingering atmosphere of romantic indulgence. She was nearly full. "Yes, sister will take you. Yuan, please wait here for Xiao Yu until he finishes." After saying this, she winked at Yan. Chapter 76. In this moment, Sun Qian was consumed by intense anticipation. As she departed with Chun Mei, Yan comprehended the implications. And as he contemplated the impending events, he found his hand lacking strength to serve food to Wang Yu. Wang Yu observed the petite figure of his companion, who had clumsily dropped dishes onto the table for the umpteenth time. He gently wiped his mouth and softly grasped her delicate hand. Moments later, in the lounge on the third floor, significant contributions were once again made. Yan, however, succumbed to a deep slumber. After securely closing the door, Wang Yu dialed Sun Qian's number. Alas, his excitement overwhelmed him, leading him to embark on this journey alone. Upon sharing her address, Sun Qian chastised Wang Yu lightly, seemingly oblivious to his feelings. Wang Yu could not help but blush upon hearing her words. Reflecting on the situation, he realized it was hardly his fault. With Wen Xin expecting, he dared not act freely. The past few nights had rendered his rest quite uncomfortable, nearly compelling him to revive his skills from university. All of this he attributed to the Huangdi Neijing. Indeed, it was entirely to blame. The weight of his suppressed emotions dissipated in an instant. After hanging up, Wang Yu prepared to rendezvous with Sun Qian and Chun Mei. He had promised to visit the Sun family to meet her parents, and, coincidentally, he could procure a gift at the shopping mall. A mere 15 minutes later, Wang Yu arrived at the location Sun Qian had specified, beholding the familiar decor before him. Was this not the very place where he had purchased the bracelet for Wen Xin? Could it be that this jewelry store belonged to Sun Qian? As he noticed Chun Mei, now clad in her uniform and warmly engaging with customers, Wang Yu felt a twinge of unease. After all, he had yet to disclose his relationship with Wen Xin to either of the two women. He had not yet determined how to broach the subject, and in truth, he had been so content lately that the matter had slipped his mind. "Mr. Wang, you've returned." A cheerful greeting from a nearby attendant interrupted Wang Yu's contemplation. Turning, he recognized her as the server who had assisted him during his last visit. Embarrassed, he managed a smile, yet before he could utter a word, Sun Qian approached him. "Manager Sun," the attendant greeted respectfully as she noticed Sun Qian's arrival. "Oh, you two know each other?" Sun Qian queried, having observed the attendant's enthusiastic welcome towards Wang Yu. A flicker of jealousy mingled with curiosity ignited within her, prompting her to follow closely. "This gentleman is one of our esteemed clients who recently purchased a jade bracelet valued at over 6 million. The attendant's reply sent a chill of apprehension through Wang Yu. He braced himself for an impending interrogation. "Oh, so you're a distinguished guest. Mr. Wang, what brings you here today? Are you in search of something else?" Sun Qian, noticing Wang Yu's anxious demeanor, felt a mischievous urge to tease him. As for the matter of the bracelet, she held no particular concern. After all, who could say whether he was divorced at that time? Perhaps it was a gift for Chun Yuding. Considering the Chun family circumstances, a few million for a bracelet was merely a trifle. She refrained from pressing further, fearing it might evoke unwelcome sentiments in Wang Yu, thus abandoning any intentions of delving deeper. Unbeknownst to Sun Qian, Wang Yu was lost in thought, conjuring elaborate scenarios in response to her calling him Mr. Wang. At that moment, Wang Yu directly embraced Sun Qian, gently whispering amidst the astonished gaze of the nearby attendant, "Come here, I've bought you." Once in Wang Yu's arms, Sun Qian cast aside her previous reservations and confidently linked her arm with his, declaring, "He is my husband." Without further elaboration, her succinct statement clarified their relationship to all who were paying attention. "You may attend to the other guests. I will take him for a casual look around." The attendant felt a twinge of disappointment. Such a generous client turned out to be the boss's husband. Reflecting on Wang Yu's previous extravagant spending, one could only marvel at the playful nature of the wealthy. Purchasing gifts in his wife's store to present to her. Did that money truly matter? The complexity of it all. Qian, what gift should I bring to your home tonight?" As Sun Qian's expectations remained unfulfilled, Wang Yu let out a deep sigh of relief. "Rest assured, I've prepared everything. We shall go together shortly." What a wonderful woman she is, always considering herself. Yet, as he contemplated the secrets he still kept from her, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel a wave of guilt wash over him. Once they arrived at the Sun residence, he would have to share the warm news with the two young women. After all, such matters could not remain hidden for long. Continuing to conceal the truth felt utterly wrong to him. As they meandered through the store, Sun Qian joyfully introduced Wang Yu to the various pieces of jewelry on display, elaborating on the design of each showcase and sharing her thoughts. In just half an hour, Wang Yu's perception of Sun Qian transformed considerably. Though she possessed a striking figure, her business acumen was truly impressive. Some of the most imaginative designs were indeed created by her, including the jade bracelet he had purchased, which she had personally designed. This woman was simply remarkable, beautiful, affluent, and talented. Moreover, she treated him with genuine kindness, and the thought filled him with a sense of shame. Among the three women, when Xian was expecting her child, Yuan had waited for years, yet Sun Qian had sacrificed the most for him. What had he done in return? Had he made them appear younger and more beautiful? In truth, that had only benefited him. As for other matters, Wang Yu had not given them much thought. Healing was one thing, but he wouldn't even mention when Xian and Yuan, Sun Qian's second brother, had even given him 5 million. He knew that should he ultimately be with her, he would never accept that money under any circumstances. Qian, do you have any wishes? The unexpected question interrupted Sun Qian as she was explaining. Looking at Wang Yu's gentle expression, she felt an unusual pang of nervousness. My previous wish was to live freely and beautifully forever. However, having met you, I now only wish to be with you. Besides, you have already helped me achieve the wish of remaining beautiful forever. I feel incredibly happy with my current life. I can't think of anything else at the moment. Sun Qian's words left Wang Yu momentarily speechless. Was this woman truly so easily content? However, if other women were to discover his thoughts, they would undoubtedly wish to bite him to death. To remain perpetually beautiful is not solely the aspiration of Sun Qian, but rather a collective yearning shared by all women. Should they learn that Wang Yu possesses the ability to achieve this, it is likely that women ranging from 18 to 88 would not spare him. I have spoken my mind. Now, reflect on your thoughts and express whatever comes to you, and I shall make every effort to help you realize it. Upon hearing Wang Yu's words, Sun Qian earnestly contemplated her situation. She found herself lacking neither wealth nor affection, and her parents and 3 brothers were in excellent health. Sun Qian felt that her life had reached a state of fulfillment, and for a moment, she truly struggled to conceive a desire. With her adorable brows furrowed, she appeared quite charming. As she pondered, a thought suddenly occurred to her, something she did not yet possess. The more she thought about it, the more impatient she became, and her anticipation grew increasingly difficult to contain. Xiaoyu, I truly yearn to have a child that belongs to both of us, regardless of whether it is a boy or a girl. Wang Yu gazed at the sparkling light in Sun Qian's eyes and tenderly ruffled her hair. Chapter 77. The happy moments often encounter distasteful individuals. What a splendid woman. The wishes she expresses do not burden her at all. For the gifted Wang Yu, who possesses the ability to bestow children, this is hardly a challenging matter. Qian, trust me, I will certainly fulfill this wish of yours, and it will come to fruition swiftly. We shall have both a son and a daughter, he assured her, as a vibrant red light enveloped Sun Qian's lower abdomen. Under Wang Yu's gentle caress, Sun Qian leaned her head softly against his chest, intoxicated by his promises, her gaze becoming increasingly dreamy. As they departed from the jewelry store, the couple sauntered leisurely through the mall. Sun Qian, shedding her usual boisterous demeanor, clung to Wang Yu's arm like a delicate woman. Stealing glances at him, she found him increasingly handsome, and her affection deepened with every look. Upon reaching a clothing store, Sun Qian eagerly pulled Wang Yu inside, intent on adorning her man. However, their joyous encounter was abruptly marred by the unexpected presence of 2 individuals, rendering Wang Yu's mood as sour as if he had swallowed a fly. Wen Liang and Chen Yuding were strolling hand in hand, oblivious to Wang Yu's presence. Wen Liang was entirely fixated on Chen Yuding, his attention unwavering, even if someone were to parade in the nude nearby. Yet, Chen Yuding was different. She sensed Wang Yu's presence almost instinctively and soon spotted Sun Qian, who was linked to his arm. Chen Yuding did not know Sun Qian, as they belonged to different generations, despite their similar social standings. Had she merely seen Wang Yu alone, she would have had no inclination to engage with him. even upon noticing his new companion. Her response would have been limited to a few quiet insults before walking away. However, if the woman appeared younger, more beautiful, and more radiant than herself, it would undoubtedly inflict a deep wound on Chun Yuting's pride. While Wang Yu merely felt a sense of nausea akin to swallowing a fly, Chun Yuting felt as though she had ingested a bomb, ready to explode at any moment. As Chun Yuting's most devoted admirer, Wen Liang instantly noticed the shift in his goddess's demeanor. Turning to look, he exclaimed, "Isn't that the Dr. Wang, who was dismissed this morning? How can he still be in the mall with such a stunning girl, whose beauty nearly rivals that of my goddess?" As the saying goes, in a narrow path, the brave triumph. Wen Liang shed his previous sycophantic demeanor and wrapped his arm around Chun Yuting's waist. Gazing at Wang Yu, an overwhelming sense of pride swelled within him, for his goddess was now his. To Wen Liang, whoever Chun Yuting ultimately chose would emerge victorious, especially since they had 2 children together. Despite being married to the goddess for 7 years, he had gained nothing from their union, ultimately facing a complete loss in their separation. Today, driven by a strong sense of revenge, he had lost his job, his reputation tarnished, and his future prospects dimmed. Lost in these thoughts, Wen Liang began to revel in his self-satisfaction, completely forgetting the humiliating defeat he had suffered at Wang Yu's hands the previous day. Dr. Wang, instead of seeking employment, still has the leisure to roam the mall, does he? With an air of arrogance, Wen Liang approached Wang Yu, casting a disdainful gaze upon him. At that moment, Wang Yu could not help but perceive Wen Liang as a complete fool, wondering how Dean Han had managed to deceive him into such a delusion. Clearly, this individual had been misled, as he seemed to have conjured a scenario in which he was dismissed and in search of employment. Wang Yu felt an urge to inform him about the matter of the 10 million compensation, intending to remind Wen Liang that he had a significant share of that sum, due to his substantial equity. However, he reconsidered, deciding it best to disregard such foolishness, especially when it involved someone like Chun Yuting. He felt that harboring resentment towards them was almost an insult to the term itself. Without uttering a word, he grasped Sun Qian's hand, not even sparing them a glance, and prepared to depart. Spending time with his partner was far more important than wasting energy on such individuals. A leisurely day at the mall with Qian was much more appealing. To Wen Liang, Wang Yu's indifference only intensified his arrogance, interpreting it as a sign of fear. "Dr. Wang, do not be anxious. If you are willing to apologize to Yuting and me, I could consider giving you another chance to return to the hospital." Wen Liang taunted. Wang Yu, already somewhat irked, found himself wishing to peer into Wen Liang's mind to uncover the source of his misplaced confidence. At that moment, Chun Yuting clung to Wen Liang's arm like a dutiful partner, eagerly awaiting her man to defend her honor. Her eyes were filled with disdain as she regarded Wang Yu, silently cursing her own poor judgment in marrying such a man. Xiao Yu causing trouble? Sun Qian had reverted to a vigilant state, ready to pounce at Wang Yu's cue. Sensing her agitation, Wang Yu gently held her hand, urging her to remain calm. After all, he was still standing and saw no reason for her to take the initiative. "Wen Liang, I warn you to refrain from causing any disturbances. Otherwise, I fear I may lose control and strike you again." "Ha! Quite the bravado," Wen Liang retorted, beckoning as 4 burly men clad in black suits and sunglasses approached from a distance. After being beaten by Wang Yu the previous day, he had sought out these bodyguards, hoping to provoke Wang Yu into striking first so that he could retaliate fiercely. Unfortunately, he hadn't encountered Wang Yu at the hospital that morning, but fortune smiled upon him now, making his expenses worthwhile. "Go ahead, try to lay a finger on me," Wen Liang challenged, feeling a surge of confidence with the 4 strong men at his back. Suddenly, Sun Qian's left hand struck Wen Liang's right cheek with a resounding slap. "What is stopping me? I've tolerated you for long enough." Wang Yu, who had been ready to intervene, paused to observe the furious Sun Qian before him. Since Wen Liang and Chun Yuting had appeared, Sun Qian had sensed something amiss. Had she not seen Wang Yu trying to lead her away? Though curious, she relished the present moment of happiness and followed Wang Yu, planning to leave. Little did she know that this man, Wen Liang, not only spoke in a condescending tone, but had also brought a few companions to threaten her partner. At this moment, the fiery rage within could no longer be contained. and she was ready to unleash her fury. Having spent years portraying the role of an obedient girl, Sun Qian's gaze towards Wen Liang was filled with a murderous intent. Wen Liang, taken aback by Sun Qian's unexpected ferocity, had never anticipated that such a seemingly delicate woman could exhibit such violence. However, since he had already been struck, regardless of whether it was Wang Yu's doing or not, he attributed the blame to him. Have him beaten, he commanded the bodyguards without acknowledging Sun Qian, directing them to confront Wang Yu. An opportunity for vengeance had arisen. Even if it meant enduring a slap in return, it would be worth it. Today, he vowed to leave Wang Yu with a face adorned with bruises, or he would not bear his surname. Chapter 78. The Gentleman's Vengeance Foiled. Only to be slapped in the face, the four bodyguards acted swiftly, as they were indeed hired to shield their employer from trouble. They promptly encircled Wang Yu. Wang Yu extended his hand, pushing Sun Qian aside, and earnestly instructed, "Be obedient and stay safe." The bodyguards did not harass Sun Qian, for such a beautiful woman was not easily disregarded. However, should their employer increase their compensation, they would not refrain from using force. As the confrontation loomed, Wang Yu flexed his hands, preparing for the impending clash. When Liang embraced Chun Yuding, a sinister grin plastered across his face as he coldly proclaimed, "As long as we don't kill you, we'll make you suffer. You have offended our friend, but we will exercise restraint to ensure you appear pitiful, without inflicting any internal injuries." One of the bodyguards, with his back turned to Wen Liang, quietly relayed to Wang Yu. Just as Wang Yu was gearing up to deliver a severe lesson, he found the bodyguard's reasoning quite sensible. In light of this, he decided to temper his strength, opting for mere superficial injuries. He smiled and nodded at the bodyguard. Seeing this, the bodyguard thought to himself, quite cooperative. It seems Wang Yu is quite astute. As the old saying goes, those who are wise know when to feast. After exchanging knowing glances, both sides were poised to strike, each intending to show restraint. Yet they forgot about the fiery young lady who had been pushed out of the circle. Sun Qian, previously filled with energy, could not be calmed by Wang Yu's mere words. Sun Dixing, Sun Qian bellowed within them all. From a moment when Liang issued his provocation to the appearance of the bodyguards, approximately 5 minutes had elapsed, though this was not a lengthy duration. The mall surveillance system comprehensively covered the premises. The absence of security amidst such chaos suggested foul play. Wang Yu, Wen Liang, the four bodyguards, and Chun Yuding remained oblivious to the orchestrator of this scheme. However, Sun Qian was acutely aware, for the mall's owner bore the surname Sun. The impending brawl was abruptly interrupted by her cry, causing every gaze to shift towards Sun Qian. "Qian, why are you calling for your second brother?" Wang Yu inquired, perplexed. Before Sun Qian could respond, Sun Dixing hurriedly approached her. "Little sister, what's the matter? Your second brother is here." "Second brother? Don't think I'm unaware. You've been tailing me all along. It's one thing to be a bystander. But why did you not intervene when someone sought trouble with my man? Don't tell me you were oblivious. Every time I visit, you receive a notification before I even enter the mall. I've been wandering here all afternoon, and you, who typically appears promptly, where have you been? I demand an explanation. Otherwise, I shall have a chat with my second sister-in-law about your middle school classmate, Lan, who, I hear, has been single ever since her divorce a few years ago." Sun Qian's tirade left Sun Dixing drenched in sweat. Indeed, he had been indulging in gossip all afternoon. As the owner of the mall, he had been aware of his sister's arrival the moment she stepped in. Furthermore, he had captured a snippet of Wang Yu embracing his sister on surveillance footage and shared it in the family group chat. As for why he had not appeared immediately, to be honest, one cannot entirely blame Sun Dixing. After watching the video, messages in the group chat surged to over 99. The commotion persisted for half an hour until the leader, Sun Dezhao, finally managed to restore some semblance of order. After a brief discussion, it was decided that Sun Dixing would provide real-time updates and share the relevant videos in the group. Thus, the prominent businessman found himself in the monitoring room, taking on the role of a commentator for the spectators in the chat. When tensions flared between Wang Yu and Wen Liang, Sun Dixing was still multitasking, responding to inquiries in the group while editing the video. It was only when Sun Qian slapped Wen Liang across the face that he realized the situation had escalated. Abandoning his mouse and keyboard, he rushed over, arriving just as Sun Qian's voice rang out. Upon his arrival, breathless and already on the receiving end of his sister's reprimands, he felt a surge of frustration. He turned towards Wen Liang and the 4 bodyguards, dismissing any need for pleasantries. With a simple gesture, he summoned over 30 security personnel from a mall. "Sister, I assure you, both Xianglan and I are innocent. We are merely partners in business. Please do not let your second sister wrongfully accuse me," he implored, attempting to regain control of the situation. "All right, let's see how you perform today," Sun Qian replied, still irate. Having just tasted the sweetness of a romantic relationship, she was frustrated that it had been disrupted. At this moment, aside from Wang Yu, she found fault with everyone else. "Brother-in-law, you said you'd either live or die," she remarked. Though Sun Dexing appeared subservient before his wife and sister, it was only natural given that one was the love of his life and the other, a cherished one he had nurtured since childhood. As for outsiders, well, that was a different story. As the second son of the Sun family, he had built a substantial enterprise through sheer effort, yet he was not simply a pious man. Wang Yu, slightly bewildered since Sun Dexing's arrival, was eager to unleash his pent-up frustration from the previous day's encounter with Wen Liang. Sun Dexing had essentially summoned him like a familiar spirit. With a wave of his hand, the bodyguards and Wen Liang found themselves encircled, and with a mere point from Wang Yu, the situation was resolved. This left Wang Yu feeling particularly vexed, as he had envisioned a more dramatic confrontation. However, glancing at Sun Qian, who stood with her hands on her hips and a fierce expression, eased his mood considerably. His wife was truly beautiful. Even in anger, she radiated charm. "Brother-in-law." Sun Dexing noticed Wang Yu's gaze lingering on his sister and nudged him. "Brother, handle this minor issue yourself. Qian and I are off to continue our shopping." At that moment, nothing, be it revenge, bravado, or vindication, could compare to the importance of being by his wife's side. After speaking, Wang Yu stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Sun Qian's slender waist and gently placing a kiss on her cheek, whispering softly, "Darling, I'll leave this to my brother. Let us explore other places." The anger that had once surged through Sun Qian dissipated as she melted into Wang Yu's embrace. That gentle kiss sent tremors through her soul. "Okay, I'll follow your lead," she replied. With a blush adorning her cheeks, Sun Qian shyly spoke, ignoring the astonished gazes of those around her. She finished her display of affection and, hand in hand, walked away with a beaming smile. Goodness! Sun Dexing, witnessing his sister's remarkable transformation, was taken aback. He swiftly retrieved his phone and called the surveillance room. "Hello, this is Sun Dexing. Please copy all video footage from this area within the last half hour for me. Yes, once completed, place it in my office." After hanging up, Sun Dexing recalled that he still had matters to attend to. He glanced back at the group encircled by curious onlookers, tilting his head slightly, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. "Take them to the security room. Send them to the hospital in 10 minutes. Having spoken, he left, for after all, his brother-in-law had deemed it a trivial matter. Returning to his role as an avid spectator, he felt it more important to share his sister's enchanting romantic moments with the entire family. Chapter 79. When Liang enters the police station, Sun Qian's romance is live-streamed. With the main character gone, the remaining security personnel diligently executed their employer's orders. They escorted Wen Liang and 4 security guards towards the security office, preparing to impart some lessons on propriety. At this moment, Chen Yuding, feeling apprehensive, discreetly dialed the police as no one was paying attention to her. Although she did not know Sun Qian, she had personally witnessed the renowned Sun family brothers in Shiyu City. The obsequious demeanor of the second Sun brother towards Sun Qian made it abundantly clear to Chen Yuding that Wen Liang had indeed encountered formidable opposition. Moreover, Wang Yu's disregard only intensified Chen Yuding's desire for revenge. Previously, he had scolded her vehemently. Yet today he offered not a single word and did not even bother to cast a glance in her direction. Observing Wang Yu's gentle demeanor towards Sun Qian filled Chen Yuding with a profound and inexplicable fury. The immense disparity and overwhelming jealousy did not cloud her judgment. Rather, they rendered her even more composed. Wen Liang was currently her greatest source of support, and she could not bear to watch him be taken away by these individuals. However, as a frail woman, She felt utterly powerless to rescue him. Even if she attempted to intervene, it would likely be futile and could endanger her own safety. After finishing her call to the police, Chen Yuding quietly followed the security team. Wen Liang was bewildered, feeling particularly unfortunate over the past few days, having failed to accomplish anything he had set out to do. Now, he found himself under control, anticipating a painful ordeal ahead. Thankfully, he had not involved Chen Yuding, otherwise, it would have pained him greatly. The 4 bodyguards in front had little concern, preferring to feign compliance with the security personnel. After all, everyone was just trying to make a living. Why should colleagues make things difficult for one another? A security guard softly remarked, "If we take a beating, we must stand at attention. We are here to do a job, and we cannot let our boss down." Another guard chimed in. Hearing this, the bodyguards felt a surge of frustration. Their kind words had fallen on deaf ears, and it was clear that these men would not hold back. Exchanging glances, the bodyguards resigned themselves to their fate. It was not that they were unwilling to fight back. After all, they were quite capable. If they resisted, perhaps 1 or 2 could escape. However, the remaining ones would suffer greatly, potentially facing months in the hospital. It was better to endure the beating, apply some ointment, and soon be back in fighting shape. As they passed a corner, the previously silent Wen Liang suddenly broke free. His Taekwondo black belt skills, though insufficient against Wang Yu, proved formidable at this moment. Several security guards were caught off guard and swiftly taken down, providing Wen Liang with the opportunity to flee. As he ran, he shouted, "You 4 block them. I will give you 500,000 each." Upon hearing this, the 4 bodyguards, who had been resigned to their fate, instantly perked up. Driven by the allure of wealth, they had worked together for years and needed no words to understand each other's intentions. 500,000 indeed. Earning merely 30,000 a month would require over a year of labor. Now, with a single concerted effort, it is within reach. Thus, surrender is not an option. The 4 individuals promptly launched an assault, managing to break free from security and barricading the staircase, steadfastly providing Wen Liang the opportunity to escape. At that moment, the police, alerted by a phone call, finally arrived, led by Chen Yuding, who hastened towards the security room. Sun Diheng, upon receiving the notification, dismissed it casually, dispatching a manager merely to placate the officers. As Chen Yuding ascended the stairs, she fortuitously collided with the fleeing Wen Liang, only for the police to apprehend him immediately upon their arrival. Subsequently, they proceeded to detain the 4 brawling bodyguards along with dozens of security personnel, escorting them to the police station. The manager, who arrived to manage the situation, could hardly utter a word, watching helplessly as his mall security was taken away by the police. He promptly reported back to Sun Diheng, who, thoroughly enjoying the unfolding drama, felt a tinge of disappointment upon hearing the update. Not only had his brother-in-law failed to manage this trivial matter, but his employees had also been captured. Such occurrences were irksome, to say the least. Nevertheless, he preferred to remain uninvolved. An evening gathering awaited him at home, and with the clock nearing 5, a visit to the police station would mean missing out on the evening's entertainment. He instructed the manager to control the situation as best as possible, asserting that they had not resorted to violence, and suggested spending a little money to settle matters discreetly, ensuring that his sister and brother-in-law remained unscathed. At this moment, Wang Yu and Sun Qian had long forgotten their earlier grievances, deeply engrossed in their romantic state. Clad in garments chosen by Sun Qian herself, Wang Yu felt a surge of joy, reminiscent of his university days, triggering memories of sweet moments with his first love. Yet, Chen Yuding's visage intruded upon his reverie. Ugh, sweetness indeed. The nostalgia of their past was now repulsive, contradicting the notion that first loves are always beautiful and memorable. His own first love had left him quite nauseated. Why dwell on the past when the enchanting Qianqian before him deserved his full attention? Passing by a beverage shop, Sun Qian opted for a medium cup of fresh juice, requesting 2 straws. However, they were not attended by the diligent server seen online, rendering the transaction uneventful. They settle on a bench in the leisure area, facing each other, heads touching as they sipped from the same cup. Their eyes exchanged silent messages while their hands intertwined, an enchanting sight that thrilled Sun Diheng, who monitored the scene from the surveillance room. He immediately captured a screenshot and shared it in the group chat, prompting a flurry of sweet comments from the relatives. Auntie and uncle, such a perfect match. Oh my, Auntie, you're about to make me swoon. Uncle is quite dashing. He just faced off against 4 bodyguards to protect Annie. How gallant. Qian has good taste. This young man is truly remarkable. I think they should tie the knot tonight and head straight to the bridal chamber. Isn't that a bit too hasty? I'm not opposed to a wedding today, but I fear Qian might be too shy to agree. At that moment, Sun Dashing gazed at the information in silence, yearning to convey to the group that his younger sister was indeed devoid of shyness, and that the bridal chamber had long been consummated. Today marked the nuptial night. Would it not be possible to cradle a child by next year? They were a pair of exquisite talents, and their offspring would undoubtedly be charming. A daughter would be delightful, as our household is overly saturated with yang energy, consisting solely of my sister-in-law and me, both of us being daughters. Indeed, a little girl would be preferable. Meanwhile, a multitude of relatives, engrossed in the group chat, indulged in gossip while speculating on the name of Sun Qian and Wang Yu's future child. Their conversation meandered from kindergarten choices to discussions about career paths post-university and prospective workplaces. At that moment, Sun Qian found the incessant notifications from her phone rather irksome, promptly activating the Do Not Disturb mode. As for the messages in the group, she did not cast a single glance. After finishing their juice, the couple continued to stroll, during which Wang Yu purchased 2 sets of alluring lingerie for Sun Qian. The rationale behind this purchase was simple. Her previous ones had become too small, and since Qian was still growing, acquiring a few new pieces was perfectly reasonable. Chapter 80. Sun Qian introduces Wang Yu to her family. Qian. Shall we be on our way? It would be prudent to arrive at your home early for the first time, Wang Yu suggested, glancing at the clock, which read 5 o'clock. Yes, let's go now, Sun Qian replied, her heart brimming with joy. In the presence of her beloved, she nodded obediently, her thoughts drifting to the evening when she would introduce Wang Yu to her family, and a wave of shyness washed over her. As for Yan, Wang Yu had not forgotten her. He made a call on the way to inform her about his relationship with Sun Qian, advising her to rest and then head directly to the house outside where Sun Qian resided. Meanwhile, Chun Mei was diligently working, feeling overlooked by both her brother and her boss. It was only when her stomach began to grumble that she realized the two had long since vanished. With a few resentful remarks, she decided to take a taxi to find Yan. Upon arriving at the Sun residence, despite having mentally prepared herself, Wang Yu was still taken aback. It was not the size or beauty of the house that astonished him, but rather the sheer number of people gathered there. Facing a throng of dozens, all eyes fixed upon him, he swallowed hard, forcing himself to remain composed. Sun Qian, too, was quite astonished, aside from family gatherings during the New Year. She had never seen her relatives assemble so neatly. Several cousins who studied out of town had surprisingly returned, and her married elder cousin was cradling a child, her face alight with excitement. While her 3 brothers seemed quite normal, the presence of their cousins and their families made the gathering feel overwhelming. Had Sun Qian been privy to the family group chat, she would have understood the reason behind the assembly. After Sun Dashing announced Sun Qian's relationship earlier that day, the entire Sun family had been swept into a sea of joy. The only single woman in the household had brought a man home. Meetings and contracts could wait. Brothers, sisters-in-law, younger siblings, and their spouses all promptly took leave from work, and those living afar bought tickets at the earliest opportunity. The university-going cousins were equally thrilled, coordinating among themselves to collectively request time off to return home. The prospect of their aunt introducing a man to the family had generated much curiosity. They were eager to see what kind of man had won her affection. The Sun family had long awaited this moment, having whispered about it for years. Now, the important evening was finally upon them, and it was a moment not to be missed. By the afternoon, Sun Dexing's live broadcast further heightened their excitement. Before 4 o'clock had even arrived, the family had gathered in an orderly fashion, eagerly anticipating Wang Yu's arrival. Brother, what is going on? Sun Qian had initially expected only her parents and 3 brothers, perhaps her sister-in-law at most. As for her elder and 3rd brother's partners, although they had children and were considered part of the Sun family, such occasions often called for discretion, and she had assumed they would not attend. To her surprise, all four partners of her eldest brother were present, and two beautiful sisters-in-law were seated beside her third brother, cradling his son. What had begun as a modest family dinner now resembled a grand family reunion. Typically carefree, Sun Qian now felt an unexpected sense of bashfulness in light of the situation. "Ah, dear sister, these elder brothers are unaware." It was the third brother who informed them. Sun CEO truly lives up to his title as elder brother, remaining untouched by the chaos around him. Sun Qian's gaze fixated directly on Sun Dishing, who was enthusiastically introducing Wang Yu. A sudden chill inexplicably washed over the exuberant Sun Dishing, though he dismissed it, attributing it to the excessively low air conditioning. At that moment, Sun Qian refrained from confronting her third brother, merely pouting and committing the incident to memory. Approaching her parents, Sun Qian dutifully massaged her mother's shoulders. Her cheeks flushed as she listened to the playful banter of her aunts. As for Wang Yu, he was of little concern. After all, she had brought him to meet the family, and thus far, everyone seemed quite welcoming. At this moment, Wang Yu felt overwhelmed. He could hardly retain any of the introductions made by Sun Dishing. He could only discern who among them were uncles and aunts, and who were brothers and sisters-in-law. When the introductions turned to Sun Detsio's various companions, Wang Yu finally grasped why Sun Qian had encouraged Yan to accompany him. It must have been the influence of her elder brother. However, upon learning that the second brother had only one sister-in-law, Wu Shuiwei, he felt reassured that at least some of the brothers were decent. The third brother did not introduce his partners initially, but Wang Yu had already observed him brazenly embracing two young ladies upon his arrival. Without needing an introduction, it was evident they were the third sisters-in-law. After meeting an array of cousins and siblings-in-law, Wang Yu began to feel the weight of the gathering. The way they looked at him held no trace of unfamiliarity. It was as if they all recognized him. An inexplicable sensation lingered, a feeling that something was amiss, considering he had never met any of them apart from Sun Qian's immediate family. Sun Qian's slightly older nephews were quite polite to Wang Yu, having been raised under Sun Qian's considerable influence. They dared not show any disrespect to their uncle, yet the younger ones, unaccustomed to Sun Qian's authority, were not so easily deterred and surrounded him with a barrage of questions. After some time, he learned that Sun Dishing had indeed notified everyone in the family group chat. How outrageous! He had thought highly of him, calling him brother daily, only to discover this grand scheme directed at him. Sun Dishing took half an hour to finally guide Wang Yu through the relatives. The main event was now upon them. Sun Qian's parents were seated comfortably in the principal seats of the living room, awaiting Wang Yu's approach. As he approached the two elders, a sense of trepidation enveloped him, especially considering the presence of two women in his life. Nervousness coursed through him as he faced Sun Qian's parents. "Ah, young man named Wang Yu, is it? Do not be anxious. Our family may be large and overly enthusiastic, but we are just like any ordinary household," Sun's mother said, observing Wang Yu's stiff demeanor and attempting to reassure him. Meanwhile, Sun's father nodded with a smile, feeling quite pleased with Wang Yu. As the patriarch of the Sun family, the thought of his daughter finding a partner had long been a lingering nightmare in his mind. He had once fantasized about how deeply emotional it would be to meet his son-in-law for the first time, and whether he would shed tears when sending his daughter off to marry. In her heart, she longed for her little cotton-padded jacket to accompany her for a few more years, fearing the possibility of being mistreated upon arriving at her in-laws. Before she turned 30, Sun's father was quite amiable, but as his daughter grew older, he could no longer bear the weight of her singlehood. Although this cotton-padded jacket provided warmth, prolonged wear proved to be an issue. Thus, he began to arrange suitors for her, yet Sun Qian showed no interest whatsoever, refusing to meet any of them. Initially, her parents assumed she was reluctant to part with them, but after several years, they realized it was far from the truth. This girl had no desire for marriage at all. Sun's mother enlisted the help of several younger siblings to persuade Sun Qian, but their incessant nagging only gave her a headache. After 2 years of perseverance, she could no longer endure it and purchased a house to move out. By the time Sun Qian reached 40, her parents had not witnessed any inclination from her towards finding a partner. This situation had ceased to be merely a concern for her parents. After the marriage of their eldest granddaughter, Sun Qian's marital status became a collective worry for the entire Sun family. Chapter 81. The inquiry of the younger siblings regarding Sun Qian's secret to youthfulness, considering that the elderly couple has already surpassed 70 years of age, and their married granddaughter has even welcomed children of her own. It is quite perplexing that their daughter remains resolutely single, steadfastly refusing to seek a romantic partner. Over the past 2 years, Sun's parents have ceased their relentless urging for Sun Qian to marry. After all, the Sun family is large, and there will always be a place at the table for their daughter, if she prefers to live independently. So be it, as long as she finds joy in her life. However, just a few days ago, their daughter suddenly announced that she had found a boyfriend, which brought tears of joy to the elderly couple. They immediately expressed their desire to meet him, only to be met with Sun Qian's firm refusal. This left the two old souls in a state of distress, prompting them to summon their 3 sons back home. Upon hearing their father's words, the eldest and second sons immediately thought of Wang Yu. As for Sun Disheng, he had conducted the investigation into Wang Yu's background and was well aware that his sister had been monopolizing her room in recent days. After a few days of pent-up frustration, Sun Disheng promptly divulged everything about Sun Qian's boyfriend, presenting even the investigation materials regarding Wang Yu to their parents. The eldest and second sons, upon reviewing their younger brother's findings, quickly grasped the situation at hand. The second son felt a deep sense of remorse, blaming himself for not conducting a more thorough investigation. Had it not been for their younger brother, their sister's happiness could have been jeopardized. The 3 brothers assured their father of Wang Yu's character and capabilities, emphasizing that anyone capable of treating breast cancer must possess remarkable skills. Observing that all 3 sons were familiar with their future son-in-law, Sun's father felt a wave of relief and developed a favorable impression of Wang Yu, whom he had yet to meet. After years of anticipation, the elderly couple's gaze towards Wang Yu was imbued with an extraordinary warmth. Meanwhile, Sun Qian, sitting obediently beside her mother, finally found a moment to retrieve her phone. Upon noticing the 99 notifications in the family group chat, her curiosity compelled her to click in, and her face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She lowered her head, viewing the posts detailing her afternoon outing with Wang Yu. The various videos and screenshots filled her with joy, yet she couldn't help but inwardly chastise her second brother for the exposure. "Uncle Sun, Annie's son, I am Qian's boyfriend," Wang Yu stammered nervously. "The young man seems promising." Sun's father nodded. "I hear you are a doctor with exceptional skills," Sun's mother added, grasping her daughter's hand with a smile. When they learned of Sun Qian's illness, they were initially taken aback, but Sun Dezhao quickly reassured them that Wang Yu had successfully treated her, alleviating their fears. "Indeed, I worked at Maria Hospital for a while, and I am now contemplating opening my own clinic," Wang Yu stated. "Very good. It shows ambition. Young people are full of vigor," Sun's father remarked. After a brief conversation, he discerned Wang Yu's discomfort and decided it was time to commence the meal. Following a round of greetings, an array of relatives from the Sun family gathered in the living room, where 5 tables were set up, fully occupied with guests. The 3 brothers of the Sun family drew Wang Yu and Sun Qian to their parents' table. Following a brief introduction, the gathering commenced with a hearty meal. "Were you startled?" Sun Qian inquired softly, seated beside Wang Yu. "Not at all. How could I be frightened? It's just that your family is exceedingly warm, as if they have known me for ages," Wang Yu expressed his sentiments. "Indeed, they have all met you. They've been discussing us throughout the afternoon," Sun Qian replied, showing her phone to Wang Yu. As he casually scrolled through videos and photos in the group chat, Wang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to confront Sun Disheng. Is there such a thing as being overly nosy? They could simply enjoy their meal without broadcasting it. Sensing the sharpness of Wang Yu's gaze, Sun Disheng chuckled, showing no signs of embarrassment, and lifted his glass, ready to toast with Wang Yu. "Third brother, you must assist me today." After drinking with Sun Disheng, Wang Yu intended to win over his greatest rival. After all, if the 3 brothers of the Sun family united, he would certainly be outmatched. "Fear not, brother-in-law, today, the 3rd brother shall support you." Sun Disheng, observing his second brother, felt a sense of glee as he had recently learned a secret from his younger sister. Ultimately, This secret would be revealed to Wang Yu, ensuring his allegiance. The secret was rather straightforward. Since Wang Yu and Sun Qian had solidified their relationship, they frequently met at Sun Desheng's restaurant for dates. As Sun Desheng's two partners often encountered Sun Qian there, they quickly noticed her transformation, the youthful glow of her face, the smoothness of her skin, and the absence of the wrinkles usually concealed by makeup. Despite their attempts to glean information through subtle hints or direct inquiries, Sun Qian remained tight-lipped. Thus, they beseeched their men for assistance in uncovering the truth. After observing his little sister for several days, Sun Desheng quickly recognized her remarkable rejuvenation. Although Sun Qian was eager to aid her third brother, articulating such matters proved challenging. However, under Sun Desheng's persistent questioning, she conceded to her youthful appearance, deferring the explanation to Wang Yu, suggesting her brother inquire directly with him, as she was oblivious to the methods he employed. Having gained no insights from his sister and feeling pressured by his partners, Sun Desheng was preparing to seek Wang Yu's counsel, which made it all the more imperative for him to support his brother-in-law today. The family banquet was filled with joy and merriment. After more than an hour of dining, a group of sisters-in-law and younger siblings whisked Sun Qian away, unable to contain their curiosity about her transformation. Meanwhile, her cousins cheerfully pulled Wang Yu aside. The elders of the Sun family relished the happiness of their kin and, having eaten their fill, retreated to the study for tea and conversation. In the living room, only a group of men remained, eager to share a drink with Wang Yu. "Come, brother-in-law, let us toast. Brother-in-law, count me in. Uncle, allow me to raise a glass with you as well." Encircled in the midst, Wang Yu consumed a staggering 1.5 kilograms before being rescued by the hastily arriving Sun Desheng. Meanwhile, the elder brother, Sun Dezhao, sensing the precariousness of the situation, patted Sun Dexing on the shoulder and said, "Second brother, I shall confer with our father regarding some matters. You take care of our brother-in-law." Without allowing Sun Dexing a moment to respond, he discreetly slipped away. Having been saved by Sun Desheng, Wang Yu immediately set his sights on Sun Dexing, who was busy greeting a group of brothers. It seems I cannot escape today, but undoubtedly, you will be the first to be dragged into this." At that moment, Sun Qian found herself besieged by a throng of sisters-in-law and younger siblings, questioning her to the point of exasperation. She could hardly confess to having become youthful after sharing a bed with Wang Yu. Such a revelation would surely put him at risk. As a woman, she understood all too well the lengths to which they would go to maintain their beauty. Should the truth come to light, it was all too likely that someone would take a reckless gamble, or perhaps all of them would. Chapter 82. Sun Qian shifts blame onto her man Qian. "My dear sister-in-law, you have always taken good care of me. I implore you to lend me your assistance. We are both in our 40s, yet look at your radiant complexion compared to my sister-in-law's." Sister-in-law 3 could not resist interjecting. "Please, you are only 39 and not yet 40. I am already 43, with one foot in the grave, so of course, I must be prioritized." Sister-in-law 1 grasped Sun Qian's delicate hand, increasingly envious and yearning as she caressed it, causing her to nudge sister-in-law 3 aside. Nearby, sister-in-law 2 and sister-in-law 4, possessing gentler dispositions, refrained from direct engagement, instead offering soft-spoken compliments from the sidelines. The wives of the cousins encircled Sun Qian, resembling a gathering of sirens captivated by a cleansed Tang song. Sun Desheng's 2 wives remained remarkably composed, casually munching on sunflower seeds while sharing laughter. The previous night, they had attended to Sun Desheng with utmost care, and the third brother had confidently pledged his support. Meanwhile, Sun Qian's second sister-in-law, Wu Shuiwei, chuckled softly. As the sole formally married wife among the Sun brothers, she was not one to miss out on any advantages. Although she felt a sense of urgency, she maintained her composure. At this moment, Sun Qian felt overwhelmed, her ears ringing. She had never experienced such relentless pressure during her own marriage pursuits. After enduring for a few minutes, she could no longer contain herself. Rising abruptly, she surveyed the assembly of women, aged 25 to 45, their envious gazes unwavering and resolute. Dismayed, she declared, "Dear sisters and sisters-in-law, this transformation is solely due to my husband's care. I have not employed any secret remedies, hormones, or undergone any surgical procedures. Is your brother-in-law a doctor? Inquired the second sister-in-law from the periphery. Indeed, he is a gynecologist, quite renowned in Sioux City. He is the esteemed Dr. Wang from Maria Hospital. Unable to endure the scrutiny any longer, Sun Qian secretly slipped out of the room, shutting the door behind her and hastily making her escape. She felt justified in redirecting the conversation towards Wang Yu, as it was a husband's duty to shield his wife from turmoil. Inside, the women continued their fervent discussions. Wu Shuiwei, noticing the two younger sisters-in-law eagerly indulging in the gossip, suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. Aware that Sun Dexing was the first to be acquainted with Wang Yu and shared a close bond with him, she surmised that these two, despite their youth, must have been privy to the developments, realizing they likely benefited from the third brother's connections. Her eyes gleamed with intent as she stealthily exited the room in search of Sun Dexing. In the living room, Sun Dexing had already been unceremoniously toppled to the ground, cradled on the sofa with a cushion in his arms, soundly asleep. Upon entering, Wu Shuiwei spotted her husband and, seeing others still indulging in drinks while he lay in such a state of inebriation, felt a surge of irritation. Without hesitation, she hoisted Sun Dexing toward the bathroom, dousing him with a bucket of cold water, then tugged at his ear, directing his head toward the toilet. With her delicate fists, she delivered a couple of punches to his abdomen, forcibly rousing her dazed husband from his stupor. 10 minutes later, after rinsing his mouth and splashing his face, Sun Dexing straightened his clothing and, gazing at his wife, assured her, "My dear, rest assured, I shall fulfill the task at hand." He added, Go on. Once the job is done, I shall shower you with affection in all manner of ways." Hearing this, Sun Dexing could not resist seizing Wu Shuiwei and planting a fervent kiss on her lips before hastily exiting. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the living room had grown somewhat peculiar. As Wu Shuiwei escorted her husband away, the daughters-in-law of the Sun family approached their respective husbands one by one. Despite Wu Shuiwei's cleverness, these women were no fools. With a flicker of understanding, they quickly deduced the purpose of the second sister-in-law's departure. They discreetly whispered promises of various temptations to their husbands before returning, igniting a fervor in the eyes of the Sun men as they contemplated the enticing pledges made by their wives. The thought of fulfilling their spouse's requests spurred them on, eager to return home for their anticipated rewards. As for Sun Qian's newfound beauty, the men remained blissfully unaware. To them, their elder sisters, and aunts had always been enchanting. The cherished jewels of the Sun family were not merely radiant. They were beyond compare. However, should Sun Qian appear a touch thinner or somewhat haggard, these men would undoubtedly take note, for their discerning eyes were keenly observant. Upon his arrival, Sun Dexing found his brothers no longer partaking in drinks or food, encircling Wang Yu with bemused expressions, their smiles laden with a hint of mischief. This was hardly surprising. The sight of Wang Yu inevitably conjured images of their wives, evoking a sense of lasciviousness. "What are you all doing?" Wang Yu felt increasingly uncomfortable under their scrutinizing gaze. He found this group far more intimidating than the brothers from the Song family, who had merely bound him. The Sun men appeared particularly intrigued by him, causing Wang Yu to tense up in fear. "Calm down, brother-in-law," Sun Dexing reassured him, though his gaze betrayed a hint of lascivious interest, heightening Wang Yu's anxiety. The only one maintaining a semblance of normalcy was Sun Dexing, who, having been attended to by his own wife the previous night, was now in the position of receiving remuneration before engaging in further activities. As for the other men, they could only indulge in their fantasies, yearning for a regal treatment that demanded a regal effort. Motivated and eager, they were uncertain how to broach the subject, each waiting for someone else to take the initiative. "Second brother, let go my hand," one of them implored. After Sun Dexing squeezed in, he immediately wrapped his arms around Wang Yu's neck and sat down heavily on a stool. Although the seat was large and square, accommodating two men simultaneously felt somewhat inappropriate. "All right, everyone take a seat," came Sun Dezhao's voice from distance. His 4 wives, having failed to locate him in the living room, were eager to drag him out after inquiring about his whereabouts. After a round of explanations from the 4 women, Sun Dezhao grasped the situation. Yet he felt it was unsuitable to approach them at that moment. As the elder brother, he had to maintain his dignity. He resolved to speak to his brother-in-law privately the following day. However, his wives were unwilling to wait even a second longer. What if the means to restore youth were finite and irreplaceable? Son de Zhao, I have followed you for so many years without any official status. You cannot shirk this responsibility. I warn you, you must obtain what we desire today. Otherwise, every night, my sisters and I will attend to you simultaneously. The fierce determination in the eyes of the four women made Son de Zhao's legs weaken in fear. Was this something a person could endure? Without a second thought for his so-called brotherly dignity, he hurried to the living room, seeking Wang Yu's assistance. Chapter 83. The Sun brothers induced despair in Wang Yu. The elder Sun brother's long-standing authority momentarily quelled the fervor within his younger siblings, compelling them to obediently return to their seats. A visibly anxious Wang Yu nudged his companion, Sun Dexing, and remarked, "Second brother, aren't you going to squeeze in? You should return to your own place." Sun Dexing chuckled, remaining firmly in his position, even drawing Wang Yu closer. Sun de Zhao, unperturbed, took a seat where their father had just been, embodying the dignified demeanor of the eldest brother. "My dear brother-in-law, we are all family here, and there are matters I shall address on behalf of my brothers," he stated. "Brother, is there something amiss?" Wang Yu inquired, still shaken from the earlier encounter that nearly left him in a precarious situation, his heart racing uncontrollably. What had started as a pleasant gathering had inexplicably shifted. The fervent gazes and lascivious expressions now haunted him. "Well, have you all spoken with your siblings?" Sun de Zhao addressed his brothers. What was said? Sun Dexing, still bewildered, realized that his two companions had not approached him and remained oblivious to the fact that the group had fixed their attention on Wang Yu. Silence. Sun de Zhao bellowed at his third brother in irritation, knowing full well that he was aware of the situation, yet still hoped to keep it to himself. It was fortunate that he had previously looked after him, often allowing the second brother to take the blame. Henceforth, he would ensure to give him a taste of his own medicine, lest he forget the meaning of brotherly respect. Sun Dexing sheepishly retreated, forcing a smile before falling silent. "Brother-in-law, we have a matter that requires your assistance, and it is for the sake of your sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law," Sun de Zhao continued. "Speak freely, brother. I shall certainly lend my support," Wang Yu pledged, thumping his chest in assurance. After all, the three Sun brothers had treated him with genuine kindness, and he had found a pleasant rapport with the cousins he had just met today. "With that promise from you, brother-in-law, I feel reassured. Second brother, since you're nearby, perhaps you could elaborate," Sun de Zhao directed, as the eldest brother, leaving the details to his siblings to manage. Sun Dexing had initially believed that the elder brother had taken the lead, leaving him to reap the rewards, only to find himself now burdened with the responsibility. Yet, recalling his wife's words, he accepted the charge, recognizing that his own happiness was at stake. "Brother-in-law, Qian appears remarkably youthful and radiant. Surely, that is your doing?" Sun Dexing inquired. Wang Yu's face flushed with a hint of embarrassment as he replied, "Indeed, it is." Upon hearing Wang Yu's affirmative response, the Sun brothers collectively exhaled in relief. This was a favorable turn of events. Since our brother-in-law is so forthcoming, let's not hold back. If he possesses a skill, he ought to assist Qian's sisters-in-law and brothers-in-law as well. Sun Dexing's remark left Wang Yu astounded. Goodness, is this even something I can assist with? As he surveyed the room, 17 pairs of eyes were fixed intently upon him, excluding the 4 nephews still in school and 2 younger brothers who remained unmarried. In this peculiar family, it seems that 11 individuals are indeed blessed with wives. Reflecting on Sun de Zhao's 4 spouses and Sun Dexing's 2, one cannot help but speculate about the family's values. It is unlikely that other brothers are devoid of female companionship. By such calculations, one could easily imagine a gathering of 20 women, and even if one devoted themselves to the practice of the Huangdi Neijing, the physical form may still falter under such burdens. Alas, this predicament transcends mere endurance. It concerns the assistance one can offer. Should assistance be rendered, would it not entail ensnaring all the wives of the Sun family? Would one still retain their own existence amid such chaos? As Wang Yu contemplated this, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. He swallowed hard and inquired, "Has Qian mentioned any methods of maintenance?" "I have consulted with both of the third sisters-in-law. Qian has shared everything," Sun Dushing responded, abruptly realizing the implications of Wang Yu's words. Regardless of his understanding of the situation. "You all know about this?" Wang Yu could not suppress his skepticism upon recalling how those women had whispered to their husbands earlier. "Indeed," the brothers nodded in unison. "Then why do you still seek my assistance?" "Yes." They nodded again. "Has Qian consented as well?" Wang Yu grasped at this last thread of hope, his expression revealing his trepidation. The Sun brothers were formidable figures indeed, and their agreement was disconcerting. "My sister has agreed. Hence, we have come to trouble you," Sun Dexing remarked, sensing Wang Yu's unease, yet believing it prudent to finalize the matter. "Brother-in-law, is your method of maintenance applicable to me? I'm already 43. Although I feel no significant issues with my health, my complexion leaves much to be desired," Sun Dushing lamented, rubbing his coarse skin while casting a glance at Wang Yu's smooth visage, yearning to reclaim his youth. The brothers' interest in Wang Yu intensified upon hearing this. "Good heavens! You Sun brothers have lost all sense of propriety. If your wives are asking for my help, I could begrudgingly accept that, as I would not be at a loss. But now, you gentlemen are seeking my assistance as well? What audacity to demand such a sacrifice from me! By all that is sacred, I would rather perish than compromise my integrity." Initially anxious and trembling, Wang Yu was stirred to defiance by Sun Dushing's words. Resolutely vowing to protect his virtue, he forcefully extricated himself from Sun Dexing's embrace and stood tall, prepared to flee. The Sun family was indeed toxic. Not a moment could be spent in their company. No wonder Qian, in her 40s, shunned marriage. It became clear that her brothers were all afflicted with some ailment of the mind. Just as Wang Yu prepared to make his escape, laughter erupted from the corner of the living room, belonging to Sun Qian. After eavesdropping on the conversation, she could no longer contain her amusement. The dialogue between her brothers and Wang Yu nearly left her breathless with laughter. Observing Wang Yu's pale, frightened countenance and his trembling form, now determined to charge forth, Sun Qian could no longer suppress her mirth. Clutching her stomach, she collapsed onto the sofa, convulsing with laughter as though afflicted by convulsions. Seeing his wife in such a state, Wang Yu rushed to her side and swiftly gathered Sun Qian into his embrace. After a thorough check, the system revealed no issues. "And my health is excellent. Xiao Yui, it's nothing, just let me be, haha. Take it slow." Observing Wang Yu's worried expression, Sun Qian, who was in the midst of laughter, managed to offer a few words of reassurance. The brothers of the Sun family looked on in confusion, unable to discern what was amusing. The living room fell into a serene stillness, with only Sun Qian's laughter echoing through the air. After a few minutes, she finally managed to regain some composure, though she still couldn't help but tremble with amusement. Rubbing her sore stomach, Sun Qian struggled to rise from Wang Yu's embrace. Grasping his hand, she approached the table, ready to speak, when Wang Yu, breaking free from her grasp, exclaimed in a voice filled with indignation, "Qian, even if you desired the moon from the heavens, I would find a way to grant your wish." However, he glanced around at the dozen strong men of the Sun family, a chill running down his spine, his face turning ashen. "This matter, I regret to say, is beyond my capability. Even if a knife were held to my throat, I could not comply." Chapter 84. The true man hidden in the Sun family. As Wang Yu's words escaped his lips, Sun Qian's strained composure shattered completely. A wave of discomfort surged through her abdomen, and her entire body began to tremble, her exquisite features contorting slightly. "Big brother, leave this matter to me. I shall provide you with an answer by tomorrow," she managed to utter before swiftly pulling Wang Yu away, leaving behind a trail of laughter and a group of bewildered Sun family brothers. After a moment of silence in the living room, Sun Dushing could not contain himself and spoke up. "Does this mean our brother-in-law has agreed or not? I still need to report back." The brothers exchanged uncertain glances, their confidence wavering, especially given Wang Yu's earlier somber demeanor, which did not suggest agreement. "Well, since my sister has taken it upon herself, there should be no issue. You all should prepare some gifts. We cannot let our brother-in-law toil for nothing." Sun Dezhao, the eldest, reassured the group with a single statement. Big brother, what is our sister-in-law like? We have no idea, someone inquired. Gifts weren't a problem. They had given gifts before, usually opting for the more expensive options. However, since this matter pertained to their future happiness, it warranted a more thoughtful approach, one that would cater to her preferences. Son Dexing pondered for a moment, but could not discern what Wang Yu favored. Then a thought struck him. Forget about buying gifts. Qianqian has clearly undergone extensive care, utilizing numerous precious herbs, which are likely quite costly. Let us simply offer money instead. His suggestion resonated well with the brothers, who found it quite sensible. How much should we send then? Someone posed another question. After contemplating for a moment, Son Dexing decisively announced, "Let be 500,000 each. Neither too much nor too little, quite appropriate. Consider how many women in your lives are worth such an investment. Just ensure there are no disputes at home. We will hand the money directly to Qianqian." Upon hearing this, Sun Dezhao's expression darkened. It seemed he had the most women, and 4 of them would amount to 2 million. He had initially entertained thoughts of getting something for free, but now he found himself entangled by his younger brother's proposal. He had hoped to shift the burden onto the third brother in the future, but it appeared that following the old pattern of placing more on the second brother was the better course. Let us proceed as the second brother suggests. There is nothing more to discuss. Let us disperse, Sun Dezhao acquiesced, despite not managing to gain anything for free. He was unconcerned about the money, readily agreeing to his brother's decision. With matters settled, everyone began to depart. Sun Dexing prepared to seek out his wife, but after taking a few steps, he was halted by one of his cousins. "Defu, what is it?" Sun Dexing, who shared a good rapport with Sun Defu, inquired with concern, noticing the latter's troubled expression. "Third brother, I have a small favor to ask of you. May we speak privately?" With that, he tugged Sun Dexing toward a large tree in the yard. "Speak freely. We are brothers. No need for secrecy," Sun Dexing remarked, albeit with a hint of admonition as he followed his cousin. "Third brother, could you lend me some money?" "Lend you money? What's going on? Don't you have 500,000? I recall you own several bathhouses. Do you truly need to borrow this amount?" "Not at all, third brother. I could muster not just 5 million, but even 10 million if needed. So why do you need to borrow money from me?" Sun Dexing was somewhat perplexed by his younger cousin. Sun Defu hesitated for a moment before saying, "Third brother, I must ask you to keep this under wraps." "Rest assured, my lips are sealed," replied Sun Dexing. "Well, I just calculated that I would approximately need 35 million. Sun Dexing was taken aback by this revelation. "Defu, with 7 of them, can your body handle it? Heed my advice. Youth often overlooks the value of vitality, and in old age, one may weep for daughters unfulfilled. It is wise to exercise restraint." However, emboldened by the conversation, Sun Defu dismissed his brother's concerns, saying, "Third brother, as the saying goes, a man should have 3 wives and 4 concubines. I have merely reached the standard. It's hardly excessive. Besides, I have always maintained my physical fitness and health." "Very well, as long as you are content. How much do you lack?" Sun Dexing was reluctant to dwell on the matter, recognizing it as personal. "I can spare 20 million, but I will need your assistance for the remainder." "Agreed. I'll transfer it to you tomorrow." "Thank you, third brother. I shall treat you to a bath another day." With no further business, Sun Dexing prepared to leave, noting that his sister-in-law awaited his return. "Everything is fine. Everything is fine." As they moved away from the tree, they spotted a few nephews crouching and eavesdropping. Sun Dexing chuckled and dashed off. "Seventh uncle, we won't say a word." Yes, we're going to school tomorrow. We won't breathe a word. Rest assured, our lips are even tighter than third uncle's." After declaring this, the group fled in a hurry, leaving no trace behind. Sun Defu stood beneath the tree, a look of despair etched on his face. It's over. Now 5 people know, within 3 days. The entire family will likely be aware. If I don't get killed by my father first, I cannot return home until my women are all around with child. Wang Yu followed Sun Qian in her bedroom, watching as she flopped onto the bed, laughing incessantly. When he attempted to engage her in conversation, she waved her hand, signaling him to wait, yet she continued to giggle for over 10 minutes without pause. Growing increasingly agitated, Wang Yu resolved not to compromise on the matter at hand. Observing Sun Qian's unrelenting laughter, he felt compelled to teach her a lesson. to make her aware that certain things should not be said lightly and that some favors should not be offered, even to relatives. He promptly began to articulate his reasoning to Sun Qian, intending to affirm his role as the head of the household. "What are you doing?" Sun Qian asked, her expression tinged with concern. "Wait, let me explain. The situation is not as you perceive it." Noticing Wang Yu's indifference, Sun Qian quickly began to clarify. More than an hour later, Sun Qian could no longer muster a smile. Wang Yu arrogantly remarked, "Now you have quieted down. Are you still laughing?" "No." Sun Qian weakly replied. Just moments ago, Wang Yu had dismissed her pleas for mercy, nearly causing her to lose her composure. "Tell me, are those words to be spoken so casually, and you agreed to let me assist your relatives? Is there such a wife as you who betrays her husband?" As he spoke, Wang Yu couldn't resist tapping her lightly on the head. Hearing his words, Sun Qian felt an urge to laugh again, but his reprimand swiftly halted her. Reflecting on the previous hours, she quickly gathered her thoughts, realizing she must clarify the misunderstanding before it escalated further. Chapter 85. Jealousy drives one mad. As Sun Qian recounted the events, Wang Yu realized that the matter was a grand misunderstanding. Reflecting on his earlier apprehensive demeanor, he couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder his wife was laughing so heartily that she could hardly speak. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Wang Yu exclaimed, planting a fervent kiss on Sun Qian's lips. "What was there to say? Would you have helped my sisters-in-law and younger siblings?" Sun Qian retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Well, at least let me have some mental preparation. You have no idea how startled I was when third brother mentioned he wanted to maintain his appearance," Wang Yu replied, feeling relieved now that he understood the entire situation, his previous fears dissipating. "So what are you planning to do? You can't seriously go through with it," he said, as Sun Qian's delicate hand rested on the soft flesh of his waist. "Don't worry, I have a plan. While I may not achieve the same results as you all, I can certainly make them appear 4 or 5 years younger," Wang Yu confidently asserted, grasping Sun Qian's small hand. "What kind of plan?" "I warn you, don't act recklessly," she cautioned. In truth, traditional Chinese medicine has long had profound studies in health and beauty, achieving considerable success over the ages. You know, I specialize in gynecology, and I have some understanding of women's skincare. I can tailor nourishing prescriptions based on each individual's constitution without any issues. "Honey, you're truly impressive," Sun Qian praised, unable to contain her admiration for Wang Yu's explanation. "Where's the impressiveness in that?" he replied, feeling a sense of humility. Yet, once in the bedroom, this man found it difficult to maintain his composure for even 3 seconds. After conversing a little longer, Sun Qian succumbed to a deep slumber, leaving Wang Yu somewhat restless. He had been contemplating seeking a blessing from a police officer today, but now it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. What a pity to waste a chance that came only once a day. Gazing at the sleeping Sun Qian in his arms, he couldn't resist invoking his powers for a blessing. He soon received a system notification. The individual who has received a blessing cannot be blessed again within a year. Well, there's a limitation, he mused, wondering whether he could bestow a blessing upon himself. Without further thought, he proceeded to use the blessing on himself. The system's message arrived promptly. "You have gained 15,000 merit points." "Wow, that's a lot. What did I do?" Wang Yu exclaimed, a look of confusion crossing his face as he began to reminisce about his past. Although he had done good deeds, they were akin to helping elderly ladies cross the street, hardly warranting such a high tally of merit points. After pondering for a while, he identified the most plausible explanation. During his last return home, he had activated the divine protection, and the daily deduction of 100 merit points had been in effect for several days. This meant that the surrounding area within a 20-kilometer radius had begun to change, and these changes were a direct result of his protection, leading to his substantial accumulation of merit points. Upon this realization, Wang Yu felt a twinge of regret. Had he waited another month, he might have directly accrued even more merit points. Nevertheless, it has been used, and anyway, the interval is merely a year. When the time comes, what is rightfully mine will undoubtedly come to me. Currently, the distance to reaching the 1,000,000 merit points remains dauntingly far. I have stored some, yet I must contemplate effective strategies to swiftly accumulate merit points. After a moment of reflection, a brilliant idea indeed struck me. but I intend to discuss its concrete implementation with Sun Qian tomorrow. If successful, I could earn money while enhancing my merit, freeing myself from the frantic hustle of the past few months. With this thought in mind, Wang Yu embraced the fragrant Sun Qian and soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Wen Liang found himself wide awake, having been brought to the police station. After a thorough investigation and questioning, he was eventually released, albeit after wasting considerable time. He learned from Chun Yuding that the woman who had slapped him today was the prized jewel of the Sun family. The realization that Wang Yu had latched onto such a formidable ally made any future retribution against him seem significantly more challenging. However, Wen Liang felt no fear. After all, the overall strength of the one group surpassed that of the Sun family by at least twofold. Should a business war ensue, the advantage would undoubtedly be his. Furthermore, it remained uncertain whether the Sun family would risk offending the one group for the sake of Wang Yu. To Wen Liang, Wang Yu still appeared as nothing more than an insignificant insect, slightly stronger perhaps, but not enough to cause him much trouble. Upon Chun Yuding's return, she remained unusually quiet, spending time with her two daughters before voluntarily tending to the bruises on Wen Liang's face. Afterward, she washed up and lay down in bed, seemingly fast asleep, wrapped in her blanket. Even when Wen Liang embraced her, she showed no reaction. Everything appeared normal, and even Wen Liang, who was somewhat infatuated, failed to notice her change, believing she was merely shaken by the day's events. Though Chun Yuding maintained a calm, turmoil churned within her. Since encountering Wang Yu today, she had been plagued by an indescribable discomfort, particularly regarding Sun Qian, who overshadowed her in every conceivable way. Initially, she had thought that after the divorce, Wang Yu would struggle, and she even contemplated whether to extend a helping hand upon their next meeting. However, that notion relied heavily on the premise that Wang Yu's circumstances were far worse than her own, even inferior to the time they spent married. She yearned to witness Wang Yu's fury, his resentment, and even his hatred. Ideally, she envisioned him kneeling at her feet, begging for her forgiveness, which could have possibly granted him another chance to switch positions with Wen Liang and become her lover. This would return her to a life where she was cherished by two men. Yet, with Sun Qian's emergence and Wang Yu's dismissal, her deeply buried dreams lay shattered. Wang Yu had not only thrived, but had also transformed his demeanor upon encountering her, now accompanied by a woman of extraordinary caliber. When he faced her again, he treated her with indifference, more aloof than a stranger. The psychological torment of seeing her ex thriving while she suffered was unbearable for Chun Yuding, and her jealousy towards Sun Qian swelled to an extreme. In the darkness of night, she lay awake, her large eyes devoid of drowsiness, and even the warmth of Wen Liang's embrace failed to provide her with any comfort. At this moment, Chun Yuding could only recall Wang Yu's indifference towards her and the striking beauty of Sun Qian, who surpassed her in allure. A persistent voice echoed in her mind, urging her to ruin them, to obliterate them. Wang Yu belonged to her. Even in separation, he should not seek solace in another woman. He ought to suffer, to beg for her forgiveness in anguish. Once a woman of privilege and ease, Chun Yuding found herself on the brink of ending her own life after a series of relentless blows. Following her rescue, her mental state was already precarious, and the continuous provocations from Wang Yu had exacerbated her condition, leading to evident signs of mental illness. Alas, the devoted admirer, Wen Liang, was oblivious to the fact that the cherished figure in his arms, under the weight of such incessant torment, was spiraling into a profound distortion of the psyche, leaving one to wonder what she might ultimately become. Chapter 86. The system dims before them, joyful occasions uplift the spirit after a night of false alarm. Wang Yu swiftly dismissed it from his mind. As for the promises made to the wives of the Sun family, he felt confident, for his prowess in gynecology was well established. When the time came, he would examine them, remedying the minor ailments that had accumulated over the years, and prescribe some tonics to restore their health. After a few months of consuming beauty-enhancing herbal concoctions, these women would undoubtedly radiate vitality, appearing several years younger. However, Wang Yu intended to postpone this endeavor for a day, as he had weightier matters to discuss with Sun Qian. After breakfast, They found themselves escaping the persistent urgings of Sun's parents, who were eager for the wedding to be hastily arranged and yearned for grandchildren. Qian, I have an idea I wish to discuss with you. Discuss away, but keep your hands to yourself. I'm driving. Ahem. Old habits die hard, Wang Yu replied, his hand resting on Sun Qian's lap, though he refrained from further movement. I was contemplating opening a hospital, with the completion of various facilities in the East District and the influx of residents. There remains no private hospital in the area aside from the two public ones. Xiaoyu, what scale are you envisioning for this hospital? I hadn't considered the specifics. That's why I sought your counsel. You're in business, after all. I sell jewelry. Why are you consulting me about hospitals? Rest assured, I will enlist someone to conduct a survey and provide you with updates in a couple of days. Despite her uncertainties, Sun Qian readily acquiesced. Upon arriving at the entrance of Sun Dashing's shopping mall, Wang Yu and Sun Qian indulged in affectionate moments for several minutes before she headed to her display case to coordinate with Chun Mei and Yuan. Meanwhile, Wang Yu proceeded to the parking lot to retrieve his car, intending to explore the East District for a thorough investigation. Just as Sun Qian entered the mall, her second brother and sister-in-law intercepted her at the elevator. Little sister, how did it go? The couple gazed at Sun Qian with eager anticipation. Although the task had not been fulfilled the previous evening, they had received her assurance. Early that morning, Wu Shuyu had skipped her class to accompany her husband in waiting at the mall. Second brother, Xiaoyu has agreed, but we must wait. He needs to make some preparations. Indeed, that's expected. Take this card. It's for your brother-in-law. With that, Sun Dashing handed Sun Qian a bank card. Second brother, Xiaoyu didn't mention anything about money. Despite her words, Sun Qian unhesitatingly tucked the card into her bag. We cannot let your brother-in-law suffer a loss. Besides, it's only a modest sum, 5 million each. His statement caused Sun Qian's eyes to sparkle. She was well aware of the number of wives in the Sun family, as her third brother, Sun Dasheng, often entertained her with tales of their antics. She mentally calculated. The card must hold over 80 million. At present, with a firm slap on his substantial chest, he assured that starting tomorrow, he would secure 2 wives a day, completing the endeavor within 10 days. As for the order of events, it was left to the discretion of the second brother. Grateful for the assistance from his sister-in-law, Wu Shuiwei, Sun Qian cheerfully helped Wang Yu amass a considerable sum of money, albeit from relatives, which did not evoke any sense of embarrassment in her. After bidding farewell to her second brother, Sun Qian placed a call to her third brother, relaying Wang Yu's intentions. As for how Sun Dasheng, who owned a restaurant, would inquire about matters related to opening a hospital, that was beyond her concern. After all, it was quite normal for a sister to seek her brother's help. Meanwhile, Wang Yu was strolling through the streets of the Dongqing district, having parked his car roadside as driving proved inconvenient for his investigations. Thus, he opted for a shared electric bike, meticulously examining each street. However, he remained uncertain about what specifically to observe or investigate. Despite having worked for several years, he was still a novice in this realm. Yet, the mere thought of his aspirations filled him with a sense of accomplishment, envisioning not only monetary gain, but also a steady accumulation of merit. After 2 hours of wandering, Wang Yu found himself unable to endure the scorching sun, which was nearing its zenith, and the rising temperature prompted him to seek out Sun Qian and yawn for lunch. Passing by a residential complex, he was suddenly struck by the sight of thick black smoke billowing forth. The entrance was ajar, and 2 fire trucks had just arrived, racing inside amidst a flurry of sparks. Just as he contemplated leaving, a notification from the system alerted him to an impending disaster in the vicinity, offering the option to expend merit points to mitigate or extinguish the fire. Without hesitation, he opted to intervene, despite his previous lack of involvement in charitable acts. Let alone in rescue operations, he could not simply stand by and watch as the inferno raged. With a deduction of 10,000 merit points, Wang Yu, undeterred by the loss, abandoned the electric bike on the roadside and hurried towards the burning building, only to witness a breathtaking scene. A group of young men, all in their 20s, moved with remarkable speed and efficiency, seamlessly coordinating as they connected fire hoses and erected ladders. Within a minute, jets of water burst forth, leaving Wang Yu feeling overshadowed by their prowess. Nevertheless, the system proved its worth. His merit points were not squandered, as the inferno, which threatened to engulf the entire residential structure, was significantly contained due to his intervention, allowing many areas to remain unscathed and affording the residents ample time to escape. Captain Tian, the fire is diminishing, one voice reported. We have contained the fire on the 4th floor. The 5th floor is also under control. Captain, there are still civilians on the 9th floor. The news heightened the tension among the crew, yet the fire was gradually being subdued, safeguarding the lives of the citizens. At this moment, upon hearing that individuals were still trapped within the inferno, Captain Tian promptly donned his heat-resistant suit and called out, Yi Xiaofan, Ji Xiaoning. Present. They replied in unison. Without hesitation, the 3 young men, their gazes resolute and unflinching, surged into the blaze, devoid of any trace of fear. Wang Yu was profoundly moved by this scene. He once considered himself a man of courage, yet in the presence of these brave souls, he felt his own bravery was but a mere illusion. Even if he dared to rush in, he could never embody their fearless spirit, their willingness to confront death. Surrounding residents captured this moment on their smartphones. From the moment Captain Tian received the alert to the instant the 3 donned their protective gear and charged into the flames, a mere 24 seconds elapsed. It is this group of individuals who safeguard us. During tranquil times, they tirelessly train and refine their skills, remaining nearly invisible to the public eye. Yet, when they do step into the limelight, they invariably position themselves in the most perilous situations, sacrificing their own flesh and blood to uphold the safety and interests of the people. Chapter 87. The light in the fire scene, thick black smoke billowed from the windows of the residential building, while firefighters continued to spray water mist toward the structure. Their expressions were stoic, their demeanor solemn, seemingly oblivious to the fact that their comrade had already plunged into the inferno. They executed each command with unwavering determination, wasting not a single moment. The onlookers fell silent, having witnessed such scenes on the internet and television before, though they were deeply moved at the time. Nothing could compare to the profound emotions stirred within them as they witnessed the event unfold before their eyes. After Captain Tian and 2 team members charged inside, many individuals silently shed tears. Their previous grievances and dissatisfaction with the nation and society dissipated in an instant. In the face of life and death, there exists immense fear. Yet these young men had transcended such fears, harboring a supreme belief within them, an unwavering conviction that fortified their indomitable will even amid dire circumstances. As seconds ticked away, the 3 team members remained unaccounted for, their absence tugging at the hearts of those surrounding them. At that moment, Wang Yu felt a profound transformation within himself. He realized he must do something for these brave souls. Suddenly, a gasp echoed, drawing everyone's attention to the smoke-filled entrance. In mere moments, Yi Fan and Ji Ning emerged, carrying a middle-aged woman. The rescue personnel on standby immediately took over to provide aid. Yet, one remained inside, Captain Tian. Indeed, 3 had entered, yet only 2 had returned. One could not help but wonder if the young man had met with misfortune. That young man lived in the same neighborhood as my second uncle. I had encountered him before and heard he was still single. A buzzing discussion ensued, rife with concern for Captain Tian, still trapped in the flames. A somber atmosphere enveloped the crowd, punctuated by muffled sobs, and Wang Yu felt a tightening in his chest. At that moment, he harbored resentment toward the system, questioning why it could not simply eradicate the fire, thus preventing any sacrifices. The rescued woman had regained consciousness and struggled to rise from the stretcher, her heart-wrenching cries piercing the air. My daughter is still inside. Please save her, hurry." Those nearby quickly supported her, their faces etched with sorrow. Yet they offered her gentle words of comfort. After more than 10 minutes had passed, hope began to wane. Although the fire had been extinguished, the dense smoke lingered ominously. Police arrived to maintain order, while government workers initiated post-disaster efforts, and some journalists began their interviews. Yet, a group remained fixated on the entrance, their hearts filled with hope and anticipation. Talp, tap, talp. The faint sound of footsteps emerged from the doorway, and the previously raucous environment fell into a profound silence. Tap, talp, talp, talp. As the footsteps grew increasingly distinct, a towering figure materialized before them. This magnificent silhouette shone like a beacon of light, illuminating the hearts of all present. Captain Tion cradled a young girl in his arms, her form wrapped in his protective gear. As he stepped out of the doorway, his legs buckled beneath him, threatening to topple, but his comrades swiftly rushed to his aid. They took the girl from him, guiding their captain to a shaded area. Upon conducting a brief examination, they determined that he was merely fatigued, with no other ailments afflicting him. The anguished cries of a woman pierced the air, tightening Wang Yu's heart with apprehension. Could it be? He pushed through the crowd and hurried closer. Despite her soot-covered face resembling that of charcoal, he instantly recognized the rescued girl as the employee he had preordained. Dispensing with pleasantries, he promptly revealed his identity and commenced preparations for her resuscitation. Wait, do not transport her to the hospital just yet. Her condition is precarious, and we must initiate immediate intervention. Wang Yu, aware of the gravity of the girl's situation through the system, found himself devoid of silver needles, medications, or time to procure such items. Yet, he could not stand idly by and witness the demise of the girl whom Captain Tion had risked his life to save. His words swiftly captured the attention of the paramedics, who soon conducted a preliminary assessment of the girl, corroborating Wang Yu's assessment of her dire state. I am a physician. Allow me to administer some measures before she is sent for treatment, lest I fear she may not survive the journey to the hospital. Understood. What equipment do you require? We shall do our utmost to provide it, they consented. With permission granted, Wang Yu promptly initiated emergency procedures. Although lacking silver needles, he acquired some fine needles from the rescue personnel to utilize in his efforts. The girl had succumbed to shock due to the inhalation of copious amounts of smoke, laden with harmful substances that now resided in her lungs and required immediate expulsion. Wang Yu administered 5 injections, stabilizing her condition temporarily. However, to extricate her from peril entirely, her respiratory system needed to be restored to normalcy. This, however, posed no challenge for Wang Yu. A simple application of artificial respiration and chest compressions would suffice. After further manipulation to invigorate the girl's cellular vitality, he was confident that, even without hospitalization, a few days of rest would see her thriving once more. Yet, at that moment, Wang Yu refrained from direct action, for he had a more suitable candidate in mind. Earlier, while the group discussed Captain Tion, he had overheard someone divulging his circumstances. Such a fine young man, devoid of a partner. To lose him so soon. Initially unaffected by the remark, he now felt a compelling urge to assist this admirable individual. Consequently, Wang Yu summoned Captain Tion, who, having regained some composure, looked at him with a puzzled expression. Captain Tion, I have a request that I hope you will not decline. What is it? This patient's condition has stabilized for the moment, yet she requires a cardiac resuscitation. I will be grateful for your assistance. At that moment, Captain Tion was left with a plethora of questions swirling in his mind. Why, amidst so many medical personnel, did Wang Yu seek his help? As if perceiving Tion Hao's thoughts, Wang Yu leaned in and whispered softly in his ear, I understand that others could also assist. But did you not just rescue her? You've already touched and embraced her as necessary. I believe in the principle of not complicating matters by involving another person in this young lady's recovery. Tion Hao surveyed the surroundings and noticed that all the rescue personnel nearby were male. He recalled there had been 3 female team members, yet they were nowhere to be seen now. Those 3 female rescuers had been subtly persuaded by Wang Yu to attend to the supplies in the ambulance. They would likely return in about 3 minutes, but Wang Yu sought precisely this brief interval. After a moment of contemplation, Tion Hao acknowledged the validity of Wang Yu's reasoning. From a moment he discovered the young girl to the instant he carried her down from the upper floor, he had indeed engaged in considerable physical contact. There was no time to waste. They needed to commence the rescue. With that, Tion Hao, not one to be hesitant, and Wang Yu immediately initiated their life-saving efforts. Chapter 88. The opportunity you squandered. Captain Tion was quite adept at performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation, as such skills were essential for their line of work. Wang Yu was diligently massaging Tian's acupressure points, stimulating her instinctual will to survive. Don't just press. Administer artificial respiration. Wang Yu chided, noticing that the other man was overly focused on applying pressure, much to his chagrin. Come on, haven't you learned this? If you're not going to do it, I will. Wang Yu urged anxiously, fearing that the three female team members might suddenly appear and render his efforts futile. Tian Hao's expression was shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing, while Tiantian's small face was equally veiled, making it impossible to discern her beauty. The two darkened visages drew no attention from those around them. After taking a deep breath, Tian Hao gazed at Tiantian's obscured features, yet found himself unable to summon the courage to proceed. Get up. No wonder you remain single, Wang Yu remarked, observing how Tian Hao had become as stiff as a wooden puppet, devoid of his earlier bravado. Meanwhile, Tian could not afford to delay any longer and took matters into her own hands. Despite her darkened appearance, Tiantian's essence was still delightful, and Wang Yu found himself captivated by the experience. Tiantian's mother had remained silent throughout the rescue, fearful that any disruption might hinder the efforts. At this moment, she focused intently on Wang Yu. Although her daughter was being pressed and kissed by this man, her only thought was for her child's survival. If her daughter could be saved, she would not hesitate to accept him as a son-in-law. Wang Yu diligently continued the resuscitation, soon noticing that Tian had regained consciousness. Her large eyes squinted open, still heavy with confusion. He quickly pulled Tian Hao over and then discreetly stepped aside. Before Tian Hao could comprehend the situation, Tian began to cough violently, followed by deep gasps for air. Tiantian's mother, witnessing her daughter awaken, rushed over and grasped her hand, overwhelmed with joy and unable to express her happiness in words. Though pushed to the side, Tian Hao did not mind, as a smile began to surface on his face. Once Tian had gathered herself, tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked at her mother. She had been truly frightened. The billowing smoke and raging flames had made her feel as though she were on the brink of death. She had been looking forward to working with Yuge, never imagining that a fire could nearly claim her life. Enough with the tears. Look at how disheveled you are now, Wang Yu said, feeling a wave of relief as he saw Tian awake. Thankfully, this fire had not resulted in any casualties, largely due to the bravery of the firefighters. As for the merit he had gained in preventing the fire from spreading, Wang Yu did not concern himself with it. Compared to these heroes, his contributions seemed trivial. Ye, all am dreaming, Tian exclaimed, astonished by Wang Yu's cheerful demeanor. What dream could you possibly have in broad daylight? Hurry and thank Captain Tian. He risked his life to rescue you from the flames. As Wang Yu spoke, he opened his phone, allowing Tian to glance at the photograph taken when Captain Tian was carrying her out. Tian took the phone, staring at the image for a moment before instinctively swiping through to see if there were any other pictures. Then she came across two dark faces leaning closely together. This image was intended to capture Tian Hao performing artificial respiration on Tian, yet he was rather ineffectual. It had merely been a spontaneous shot, but the little girl clearly misinterpreted it. After studying it for a few seconds, she suddenly realized that the dark face above was, in fact, her own. Unable to contain her surprise, she let out an exclamation, promptly returned the phone to Wang Yu, and covered her face with her hands, blushing furiously. Thank you, Captain Tian. Thank you, Captain Tian. Tiantian's mother, quick to respond, grasped Tian Hao's arm, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Her daughter was her life. Had there been any mishap, she would not have survived. In the presence of her daughter's savior, she offered endless thanks, leaving Tian Hao feeling quite awkward. Auntie, let us first take Tian to the hospital. All right, and thank you to this doctor as well. No need for that, Auntie. Tian and I are colleagues. It is only natural for me to assist. You should accompany Tian to the hospital while I express my gratitude to Captain Tian. Wang Yu briefly clarified his relationship with Tian, helping to alleviate the awkwardness for Tian Hao. At Wang Yu's signal, several rescue team members immediately lifted Tian onto a stretcher, preparing to place her in the ambulance. As they passed by Tian Hao, Tian looked at her tall rescuer and sat up to sincerely say thank you. Wang Yu watched as Tian was taken away before turning his attention back to Tian Hao, who resumed his work, enveloped once more in a protective aura. Upon checking the system, Wang Yu found that the firefighters had selflessly contributed, just as he had anticipated. Though only 23 years old and relatively new to the job, Tian Hao's recent act of heroism had earned Wang Yu over 6,000 merit points. Choosing not to disturb Tian Hao further, he began inquiring about him. Since Wang Yu had just saved a life with his medical skills, the firefighters were quite warm towards him. He approached the two team members who had rescued Tian's mother, introducing himself as Tian's brother and expressing his gratitude for saving her. The two were somewhat bashful in response to his many thanks, and after a while, they shifted the conversation. We've heard that your Captain Tian is still single. Indeed. How old is he this year? The captain is 23. Oh, where's he from? He hails from Shudu City. Does he have any siblings? Captain Tian is an only child. These two brave young men, within a short time, had divulged all the information about their captain to Wang Yu. As for why their guard was so low, it was simple. Wang Yu pulled out his phone, showing them the picture of Tian in the hospital, then mentioned that, as her brother, he was looking to find her a partner, and he felt Captain Tian would be a fine choice. Two young men, captivated by the charming visage of Tian, instantly deemed her a fitting candidate for the captain's wife. Brother Yu, the captain will be on leave the day after tomorrow. I will inform you then. After exchanging phone numbers, the young man named Yi Xiaofan expressed great enthusiasm for assisting the captain in finding a spouse. He immediately pulled Jining aside, assuring him that they would collaborate with Wang Yu to unite Tian Hao and Tian as a couple at the earliest opportunity. I appreciate it. I will have my sister introduce you to some nurses at the hospital as well. Truly, I am grateful, Brother Yu. After obtaining the desired information, they engaged in a few more exchanges before Wang Yu, with a grin, took his leave, observing Tian Hao, who was still leading the team in post-disaster efforts. Wang Yu felt a strong conviction to establish his hospital. He aspired for it to flourish, with branches in every city, to realize his dreams. Upon exiting the community, Wang Yu called Sun Qian to recount his recent experiences and prepared to visit the hospital to comfort Tian. The young girl had endured tremendous hardships. With her home reduced to ashes, it was imperative to soothe her spirit. He also intended to help her find a place to stay, ensuring that she and her mother would have a refuge upon their discharge from the hospital. Chapter 89. Sun Disheng takes on all responsibilities after getting into his car. Wang Yu rushed to the city center hospital without even eating. After inquiring around, he arrived at Tian's hospital room. At that moment, Tian's previously darkened little face had been cleaned up to a delicate pink. Lying on the hospital bed, her large eyes stared blankly at the ceiling, as she grappled with the immense sadness of losing her home alongside her mother. The overwhelming sorrow rendered the young girl oblivious to her earlier embarrassment. Seeing the despondent expression on Tian's face, Wang Yu couldn't help but sigh. While her life had been saved, the substantial economic loss was unavoidable. Surely, the little girl must be heartbroken, especially since she had resigned from her job for her own sake. With their home now completely burnt down and the cause of the fire still unclear, it was uncertain when the corresponding compensation would arrive. Without any financial income during this period, it was hard to expect Tian to find joy. At this moment, it would be inappropriate to bring up Tian Hao. For now, he should lend her a hand. How are you holding up, Tian? Wang Yu approached gently. Brother Yu, Tian called out upon seeing him, unsure of what to say, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. Don't cry. You're doing fine, aren't you? My home is gone. How can this be considered fine? Do not worry. As my first employee, I will certainly not neglect you. Wang Yu then employed his eloquence, pouring forth countless words, finally managing to coax a faint smile from the young girl. Noticing that it was already past 2 o'clock, Wang Yu arranged for 2 nurses to care for Tian and her mother. Fortunately, Tian's phone had remained in her pocket and was not lost in the fire. Wang Yu bought her a charger and transferred 100,000 yuan as an advance on her salary, explaining that it would be deducted from her future earnings. After visiting Tian's mother, he then left the hospital. After grabbing a quick bite, Wang Yu drove to the neighborhood where Tian Hao resided. Based on the information he had gathered, after half an hour, he rented an apartment on the ground floor of Tian Hao's building. Intending it as a residence for Tian, and her mother. As for why he chose to rent here, he chuckled softly. This strategy was one he was well acquainted with. Once the paperwork was completed, Wang Yu returned to the hospital, leaving the keys with Tian and informing her of the address before departing, all while being met with her grateful gaze. At Tianjia restaurant, Wang Yu called Sun Qian, feeling the need to share his ideas with her and discuss how to implement them. Shortly after, Sun Qian arrived, accompanied by Sun Dishing. Brother-in-law, Qian mentioned you want to open a hospital? Yes, third brother. Initially, I intended to start a clinic, but after some experiences, I now aspire to establish a hospital. Xiao Yu, this is for you, Sun Qian said as she directly handed Wang Yu the bank card given to her by her second brother, revealing a total of 110 million yuan. After calling her second brother, she learned that their cousin, Sun Difu, had contributed 35 million alone, leaving her in awe. It seemed that her brothers had been led astray by their older brother, with many of them indulging in extramarital affairs. What is this? It's from my sisters-in-law and brothers, meant for you to purchase medicine. Please accept it. Wang Yu was unaware of the balance in his account, and Sun Qian had not disclosed it either. Considering his urgent need to purchase numerous precious medicinal materials, he did not hesitate to pocket them. Third brother, what have you found out? He inquired. I've gathered some information, but the details will take a few more days, Sun Dishing replied. Please do share what you have. Sun Dishing then relayed the information he had obtained. Wang Yu frowned inwardly. The expenses for the hospital he envisioned were substantial, and the construction would likely take over a year. While he could devise a solution for the financial aspect, managing the construction proved to be a daunting task. Third brother, how is the five-star hotel you are building in the Eastern District? Sun Qian seemed to sense Wang Yu's concerns and was ready to lead her brother into a trap. It's nearly complete. The 5 main buildings are finished, and the landscaping is almost done. We plan to start the renovations next week. And once the equipment and furnishings are procured, we should be able to open in a couple of months, Sun Dishing said, his pride evident. The establishment of this 5-star hotel had required considerable effort, and he had funded it entirely on his own, investing 80% of his wealth. Now, he eagerly awaited its opening to reap the rewards. Sun Dishing's words illuminated Sun Qian and Wang Yu's faces. A hotel was indeed a good idea, and the unfinished renovations made it even more appealing. After all, guest rooms and hospital wards both serve the purpose of providing accommodation, differing only in their decorative style. Sun Qian formulated a plan and exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Yu. The two cleared their throats, preparing to persuade their third brother. That's out of the question. Don't even think about it. You too, Sun Dishing retorted. 10 minutes later, Wang Yu expressed, your idea is promising, but I believe it warrants careful consideration. 20 minutes passed. Qian, you weren't deceiving me. Your brother-in-law's medical skills are truly remarkable, earning over 30 million in just a month? Half an hour later, he reassured, rest assured. This building will be treated as third brother's investment. I will handle the renovations. 40 minutes later, Sun Dishing called Sun Dexing. Hello, second brother. I have a project that I believe will be profitable. Are you interested in investing? 50 minutes later, he reached out to Sun Dezhao. Eldest brother, I, along with second brother, my brother-in-law, are embarking on a project. Don't think I'm excluding you. Your share will depend on your investment. Yes, you. Conservatively estimating in a moment of excitement, Wang Yu grasped Sun Dishing's hand, his expression brimming with gratitude, while Sun Qian wore a beaming smile. Do not presume that Wang Yu had deceived the Sun brothers. As seasoned businessmen, they recognized that once the hospital commenced operations, it would undoubtedly be lucrative. They contemplated the promising potential Wang Yu had unveiled, the ability to treat virtually all skeletal injuries and ailments, address all female health issues except terminal illnesses, rejuvenate women's physical states, effectively making them appear at least 5 years younger, and assist women in conceiving children, with the option of choosing the quantity and gender, up to 3. Each of the aforementioned elements possesses the potential to sustain a grand hospital independently, particularly the last one, which appears to be a lucrative venture. The challenges of conceiving a child have become increasingly daunting, with a rising number of families facing infertility. The success rates and exorbitant costs associated with in vitro fertilization deter countless individuals from pursuing this path, even among affluent families. While men may find it easier to pursue multiple partners, What options do wealthy women have if they encounter health issues? The magnitude of this market is staggering. Once a reputation is established, it transcends the mere status of being the foremost hospital in Sioux City. Brother San, the conditions I mentioned are non-negotiable. I do not seek any shares in the hospital, but I insist that these terms be firmly implemented. Brother-in-law, San understands your intentions and admires your character. Rest assured, I shall support you. When the eldest and second brothers invest their funds, they will have no choice but to comply. Sun Qian gazed at Wang Yu with sparkling eyes, her small hand gently caressing her abdomen. This man had just informed her that she was expecting a child, and not just any child, but twins, a boy and a girl. As for the fact that she had conceived yesterday and learned of it today, Sun Qian chose not to dwell on it. It was quite extraordinary that her appearance had transformed so remarkably after being with Wang Yu for just over a month. Chapter 90. After the confession, after their conversation, Sun Daxing departed, leaving Wang Yu gazing at Sun Qian, who was gently cradling her abdomen, a sweet sensation blossoming in his heart. However, there were matters that needed to be addressed, and he resolved to candidly disclose his relationship with Wen Xian. Qian, there's something I wish to share with you. What is it? But do not bully me. I am a child now. You should seek out Yan to accompany you from now on. As Wang Yu approached her with an earnest expression, Sun Qian was taken aback, suspecting he had some peculiar notion he wished her to try. Is this how you perceive me? Wang Yu quickly defended himself. Sun Qian scrutinized him for a moment before replying, last night, over 3 hours, at least 30 different embarrassing positions. If I weren't so resilient, you would have exhausted me completely. What kind of person do you think you are? All right, you have a point. Wang Yu chuckled and drew Sun Qian into his embrace, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, gently kissing her cheek, and softly murmuring, actually, regarding you and Yan. In a lengthy narration lasting over an hour, Wang Yu articulated his relationship with Wen Xian clearly, even revealing her pregnancy. Sun Qian nestled in his warm embrace, listening quietly without interruption or inquiry. Once Wang Yu finished speaking, a moment of silence enveloped the private room. Sun Qian turned to him, wrapping her arms around his neck, her face alight with excitement. Miss Wen is older than I am? Yes, she is 3 years your senior. 45 this year. Advantage to me. Sun Qian felt a surge of happiness. So, you were intoxicated and fell for a whiles? Indeed, I had quite a bit to drink that day. Now the score was even, recalling how she had also won Wang Yu's affection. Sun Qian began to assess her standing against Wen Xian, currently leading by a point. Are her children twins? Yes, boy and girl. Wang Yu pondered, at that time. He had not yet established a system, so the child conceived with Wen Xian was a result of natural circumstances. He truly did not know the genders. But once his hospital was operational, he could take Wen Xian for an ultrasound. Shaking his head, he admitted his ignorance. How then do you know I am carrying twins? This is difficult to explain. You may consider that I was prepared for the occasion. Oh, so the night you were with Wen Xian, you remained asleep and thus unprepared. Sun Qian felt quite clever, adding another point to her tally. Reflecting on her alliance with Yan, she felt their position was undoubtedly secure. Lost in thought, a smile blossomed on her lips. Wang Yu observed Sun Qian, who was lost in her own reverie and could not resist playfully squeezing her bosom. Well, the child won't go hungry. I suppose I will manage to eat a little too. Capturing Wang Yu's restless hands, Sun Qian adjusted her demeanor and calmly addressed him. Yes, I am aware of this matter, and I understand your thoughts on it, having witnessed similar situations frequently. At this juncture, it is not appropriate for us to meet. My relationship with Wen is quite harmonious, and Wen Xian and I are practically strangers, making cohabitation exceedingly difficult at present. You should rein in those sordid thoughts. For now, it is best to maintain the status quo. Once we both have children, we can meet a few times, get to know each other better, and then reassess our situation. My 4 sisters-in-law currently seem to have a good rapport, but they previously drove my elder brother to distraction until they had children, after which their relationships gradually improved. Sun Qian's words led Wang Yu to realize that he had previously underestimated the complexity of the situation. Initially, he believed that after his confession, both parties could coexist peacefully for his sake. Wen Xian had long been aware of Sun Qian and Wen's existence. As long as he reached an understanding with Sun Qian, there would not be significant issues. He noted that this young girl had always been entirely devoted to Sun Qian. Reflecting on it now, he recognized that he had merely overthought the matter, at best. They would simply refrain from causing him harm. After all, without him, they were mere strangers, and it would indeed be surprising if they could live together without incident. Sun Qian's astuteness was commendable. She had grown up observing her elder brother and sisters-in-law and had absorbed much wisdom. After coming to terms with the situation, Wang Yu affectionately pinched Sun Qian's cheek. "How is it that you're so clever? I can hardly resist wanting to reward you." "All right, that's enough. I simply have seen more of life," she replied. Sun Qian then recalled her younger brother, De Fu, whose actions had truly broadened her perspective. Moreover, Wang Yu had a magnetic charm, as evidenced by the 3 women who had taken advantage of his inebriation to create chaos. Grabbing Wang Yu's ear, she sternly warned, "I caution you, do not indulge in flirtations in the future, especially refrain from drinking with beautiful women. Absolutely not." Under Sun Qian's warning, as she pinched his ear, Wang Yu swore to the heavens that he had never been the initiator. It was always a passive circumstance. He promised to abstain from drinking in the future, vowing to uphold his integrity. Of course, these were merely playful exchanges between lovers, and they both found joy in their banter. "Xiao Yu, I have promised to start therapy session for the sisters-in-law tomorrow. Can you spare time for 2 sessions a day?" After a moment of playful teasing, Sun Qian remembered that this morning she had been solely focused on helping her man earn money and had nearly forgotten her commitment to her second brother. She quickly conveyed this to Wang Yu. "All right, that should not pose much of a problem, but I currently lack sufficient medicinal materials. Let's commence tomorrow afternoon. 2 sessions are too few. They should all come over, and we can complete everything in half a day." This was a trivial matter that would not consume much of Wang Yu's time. After all, he could attend to over 200 patients in a single day at Maria Hospital. A mere handful of women would hardly be a challenge, even if their treatments required more meticulous care. "Is half a day sufficient?" Sun Qian inquired, her expression tinged with doubt. "Rest assured, let us defer this matter until tomorrow afternoon. Please choose a location, preferably a more professional beauty salon, as that would be more suitable." Wang Yu reflected that Sanji's lounge was not appropriate, as it held many cherished memories for him, and he did not wish to host anyone there, including Sange. Sundishing. Currently, he is prohibited from entering the lounge on the 3rd floor. "Ah, my sister-in-law has a younger sister who owns a beauty salon. I shall call her shortly and arrange for us to visit her tomorrow afternoon. Now, let us dine, for I have other matters to attend to." "What matters?" "I intend to consult with Director Han at Maria Hospital